Before the Gold Coast was a headline, it was a feeling. Hot sand, bright sun, a coastline quietly reshaping itself, grain by grain. Cue the crowd. And the day ignites. Whitewater detonates against the rock. Mick reads the rhythm, jumps in, and vanishes. He reappears, locked inside a sandy green chamber, his rail line singing with Russ's didgeridoo. PT lit the fuse, MP defined it, Rabbit drew the map, and Mick, Steph, Parko, and Dingo wrote it into legend. The Gold Coast is our arena. Surfing celebrated, elevated, alive.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Dawn Patrol for the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. It's stop 3 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. Lulu's happy, off to her best start of her career.
Morning.
There's a world champion, Bon Italo, Yago Tor, the reigning world champ, focused on Snapper Rocks. Leonardo Fioravanti's living the dream, along with Sawyer Lindblad. How about this sunrise? Bella Kenworthy taking some notes from Brent Power. Snake Patterson always enjoying his time with Aaron Brooks, and the big dog from South Africa, Jordy Smith, famous for big starts of his career when Snapper was the season opener in the past. George Pittar talking to Luke Thompson. Everybody's here. Toledo, a champion back in 2015. You can tell there's a glow with all of our athletes here. Always with Sally, but when you get to Snapper Rocks, the waves are pumping, the water's warm, 4 to 6 foot and rippable yesterday in the practice surf, and that swell still carries over to opening day here on Friday morning. This is the dream realized, 100%. Every surfer in the world wants to get a taste of this wave, and the world's best are thrilled to have it in an uncrowded lineup. Thanks for being with us, Joe Turpel, Jesse Starling, and Richie Lovett. JJ, you know, you get to sleep at home at this event here on the Gold Coast, but there has been a true buzz in the air of happiness across everyone's face being back here on the Goldie.
Even just yesterday, having that practice session, it was pumping. Everyone was ripping, and I think just the style of surfing that Snapper allows you to do, anyone can feel like a good surfer out there. It's such a fun wave. Everyone's excited to be here. I'm very excited because I've actually never seen this as a championship tour event before. So this is my first time seeing it as the big stage, and I just feel like we've seen so many different storylines already this year. I'm excited for what Snapper's going to bring.
It's a great point, Jesse. I mean, the last time we ran heats out here, Rick, that's 2018. That's far too long to not have a competition on this stretch of sand.
Yeah, absolutely. We obviously had to divert down to Burley Heads last year, but we're back at Snapper where it belongs. Echoing what you said, Jess, this is one of the most high-performance waves in the world. The first 2 events, a little bit more focused on the rail game and power. We sort of flip it on its head here. More progression, more innovation. The power's still there. But yeah, we're going to see some exciting surfing this week. And, you know, we've had a little look at the forecast. We won't go too deep into it yet, but it's looking pretty promising.
Oh, we're fired up, aren't we?
Yeah, we are.
I mean, if Australia couldn't get any better. For me, when I heard about the government backing this wave and actually pumping sand to make it better, I was like, well, it's got to be the best surf country in the world. As we see where we are here in Coolangatta, right here in Queensland. We took the 4.5 hour flight over from Perth, got here to the Goldie, and you can see this big setup, Snapper Rocks, Rainbow Bay, and the Tweed River at the top of Snapper Rocks. This is how it all works, JJ.
Yeah, to get the amazing bank that we have, we look to the Tweed River, and it's this incredible sand outlet. But unfortunately, because of the breakwall at D-Bar, it does really start to affect that natural flow of sand. So what do? We pump sand from Tweed River, from the pumping jetty, all to behind the rock here. So all of the sand really starts to affect, this is what we call the super bank, as it starts to wrap around the corner, and we get to see these perfect, long, stretched out walls just peel its way down this beautiful coastline that I'm so lucky to get to call home now. And that's exactly what we're looking at today. We've pumped sand for the last couple weeks, and we really do have an incredible super bank on our hands.
Exciting day here on opening day morning. It's time to get the official call. We'll send it to Vaughn Blakey with Renato Hickel.
Thanks very much, Joey. Well, two blokes who are frothing more than a Bonsoy cappuccino is this guy and this guy. Mate, what is the official call?
As we can be. The official call is so on. It's on. We're going to delay the start to 8:30 start just to accommodate this high tide at 7:30. So we'll give a good hour. Liaising with the surfers, obviously, we've worried a little bit wobbly the first thing in the morning, but we already saw some incredible waves on a warm-up. A couple waves of Conan Leary, Ethan Ewan, Italo Ferreira, everybody's smashing the sessions. 3 to 5 feet surf, a couple 6-foot sets is going to be an incredible day. And the best part of the story here is I think our lucky change. So we're going to have this swell forecast building in size and quality as the week progresses. So better tomorrow, better Sunday, better Monday, and Tuesday morning are back up for us. So there is a chance we have a good run.
I love that, mate. World's best surfers, world's best waves. It's going to be so fun. Actually, watching the practice session was a disaster for me and my fantasy teams because I was going, everyone is ripping so hard. But, mate, have a great week. We can't wait to see all the guys and women out there, and we're in for a good one.
To all of us, yeah. It's going to be an incredible show. Since 2018 was the last time we were here, because before that we're running in D-Bar, we're running in Kira. So it's so good to be back at Snapper, and it's going to be an incredible event.
Should we dance out of this shot? That's how happy we
have to. Let's do it.
Everyone is thrilled. We're dancing with you boys. Thank you, Renato. Thank you, Vaughn. There is just such a electricity in the air, and seeing 4 to 6 foot rippable waves, but we got to see who's on deck. Waiting through the high tide for that first heat. Callum Robson, Oscar Berry. Callum having success here during those Challenger Series years, and Oscar Berry's looking for a heat win in his rookie season.
If there was anywhere for Oz to do it, it's here. This is his home. He lives literally 15 minutes up the road from Snapper Rock, so he surfs this wave all the time. It's so funny though, it's to get a heat win, you're like, yes, I've made it through. Look who he's coming up against, Iago Dora, if he gets a heat win.
That's a big one. Then, Rick, we go to Matthias Hurdy. When you think of what he's able to do, you think of Snapper Rocks with big combinations, and then you got a name like Reef Hazelwood, who got his spot by winning the trials the other day.
Yeah. Reef put in an incredible performance, you know, beating the likes of Julian Wilson and such to get the wild card out here. Reef on the backhand is so dangerous, but Matthias Hurdy, you know, I think back to the last couple of years when we've had the Challenger Series event out here, he's been one of the standouts. He's got an incredible air game, and you know, he's been looking good in his first couple of events on the tour as an official member. So that's going to be a great matchup, and obviously coming up against Griffin Colapinto is the gift of winning that heat, so things don't get any easier.
That's one to look forward to. Luke Thompson, one of our solid rookies on tour, he's been making little Snapper J-Bay comparisons, just glowing in his warm-up, but he'll have a new face next to him. Winter Vincent in his second appearance in a CT wildcard moment.
I've easily said time and time again, you know, even in some of the Winter's World Junior campaigns, I really do believe he's this generation's Parko. He makes surfing look so easy. His turns look really big on this wave as well. And I feel like those two are going to go blow for blow. It's going to be a really great matchup between Luke and Winter.
And then you look at Heat 4. Morgan Siblick, you know, the Aussie battler that we're talking about being in the best form of his career. He needs results to add to that, but he has the backhand powerhouse of Ramsey Bukium.
Yeah, Ramsey's going to be gnarly on the backhand, one of the most powerful, and again, someone who's yet to really kick off his campaign in 26. And again, Morgan, we've all been talking about how good the form is. Like, it's incredible. But again, you know, the results haven't started to sort of just, eventuates. So that one coming up against Gabriel Medina. Whoever wins that heat is going to be super gnarly. But there you go. There's the jerseys ready to go for the boys to pick up.
Callum Robson, number 6. Oscar Berry, number 64. Berry, the rookie. Callum Robson's been here before, and he's on the comeback from the CS, and they're all trying to model what George Pittar did at the last stop of the season as he climbed a mountain of Brazilian world champions. We'll talk about GP's form coming up next. George Pittar walking down the steps at Margaret River, going into his first CT final. It happens to be against Gabriel Medina. Priority changed, turned it into a 9-point ride, and he didn't look back, taking his first ever championship tour win.
This was a really special moment. George, he mentioned he hadn't won a comp since he was 15, which was actually the junior state titles that we used to have here on the East Coast. And George, to go all the way, to come back from that, take down every single Brazilian world champ that we have on the tour for a huge win at an event that he fell off the tour last year. I mean, what a difference 12 months can make. And the fact that he's now a championship tour winner is crazy.
The reaction from Norstein board riders. Richie Lovett really felt this one.
Oh, yeah, I sure did. If I wasn't sitting here in the booth with you guys, I would have been at our local club event. And for George to get the win while that was going down, it was radical. There's Axel Carrota, one of George's best mates, just flaring up. And, it's going to be great to see what George does out here, backing up the win. Sometimes that comes with a little bit of added pressure, and all of a sudden you feel like you have to produce. But he's a very mature young man, got a good head on his shoulders. Obviously, the surfing's come a long way. And, frothing to see him out here at Snapper.
He got to be involved in his first ever press conference. And I could tell he was trying to deal with his emotion, the come down after that victory. I mean, he was literally shaking when he won. We saw that. It was clear. But now he's going, I've got like 16 new boards to try. It's comps on tomorrow, and he's just doing a full tailspin of going, how do I come off of that peak high and still turn in some big results at Snapper? Because now he's trying to stay focused for what could be a world title campaign this year.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh, it could be. George could go all the way. When you were talking just before, Rich, there's a lot of pressure that can come after winning, your maiden event. You would know that as well, coming into the event afterwards, wanting to back it up. Do you think there's a bit going on between George's ears right now?
Oh, for sure there is. And there's almost a new energy about you. Everyone's looking at you going, okay, is he going to back it up? There's a spotlight that happens. And there's an energy around that. You have to manage that energy, and you have to manage what's going on in your brain as well. So it's that head noise. You need to keep it quiet and just get back to work, get back on with the job, and focus on what's in front of you.
We've had versions of both, haven't we? Where Wilco won at Snapper, won at Bells. And he's like, what's going on? I figured out the system. We've also had Michelle Perez win Margaret River and then out first round at Bells. So it could go both ways, where you don't want to celebrate too early and you want to make sure that you're still a force, especially here at Stop 3, because we're handing out the keys to the GWM Tank 300. Last stop of the GWM Aussie Treble. George, fitting in the mix of that Brazilian Storm there at number 2.
Yeah, there's so many Brazos just in that top 8, but George Pittar has a really great chance of driving home that GWM tank straight back to North Stain. The boys would probably put North Stain board rider stickers all over it, but you can't count out guys who are even sitting a little bit further down the rankings. Think of Sammy Pupo, the speed he has, and the combo of Snapper Rocks. He really could easily make a jump right up to number 1.
Kanoa has to have a lot of things go his way, Rick. You know, he's been in the running for this tank even last year, but his free surfs have been electric. I could see him going really far in this contest.
Yeah, Kanoa's surfing is really suited to the walls out here at Snapper. Really light-footed, nimble, has that power, has the air game as well. So Kanoa's definitely one to watch. That whole top 8, yeah, anyone there is capable of driving away with this thing. And this is obviously mirrors like the actual ratings that you'll see on the WSL website right now. So it's stacked.
Speaking of which, number 1 in the world once again is Gabriel Medina on his comeback to the tour. We're looking at him wearing yellow a long time ago. It's exactly 1,689 days ago was the last time we saw him wear the yellow leaders jersey. Easier to swallow this one. 4 years, 7 months, 16 days. It's been a minute, but he's still owning the tour.
I just want to take it back to Bells when we picked our world champions. I picked Gabby Medina, and it's looking pretty good at this point. He's in yellow. It feels like he's still sitting in second gear. He is just so ready to take another world title home. He's an absolute animal in the jersey, and I think yellow's his color. I think it really suits him, especially coming to a wave that he's won at before.
You look at past flashback footage of Gabriel Medina out here. He was a little kid when he won. He was 20 when he beat Joel Parkinson and kicked off that first world title run. He beat Kelly in a close decision later, but then he's showing that he's 32 and he's leading the charge with all these new narratives popping up. He hasn't gone anywhere, only better, especially with his experience on tour.
Yeah, absolutely. Better, bigger, stronger, happier, more content. You know, he's got all the world titles, nothing to prove, and he's got this kind of aura around him. He's one of a few in our sport that when they walk into the competitors area, everyone else kind of looks at them and just goes, whoa, he's here, you know, and that's the sort of presence that Medina holds. He holds in the lineup as well. He's in such good form. In the warm-up yesterday, he was one of the standouts. He's going to be tough to beat. You know what
really impressed me the most, too, is walking away from a loss. Has always been tough for Gabriel, how badly he wants to win, and that priority mistake he made in the final, the way he handled himself on the podium. There's so much maturity there and so much confidence going, you know, I'm not going to do that again.
Yeah, it's scary. I would be scared as an athlete right now of Gabby Medina, what he's bringing to the table, his energy that both of you talk about. He seems like he's holding his own a lot more, and he seems, you know, to be the guy that everyone wants to beat. George had the opportunity, he took it, and he won. But I just feel like Gabby, it's not going to be one win this year. It's going to be multiple.
Winter Vincent's in the event, a more manly backup, by the way. And, you know, he had to go through that awkward thing of, like, do I pick myself on fantasy? He plays a lot. And he's like, yeah, I definitely picked myself, but I didn't put myself as the power surfer. Power surfer that Winter Vincent shows is Gabriel Medina. And he actually told Gabe that at the press conference, and Gabe's like, yeah, great choice. Great choice, kid.
I think Gabriel has that sort of confidence, and everyone, you know, is well aware of what he can do. They will not take him lightly if they get him in a heat. He's obviously, you know, the equipment's a big talking point for everyone, you know, switching between Channel Islands and Cabianca. He's been doing a lot of work there. We'll be interested to see what he actually takes to his heat. But yeah, Gabby's back, and you know his results, third and then a second at Margaret's, they are really representative of a world title campaign he's building.
Well, the things that might be worrisome for Australians, with Gabby still leading the tour, all those Brazilian names in that top 10 picture. It's been since 2013 since Mick Fanning won a title for Oz on the men's side, and the great hopes over the last handful of years for Australia have been Jack Robinson and Ethan Ewing. Ethan, you can see, a quarterfinal, showed some promise at Margaret River. 17th at Bells, which he's won before. And for Jack Robinson, upset early at Margaret River's home court, where he's a two-time champ. We'll send it to Ronnie and Vaughn to break down these two Australian superstars and how they can pick up their world title campaigns. Morning, Ron.
Morning, Joey. Morning, Jess. Morning, Rich. Morning, Vaughan.
Nice to see you, Ronnie.
Great to be seen. Hey, Jack and Ethan, I mean, along with Morgan Siblick, they've really been the only Aussies with a title shot in the last decade. But this year, I think after big off-seasons, we expected big things from Jack and Ethan. I mean, a really tough start to the year for Jack in particular. Ethan steadied the ship somewhat over there at Margaret's with a quarterfinal finish. But what is it, Vaughan? What's holding them back at the moment? Is it their surfing?
Definitely is not their surfing. Boys are lighting it up. The off-season free surfing that we saw, some of the projects that Ethan was working on, it is clear he is in career best form. I think both guys would be pretty disappointed with their start to the season. For Jack, you can kind of understand. Like, he had an injury that he was recuperating from. That comes with its own version of head noise. It might not be the competition head noise, but it's just like, am I back to my best? Those little niggles, they can take a little while to build on. So I think Jack will make a solid comeback in this one. I'm expecting it. He spends so much time out here at Snapper. For Ethan, I think this is an event he'll see as one to win. Like, he is surfing so good. Yeah, it's a strange one. I think the big problem for both these guys really is just that their world title rivals have got off to a flyer. They are right where they want to be, and now these guys have to make up ground against some really solid momentum.
I guess the lower your seed dips, though, the more chance there is of you meeting one of your world title rivals early in an event, which can kind of stall their momentum. Thinking about Ethan, I mean, I mentioned that quarterfinal finish. It's interesting looking back on the history of world title runs, and often, you know, you've needed that solid result in the first couple of events to get yourself into that title conversation. No one has ever had the results Jack has and recovered to go on to win a world title, not in the last 15 years anyway. Do you think he is a surfer capable of turning this bad start around?
He clearly is. If you think about some of his wins, just break it right down into an actual heat. He loves having his back against the wall. He loves the challenge. That's what brings out his best. So he's going to be looking at these rankings and going, yeah, sweet, I know this feeling, I know what I need to do, and well, he's got the artillery to go out at any spot on earth and just get those points back. The big worry, really, is not what they're capable of, it's what's going to happen at the top end of the ratings right now, because Medina is just in the form of his life, and as Jess was saying earlier, you know, like, he hasn't even really got out of third gear yet, so that's going to be the concern. But if they meet earlier in the rounds, guess what? The Aussie boys are going to like that.
What's interesting, I think, too, is you've just had two events to kick off the season where both Jack and Ethan have been very strong. Thinking about the Gold Coast, we heard Renato say during the call, we haven't been here at Snapper Rocks in some time, and on the Gold Coast, last time we were here, Jack and Ethan didn't really fare too well. They didn't get huge results. It does feel sort of like a hometown event for them, though, even though they haven't really shone here.
Such a good point. I think for Ethan especially, like, he's a Queenslander. You'd recall the famous moment of Billy Moore running out during Origin screaming out, Queensland! They just do not want to disappoint the home crowd, and I think he'll tap that. I think he's going to have a huge support crowd here. The start of the year has been slow, but if there's ever been an excuse, it's this. It's a long, winding right point. It is his absolute bread and butter. His surfing can sing in these conditions. And Jack Robbo is going to paddle out feeling exactly the same. He knows he's going to have a lot of support here on the beach. He's everyone's favourite surfer in this country, pretty much. If he's not their favourite, he's top two, probably along with Ethan. So, yeah, the boys are going to be feeding off a lot of energy down here on the beach, and it's going to be so exciting to see what they bring here.
Yeah, both with that local knowledge as far as their equipment goes under their feet. So they've been here refining their boards, obviously got here a little bit earlier than their world title rivals. So it's going to be interesting to see how they fare. On the women's side, it's been super interesting. Watching some of the greats return to the championship tour. Stephanie Gilmore is another Aussie who we expect to be in the title conversation. She hasn't taken a whole lot from these first couple of events, but here on the Gold Coast, she is an absolute force. We're going to be having another conversation and a closer look at Steph's form right after the break. Stay with us.
Thanks for watching Dawn Patrol. The last couple of days have been unbelievable for the best surfers in the world. They've had Snapper Rocks, well, to themselves. Yesterday was a CT practice day. The waves were pumping 4 to 6 foot, and everyone got a taste of the pit, but maybe the best barrel we saw, Caitlin Simmers, style and grace, getting blown out of the barrel like she always does when she's at Snapper Rocks.
Oh my gosh, she just got so tubed on that wave. And then Connor, he just dropped a really sick clip on Instagram over the last couple of days. His backhand looking so sharp. But I just love the fact that the bank is so good. The best surfers in the world are getting to make the absolute most of it. Gabby Medina's back in yellow. The world just feels right again, Joe.
Oh, everyone was surfing for a very long time. Italo, I think, had an 8-hour session. Griffin's filmer was going, is he ever going to get out? I think Griff surfed for 7 hours. They're like, hey, this is a surfer's moment. Uncrowded snapper and it's pumping, and they just reveled in it.
Yeah, yesterday was really fun and sort of unprecedented, where we cleared the lineup the entire day. We let the top surfers in the world just go to town and really warm up, which is kind of special. They got to feel out their boards, try different equipment, and we televised the whole thing on YouTube, so you could really dig in, have a look at the form, and get your fantasy surfer picks sorted out.
That's right. Check out worldsurfleague.com. Get your picks in quickly because we are on today. We're starting at 8:30. It's 7:56 in the morning local time, and we're going to be running through men and women. So make sure your fantasy team is set. Choose your power surfer. That earns you double points. And it's always nice when you are in the presence of greatness. It's almost like kicking off the event for us. The greatest goofy foot of all time, Mark Occhilupo, a world champion of a surfer and a world champion of a human. Look at that pace.
Sublime, isn't it, these days? The way Ock surfs. Well, he's been sublime his whole life, but yeah, he kind of rules the roost out here at Snapper, and great to see him still out there in the morning warm-up. He's always first out.
Oh, that was always his program on tour. It was loving his early, and nothing's changed, JJ.
Nothing has changed at all. I love when I paddle out Snapper. I see Occy out there. He's one of the few people that'll actually give me a wave out there, which is pretty cool. But just his style, his flow, the fact that he's still so willing to pull into a tube and travel along the sand through here. He's definitely the biggest grom out there, no matter where he is across the world.
Watches every heat. He also watched every bit of Margaret River in the final with Lakey Peterson getting a big win, her second wine barrel over in the West, a wave that haunted her when she was a rookie and turned it into her favorite place to compete, taking over the final with Luana Silva, JJ.
It was so nice to see Lakey just come out victorious again. It had been a long time in between victories, but there's something about Lakey and Margaret River where she's put in the time, she's super consistent, and she just looked like she was backing herself from start to finish. Her and Lulu both working with Leandro Dora. Whatever he was doing, it was perfect over there to have two athletes in the final, and how gracefully Lulu took coming second as well. It was a really special moment for both of those ladies.
Interesting one for Lakey. You can totally tell that this veteran is not afraid to lose, and it just give her all to gain. She's just surfing free, and Rick, she finds herself #2 in the race on the leaderboard for the GWM Aussie Treble.
Yeah, absolutely. She'll be really happy to see herself right up there in #2. You know, it's at this stage in her career, she may be just starting to think, you know, how many more wins have I got in me? So you hit the nail on the head, Jess. Consistency was the key. She put in some really solid performances, but that name up the top there, Gabriella Bryan, she has been just a power force on the tour the last couple of seasons, and just watching some of her clips over the last month out here, she's put the time in at Snapper, looking really good. Molly in #3, dangerous spot to be for her. She is just ready to go. Actually, that whole top 8 really stacked, and anything can happen.
Yeah, Luana Silva, you see her at #4, clearly her best start of her career, and working with that Dora camp, it's really proved to help her cause, especially with confidence this year on tour.
And throughout the season, we've made so many comparisons between Steph and Luana, having that style, having that grace. This is her home court. We'd love just the combination of Steph and Snapper, and I feel like we can put Lulu into that as well. Her style, her surfing, it really just fits the bowl of this wave beautifully, and I feel like we're going to start to see her really go up vertically into the lip at this event.
It's a really good point. I think your style is really highlighted on a wave like this. Kind of watching Katie Simmers thread the needle of that barrel, you know, that beautiful style and kind of casual approach she has. It really pops as something electric. Lulu has that graceful finesse, and she can win in hard ways too. I mean, she took out Steph Gilmore in the opening event of the season and then found herself in the final, you know, at stop number 2. You know, missing from that list on the GWM Aussie treble and also the CT rankings in that top 8 picture is Steph Gilmore. You know, this has been the big comeback for the 8-time world champion to kind of rattle the cages of the younger guard, and it just hasn't happened yet, Rick.
No, it hasn't. It's been a really slow start for Steph, and kind of unlike Carissa, who, you know, her results haven't been great, but her heat totals and her wave scores have been quite good, you know, and clearly she's in really good form, whereas Steph just, you know, by having kind of lackluster heats and somewhat wave-starved heats, hasn't really clicked into gear yet, hasn't shown us that brilliance that took her to 8 world titles and so many victories out here. So everyone's anticipating what Steph's going to do out here. Obviously, super comfortable. Home break, you know, she's going to be feeling it. But the numbers here are unbelievable.
Check out CT by the numbers. She's literally the queen, being a GOAT, 8-time world champ, but especially at her home court event. She's won this event 6 times, 7 finals. Excellent scores, 40 of them. That's 8 or better in that 2005 victory. Well, she had to ditch school to win that one. Teachers gave her permission, and she's still ripping. If any platform is going to have her bounce back, it's going to be her home court.
I'm so glad the teachers gave her the day off school that day to take home her first victory. But, I mean, even just looking back at this footage where Steph, she had a win here. You know, just seeing her waves, her just start to the career and how she built from here, went on to win the 8 world titles. Just this wave, how she surfs it. There's a difference between the way Steph, Mick, Parko surf this wave to everyone else. They sit slightly behind the pocket. She reads it so perfectly. We talk about style, she's the queen of it, and this wave gets to highlight that so perfectly. It's a privilege to watch Steph out snapper.
It really is. You can see how much it means to her. I mean, she came out of her like little mini hiatus from the tour to compete on the Gold Coast. She loves it. She was at the press conference, and every government official, everyone that was there is going, Steph, bring it home, bring it home. And it's not pressure. You can tell she's like, I got you guys. I got you. This is where I want to win. As we check out the Hydrolite heat to watch, it is Steph Gilmore taking on Erin Brooks once again in a rematch from what we just saw at Margaret River. Sharing the same coach. Came down to Erin's left she got. They had a heat together at Burley last year. Erin won that as well. Wild to think that the 18-year-old is undefeated over the GOAT at this stage.
Yeah, Erin's proven to be a bit of a thorn in the shoe of Steph Gilmore, and Steph will be aware of that, you know, and that'll be kind of building a bit of fire in the belly. She'll want to kind of peg the youngster down and just go, hang on a minute, this is my home turf. You know, I own this place, so bit of work to do for Steph. This is going to be a great matchup, but Erin is a unique talent. You know, she comes on just as one of the favourites, really, of this new pack coming through, and she actually doesn't care that Steph has 8 world titles. I think she's one of these youngsters that has respect for Steph, but once the jersey's on, we'll show her nothing. You know, we'll just stand up to her and really take a turn, and she's proven that. So this is going to be a crazy good matchup to watch.
Yeah, I saw Erin the other day. She had a little sore back, so she was kind of managing her free surfs to prepare for Steph Gilmore. But I was also thinking with the legends of the sport, when you go, how are they going to do? How are the waves going to be? It's going to be pumping. You know, Steph's at home. It's like everything's aligning to really help Steph Gilmore kind of break those early round losses and hopefully end up on the podium for her world title campaign.
I hope so too. I really want nothing more for Steph. I just think Erin has turned into this feisty competitor. She's surfed pumping snapper before, and she's also had a 10-point ride early in her career back here in the 2024 Challenger Series. So the fact that she has that already at such a young stage in her career, she's taken down the GOAT undefeated. You know, Erin would be going into this heat thinking, okay, maybe I am the top dog.
That's crazy. And I'm just going, how do you sort out your bracket with a heat like that? You got to choose one of them, Erin or Steph. We got to go to our friend Kaipo after this break on Dawn Patrol. He is a wizard at fantasy. He'll give us some insight on that bracket to give you guys all some help with your fantasy teams around the world. We'll take a break and be right back after this.
every underdog, every winner. You called it before it happened, or you didn't. Prove yourself right. Lock your surfers. Play the bracket challenge. There's only one champion.
Thanks for being with us here on the Gold Coast of Australia. You've got to join our league, Battle of the Booth, for the Bracket Challenge. Show to the Fantasy Hub on WorldSurfLeague.com or download the WSL app and see how your teams do against our teams. You're probably doing pretty well because mine's been getting smashed, and there's one man on our team that's beating us all, as per usual. Kaipo Guerrero, good morning, and please give us some advice and some insight on fantasy and what you're seeing in the bracket as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe. The bracket challenge, yeah, it's pretty interesting because being a bracket, we know the path for each and every surfer throughout the entire event. I want to highlight this stuff right here. Take a look. Heat 5, Crosby Colapinto. Heat 6, Griffin Colapinto. As we follow the bracket, that puts them in Heat 3, Round 3 together. If they both win their heats, it's going to be a rematch for the Colapinto brothers. That's pretty cool. But the coolness does not end there. We got more coolness because we got Sammy Pupo Heat 15, Miguel Pupo Heat 16, and sibling rivalry potential. If they win each of their heats, they'll be in Heat 8, Round 3 in the bracket challenge, battling the booth. I want to shout out some folks. Maya, you are top ranking at Western Australia for the Margaret River Pro. Congratulations, Maya. And for the season in the Battle of the Booth, knee-high firing. Congratulations for leading the season knee-high firing so far. We're going to try to catch up with you. And by the way, fantasy, join Kaipo's #1 Super Mega League. I'm going to shout out the leader in my league in fantasy, Shiro. And obviously, you know the rules because Shiro is #1. So congratulations. Play it. Lock in all your fantasy picks. Lock in your bracket challenge. The event is starting today, so pick your surfers and get going, Joe.
Good man, Kaipo, and that was great insight on the vision that Kaipo has looking at the bracket and getting those possible matchups. So if you're picking your fantasy surfers and you're going to have that friendly fire and your two guys surfing against each other, you're going to want to maybe adjust that to have a clear road to the podium. Let's now look at the women's opening round of competition. Two surfers from Portugal going head-to-head, part of the rookie class. Francisca Viselco takes on Yolanda Hopkins. That's going to be a fun one. And then one of the best ever from Australia, 3-time world runner-up, Sally Fitzgibbons has Bella Kenworthy in Heat 2.
Yeah, Sal, obviously with so much knowledge with this wave. She's competed here before, she's won here before. But Bella Kenworthy, she's this real underdog surfer. You know, just when you think she doesn't have more to give, she does. And she has this incredible end section turn, this hammer that she can throw out at any time. So it's going to be old dog versus new dog status coming up in Heat #2.
And giving you a preview of matchups. So Lakey Peterson just won in Margaret River. She'll take on the winner of Heat 4. So she'll either get Carissa or Tia Zabrowski. Those are the kind of things you're thinking about when you're setting up your teams.
Yeah, I think it's definitely worth doing your bracket first, and then you pick your team after that. But Heat #4, Carissa and Tia Zabrowski, that is super interesting. Tia's been just touted as a potential world champion. She's that good, and Carissa's obviously got all the world titles and is coming back in great form, so that's going to be an incredible matchup. And then, yeah, as you said, the winner goes on to meet Lakey Peterson. But both sides of the bracket here look incredible. Great matchup.
Insane opening round. Aaron Brooks, Steph Gilmore, whoever wins that gets the defending Gold Coast champ. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson's waiting to see who she'll be batting against. But there's some younger names as well that are really just trying to get started here. Anat Leilior, we'll have Tyler Wright. Anat, a nice, powerful backhand rookie, trying to take out one of the best that's been here on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, Tyler obviously not competing at Margie's. She had a bit of an injury there, so she pulled out. She's feeling better, which means Tyler Wright, she's going to be in full form. So Anat's going to have to really step up to the table here if she wants to try and take down a multiple-time world champion.
Exactly. Nadia Starbe, Alyssa Spencer, all goofy foot battle there. We know how Alyssa got such a great start to the season over at Winky Pop, and looking to bounce back here at stop #3, Rick.
Yeah, definitely. We were calling it most improved for sure on the women's side. Alyssa Spencer's kind of found some new form, a bit more power, a bit more purpose in every single one of her turns. turns. I also love heat number 8, Soy Lindblad. She's really started to show some form as well, coming off a pretty good result over there in the West, but she's coming up against a formidable force out here at Snapper. Trials winner Dimity Stoyle, former tour competitor. She's got a lot of knowledge, and her style really suited to the forehand attack out here.
Fantastic heat. DJ Shimmy Disco putting her jersey back on against Sawyer Lindblad. We also want to see if Betty Lou can handle being the defending event champ on the Goldie. She did it at Burley. Can she do it at Snapper Rocks? Betty Lou has been looking incredible in the free surfs as she's thrown down some big hooks. Be right back after this contest about to get going.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, it takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
This is the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM, and Bonsoy put together an incredible surf team that's ready to fire here at stop number 3, including Callum Robson, who has Oscar Berry in heat number 1. Caltex had a great rookie season where he made the final at Bells Beach. Fell off the tour, a couple of hard seasons on the CS, but started 2026 in a great way by winning Pipeline. One of the toughest venues in the planet. Callum was just so staunch in his decision-making out there on one of the scariest reefs in the world, taking that momentum into his comeback to the CT.
Didn't just win pipe, you know, it was okay. Like, it was pumping on the last couple of days. So everyone was out there. We had this incredible local kind of swarm of surfers who were taking down a lot of those top Challenger Series names. But Cal, he just kept going. He kept getting these incredible barrels at either off the wall, backdoor, pipe. He was just using the entire reef to his advantage. And then it kind of got weird for the final. And the fact that he could still figure it all out and take home a win. You could see he was so in form and just so switched on with his decision making.
And I suppose, Rick, it's probably everything the Aussies needed. They're a force on the CS. To have George win, they're going to feel that. They're going to feel that lift. And for Callum and the rest of the crew, like Morgan Siblick, trying to really get through the big rounds of this contest, they're going to feed off that energy.
Yeah, definitely. When there's this winning feeling, you want to be part of that, you know, and you want it to be your turn to drag everyone else along as well. And George obviously is doing that. But Cal, he's been surfing really good, you know. He's one of these real workhorse type of surfers where he's just continually trying to improve, make himself better. Super determined, he's really good at quieting the head noise and just focusing on what he has to do. He's in that tricky round one now where we do 4 heats of round one. He's got to get out of that and then kind of feel like you're in the event once you pass that first round.
Exciting morning, getting close to a start here on opening day. Ronnie Blakey standing by at the Red Bull Athlete Zone with another great Bonsoy team rider. Take it, Ron.
We're getting excited here because with every set you can see the conditions improving. Connor O'Leary, who's been lighting up the free surfing sessions, is here to watch these first couple of heats unfold. Everyone's pretty amped with what they're seeing, mate.
Yeah, man, it's the bank is looking incredible, and to be able to see 2 people out there for 35 minutes, best in the world, man, what can you ask for?
We're all getting pretty excited about this first heat. Connor, great to see you, mate. Looking forward to seeing you surf. We're going to take everyone inside the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Now, this is really the last step before the surfers hit the lineup. We've got Oscar Berry heading out here. He's just had a good session, chatting with his coach, T-Mac. Good win for Georgie Pittar over in the West, mate. Well done, T-Mac. Oscar's on his way. Callum Robson, Bonsoy team rider. He's just had a long and intense amp up for the event. He is looking super sharp and ready to flex on this lineup. He is so in the zone. But let's walk on through. This is where everyone checks in for their heats. The beach marshal, Cara, she's been working. Cara's been working on the Gold Coast Pro since '98. There's nothing she hasn't seen. And Cara, are you buzzing to be back on the Gold Coast? Can't wait, she says. All right, now we're going to go deep into the athlete zone. We've got the athletes' lockers over here, but this is the catering area, and where everyone has taken up their positions to watch these first couple of heats unfold. We're going to chat to a few of these surfers. Lukey Thompson, South African rookie. Morning, brother.
Morning, brother.
How psyched are you on what you're seeing out there, mate?
Oh, pretty frothing, eh? Went on hold for a bit, and now it's freaking firing. So, yeah, it's going to be a good day. It's going to be fun.
You ready to go?
Oh, always ready to go, eh?
He's amped. I've been seeing his surfing too, looking super sharp. Vaughny. Joel Vaughan's dad, the family's going to be here in force. Oh, Alejo Munez, his last time on the Gold Coast competing. How are you, brother?
Good, and yourself?
So good. How good is it to be back on the Goldie, mate? This is where you made your start as a championship tour rookie, and you're going to be finishing up here this year. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I think this is the event that everyone wants to be. You know, we love this place. A lot of Brazilians here too, so we kind of feel like home. So yeah, it's stoked to be here one last time.
Absolutely. What have you guys been doing in the off-season? Because Brazil is on fire at the moment. How proud are you to see the top end of the rankings stacked with those Brazilian flags?
Yeah, to be this my last year and be here and see Miggy winning bells, Gabriel on the yellow jersey, Iago doing so well, and all the boys. It's amazing. I think the reason is because everyone is pushing each other, you know, and with Gabriel coming back, I think that fired up a lot of the boys too. So yeah, maybe he's the big reason of it.
Mate. Thank you, Alejo. Good luck in the contest. Oh, look at this. This guy won his first CT event here as a wiry grommet. And I tell you what, he is looking back to that wiry, strong core form. Felipe Toledo, how you going, mate?
Good. Feels good to be back here. And yeah, looks like we're going to have some action.
Mate, talk about action. You love the Gold Coast. It's got a special place in your heart. Your performance in the final against Julian last year was electric. But what is it like to be back here at Snapper where you won your first CT?
Yeah, it feels pretty special, you know, even though last year we had to go to Burley, but love this place, love the vibes, you know, a big Brazilian community here as well, but all the support from everyone on the beach is pretty sick, and just seeing Oscar running to his heat right now and all the support is pretty amazing. So yeah, and it looks like the swell's around. It's going to stick around for a few days and should be fun.
Can't wait to see you surf out there, brother. Fantastic to see you. Mate, it is all happening down here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. There's a lot of surfers who are already seeded into that second round. Really keen to get a close look at what surfers progress through. I saw Griffin Colapinto earlier on. He's coming down to watch Heat 2 specifically because he'll be taking on the winner, and he wants to know what their tactics are out there and how they're performing. So, you know, there's a little bit going on. It's starting to get pretty serious down here, Joey.
Oh, Ronnie, love it. Wow, you took us right through the buzz and the energy of the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and some great catch-ups with the crew and good insight for Griffin. He'll be watching Mateus Hurdy and Reeve Hazelwood in Heat 2. We're just a few minutes away from kicking off the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. We'll be right back.
The 2002 Gold Coast Pro wrapped up with Coolie Kid Joel Parkinson matching up against American Corey Lopez in a head-to-head final. It was a Sunday afternoon, the beach was packed, and Snapper Rocks was cooking. The 20-year-old Parkinson read the lineup masterfully, scooping straight into a 9.5. Parko was on fire, and his effortless style was on full display as the hometown crowd cheered him on. With under a minute to go, Lopez scored a nice little runner and did his best to manufacture a score. But the 7.7 was not enough. The Australian's dominant performance in the final earned him the event win and cemented him as the first of the Coolie Kids to claim a Gold Coast win. Once the celebrations wound down, Parko would leave the Goldie ranked world #1 on his way to a runner-up finish at the end of the year.
It's been so fun celebrating 50 years of the World Tour. Callum Robson fired up on everything that's happened before him. Getting warm-ups in the water at Snapper with guys like Joel Parkinson, who's done a couple of laps as well. Parko Lembai is absolutely ripping. He's looking like match fit, like he's going for a world title. It's like, I wonder why he's looking so shredded right now. It's like, oh yeah, he's got his old buddy Mick to compete with again as we celebrate 50 years. There's going to be a heat to watch as Joel versus Mick are team captains. They'll get to invite up a couple of crew from their board riders, and it's on again. A rivalry that will never die, JJ.
It will never die, and I think the fact that we have Parko and Mick leading those teams, they are going to be very selective with who they pick for their team because both of them just as competitive as each other. Even when we had the Usher Cup here, they were both out there at the same time. They were hassling each other, and I was like, I can't wait to see these guys, more of these guys competing out at Snapper Rocks, and we get that again here this year.
Oh, it's great. And I think when you warm up for an event, when you see these icons in the water, like Joel, you know, you go, okay, what are the waves looking like? He's like, you guys are going to score. But he's also thinking about what he wants to do to Mick. I mean, that was one of his major motivations. Even going before the CT, the junior era, if Mick was in a comp, Joel's like, yeah, I'll sign up for that one too, just for a chance to maybe meet up with Mick Fanning.
Yeah, those guys have been fierce rivals their whole lives, you know, as juniors all the way through their CT years, and it's not done yet. They've still got more to do. They've still got competition to show us out here. That's going to be a pretty special heat. And in the warm-ups, you know, people were saying that Mick looked like he could just put the jersey on, like he's still surfing that good. Obviously, Parko's been doing some reps as well.
How good is this? I think Kaipo's found himself a legend in the water.
Legend. That's right. The Lord of all goofy foots, Mark Akalupo. Last dude out here, actually. Aki, such a great event. Your memories of this place and competing here.
Yeah, well, I had lots of events here. Made the final, didn't go. Morrison beat me, but it's going to be such a sick event. So stoked that it's back at Snapper. I mean, Burley was good, but we're stoked it's back down here. The bank's really good. Can't wait to kick off and watch.
Man, you're still ripping. What's it like being the world's oldest grommet?
Well, I am officially, I think. I'm going to be 60 soon. I'm going to sail a boat to Fiji, and yeah, I mean, I just love surfing so much. It's everything to me, and I'll do it until as much as I can. I mean, until as long as I can, sorry.
Yeah, let's ride it till those skegs hit the reef, Mark.
Exactly, Kaipo. Have a good call. Have a good day, everyone. Good luck, and
I absolutely love it. Thank you, Kaipo. Thank you, Mark Akalupo, a world champion of a human, absolute legend, and I can't believe it, man. Showing you that surfing keeps you young, doesn't it? The way he surfs just hasn't changed. He absolutely rips. The way he reads the ocean is just forever grommet energy toward this sport that we all love. Anytime you get to catch up with Ak, it's going to make your day better. And he's going to get in. Hopefully, he'll, get him a nice little runner to take down the beach. And he'll be really looking forward to seeing Callum Robson take on Oscar Berry. This one's just a few minutes away from getting started. It's those first 4 heats you want to try to avoid in the first round of the men's comp. It's elimination straight away. We felt that for the first 2 events of the season, so pressure's on big time. Both these surfers coming up next.
Yeah, it's a really scary round to be in. You know, there's no second chances in that round. You have to show up. You have to put your best foot forward. Both of these guys know that. Callum, obviously with a lot more reps in this man-on-man format. Oscar, you know, having 2 knockouts already in this season, there would be a bit of pressure creeping up, thinking, okay, am I going to make a heat? But he needs to shake all that off. This is his hometown crowd, and just put on a show for the people that he loves cheering him on the beach.
So it'll be 35-minute heats. Last 2 events, we've done a lot of overlapping format. These 2 will get to enjoy the lineup, and it'll feel like they just can own the place. You know, 2 guys out, the whole duration, scored on their top 2. And they'll be moving on to the second round if they get the jump. For Callum, though, he's got the CS experience. When Snapper changed for a couple of years and went to the Challenger Series, Callum Robson really showed that he's one of the best out here.
Yeah, he sure did. Some incredible performance, got the win. And just noting, Joe, a little bit of cat and mouse happening before this heat even gets underway. Callum entering the lineup. Great sportsmanship there. The boys just, the 2 Aussie boys, you know, really just saying good luck to each other. But Callum opting to jump off the rocks second to take that inside position at the start of the heat. There's a couple of different entry points into Snapper Rocks here. You can actually just walk straight out behind that rock point, or you can jump off the back of the rocks. You can even paddle out from Froggies round the corner. But it's all about getting that inside position for the first wave. So we'll see these guys go at it. They'll organise priority once we see someone take off.
And we're officially on. You see the clock ticking on your screen. Callum is still paddling up the point. So trying to demand that inside position on Oscar Berry. And as they are starting to set up their positioning as well, I think Oscar's like, all right, you know, little high five quickly. If you want it, I'm just going to shadow you up the point. And we'll wait to see how this one's going to get started. Plan is to run round 1 for the men. See the women out there get into round 2 for the men as well. It's going to be a giant Friday here in Queensland for stop number 3 of the season. Going through, you know, the volcano of emotions of qualifying for the tour for Oscar Berry, and then to get knocked out so early. For someone that you've known for a very long time, JJ, how do you think he's been handling the pressure and going into stop 3? Because sometimes when losses build, it can feel like you've got such a hurdle to overcome.
Oh, absolutely. And we even spoke about that with the fact of GP winning his first ever championship tour event. Rich mentioned it's the biggest mountain to climb. And it's actually the same thing when it comes to winning your first championship tour. It must feel a million miles away. You know, you're coming up against the best surfers in the world, people you've looked up to your entire life. However, Oscar, he feeds off his friends. He feeds off their victories. 2 years ago, he qualified for the Challenger Series for his first time and I believe made 2 heats the whole season. You know, and then we watch one of his best friends, Joel Vaughan, George Pittar, go on to qualify for the Championship Tour, had success there. Then he comes back to the Challenger Series last year and qualifies. So he really feeds off the guys who support him, who inspire him, who really are his best mates. So after seeing George win over at Margie's, I really feel like Oz is going to channel that energy and be like, you know what, if George can do it, I can do it. And I feel like we're going to see a lot of fire start to reignite in these Aussies here. And Cal, the exact same. He'd be feeling the exact same as Oscar here.
So shifting gears, and Oscar Berry wasn't the deepest, but he's able to just grab this wave to get the heat started. He'll throw up that first turn through all that white water, and he'll get clipped. So not a keeper score. And that'll open things up for Callum Robson to race down the line and head that direction. So Richie, the report of just handling that opening exchange, what'd you see there?
Yeah, the way the lineup's set up at the moment, typically we see that behind the rock section, and when the swell direction's right, that's where we see that super steep takeoff straight into the pit. The pit travels along the top of the point there, and it looks like there's this little corner of sand just sitting right off the point. And I think the guys have just moved down right into the takeoff zone now. So those 2 waves just stretching out a little bit, but we have established priority. Callum just having a look at his first wave and going, no, that's not what I want. And now he's just going to sit at the top of the point.
We waited a little extra this morning before we got started because of that high tide. So the call was originally thought to maybe start at 8, went to 8:30 just to get past the high. Low tides early this afternoon. Callum, wow, with priority, even though he chased Oscar down the point, he's still closer to the takeoff zone. And Oscar looks like he's trying to get away. He'll catch up to this wave and just dump it out. A guy that probably could have been a pro skateboarder.
Yeah.
And ended up being so good at skating, surfing, and had such a stellar run on the Challenger Series. I got some great results nice and early and had a long time to enjoy that top 10 on the CS before making it official and qualifying right before his debut. And the whole topic with the rookies, as we caught up with them in the Meet the Rookies pieces that are all on worldsurfleague.com, was how it was just going to be a rapid fire start. You know, coming into Bells right after Newcastle ended for the CS, then going straight to Margaret River, straight to the Gold Coast, and then straight to Raglan. And so for guys like Oscar, he had to have a steep learning curve of having to prepare for so many major events in a row.
Well, it's interesting as well because not only do they have those first 4 CTs, they also had Nui and they also had Pipe just before that. So these guys have already been competing so much this year. It has been back-to-back competitions for both of these guys. And then as well, there was pressure building at Newcastle. There was only one surfer solidified prior to that event. It was Eli Hanneman. So Oz wasn't even sure if he had to book flights, book accommodation, but he's managing really well.
Callum Robson uses priority for this wave. Nice rails in the pocket out in front to stretch out the roundhouse cutback. Caltex in transition, feeling in the open face well in the corner here at Snapper. Drives back into the whitewater with a nice rebound in the pocket. He'll just get a little rinse in his face there to finish off what will be his best score so far in the early stages of the first heat of the event. Callum Robson representing Evanston, making a CT final at Bells. Runner up to Felipe Toledo in his first try as a rookie on the championship tour. A guy that was a hard-working kind of dark horse type figure before he qualified and made a name for himself as an even a hard-charging slab specialist when he got a 10 at Super Tubos. What'd you see on this one, Richie?
Yeah, nice wave to warm up for Cal. A couple of big swooping turns here. This swell line has a little south angle to it, so you can see it's tapering down And we do have a lot of south energy, the way that the swell works here at Snapper Rocks. We are basically at a right angle, 90-degree right angle, and these swells need to wrap around the corner. Anything with too much south tends to just trend down as the wave travels down the sandbar. So what these guys are looking for are those ones with perhaps just a little bit more easterly direction to them. And they'll stand up and they'll actually grow down the line, and that'll give you the ability to get that big final finishing turn or maybe a barrel down the line. So you could see Cal just wanted to get the wax in the feet, as we like to say, get that first wave really start warming up and getting into this heat.
Kaipo Guerrero, I know you're feeling good. You already talked to Aki this morning. You got to see a nice little paddle battle, and Caltech's passing you now. How's it looking at the moment?
It's looking good, Joe. I mean, I feel the tide's still pretty high out here, and so, you know, there's some sections, right? I think you guys have identified that. There's a little bit of a bounce with the high tide coming off the rocks, so making some sections for our surfers. So it's going to be a little bit tricky. I feel as the day presents itself and the tide drops, it's going to get much more lined up. We just came over the high tide mark, and we got quite a coefficient, just about a meter in tide change today into the low tide. I think it's this afternoon, a little after 1. So I'm expecting for the lines to become more defined as the tide drops. But also there may be some of those times with that dropping time that some of the rips might develop out here as well.
Thank you, Kaipo. As we're looking forward to this thing just getting better and better as the tide drops, and even better and better through the weekend, as all reports have been coming through. Very promising to running 4 days in a row here. Mateus Hurdy looking at the lineup and listening to his coach, Leandro Dora. He's preparing for Reef Hazelwood coming up next. Reef Hazelwood has already been established as a dangerous wild card over the years, and really well known for a crazy ability above the lip. You know, for Reef, he'll be on his backhand out here, and he just looks more than ready. I ran into him a couple of days ago. He's not nervous about this stage at all. He knows his surfing belongs on tour, and Mateus has a similar type of confidence entering this next heat.
Yeah, and Reef, he's had an incredible year of just personal growth. He's got married. He's about to be a dad in a couple of months as well. So he's got a lot of things to look forward to outside the water. So this is just another incredible opportunity to showcase what an amazing surfer he is. He definitely belongs on this level. I'm looking forward to seeing him give it another crack on the Challenger Series this year. And he has a big matchup. If he wins over Mateus Hurdy, you go on to meet Griffin Colapinto in round 2, and Griff's coming down to watch that heat specifically. So tune in, because those two are going to battle out and hopefully go pretty big in the air.
Yeah, I love how Griffin was telling Ronnie, I'm watching this heat to see who's coming for me and see if he can pick up anything. Sometimes surfers, you go, hey, are you going to play the game compared to their personality? And they usually kind of brush that. For Griff, he's like, no, I'm locked in. I want to see what these guys are up to.
Yeah, really cool. Astute competitor, obviously, Griffin Colapinto. And he'll be watching those guys just going, okay, what are their strengths? What can I potentially do better than them? What are my strengths? What can I bring that's going to be a point of difference that the judges are going to go, okay, I like that. So, you know, pretty cool to see Griff down here. But that competitors area, it's packed this morning. Everyone wants to check out what's going on.
Griffin, eyes on the horizon. He had about 7 hours of Snapper Rocks yesterday. Got a ton of clips. Always working hard on his YouTube little show, Cola Bros, with his brother Crosby Colapinto. As Kaipo broke down this morning on the Dawn Patrol report, there is a possibility that we could see a rematch with Crosby and Griff. Crosby got his big brother out of the contest in Margaret River. We'll see how the bracket unfolds. Early scores in, it's just Callum Robson with a 3.67 on this higher tide, and now Oscar Berry will look to make a difference here. Quick speed arc in the pocket on the open wall. Another little draw off the top just to keep it moving down the line. Oscar throws down the wrapping turn out front. Nice bowling section he's found himself in, and a clean finishing move for the rookie on tour. Callum Robson ready to answer back. Caltex with a splash off the lip line. Belts it again off the lip, and now leans into a power move but loses control. So leaving some points on the finishing move. Callum goes down, advantage Oscar Berry on that last exchange.
Does watching Snapper just want to make you go surfing?
Oh.
It is just so perfect out there this morning. I love that Oz went for it. You could see he started to really click into gear. I was thinking on that 1.83, that first wave where we saw him just hit it that single time. I thought, this is really weird wave selection. Let's lock back in for Oscar. And he sat out there. He waited for a set. You're on a point break. A perfect point break. So you want to be on those bigger waves because this is where all the points are going to be had. Oz swooping into a big looking carve, just the way he can accelerate through this second part. I love the fact that Oz, he looks more confident here. He's driving harder through his turns, came through the inside and didn't hold back here, waited for the steepest part of the section and just projected out and over the foam. This is going to add a lot of drama for the judges here. Watch where his board is. It's on the lip line of the wave. That's going to shoot him out and over. But it's hard to make those sections. There's a lot of water on a really shallow sandbank, so it gets really compact. So Oz showing that he's surfed this wave many, many times, and he's got that end section, what looks to be on dial.
At the press conference, Stephanie Gilmore called the tour the luxury tour. Like, one other person out, you've got a Red Bull ski to pick you up, sand bottom, all the food you need, all the bonsoys rolling around, and a lot of fans that are just wanting to see you do your thing. For new faces to the tour, Oscar Berry, I'm sure just seeing a ski waiting for him after a ride at Snapper, he's still going, this is the dream tour. I'm finally out here with one other surfer out, even though there's pressure to perform. There's probably little moments in his head where he just can't believe it.
Yeah, it's one of those pinch yourself moments where you're like, I'm going to get to surf Snapper with one other person out. It's like, it's what you dream about. Like, there's normally, 200 people just in this little space of 50, 100 yards. So this is really cool. And that last wave of Oscar, it was a better one. It had that finishing maneuver on it. But yeah, it's go time now. He sort of can't think about all that stuff. He needs to stay right in the zone here, right in this moment. And this is the first significant number that we'll see drop of today.
Callum Robson, last score, 4.10 on the fall and the finish. Oscar Berry, 6.67. New best number of the heat so far. Oscar out in front, Callum to second. Robson needing a 4.41 to get back into the seat. Oscar Berry working with Luke Short for his surfboards for the tour. As I see the score lock in, drop the high and the low, average the middle 3. Richie Lovett working with LSD surfboards for your career as well, and obviously well prepared. But what kind of personality does Luke have as far as really attention to detail and making sure you're prepared for the CT?
Yeah, Luke's one of the best shapers in the world, in my opinion. Quiet, unassuming sort of a guy, but super detailed. And one of the cleanest shapers that you'll ever see, and really puts in the work. I think, well, I know with my time with Luke, we worked at, different rockers and getting rails right and all sorts of stuff. But here we go, live action to Oscar.
Oscar Berry with some speed, and he'll just top out.
Yeah, but Luke's one of those shapers that really listens to feedback as well. And sometimes that's a bit of a challenge between surfer and shaper, is just finding that dynamic where both are open to that communication, and you can really dial in the magic. So Luke's got a really good thing going here with Oscar.
Now looking at Callum Robson with priority, needing a 4.41, and just picking the right wave at Snapper. Might seem easy, but it actually has to be very strategic. The fuller, flatter waves on the face, especially on the higher tide, are the waves they're trying to avoid at the moment. Oscar's going to keep rolling under prio. Throws down his first turn in the pocket. Driving off the bottom, trying to put a lot into that open face carve. Back to the lip line for a snap. And putting together some nice combinations down the stretch of this wave. He'll improve on a 1.83 here. And the man who's lived on the Gold Coast for a long time now is now looking to finish this one off. Just a little chip in the whitewater, but stays on his feet. You can tell his focus is there. His fan club is on the beach there, giving a lot of backing in the first heat of the contest.
Yeah, it would feel good to have all the people you love on the beach. Obviously, he's representing Yamba with 6'4" on his jersey. That's where he spent a lot of his childhood, but finished school up here on the Gold Coast. He's a proud Currumbinally Board Riders member, so actually that's a lot of the Currumbinally juniors down on the rock there. Jade Wheatley, president, an incredible coach that we have going around here, and all the Mad Huey's team. and Oscar's family. So when you hear those cheers of the people that you love the most on the beach, and you're sleeping in your own bed and mum's cooking dinner, it's as comfortable as Oscar can be in a championship tour event, and you can see he's just trying to stay busy and build momentum in this heat right now.
As you can see, the whole view of the contest site, there is that kind of feeling of a stadium atmosphere for how close the fans can watch pro surfing and how close you can just back your heroes with signs and jersey numbers, and the surfers feel that. That just fires them up even more. Last score for Oscar is a 4.6. So Callum now needs a 7.17, Richie.
Yeah, I like this strategy from Oscar to just get this little inside wave, but you can see he's so connected, looking on point, really feisty and fast this morning. And given that he's got the best wave of the heat, and now his backup is still better than Callum Robson's best wave, you know, he's really taking a bit of a power stance at the 18-minute mark and really putting some pressure on Callum. Callum needs to perform on this next wave.
Oscar doing a good job just keeping busy with or without priority, catching some waves, looking pretty good so far, Kaipo.
Yeah, that's I like what I'm seeing from Oscar. You know, that was a tough start for him. Joe, you and I did a series called Meet the Rookies, and I got a word with Oscar coming into this year, and he was really one of the things, the takeaway for me when I was talking to Oscar is he's not forgetting to have fun, even though it's stressful. And you know, and he has to kind of come back from, you know, a couple losses in the first two events. His goal is to mix fun with his professionalism, and I love that attitude. You know, I love someone who's enjoying the ride, you know, and enjoying your time here on the championship tour. And I think that's where Oscar Berry's head's been at. He's got a fun crew with the Matt Hueys, those guys, great support squad. So yeah, and let's just check. And Oscar's ahead with a 6.67, 4.6, right on the Apple Watch.
Good man. Great start, Kaipo. And you can check out that whole conversation that Kaipo had with Oscar. You can find that on worldsurfleague.com. Meet the Rookies. And what Kaipo's bringing up there, not forgetting to have fun, sometimes can be easier said than done because there is pressure. You want to keep your job. There's certain surfers that I think embrace that really well. You think Taj Burrow, we just got to spend time with him. He was captain of fun, but put everything into his heats like he was filming a movie. He wanted to show his surfing at the highest level. Gold Coast local Josh Kerr, man, he was so exciting in heats, but he didn't forget to have fun at every venue. And he had like several years in the top 10 where, you know, it comes with pressure and you want to perform, but you also deserve to enjoy this wild life on the Dream Tour.
You even look to the tour that we have now, someone who speaks about that a lot, who is doing really well, is Griffin Colapinto. He always tries to have fun, encourage his brother to have fun, encourage the people around him, his team to, you know, lock in when they have to lock in, but also just enjoy the moment because it is a really cool job. I mean, you're traveling around the world, you're surfing incredible waves, and you're making lifetimes worth of memories to go surf. So these guys, yes, there is times where you have to lock in like this, but the aim of it all is this is what they dreamed of their whole life. So you got to enjoy it while you've got it.
And it's a topic because sometimes it's the other way. You look at a surfer and without even looking at their heats, you can tell they've had a few 33rds. They can wear those from event to event, and then you kind of realize maybe they're not having fun. Maybe they had more fun on the Challenger Series, you know, when it felt like less pressure at the time. Oscar's got a lot of people around him to set up a great headspace, to know what he needs to do to perform at the highest level. And without priority, he still has the lead. Callum needs a 7.17. The man who won the Pipeline CS to kick off a great competitive run here in 2026. Another comeback story for Caltex. He's had a 10-point ride at Super Tubos. He's had a final behind him. Had different apprenticeships growing up. It didn't really seem like that clear runway to becoming one of the best surfers in the world. But once he got there by true grit and performance, big stickers started popping on his board like Bonsoy, and his whole career shift completely changed, Richie.
Yeah, it sure did. And I guess, you know, having that fork in the road moment where it's, hang on, am I going to commit to this, or am I going to sort of just, you know, work and dabble in pro surfing? You kind of got to be all in. I think you have to be completely focused on it. Again, as you guys said, you got to have fun. There's got to be the balance. But great to see that Callum actually chose surfing as the career path. I think we're all the beneficiaries of that, and we're stoked to have him on the tour. and love now that he's actually passing on a lot of that knowledge through his social media challenge, Project 6. You know, he's really starting to kind of gift us with knowledge at that high level.
Love that. Love that about Callum.
Something I just want to mention is the positioning of the surfers right now. So just like Kaipo mentioned, we're just coming off this high tide. And typically with snapper, when it's a high tide, you actually sit a little bit further down the line. That's where the bank really starts to pop up. Then Oscar, he's making the most of that here.
Nice connection there with a vertical snap. Barry throws out the fins, going for an aggressive combination in a short space. Falls on the punt, but first turn was brilliant, right in the pocket. And good read there, JJ, on positioning, higher tide, and this angle of the swell pushing him down the point a bit, which will be interesting with hassling for the start. If everyone goes behind the rock, but there's no options there, they're going to have to make that adjustment. We saw Oscar kind of go, okay, I'm just going to get this heat started, which got them both down the point a bit.
Well, as the tide gets lower, it's going to start to push a bit further back up the point. So low tide is typically where we do start to see, well, mid to low tide really, that behind the rock bank start to switch on. That's where we see the sand most capitalized on, because that's where we really see this water, this current, we start to wrap around, especially as this tide drops out. We've got a traditional sweep today, so it's pushing you down the point. So as the tide starts to drop out, your arms are going to get a little bit more sore. So these guys are going to have to manage that today as well.
12:50 on the clock here in heat number 1 of round 1. Oscar Berry looking for a big heat win to really get his rookie season going. So far, he's out in front over Callum Robson. We'll be right back. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League, by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia, by Breitling, official watch and timing partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM, and by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League Championship Tour. Round 1, heat number 1, still with 10 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, as we have Oscar Berry with a 6.67 and a 4.6 taking on Callum Robson. Callum still with priority, chasing a 7.17 to get out of this round. For both these guys, round 1 has been a tough one to kick off the season from Bells to Margaret River. Callum upset at Bells by Xavier Huxtable. He's had back-to-back 33rds. That's a result you get when you lose in the opening round. So that's what's the type of pressure they're both dealing with here at stop number 3. Robson fishing around with priority, wearing the number 6. Oscar Berry representing Yamba with 64. And Jesse, as we saw a couple of days ago, there's a really meaningful jersey swap that went down here.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Oscar doing a jersey swap with Will Graham, who is a player for the Gold Coast Suns, an AFL team up here. And Will, actually the brother of one of Oscar's good friends, Jacko, who unfortunately passed away a couple of months ago. So when Oscar qualified, he put up an Instagram post saying, "This one's for you, Jacko." So Oscar's surfing for a lot more than just the home crowd town and you know, his family on the beach. He's got a mate up in the sky that he's trying to do it for, and it was really cool to see Jacko's brother come down. He's going to watch him compete, and the fact that they got to swap their jerseys and now they both have one hanging in their room, it's pretty special.
It's so magic, and you know, all the big sports figures are so close to each other in Australia. I love that, you know, they love their surfing, they love their footy. Surfers go to the footy games and vice versa. Yeah. It's a really tight-knit community at all these little surf towns, and Oscar always surfing for a bit more than just himself. 8:50 on the clock here. Low score of 4.6. He went for an aggressive combination of turns, Rich, before, and I just like how he's managing his heat, looking at opportunities without priority on how he might be able to mix it up. He might be rated a little higher than Callum as far as airs and makes with big combinations, and we'll see if he can force a few in the back end of the matchup.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Joe. I think it was really good signs from Oscar. We haven't really seen him take to the air yet in 2026. And we know he's got just incredible innovation above the lip and good signs here. He's managed this heat perfectly to this point. He's sitting on the 2 best rides. To your point, Joe, if he had made that air on that final wave, like he would have had 2 really good scores and put a lot of pressure. So he's willing to go for it. And now Callum, with 8 minutes to go, really needs to put a number on the board.
You kind of look at all the past champs here, especially the front-siders that can do a lot on a wave. You think just from last year, Felipe, when he won at Burleigh, you know, he's the king of variety. And when you can mix up a power carve with an alley-oop and then go right into a snap off the top, you could almost appear unbeatable at a wave like this.
Oh, it's crazy. You know, when you think about snapper and you think about, okay, who can win? You know, we talk about the bracket challenge and fantasy league team. Every single surfer could win it this wave. It's so perfect. It's equal opportunity for every single one. And it's just, then you think about guys like Felipe Toledo or even Sammy Pupo with how much speed he's been surfing with recently. You just go, how can you pick a champion? It is really one of those waves where you're not sure what's going to unfold. And, you know, Cal, he's won out here before. He knows what that takes. So he's just going to channel that right now and dig real deep.
Yeah, past Challenger Series champ and wanted to do it on the big stage of the championship tour and trying to break the losing streak he's had in round 1. But yeah, it really makes everyone surfing look great, from powerhouse backhand surfing like we've been watching from Ramsey. We've had some great goofy foot titles in recent memory. Owen Wright's come back, and also Matty Wilkinson. Speaking of goofs, coming from the trials and the Sunshine Coast, Reef Hazelwood. He has accomplished some of the biggest airs just in free surfs and in even competition, but when he gets a jersey on, you're just reminded how well-rounded he is. He's got the total package when it comes to a well-deserving wild card. And it was a tough trials run, man. He just got past a legendary name around these parts and globally of Josh Kerridge.
Yeah, Kersey's been such a fixture out here at Snapper Rocks for so long. We've seen him really innovate with the jersey on. Maneuvers even called after him, you know, and that's just a sign of just how much influence he's had here. Obviously the father of tour surfer Sierra Kerr, and we're going to see Sierra in years to come. But let's check out the GWM recap of the heat so far. And it has been Oscar Berry in charge of this heat with some beautiful front hand surfing. You can see really tapping into that power approach. The snapper's tricky at the moment. It's got little sections. The swell line is somewhat broken up, and Oscar's just had a perfect read on it. This is Callum Robson's wave here. Beautiful top turn, so his form is there as well. I just think that little hiccup there was a moment that he'll be regretting, because it's Oscar who's just backed it up with 2 decent scores. And, well, for Callum Robson, he's got to be careful here, because if Oscar gets rid of that low score of a 4.6, he's going to really be under pressure. He needs a 7.17 at the moment to take the lead.
Passing the 5-minute mark here in round 1, heat number 1, as Callum still sits with priority and getting closer to the Reef Mateus Hurdy matchup. It's interesting seeing how they're handling the practice sessions yesterday with the lineup to themselves, and even some people were remarking like, oh, maybe people are surfing too long. 7-hour session before game day. As Mateus gets a pat on the back, getting the swallowtail, JS. As we watch this, important ride for Callum, using priority, looking for the lead. Needs a 7.17. 4:25 to go. Lays down a little tail release on the carve and then snaps it off the lip line. Nice water off the tail of that DH, and then he will find a finishing move there. I think that was a wave where he's like, I'm managing my time on the clock. If I can't get the 7.17 on that wave, he might have to get another one. Meanwhile, Oscar's board is running down the beach without him.
Yeah, saw Oz take off on that same wave of Callum's. Looked like he went over the falls, had to give way because of priority. And it seems that the leash has snapped. This is not what he's looking for right now. He's got under 4 minutes to go. He's going to have another board run down. Unfortunately, with the sweep, the board that he was running is just going to get swept all the way down the point. He needs to get out the keyhole and get back out there quick.
Timmy Mack with the backup board, shaped by Luke Short, is going to meet him at the top here, but that is just wild. You know, for right now, he should just be managing the lineup with priority, and he's not even in the lineup. So 3:15 to go. Callum's getting a score. 64 is doing the runaround. Talk about unexpected moments in your rookie season. You can't believe that his board drifted away. And
he didn't get it, but he only got a better 4-1. Yeah. Big rest at the back, reset, bro. Yeah.
Some quick words from Timmy Mack. Reset. He told him that Callum's not going to get the score, so that's Timmy Mack's judging. Not official yet. We'll look at the replay, Richie.
Oh, wow. So you could see Oscar without priority. He had to just pencil dive right in the power source in that section. He went down, and it looks like a little leash snap there. But meanwhile, Callum Robson gets to work down the line. He really stitched this wave together a lot better. Lots of momentum between the turns, a bit of variety there. So this will be Callum's best wave for sure. This is going to get him right back into the heat. I tend to agree with T-Mac. I don't think it's going to be the score, but you know, it's going to be probably up in the sixes, I think.
So you see him doing the rock dance. You can't rush that, even though he's done it a million times. He'll just jump into the lineup with 2 minutes to go, passing Hazelwood there, who's getting ready for the next heat. And sometimes you get a little wedge push off the rocks there. And now passing the Breitling 2-minute warning. Already a stressful situation, but Oscar back into position now. And judges still taking their time with that decision on that last number for Callum Robson. Now in at a 5.5. Good judging from Timmy Mack, as well as a coach, with that rare opportunity to actually talk to your surfer, give him a read on the situation. And Oscar not wasting any time, making a paddle for that one. Minute 30, Callum with priority. Little excitement there, JJ.
Yeah, I'm on edge. I really am. This is obviously not how Oscar wanted to come into this very last 2 minutes of the heat right now. Cal, looking for a 5.78. He just got a 5.5 on a wave that, you know, it wasn't the best wave selection I've ever seen in my life with priority, but he surfed it incredibly well. He stayed behind that wobble all the way through, but Oz has a minute to play defense. It was just it was a bit of a silly mistake to even look at that wave. Cal really was dedicated to going it. So the fact that Oscar went over, lost his board and lost priority, if he had just not looked at it, he could have been sitting here with priority thinking, I've got this heat all wrapped up. But now there's an edge for Callum here to really get a 5.78, which is a nothing score in the scheme of things.
Right, just that crazy moment where he's not really thinking his leash is going to be gone and his board down the point. So he would have been managing priority in the lead at this stage of the heat. 30 seconds to go without priority. Oscar will look again. Callum trying to get a buzzer beater and avoid a third straight 33rd result. Callum is going to have to just take this wave with the clock running out. He still looks uninterested in it as it's staying full. 12 seconds, but now Oscar has priority. And we will close this one out with a final wave being ridden by Callum Robson. This one in time needs a 5.78. Just a setup turn here. He's hoping for the wall to grow. Robson throws a nice tight arc off the top. He's got a wall approaching, puts everything in the reverse. Whoa. He's feeling it at the buzzer. What a wild finish to heat number one. Caltex gets a little wedge under Oscar's priority. Oscar couldn't get there to play defense. And under pressure, throws in a combination rig.
Wow, well, he had to. You know, he got a couple little snaps down the line. You know, if I'm hypercritical, kind of got caught on the first one. And I thought he was just going to go for that closeout hit, similar to what Oscar did on his first ride. But he just threw it out there, man. And high-risk maneuver. As we watch the Bonsoy replay, just a quick check snap here. Now the wave starts to bowl up. Just gets a little caught up high on this one. Sees this section down the line and just throws the air rev. So degree of difficulties there. Commitment to the turn is there. You know, and just a perfect little spin. He didn't get the full rotation in the air, but I mean, really, just a pretty gnarly section to just take to the air. And you can see here, navigates this landing, all that whitewash and impact happening behind him. And this is what this guy does, man. He just surprises us now with this air game that, you know, he kind of just has in his back pocket. We're waiting for the scores.
What a nightmare finish for Oscar Berry. Seriously, to go over the falls, lose your leash, have to do a run around, be leading with under 2 minutes to go. And this is what we talk about with the high tide. There are these peaks that move wider. And then as the low tide drifts out, we start to see that bank move and shift back towards the rocks. So Oscar, he was a little bit further up. And then Callum just finding that one down the line. When he kicked off that wave, I thought, oh, there's one behind it. There's a little wedge here. And the fact that he went for such a critical turn in this part of the wave, but with pressure, only needing a small score, it just shows how clutch and how just ready to go Callum is. And Oscar, this is heartbreak for him right now.
I see the score come in for Callum Robson at the buzzer, a 5.83. He breaks the losing streak in the first round in wild fashion. Never giving up. What a way to do it for the fans here in Australia. Callum absolutely glowing with that performance. Moving on into round two to have a shot at Yago Dora as this event continues. Oscar Berry will look to reset in Raglan, New Zealand. His time in Oz is over at the CT in his rookie season, and he'll look to fire back up. What a finish. Mateus Hurdy taking on Reef Hazelwood after this. Looking back at the trials on how Reef Hazelwood got a spot into the main event. A lot of the best surfers on the Gold Coast were here, like Alistair Reginato, Josh Kerr, but it was the backhand form of Reef Hazelwood that got him through a really hotly contested trials. It's the event before the main event where they go all out for a shot to win. Reef said he had a ball out here at Snapper. He just treated it like a free surf and got his backhand warmed up. The practice footage powered by Flow State. You could download the app to get clips of your own. All that footage from the trials. Reef Hazelwood taking on Mateus Hurdy now in the second heat of the contest. Regular versus Goofy, Brazil versus Australia. That rivalry's been clear already at the start of this season.
Yeah, it's been ramping up, hasn't it? I love these kind of Brazil-Aussie matchups and just how much hype and talk there is about it. Matheus obviously finally got over the line, qualified for the championship tour. It was a really emotional moment down at Newcastle. And you can kind of put Reef into that same bracket. He's one of those surfers who you expect to be at this level just with how good he surfs. But Matheus, he got us underway already here. We know how good he is at this wave. He's got such a suited style. He's got the most incredible progressive air game and just absolutely teeing off on a fun looking bowl here at Snapper to kick off in such a fine way for Matheus. He'd be feeling really comfortable right now.
Also, Reef Hazelwood getting a start, Rich.
Yeah, beautiful looking wall down the line here on the backhand. And Reef just tagging it numerous times as this wave just running down the point forever. And he gets the big closeout finish as well. So a little bit more angle to the turns that Matheus was doing. Reef a little bit more lateral down the line, but really good start for both these guys.
And that opening exchange won by Reef Hazelwood, a 6-3-3 over Matheus. Had a 5-6-7 at the start. And Reef just shown that he's been here before. He had a couple of call-ups as a wild card. We're going back to 2019. He had 2 as well in the shortened season in 2021. Even got through rounds, got an equal 9th at Narrabeen that year. Seen him at Margie's over the last couple of years, so he's not going through the shock of being in a CT jersey as we see Matheus getting hung up on the roof. And now a big section for Reef Hazelwood to come down from. He'll make it out in front, shipping away off the lip line again. Hazelwood already really warmed up, smashing sections and carving through the finale. The trials winner has some big goals at this event and taking this first heat very seriously. Reef having all the momentum at the moment, Richie.
Whoa, hang on. That one actually got me on the edge of my seat. I'm almost feeling excellence here. This is a great example of the contrast between natural and goofy footers and what the goofies can do and how they can square up off the bottom and get more of a vertical approach compared to the natural footers. And this is going to be a huge score.
As we see the takeoff, Rich, what'd you love about it?
Just came over this first section, got a little caught up, but it almost put him in the perfect moment to come around this section here, tags it. This next turn here, watch this. That is just picture perfect execution of a backhand snap, and then ropes that big carve off the final turn. So really good variety. And then we saw Matheus. So this is a replay. First time we're looking at this one. Gets a bit of vision. So some tube time, big roundhouse cut back, rebounds, and then Matheus knowing that not much happening down the line, so he pulls out.
3.5 for that wave of Matheus Hurdy. All the energy behind the backhand of Reef Hazel. There's one goofy footer that's kind of psyching right now. Kaipo, how is that?
I love good backhand surfing on right-hand points, and that's what Reef Hazelwood's bringing right now. That was really impressive. Quick, cat-like, placing his board vertically. I love what I'm seeing from the water right here, Joe. And interesting, another observation too, Reef has not caught any of the Red Bull jet skis to get ushered back out. He's paddling back out in the last 2 waves that he's caught on his own accord, just maybe surveying the lineup. But gosh, I'm loving what I'm seeing from Reef Hazelwood right now.
Thank you so much, Kaipo. Yeah, what a way to explode into this first heat, winning the trials, getting compared to Matheus Hurdy, the true full-blown rookie on tour. And he's already got a nice lead, 6.33 start, 6.6 on his second scoring ride, JJ.
Yeah, he's already banked basically 13 points in the very early stages of this heat. Like Rich mentioned on that wave, just the way he got hung up, it almost was a mistake, but it just put him in this perfect spot to tee off. Obviously, Snapper, there's a lot of incredible goofy footers. We saw Ock out there earlier. There's a guy called Nick Vasicek out here, and he's just the one to watch as a goofy footer, the lines he draws. And you can see Reef, he's been studying him, just where he was placing his board and where he was sitting on his bottom turns. It really mimics what Vasa does. So Reef looking really switched on here. And I love the fact that when Matheus ran round as well, Julian Wilson giving a little pat on the back. So he's got good people in his corner as well.
Really cool exchange, and you know, if Nick Vasicek is the prince, Damon Harvey might be the king as far as backhand surfing here at the Superbank. Hazelwood 6'6", 6'3". This heat's starting a bit different than what we saw in the last heat. Callum Robson chatting with DH.
I had a big lump in it. I just well done. That's why I was like, I pulled out to get my other board back. Yeah, I'll probably ride that because these ones I feel like, I mean, it's either me pushing too hard at the start of the card and it not sitting in, but I feel like every time it's like, oh, and then they just like, the tail just goes. I don't know if I need to surf it off my back more.
What happened is you pushed forward to go forward, but then you didn't come back. And then you just...
I'm surfing off the front of the rail, not like the back of the tail.
Because that wave should have, you could have surfed that and only needed a 3.5. You know? So yeah, has Aldo got that one sorted? Or?
Yeah.
Because there was something wrong there.
Yeah.
Nice little debrief there from Callum Robson to his shaper Darren Hanley. DH, a proud local here on the Gold Coast and Snapper Rocks, kind of breaking down those little moments they picked up off in that heat and how they can move forward.
Yeah, Darren, he's such a great person to have in your corner. I'm lucky enough to ride his boards as well, and just seeing the way he talks to his athletes, you know, they can come in and just refine the tiniest details. Be like, hey, it's just catching a little bit on my toe edge right about here, and he goes, okay, let's do this, let's do this. He's obviously had the perfect kind of platform to really play around with boards with Mick Fanning, Steph Gilmore, so he's refined his crafts. And now we see this crop of championship tour surfers, thinking of Liam O'Brien, Ethan Ewing, Molly Picklum, just getting to lap up this incredible repertoire of boards that Darren's got to make with the GOATs of our sport.
Yeah, it's so important, right? Just being on a bit of magic, being on the right board at the right time with conditions. You know, for Reef, his board with Channel Islands looks cool with that new type of ECT construction, Rich.
Yeah, it's you know, it's really starting to work on different constructions, different materials, and that is the new kind of Pro Plus Minus model that they've been working on, and I think it's the same model that they actually submitted to the Ethan Ewing Stab in the Dark project. So that's going to be interesting to watch that one unfold. But yeah, no, the boards are everything, and it was interesting just listening in. They obviously felt like something wasn't quite right in that heat with Callum. So perhaps we'll see a board change in his next heat.
Let's hear from Callum on the glass with Vaughn.
Thanks, Joey. Callum, true grit, Robbo. Far out, mate. I mean, nerves of pure concrete. Being able to perform under that much pressure in the dying stage of a heat is becoming a bit of a trademark, although I'm sure you don't want to be in that position too often.
Yeah, you're 100% right. It seems I do it more so than not. But yeah, a few unforced errors at the start of that heat that I really need to tidy up. And then, yeah, just come down to that last moment, and I can't believe Oscar, I don't know what happened. He snapped his board or his leggy, but he went on the beach, and I told him I knew that wave that I surfed prior wasn't going to be a big score. I kind of knew it was going to get me back in the heat, and then at that point needed a 5 or whatever I did, and I took off on an average one, looked over the back, and I just seen that thing like wedging, and I seen him on the wrong side of it. So I just caught it long enough till I could see I was going to catch it, and then took off, and then I heard 11 seconds. And then it was like 5, 4, and I was going, here we go, doing it again.
Mate, it's crazy. Like the decision to pull off the wave you were on, to look over the back, to see that cross wedge moving, and then to have to go that huge on such a thick, heavy section at the end. What was your brain doing?
Well, my brain wasn't doing much at the time, to be honest. I was just making sure. I almost fell when I got up. I was like all gangly and like wigging out. And then when I got it, I realised, okay, just be patient. Try and find a big moment. You're going to need a big moment here. And then I knew, when the second turn didn't give me a big snap, I knew I kind of had to go for it. And I did that punt, and it was kind of a gnarly section. And I remember like not even landing it, and I was already pointing. I was just like, what am I doing? But I was just stoked.
Got to love that, yeah, the mid-air claim when you're just going, here we come, like, let's go. You almost dead set slapped my hand off my arm when you came up the stairs. You were that fired up. But, mate, like, how hard is it to surf this first round? You know, you've had a couple of disappointing first-up starts here during the Aussie treble. But, yeah, it's like a challenger every single event. You've got to almost re-qualify for the CT in that first round.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. You don't really feel like you're even in the event, really, because you're not even going up against the top guys, is what I used to do when I was first on tour, and you're just in those 3-man heats. So, yeah, it feels like you're rocking up to the comp and you got to qualify for the comp. So, I've had a pretty rough start with these first round heats. So, it feels really nice to just break into that opening, that big main round. And I've got Yago next, I'm pretty sure, so it's going to be a pretty big matchup. And you're going straight from Oscar, who's gnarly out there, straight into Yago, straight into, I'm sure, someone big next. It's just like non-stop, but that's what this World Tour is about. It's about surfing against the best surfers in the world, and I want to tidy up my performance and give it a good crack.
Nice work, mate. Well, hopefully a few more opportunities in the next one. True Grit, Robbo does it again. Holy smokes.
Let's go, boys. Yoo-hoo! What a fire up to kick off the morning. A buzzer beater for Callum Robson. Oscar Berry had the lead, lost his board, had to do a run around, and it just gave Callum just a glimpse of light, and had to just rely on his determination to throw the punt into the flats. And even though it's a smaller wave, like Vaughn mentioned, it's a big section landing in flat water. And he spun it around, got the score. Now taking on Yago Dora, so he breaks the streak of 33rds. And now he's off and running into the next one. Let's get caught up here. Mateus Hurdy got this wave, Richie.
Yeah, and goes for a high-risk maneuver right off the start. So a little air rev to kick things off on this wave. Little check turn here. Now it starts to go again, and Mateus puts on the accelerator, connects beautifully with that little lip line, and a big swooping cut back there. So a great variety of maneuvers there. Takes the low road and gets this little final finishing hit. So great variety, and the high-risk maneuver at the start. This will be a better number.
So Mateus trying to fight back. He needs a 7.26 to take the lead off Hazelwood. And definitely one of the more emotional reactions to qualifying for the Tour that we had back in Newcastle. There was a bit of controversy on a heat loss that he had at Newey, especially everyone just on the emotional roller coaster with him, and knowing that he lost left the question mark if he'd qualify this year, because he'd been through it about 5 times in the past. And when the interviews happened, it was just all tears from Mateus Hurdy. Right now, though, he's going, okay, I've had 2 events to start my rookie year. The Gold Coast is a wave that he knows he'll excel at. He told me that before the season started, and he's just definitely put himself back into a better rhythm with that wave.
And just to manage that emotional roller coaster as well. I mean, even Newcastle, he had about 70 minutes where he had 35 minutes. He needed Levi Slauson not to make the heat. In the dying stages, Levi did it. Then the next heat needed Dimitri Poulos not to make that heat. Then with a minute to go, Dimitri was winning, and Lucas Cassidy pulled out this incredible full rotation that got Mateus onto the championship tour. So had to kind of reconvene, take all of that in, and go, okay, now I have to level up, take the next step, and be ready to take on the championship tour. And locking in the score like he just did, you can see just the way he's managing everything that's been thrown at him over the last month. He's starting to lock in and really find his rhythm.
Matt called his dad, and Mateus's dad's like, this Lucas Cassidy kid, what does he want? Anything he wants. Place to stay, presents.
I'll give it to him.
It was a big moment for the whole family. 19 on the clock, Mateus 7.5. We are absolutely scoring here on opening day with promising signs of running through some incredible surf throughout the weekend. I always want to thank Surfline, the official forecaster of the World Surf League Championship Tour, and the lead forecaster, Kevin Wallace, has been at the helm for a very long time. Big good morning, Kevin, and hey, thanks for the waves and the reports. It's absolutely phenomenal out there.
Good morning. Yeah, my pleasure. It's all me. I'm stoked to see what's on offer this morning. You know, we obviously it was a bit of a grind the last 2 events. You know, some days of good waves, but also using every day in the waiting period. And I think this event has a good chance to be the exact opposite. And that I think we will probably be done by early next week with a little luck on our side.
Oh, fantastic. Just to give us what it's like to forecast for a wave like Snapper Rock, something you've done for many years. What makes it interesting?
I think it's just a little bit different than, so especially if you're coming from out west over to the east coast of Australia, you're looking at different types of swell sources. In this case, like the bread and butter, the bread and butter setup that drives surf for snapper is just high pressure. It's high pressure that sits over New Zealand or in the Tasman Sea, and we get these trade swells. They're kind of shorter periods. Today's a little broken up, but consistent, really fun. And then as we move to the next couple of days, we get a little trough that develops to the south of New Caledonia, and we should see size just come up through the weekend, or come up through Saturday at least, kind of level off on Sunday, and then pulse again on on Monday. And we should see the swell period come up a little bit too, meaning a little bit more stretched out line, a little better surf quality, more size. It looks like it's going to be pumping over the weekend into early next week. So it's great, and it's just to see the bank in this kind of condition too. From what I understand, best it's been in quite some time. So it's going to be really awesome to see the next couple of days.
Loving that, Kevin. Is there one day that looks better than any other, or is it going to be just that slow build, like you said, kind of through Saturday, Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, Monday has on paper at least, has the best potential. That's the day where it's not necessarily going to be, a bunch bigger than this weekend, although this weekend is going to jump up probably a couple feet of face height Saturday and Sunday. And then Monday will be about the same size, maybe a little bit better. But what we'll see is we'll just see that swell period stretch out a little bit. Right now we're kind of 8 to 9, 8 to 10 seconds. As we move through the weekend to early next week, we'll see that swell period stretch out a little bit. And it just gives us a better line, a better wall, just better quality surface. As good as and as rippable as the surf is now, I think it's just going to get better through the weekend into early next week. And Monday looks like it could be pretty special.
Kevin, you said the swell line's just a little broken up at the moment. Feels to me like there's still quite a lot of south in the direction of the swell. Are we going to see that check round a little bit further to the east in the coming days?
A little bit, yeah. I think it's a combination when it's broken up like this. I think its swell period is probably just as much as direction, and like I mentioned, the winds that we're seeing, right on shore. That's kind of part of the fetch and part of what's setting up the surf right now. And so as we lose a little bit of the shorter period, some of it dissipates, not completely, but as it mixes out a little bit and that swell period comes up, that's when we'll just see, those longer lines start to develop through the weekend.
And also looking at wind conditions, Kevin, as we know, snapper's pretty worthy in a lot of different angles. But as far as the wind's concerned, are we looking like we're in a good spot?
Yeah, generally speaking, pretty much all the way through the weekend and probably into early next week too, Joe, where, snapper is so cool in so many ways, but one of them is it's offshore and or at least protected in the prevailing winds, southeasterly winds, south just full offshore, southeast, offshore to cross offshore, and then, really doesn't get funky until it comes around to like east, northeast, and especially north. But it doesn't look like we're going to see that for the next couple of days. We may see a little bit of a northerly wind like by Tuesday. So Tuesdays, while the swell's still going to be there, and still going to be pretty much pumping, the wind looks a little bit dicey. I think it's a good backup option if we have to go into it, particularly in the morning, because the winds do look light. But overall, we've got favorable conditions through this whole run as well.
Oh, happiness! Thank you so much, Kevin. Reading your reports on a forecast like this. You brought a lot of smiles to our faces. I love your work, and thanks for catching up. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, cheers all. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Kevin Wallace, lead forecaster at Surfline. He's been working there for a very long time. Had a beautiful mentor in Sean Collins when he got started. And his life gets easier. Our life gets better. Surfers are happy when you get a forecast like this, starting on opening day on Friday here on the Gold Coast. Welcoming this event back from a brief hiatus, ran back in 2018, and things got, a little dicey, sometimes just conditions-wise, why we didn't run here. It just feels like everything's right in the world when you're here at the Super Bank. And with the pumping of the sand to create this crazy venue and make it better and better. It's a surfer's dream to come here, just like Mateus Hurdy, who was dreaming of put the jersey on at Snapper Rocks. Said his major influence in his life is Julian Wilson. Growing up in Florianopolis, his friends would say he was a mini Jules, just even his body size and his build and the way he performs, similar types of airs. Their turns look very similar. Mateus on JS Industries as well, which Jules rode for a long time. So Mateus has some great mentorship coming into this rookie season.
And to have someone like Julian at a wave like Snapper, he has so much history and just so much knowledge of this wave as well, whether it be lineups or knowing, okay, when do you start to paddle up and sit behind the rock, and which ones do you choose behind the rock and navigate that wobble. So to have your hero as your mentor, this would be a really cool pinch yourself moment for Mateus as well. And, Julian was there all through his qualification as well down at Newcastle. He's also his major sponsor now, Riviera. So yeah, cool to see those two just really creating this awesome dream team.
100%. Mateus Hurdy, 7.5, has him out in front. Reef Hazelwood, though, has a couple of 6s and needs a 6.58 to take the lead off the rookie from Brazil. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back. You're watching the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. It is opening day here on Friday morning. Second heat still has some time on it, so it's just getting started. If you live in the local area, come on down. We're planning on a full day of competition. Men's round 1, women's round 1, and also getting started with men's round 2 as we check in with the Surfboard Empire CT Shaper Rankings presented by Vea. There's been a lead change after stop number 2. Channel Islands getting out in front over Lost Surfboards.
Yeah, well, a clean sweep for them with Lakey Peterson and George Pittar taking the win over in WA. And the first time we've seen someone take down Lost. Lost has been undefeated for the past 3 years. So I'm loving that, you know, on the men's side, we're seeing new winners. On the women's side, we're seeing resurgences from competitors like Lakey Peterson. And now we're seeing new shapers on top of the rankings here. One thing I really love, though, is just the rivalry between DHC and JS. This is both of their home courts, so I feel like there's going to be a really great amount of storylines between them throughout the event.
Oh, totally. I never see them in the same room, but you can see their boards in the same room. If you check out Surfboard Empire, you can shop the world's best surfboards. There's the QR code on the screen. Scan it and shop for all your favorite surfboards that are ridden by your heroes. From dimensions, you can try to get one that's more catered to your needs with volume and everything else. But it's fun to look at the on-site shop and you can just pick up these blades that are just fine-tuned for the best surfers in the world. Paddling for this one is Mateus Hurdy, part of the JS Industries program, up and out. One of those surfers that came bursting on the scene with aggressive wildcard performance going back to Mexico in 2021. It looked like he didn't even have a game plan in that heat besides going huge. Rich, this is what Matt did during the break.
Yeah, beautiful opening carve to start things off. And a couple of projection lip lines down the line here. Another clean wrap, and then comes through to this big section on the inside and does the layback hammer. So a great series of maneuvers there. Another decent score to drop for Mateus Hurdy. So he's been really active here, riding, I think that was his 10th wave that he rode. So really staying busy. In contrast, Reef, just only the 3 waves. So with priority, perhaps just waiting for that moment, that wave that's going to stand up where he can really start tagging it on his back end.
You can see that there's a bit of a frantic approach from Mateus right now. He's catching a lot of waves. He's got a lot of 0.5s or 0.3s to his scoreline right now because he's hoping he's going to get one of those chip-in ones that are going to just really rocket him down the point. And you can tell he wants to go to the sky right now. So Reef, He's kind of keeping his cool here. Mateus is trying to frazzle him a little bit. Reef only needs a 6.58, so I would probably be frantic if I was Mateus too at this point.
Reef Hazelwood will try to add some points for CI Surfboards as well to keep that lead out in front as we see Mateus grab another wave. Doesn't need much to go big, and he's hoping it's going to start doubling up. He'll just fish around and kick out with 7:15 on the clock. But speaking of CI and their sweep of Margaret River, George Pittar winning, and also Lakey Peterson on that equipment with their head shaper, Britt Merrick. It's been since 2008 since Channel Island Surfboards has swept an event. That was back when Kelly Slater and Sofia Milanovic won out here on the Gold Coast together. Sofia, a world champion, representing Peru. Always watching heaps. Hope you're doing well, Soph. And Kelly Slater never misses the action. The best ever when it came to competing at the Gold Coast, which was often the season opener. As we now have 6:30 remaining, let's check out the GWM recap. Mateus Hurdy got himself a 7.5 on his 4th wave to kind of silence Reef Hazelwood for a little bit, Jesse.
Yeah, Mateus really had to fight back into this one, and he did it in such a classy and clutch way. I love the fact that he gave us so much variety. But check out this backhand from Reef Hazelwood. Gets hung up at the top, and it just puts him in this perfect spot to start teeing off. This next turn, Rich, broke it down in the replay that we had. Just perfect backhand execution at Snapper Rocks here. So Mateus had this 5.67 as well. So this is the big 7.5. So this is the wave that he really had to fight into this. Started with a really critical air reverse. Came through this inside, and look at the bowl. It just started bending back towards him, allowing Mateus just to open up, give us the variety, show us the surfing that we've fallen in love with over the last couple of years. Came through, got the finish done on the inside. So Mateus really fighting to stay in this heat. He doesn't want to go out with a 33rd again.
No, it's they sting really badly, those 33rds. And around in my day, we had a different name for them, which I won't mention on air. But yeah, it's obviously a throwaway result. And like Callum was saying, it almost doesn't feel like you're even in the event yet until you get through this round. So a lot of pressure there. So tight heat. And Reef Hazelwood just patiently waiting for his next opportunity to really tag a wave. I still think that backhand, that 6.6, had some really good signs of what he's capable of. So another wave like that, he'll tee off.
Yeah, suppose it was just getting hung up on the first section, which the judges kind of brought that score to a 6.6. It could have easily been that 7.5 range like Matt, but he's still in the game. Let's now check in with Kaipo.
Yeah, just talking about the game, Joe. Time management, clock management is really important. And you got a couple of decisions, whether paddle back out or take the ski back out. Now, you would think the ski a lot of times is going to get you there faster, but the ski drivers are instructed to drop the surfers off further out near the buoy. So even after you get dropped off, you take about a 20 to 30 second paddle to get back into position. And we got heat leader Mateus Hurdy up here surfing right now, looking like he's slicing and dicing on that JS. Looking pretty good, Joe.
Yeah, looking smooth, Kaipo. Thanks so much. He's into a finishing section, and he hammers it shut. So just surfing his way into a nice rhythm on the bank. His crew there likes it, just waiting for the score. They felt the energy from that.
Yeah, I think what they were nodding at there, they were going, yep, it's better than the 5, 6, 7. That's the assignment for Mateus at the moment, just to try and put some more points on the board under priority. You can see Reef Hazelwood sitting way down the line here, but Mateus takes this inside runner. It just hugs the bank, and geez, he gets to work on it. This beautiful carving snap there. Stays nice and connected through the transition, little tail slide, so starting to bring the innovation down the line. Waiting for the wave to stand up again. Gets a beautiful, clean layback snap to finish off. So a tidy performance on this wave for Mateus.
Love that form. You can make your Julian comparisons there, but I love how he just kept on surfing. That's his style. He wants to create that rhythm for himself. Certainly paid off.
Yeah, he's happy to move around. He's happy to stay busy. And at this point, he's getting scores under Reef's priority here. getting this wave. It's perfectly peeled all the way through the inside. I'm sure there's a million waves that has rolled through where we're all mind surfing it. But Mateus to be building, well, hopefully what we think is building on the 5, 6, 7. At what point does Reef start to get a little bit fidgety himself?
Probably now. Probably now. Interesting to note, Mateus is actually riding a quad in this heat as well. So we haven't seen that really since Kelly left the tour. I've been watching him in the warm-ups riding this board. Really, really cool. And back to the technology, the ECT technology. So, Joe, this has actually got a pulverized recycled carbon that's put into the fiberglass. So it adds strength. It keeps the weight nice and light, and a really dynamic flex pattern in this board. So a couple of things going on here for Reef's board, just getting back to what's going on there. But this JS board that Mateus is riding looking really good as well.
Yeah, it's just cool to hear about a quad. You know, you think Felipe Toledo lowers, you know, trestles, sometimes that extra speed he would gather with high performance was just impossible to slow down. But it is pretty rare, you know, majority always choosing that thruster setup, the 3-fin design brought to the world by Simon Anderson. And there's the leap off the ski for Mateus, 7.5, 6.93. Hazelwood holding priority. Now needs a 7.83, who started off with a flurry, back-to-back 6 Rangers, and he's playing the just drop anchor game. He's looking for a special wave to turn in maybe a buzzer beater performance like we saw in the previous matchup.
It's definitely doable for Reef. I mean, that 6.6 had some pretty incredible surfing on that wave. So Reef, you can tell he's waiting for those bigger looking sets. We haven't really seen one of those sizier waves roll through for quite a while. So he was patiently waiting, knew that being on a point break, you're going to get an opportunity to get at least 3 or 4 turns down the line. He wanted to be on a sizier looking wave, but unfortunately the clock really working against him right now in a heat that for sets was typically slower than what we've seen in that first heat of this morning.
40 seconds for Hazelwood coming out of the trials with a huge win with big names like Josh Kerr, Alistair Reginato. Gold Coast just absolute shredders trying to take this spot. But Mateus has just surfed his way into this really fun rhythm under priority. He's still on another wave here. 15 seconds. Mateus throws the tail into reverse. In transition, belts the lip. This is the surfing he wants to bring to Snapper Rocks. Throwing down a nice, clean roundhouse cutback. More room to move as he's jamming down the line. The Brazilian goes everything at it and almost lands it out the back. Hazelwood getting this one in time. Is just going through some messy sections, and he's applauding Mateus for putting together a solid performance in that heat. The two surfers smiling, knowing that they had a good battle to start, and the game plan for Matt just to keep rolling, creating moments for himself, was not to be denied this morning.
Even on that last wave, it was kind of like a touche sort of moment, just with how good the surfing was on it, the risk, the variety. You could see his confidence grew every single time he had an opportunity to go big on a wave. I love the fact even at the end, I know he didn't make it, but he still was pushing so hard when he would have been tired. He was on that wave for a really long time. So for Mateus to find that form already in the opening round, he can really start to channel that and bring more out in round 2.
Well done to Mateus Hurdy, a rookie on tour, putting it all together as we go to the Bonsoy replay, Richie.
Yeah, he really got to work in this heat, riding so many waves. And just goes to show you, like under priority, he got some of his best scores, and really his style suited perfectly to these clean walls here at Snapper Rocks. Perfectly suited style, and showing us a lot of flair. And prepared to go for those high-risk manoeuvres right at the start of the wave. Unfortunately, didn't quite make that, but that JS quad looking lethal under his feet.
And then Reef, this is what happened out the back, Jesse.
Wow, this was a lot bigger wave than what I thought. He got a little bit of work done at the start. You can see there's a bit of a wobble ripping up the face here, so it kind of put him slightly off guard on that second turn, but still such smooth, silky surfing from Reef Hazelwood. You know, when you think of how good those 6s he had, you just kind of scratch your head thinking, how is this guy not on the championship tour? And then Mateus, just how critical that turn was in that part of the wave to land as it's still free falling, that lip is still coming down. can see those quad fins locking in, helping him get the completion. And there's a big sigh of relief for Matthias Hurdy. He's moving on through to round 2.
Big high five from Julian Wilson, a past champ at this event. A big mentor to him, his favorite surfer of all time, and now his team manager as well. When you mind surf with Matthias, that's exactly how you see him put together a wave at snapper. Big air combos, big snaps. Beats reef, moves on to the next one. Luke Thompson, Winter Vincent coming up next. We'll bring in Bugs, Ronnie, and Flick for the call.
When you have your major moments, there's like real point of difference.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Experience Gold Coast and the Queensland Government through Tourism and Events Queensland, by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of WSL Australia, by BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia, and by Bond University, Ambition Loves Company.
Welcome back to the show. We are here on day 1 of the event window with really clean conditions, and we've got that, well, do or die opening round unfolding. Heartbreak for some competitors already in those first couple of heats, and a couple more big matchups to come to get the bracket set for the second round. Ronnie Blakey with Felicity Parmentier. Morning, Flick.
Morning, Ron.
Great to see you. And we're also joined by Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, world champ, Masters champ, Grand Masters champ, Hall of Famer. The list goes on, Bugs. Thanks for having us.
Oh, it's great to be here and so stoked to be back at Snapper.
Absolutely, mate. Look, it's been really fun watching the free surfing in the lead up to this event. We've had a couple of challenging forecasts through those first 2 contests, but things are looking great here at the moment.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, everything's set. The sand's good. There's good swell, and we're in just for a good run of offshore conditions.
Most definitely. I'm looking forward to picking your brain about the build-up of sand here, because you're still working as a Queensland community representative with the advisory committee that kind of decides when to basically pull the lever and pump the sand round the Snapper Rocks here. As we get set for heat number 3, Luke Thompson up against Winter Vincent, who got the call up to compete in the event. He was 15th on the Challenger Series rankings, highest rated Australian that didn't make the grade and get to the CT, but he is a super talent. And this should be a good test for Luke Thompson here, Bugs.
Oh, this will be a great matchup here. You know, Luke has had a pretty good start. I thought he surfed very well at Bells. He had a great first heat, and then that classic matchup with Geordie Smith.
Yeah, unbelievable. And yeah, fell out of the mix pretty early. Got beaten by Ramsey Bookiam over there in Margaret's. But, you know, you think sometimes, Flick, when you're coming up against someone who isn't on the championship tour, that you'd have an edge. But I think Luke's going to be really aware of the danger of Winter in this heat, because he's got some of those similar weapons to what we just saw Matthias Hurdy lay down.
Oh, totally. I think that Winter is so accomplished. Like, I think
you know, last year you mentioned it, he just missed out on the Challenger Series. I think he finished number 15th, right? And he was kind of in that contingent of Aussies that were making that really strong charge and, you know, travelling on the road with them and, you know, being around those feelings of what it's like to win. And right up until Newcastle, I think he was almost right. He's still, you know, with a win or a big result, he still was in contention for qualifying. So I think, you know, he's kind of our next push on the Challenger Series in Australia. And I think Luke Thompson coming into this heat obviously knows that. He was on the Challenger Series with Winter last year. So those two would have, you know, been around the contest zone together, potentially matched up last year on the Challenger Series. So they're both so aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses. And I think this is a tough draw.
Yeah, no previous CT heats for these two, obviously, but they have met in a Challenger Series heat where Luke got the jump on Winter over in Ericeira, but no waves of substance just yet. Just the 2.83 has Winter Vincent out in front, the 21-year-old from Queenscliff on the Northern Beaches, who did have a CT appearance last year. Got a call up as a replacement competitor over in West Oz. Ended up losing out to Kanoa Igarashi pretty early in the event. But when you think about highlight moments for Winter Vincent with a jersey on Bugs, that battle for the World Junior title a couple of years back with Bronson Matey, it's a legendary heat. Two massive, just heavyweight aerialists going at it and really throwing down some huge scores.
Well, it was just an echo. I mean, it really showed that this kid here has got the you know, just he's got so much in his arsenal, and I think he displayed that and showed the world that, you know, here I come.
Yeah, as a 9-year-old, he kind of made waves around the world with just a real charitable spirit. He got heavily involved with Waves for Water, the foundation started by John Rose, getting clean water to isolated areas or places that were dealing with natural disasters. As we get set for Luke Thompson to come to life. Big, powerful hook off the top from the South African. And he bashes through the lip. Good looking wall here. Conditions seem to be improving here as Luke just fails to finish off what would have been a solid ride, his best yet. It still might get him into the lead here. A couple of decent turns to kick that one off.
Yeah, he was on his way to a good score, I thought, there. Like those first carving manoeuvres. I mean, if he just made the finish, I mean, it would have been a solid start to this heat and put that pressure on Winter. But I liked what I saw. I mean, the wave choice was good. It had that nice wall to it. It was like that nice steep face. But yeah, just missing that finish.
Both these guys, Bugs, have kind of had that reputation for throwing big airs, but really starting to round out their surfing with more rail work as well.
Yeah, and that's right. And I thought that was the approach that Luke took on that one, kind of like the traditional wave surfing snapper, just strong, deep bottom turn, snapping off the top, looking down the line. But then kind of like Callum Robson in that early heat, coming unstuck on that final move.
Here's the Bonsoy replay flick. Good combo to get started. Really would have loved the finish here.
Just smooth, tidy surfing, just linking these manoeuvres. But yeah, I mean, look, this is going to sting for him. He knows that. And then behind him, we obviously saw Winter take off. Nice wrapping move from him. But this wave, you know, obviously the wave selection here just didn't have that long, drawn-out line down the bay. You know, today you want to pick those waves that have as much wall as possible. I think you really want them to stand up and maybe have that connection, you know, through to that inside section. So, yeah, Winter just choosing to kick out there.
Really interesting. The surfers have had, you know, a big ramp up to this event, Bugs. Plenty of free surfs. There's been a lot of waves, a lot of sessions shared with the world's best. And in those sessions, you don't get too picky. You take what you can get. And then suddenly you're out in the lineup and, you know, you're not taking every wave. You're really looking for scoring opportunity. I think for some of the sort of more recent additions to the draw here, it ends up being a real case of getting your wave selection dialed in your very first heat, as opposed to what you've normally seen in the lead up to the event.
It's unique to snapper what you just outlined there, because in the free surf you kind of do, you know, if you're on the spot you take a wave, if you've got the classic one, but generally in a heat you can get so selective, you can get too picky.
Yeah, I think what we've seen a couple of times this morning is surfers taking a chance on waves that, you know, they probably reflect on and go, oh, that wasn't the one, and now I'm out of position. So yeah, it's something to keep an eye on as we move through the rounds, and conditions will continue to improve as well.
Oh, totally. I think another thing to factor in, obviously, there's that bit of sweep today too. You take a wrong wave, you push right down the point, and I mean, we saw that unfortunate moment happen, you know, with Oscar Berry earlier today, and then, you know, unfortunately, his leash snapping as well. So, I mean, you can get out of position so easily here, and I think, yeah, it's so unique to snapper. You know, the free surfs are so highly contested, and if you think about, you know, so on the first day, we rewind back to the last event at Margaret River. The first day we ran there on the Thursday, that we ran 28 heats, right? So 28 surfers went home essentially that day and came to the Gold Coast probably only a couple of days after. So they've been here for a long time, warming up for almost almost 2 weeks. So yeah, I think like the antsiness of maybe never having surfed a proper heat here at Snapper could be getting to them.
Well, we've got a 4.83 for Luke Thompson, which keeps him in front of Winter Vincent here at the moment. Winter holding that priority. Let's talk a little bit, Bugs, about the Tweed River sand bypass, because it's something that you've been involved in since it came to fruition. Now, I mentioned before acting as a representative, a community representative, and you have a great understanding of how it works. We're going to get back to that as we see Luke Thompson take flight here. Just a small wave, not a whole lot of room to move, so he gives us some fireworks behind him. Winter Vincent looking for his best ride, trying to get back out in front here. Nice little roundhouse, just setting up his track, taking a bit more time with this wave. And gets a nice hit on the lip. And now trying to make the connection through to the Little Marley section, finds a finishing turn. And likes the feel of it, and that will see him back up into the lead here. But yeah, the condition of the bank at the moment, Bugs, out of 10, where do you rate it?
Oh, I reckon between a 7 and 8, really. I mean, it's a good bank, but we've had a situation where really since the cyclone Alfred last year, it's taken a long time to recover. What I only give it that thing is because it's actually a pretty thin bank. It's not a very entrenched bank like it is in past years. But look at this wave here, but this really gets Winter back in the picture.
They're making good use of that steep section, Flick.
Yeah, I think like this is good. He's got the finish here. He's completed his wave. He's going to keep it pace now with Luke Thompson. I mean, Luke on his last wave, he's going to lock in. Probably similar score to his opening wave as well. So I think also Winter unlocking, okay, his first couple of waves, probably not the best wave selection. And this one, I mean, he's really identified, all right, I need wave with wall. I need a wave where I'm going to get a finish. So I think this is good at this point at the heat. And then as we see Luke Thompson's last wave, so goes for the air reverse there, but then not much opportunity after that. But a couple of, probably four range scores on the board for Luke. And then maybe, Winter Vincent, maybe a touch higher, I'd say. That's where my brain goes.
Yeah, I think it was a real settler for Winter Vincent. He'll be at ease now as he goes after a big second score. Just under 22 minutes to go. Let's hear from the winner of the last heat, a relieved Matthias Hurdy with Vaughan Blakey.
Thank you, Ron. Yeah, the Changers round, it's a tricky one, but you seem to have a lot of fun out there, mate. Caught like 2,000 waves, and as you said, it was a bit of a work in progress, just trying to figure out where you were, what the judges were looking for, and what was going to score.
Yeah, I spoke to Grillo in the before the heat, and he told me, like, if you start out a rhythm, like, just keep catching waves, in the end, you're gonna find something. So that's kind of what I did. But yeah, I think I got like a couple of fives that I should have gone higher. But I told him it's so hard to know, because when you're free surfing out there, all of those waves you catch, it's like a proper good one in the free surf. Like, you were stoked to get those waves in the free surf, but it's like it's not the best wave out there. So it's a little tricky. But I was figuring out what the judges wanted from me, and I think they really like the variety. So I tried to, my 7.5, I was like, oh, what did I was trying to remember what I did, and I was like thinking about that in my last few A's. So I think that's when I started getting the 6.9, and my last wave, I didn't know the score in the last wave, but stoked that I made it. And Rafe is such a good guy. Like, we were talking in the heat, and yeah, like, I respect him. He's surfing so much. He's such a good surfer.
Yeah, he's a classic guy. He is one of those characters who's going to be super friendly during that heat of combat. But mate, it was clear that throughout that heat, you did start to find what was working for you. And like, we know your journey from qualification to this. Surely that was like, you know, the dream starting to come true, just to have so much opportunity and to really let your surfing breathe.
Yeah, like when we got here earlier, I was kind of scared because it didn't look that good. But then now it's like, yeah, thank God they called it on, and yeah, so stoked. And yeah, I know it's still the round one. It feels like the trials is still, because everyone's in the next round. But good to get a win, and yeah, looking forward to do well in this event. I really love the wave, and I know it fits my surfing. My board feels amazing. Yeah, the first time trying quad fins ever. Like 2 days ago, first time I surfed with this board, and I was like, what is this thing? Like, yeah.
That's a cool insight. What's the quad giving you? What sensation is it that's tapping in with you?
Just, I don't know, when I do the turn, I literally feel the water underneath my feet. Like, it feels like, I don't know, too much drive, and it's so fast, and I feel like I can do everything with it. I just don't really think about, like, when I'm surfing, which is a good thing. I just think about the wave, and sometimes I forget it's a quad, because when you're hitting the lip, it doesn't feel like, I don't know. It's my first time, but it's really sick. And yeah, Jason just giving JS, everyone, Sam, everyone on JS Factor just giving me the best support ever. So pretty stoked.
That's sick, man. Yeah, well, you, the quad, the wave, it's all syncing up beautifully. So congratulations. Anyone you want to give a shout out to at home?
Oh, yeah, Portuguese. Galera do Brasil, obrigado quem está acordado ainda. Pô, muito amarradão, obrigado pelas mensagens, muito feliz, todo mundo, família, amigos, todo mundo. Beijo.
Thanks, mate. Congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mateus Hurdy, he is going to be taking on Griffin Colapinto in that second round. Griff was down here watching that heat unfold, just wanted to get an understanding of how his opponent was going to operate in their opening heat. I think we're in for a treat when those two meet in that second round. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Out there in the lineup at the moment, 18 minutes to go. And Winter Vincent, the replacement surfer, has just dropped the 5.83 ahead of Luke Thompson at the moment.
So, Ronnie, I just want to quantify what I was saying before. I mean, the reason I'm giving it like an 8 out of 10 is, like, I think tomorrow's probably going to look like a 9 out of 10. But I think it's still, you can see sand in there, it's still forming. But what we have had, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, we had a hole at the head of the superbank, the hole behind the rock. But what has been fortunate is probably the last 10 or 12 days we've had southerly winds and southeast swell with those southeasters in the afternoon. That is sand moving conditions, and it just grooms itself. It just came around the corner from Froggies after being pumped to Froggies Beach, and there it is.
Luke Thompson scrapping on the inside here, has some big moves he can go to. He's going to rip into that first section, attacking the pocket, big float now, and thinks about getting pitted, but drives away from the tube, hoping he can find some more room down the line. Loading up, swings the reverse, the tail digs in, and he rides the rotation and gets the completion. So scrapping away under priority, and Luke is going to find the number he needs to get back out in front here.
Oh, totally. Improving on the 383 for sure. I think that was, you know, good wave selection for identifying that one down the line. There was a bit of distance between himself and Winter when he took off on that one. And yeah, I liked his placement in the lineup to just sort of sit underneath. I mean, you know, we heard Jesse Starling talking about it earlier. Obviously, with that higher tide, it is dropping, but surfers are sitting a little bit, you know, not behind the rock or close to it, but a bit further down the line. And Luke really identified that on this wave. You know, this one, you know, was growing down the line. And just nice surfing, really, like placement of turns. I really loved like I'd say laziness or like the casualness to that float, but he did get a little bit stuck, but he makes up for it here at the end. Kind of knows, all right, we've only got one big section here, let's just go for it. And I mean, even if I go to Mateus's last, you know, post-heat interview, he's like, what were the judges identifying that they really liked? And, you know, they liked the variety. So I'm kind of interested to see where this score goes. You know, it was 3 kind of very different turns. You know, obviously we had the kind of casual float, a bit of progression at the end there, and then the sort of explosive start. So it's going to be interesting to see where this goes.
Kaipo watching on from the water. Big flare on the finishing turn there, Kipes.
Up and riding, big snap from Winter. Can't come around that section. But yeah, we're waiting for the score for Luke Thompson. It was interesting, Ron. I did the Meet the Rookie interview with Luke, and was just talking to him about what he would be, excited about coming into this season as a rookie. And he identified, his strength on the right-hand points. He was excited for snapper, he was excited for Punta Roca, and he was excited for lowers. So I feel like, guy surfs the right point really, really well. Luke Thompson, and I think he's coming through right now. They're going to take the lead.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I like that. He has looked sharp. We've seen him in the J-Bay event as a wild card a couple of times. Rookie campaign, the surfer from Durban, and backing himself with that big forehand. Great variation on show on that last ride. And that can always unsettle an opponent, Bugs, if you're able to fetch a keeper score under priority.
Yeah, well, certainly that wide bank offers that opportunity where, you're getting, the wave doesn't stand up behind the rock, it goes wide. Your opponent, you're going, what's he doing? Yeah, it can certainly rattle you.
So we are waiting on the numbers to drop. I feel like, Winter Vincent, he's definitely capable of responding with some airs of his own. Really high strike rate with those moves. I think Luke's got a fantastic approach at the moment. Just looks like he's in a bit more of an attack mode, Flick, and Winter's surfing. He's kind of rounding things out nicely. It might be time just to basically get on the front foot, sharpen up those lines and add some steeper angles and throw some more aggressive moves down.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's just two different approaches right now. Winter's sort of that more traditional sort of way to surf snapper for sure. But we know he has it within, he's capable, right? I mean, you brought up the World Juniors final that he had with Bronson. He's so capable in the air. We know that. But yeah, it might be time because it's still close though, right, in this heat. There's only a couple of points separating the total. I feel like it's still pretty wide open to sort of make a breakaway. I think I even looked at the score of Luke Thompson's last wave. Obviously the judges are kind of picking apart a couple of moments on that probably weren't as clean as what they would have liked. But yeah, I think the heat's still wide open. I think, yeah, Luke's obviously giving us a little bit more progression above the lip. But yeah, with 13 minutes on the clock, I still feel like this is anyone's game.
It sure is. As we get set to see the final heat of this opening round, Morgan Siblick will take on Ramsey Bukiam. That's coming up in just over 13 minutes' time. Day one of the event window here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, and we've got Heat 3 underway. The winner of this one will take on Italo Ferreira. And at the moment, it's Luke Thompson holding on to that #1 position. But Winter Vincent well within reach, chasing a 4.77. And Winter had this wave during the break.
This one's super tidy surfing. Looks like it's kind of, diminishing in height, but yeah, quick in and out there. So, I mean, look, chasing a 4.77, I think he's going to probably need to go back to the drawing board after that.
Yeah, it might come back to the point you made before, Ronnie. Like, I don't know if Winter's had too many, man-on-man heats out here, but he would have had so many surfs out here with like 60 guys out, and there's a smorgasbord of waves in front of you in a heat, and it really does come down to wave choice.
Here we go, Luke finding some space and a clean-looking wall standing up in front of him as he maintains a down-the-line approach before really digging in on that second turn, mixing things up with the float just to set up this inside track, gathering some speed. Will he take to the sky again? No, he's going to sink the rail. And loading up for a finish here, plants it on the end, and that'll couple nicely with the 5.77 and start to apply a bit of heat to Winter Vincent here with just over 9.5 minutes to go.
That was epic. That was beautiful point break surfing, and once again, just good, identification of what wave's going to run down the bank just really nicely. It's one of those classic waves that kind of grew in height as it went down the bank. You can see it here. I just love the placement of all turns and the choice of maneuvers for every section. It's so evident to me that obviously he's grown up surfing waves like JB, and this is like one of his strengths. I just feel like it's just such a good demonstration of that, and on this wave just illustrating how well he can read this point break. And you know what, like, you kind of felt that he was maybe going to load up for something in the air, but I also just like that he just had the tidy finish just to really lock that wave away and make sure he completed the wave.
Yeah, it's a combination, Bugs, of kind of that down the line flowing surfing, but when he needed to get on the front foot and kind of double pump to get to some sections for some a mix-up in his variety, he was quick to pivot. He's not sort of stuck in that one rail-to-rail line, and maybe the conditions just aren't really lending themselves to that at this point in time.
I think you're spot on there, and I think what Flick said, this is a reciprocation. So many surfers, point break surfers from southeast Queensland, northern New South Wales, have gone to J Bay and just performed. Here's a kid from J Bay that's coming here. He's got that point break experience where you just sense. You don't even have to look down the line when you come from a point break. You just sense that there's going to be a section there for you.
Totally. No, it just was beautiful to watch, right? And the scores representing that as well.
6.27, Luke Thompson extending his lead, and Winter Vincent now after a 6.22. Vorno, things are heating up out here.
Oh, it's looking so fun out there, man. And I was just thinking, Ronnie, back when I was a little frother, I used to park it here in the sand at Snapper, and then I'd just wait for my favourite pro surfers to run past, and I'd just be, what? There's Ockie! And I'd run down the beach, and I'd be like, Ockie, can you sign my T-shirt? And he'd say, yeah, Vorno, I can do that. That was yesterday, so I'm still frothing. But these Groms, believe it or not, they're not just asking for autographs. They're not just running up out of the blue. These Bonsoy board caddies are actually getting to carry the surfboard to the world's greatest surfers. And right here, I've got Flynn now, mate. Can you believe that you got a day off school to carry surfboards for the world's best surfers?
No, I cannot believe it.
How sick is it?
Very sick.
And whose board do you want to carry the most?
Gabby, Medina or Griffin.
Wow, that's cool, man. And on this side, Kobe, whose boards do you want to caddy?
Like Erin Brooks, Katie Simmons, Molly Picklem, look.
Wow, that is so cool. Now, do you remember someone who ditched school to come down to the Gold Coast Pro and actually ended up winning the event? It was Steph Gilmore.
Whoa.
I know. Whoa. Now, we've got a couple more Bonsoy board caddies over here. Tell us, who do you want to caddy boards for?
Ethan Ewing, probably Felipe, or something like that. Italo Ferreira.
Wow, what about that? All these elite level pros who, back when I was a Grumble, would have been too scared to talk to, and you get to carry their boards. This is the best job in the world, the Bonsoy board caddies bringing the froth. How good is this, Groms?
Frothy!
Good on you, Vorno. Yeah, we grew up just south of the border, Vaughan and I, and we used to come up and watch the event. Bugs, you were actually contest director back in those years, the mid-90s, and you had a magic run as contest director. The event actually fell in line with some great cyclone activity for this stretch of coast, and yeah, some magic memories for you.
Yeah, they were great. I mean, that was basically at Kira and then to Burleigh. But never got to run one here because it was too inconsistent. Snapper was always a fun wave, but certainly in the 90s was not as good as Kira.
No, it's changed. We were chatting a little bit about the Tweed River Sand bypass and how that has worked, and there's been a bit of pumping going on lately. You put your slippers on, Bugs, and march to the top of the hill to Point Danger, where the office is, and acted in your role as an advisor.
Well, yeah, I mean, you've got to have the feedback, and you're on the pulse. I mean, a lot of local surfers like Parko and, you know, Josh Glennon and, you know, Nick Vasicek, everyone watches what's going on with the sand. I mean, and it's pretty basic. I mean, the outlet's at Froggy Beach, and with the right conditions at this time of year, which is what you get, the sand just migrates north, and then around the corner, look at the sand in the lineup right now. This bank is still building.
Still getting pushed around by the direction of the swell. It is building, as Bug said, and we're looking forward to some big days of competition here at Snapper Rocks. Great to be back here for a championship tour event. And we really didn't have an option last year. Snapper was gouged out completely by the cyclone, so Burleigh hosted us beautifully. But this is an event, Flick, that's just brought us so many great performances over the years, and you know, a lot of the rookies are really excited, and surfers that have joined the tour, you know, since 21. Well, it's been a long time since we've been back here at Snapper, so they're relishing the opportunity to compete here for the first time with the CT Rashi on.
Oh yeah, it's been a long time in the making, and I just feel like it's one of those iconic events that's brought so many moments, like you said, Ron. I mean, just to list a few, I mean, WSL socials have obviously been popping off in the lead up to this, and you know, we got reminded, I think it was the final with Parko and Kelly, and the iconic moment of Parko giving Kelly the bird as he pulls into the barrel, and then, you know, Kelly taking off and, you know, getting that score. I think to Stephanie Gilmore, like to what Vaughan said, winning here, you know, taking the day off school to come down and win her, you know, one of the first CTs. I think to Silvana Lima's 10 out here, where she, you know, went to the air, and it's cool, right? Like, it's had so many iconic moments, and as a rookie coming here to see that, you're frothing to sort of rip in. As we go to the GWM recap here, and it has been sort of all on show for Luke Thompson, just the point break specialty here, really picking the eyes out of it and having great wave selection, you know. Hasn't completely run away with it, but I feel like what he has given us is some great variety, you know, when it can sort of get repetitive on a point break. And this wave for me, this is the 627. It's the highest scoring wave of the heat, and I feel like it just surfed it so well. You know, the wave itself, you know, it probably wasn't one of the best waves we've seen come through today, but with what he had with what he had available, I just feel like his turn choice and, you know, was on point really. And he's kind of, you know, got a bit of a lead as we see Winter here. This is live, so he's trying to fight back. He's only chasing a 6.22, so can he get around this section?
Yeah, he's going to get around it. He's hoping that it's going to pick up and run again, but it doesn't. And really, when you look at the GWM recap, Bugs, you know, Luke Thompson has won the wave selection battle, and as a result, he's had a lot more speed on his rides, and it's allowed him to flex that repertoire.
Yeah, he certainly has. I mean, the thing is, when there's a fair bit of water on the bank, it's not as clear. You know, you don't have that draw of that second or third wave of the set, whereas Luke has clearly looked for the waves. He's got the wall through to Little Marley and has connected the banks. Whereas the great surfing of Winter Vincent, but his waves are petered out. Like, this is exceptional surfing going on here. But even now, he looks at along there and he says, well, that's it. This wave's fizzled out, and he's had 2 or 3 like this.
Yeah, that opening turn, you know, it was setting up to be maybe the score that he needed. He turned in a 4.93, and he really didn't have a finish. So a lot of credit for the attack and the precision and the flex on the tail on that first move, but nothing down the line. That one tapered off as we see the Breitling 2-minute warning pop up on screen. In fact, less than that now for Winter Vincent to get himself back to the top of the point and you know, somehow wrestle a ride away from Luke Thompson, who's holding priority. Down the line, Winter's going to make a move here. Has some big airs he can go to, but doesn't have the room to load up. And here comes Luke. He's just making his way down. And he's, well, priority's neutral at the moment, but Luke's still closer to that takeoff zone there than what Winter Vincent is.
Well, he's got the point break inside positioning, so that's as good as priority at this point.
Yeah. So it's going to be difficult here for Winter on a smaller ride to turn this heat around. 6.22 is the requirement. Just pushing it, forcing that move. And even if he executed there, I doubt we see that go to a 6.22 as Luke brings it home. Just 15 seconds remaining here. He's just going to rip this one right through to Little Marley. Unlikely that it's going to go into his top two, but he'll stick that final move, or almost sticks it. And this one is coming to a close, Bugs.
Yeah, well, he looked at his watch twice on that one, because I think he was going, did I leave it open with 10 seconds left for my opponent?
I think Winter Vincent will probably look back on that heat and just identify that he didn't give himself the best opportunities wave selection-wise, but he had some moments, and he's a kid with a bright future.
Oh, he's going to know that for sure. His surfing's there. I mean, on those couple of single one-turn manoeuvres, we saw it. I mean, judges are throwing a 4.93 for just a couple of manoeuvres, but you know, credit to Luke Thompson really identifying, you know, what waves were the, you know, great waves out there this morning, and yeah, he's moving through to the next round. So he is going to be taking on Italo. So that's going to be a tough matchup too.
It sure is. Well, we've got one more big heat to complete this opening round. Morgan Siblick will be taking on Ramsey Bukiem. Stay tuned.
A bit lazy, and I was like, lazy.
Even my waves weren't good. Like, oh, that last at 6.2 was good. Yeah. But I kind of bogged it. Like, yeah, I was so like nervous, and like, I did like 2 floaters on like a car section.
Oh no, bro. Well, my waves are just going out the fucking Europe.
It was hard. I swear it was like super wet.
Luke Thompson and Winter Vincent breaking things down. Interesting to note. We were just chatting off camera during the break. We're like, wow, I think Luke will look back and sort of see some scoring opportunity, better scoring opportunity in those floater sections, and he's already identified that. So the rookie learning as he progresses through, and he's going to need to, because he's up against Italo on the next heat. As we get set for the last heat of this opening round, and what a heat it is. Morgan Siblick, who has been working here on this stretch as a Gold Coast City lifeguard in his quest to fund his Challenger Series campaigns. He's back on the CT. He's done more time in this lineup probably than any other competitor on the CT. He's been surfing so well, and he's going to throw everything into that first section. Stays on his feet, but nothing down the line. He's got a tough opponent, though. A guy who grew up on long-running right-handers and has a remarkable backhand is Morocco's Ramsey Bukiem, and he's going to load up for a massive vertical hit, but he gets taken down. Ramsey, one of the bigger competitors on the CT, 6'1", but really does feel a bulky frame. He's got a lot of power. And Morgan Siblick, he's a nuggety little power pocket, and this will be fun to watch.
Oh, this is a good matchup. I think it's just power and power. But the cool difference is we're seeing Goofy v Regular right now. And I think two different approaches. Obviously, Morg spending so much time here. But to your point, Ron, Ramsey obviously growing up on right-hand point breaks. I think if Ramsey, you know, nailed that last turn on that opening wave, I think he was on his way to a really great opening score. It was so strong. I think he obviously identified such a good wave on the bank. And, you know, it got me excited because I'm a goof watching that. It was pretty deadly.
Yeah, let's have a look at it, Bugs.
Oh, yeah. When he opened up with his first turn, I went, hold the phone. Ramsey is on fire. And I'm so shocked that he missed this last turn. That's just a bread and butter manoeuvre for him.
Yeah, he'd be shocked too. But Morgan's going to, you know, dodge I think a bit of a bullet there, because that was a dangerous opening exchange for Morgan. Had Ramsey ridden out of that final move, that was, you know, one of the more high-impact, powerful turns we've seen in this opening round. Maybe if he'd completed it, it would have been the turn of the round so far. But it is going to come through as a mid-range score. Kaipo watching on out in the water. Great heat on paper, this one, Kipes.
Great heat on paper, Ron, and also we talked about the different approach. You also had a different approach from the surfers paddling out. Siblick jumping off the rocks, as we've seen most of the surfers do. Ramsey paddled out way wide from Little Marley to survey the entire lineup. So that's the first I've seen a surfer, you know, paddle out super wide to start off his heat, maybe just to get an idea of the playing field out here. So yeah, that's just an update from the water. And I guess like Little Marley, right? I can pronounce the R.
Yeah. You nailed it. Here we go. Morgan Siblick up now. We like that intel from the water. Ramsey getting a good look at the lineup. Also had a chat to Luke on his way through as we see Morgan connect with a nice inside runner. He knows which ones are going to connect with that inside section, and he finds a pretty decent combination to finish that one off. Didn't have the same fireworks that Ramsey had in his opening turn on his 4.83. But sometimes here at Snapper, it doesn't really matter if you can find that one that grows down the line flick.
Oh, yeah. Look, the start was a little bit wobbly and a little bit of foam on the face, but he picked a good wave. I mean, this thing had a good inside track. Obviously, the strength here is, you know, the finish, right? You got to be looking at this turn and then into this last section where he really blows the fins. So really strong at the end there for him. And then looks like we got Ramsey as well on the wave behind. So let's see what he got done. This one, just a bit of a slower start for Ramsey, kind of cutting back and seeing if this one will stand up and it hits this inside track. And it looks like, here we go. So a little bit of power here and gets it up for another turn. So just a nice little 1-2 there, but yeah, strong finish for Morgs, and I think he's going to like the feel of that.
Yeah, Ramsey, Bugs, watching that wave, it looked like he didn't quite find the sweet spot and find the rhythm with those turns, but he was still clicking off, I think, the kind of moves that'll get him a decent score.
Yeah, I think it'll still be a decent score. The wave actually foam ball off the bank. It took a while for the wave itself to find the bank, and then when it did, it looked pretty decent. Ramsey, I thought his last turns were pretty good. I thought he might have even gone a bit harder.
Yeah, well, he is certainly looking like he's ready to put up a good fight in this heat. On his road back from injury. We'll talk more about that in a moment, but let's check in with Morgan Siblick's camp. Jesse Starling down there with another North Narrabeen great.
Yeah, Uncle Hog down here with Hoggy. Obviously, Morgs and Ramsey, it was going to be power v power, so it came to capitalising on every opportunity, and Morgies just nailed that last one.
Yeah, look, we're trying to identify the waves that have that big end section that grows, so I think he did really well on that one and played the priority game good at the start, and he finished really strong. So it's a good start, bit of confidence builder, because the first exchange had no real consequence, so can settle into the heat now and get into a bit of rhythm. So, you know, it's just about building some confidence, and, you know, finishing strong like that too is a fair bit of risk in that last turn for Morg. So off to a good start.
Hog, you love surfing, and I love hearing you talk about surfing, so you're going to get you to take us through that last replay of Morgs' wave. It was a pretty, like you mentioned, sick end turn. We're going to take a look at a Stone and Wood slow-mo pretty shortly. And more, here we go, Hog, take us through it.
Well, we're already up into the turn here. This is his sort of second turn, that big jam right there. He'd had like a set-up turn, a bit of a whitewash, which was hard to surf with the fins cavitating, but that second turn and this final turn, blowing the tail like that, riding out clean too, is like, judges love that.
So the judges, they're giving it a 6.93, that last one in Morgs. It's a good score to have, especially coming up against someone, 6.33, sorry, especially against someone like Ramsey, who easily can slap a 6 in 2 turns.
For sure, I mean, I think what's to be celebrated is the turn menu that Morgs has got, and he wants to put 3 or 4 of those turns on display here, and, you know, we're keeping it simple and focusing on that, because he does his best surfing, so we're able to see 2 of those turns there, so he's got 2 more to go, so there's plenty of room to up the scale too.
Almost there, Hog. We love it. Thanks, guys.
I like it. Also like turn menu. That's awesome. Yeah, great variety on the forehand, Morgan, and showing that with a mean combination to turn in that 6.33. You know, and that's interesting too, because Ramsey turned in a 5. It felt like Ramsey probably had the better wave. Morgan's was a little disjointed, but he was throwing himself into those final moves. So he wins that second exchange. He is in second spot, but doesn't need a whole lot to get up into the lead. But the way these two started this heat with some quality turns, I think excellent scores are coming our way.
Oh, totally. I mean, you even think to the couple of waves that Ramsey had, I mean, even the first wave, I mean, he got a 4.33 just for a couple of manoeuvres. You know, the 5 on that last wave, they were good quality waves. And then Morgs is just sort of a little bit of a different story. He's locked in a 6.33 for essentially a couple of turns. I love that point from Hog. He gets a wave that really hits the bank properly and is able to really showcase his, you know, turn menu. Or what did he say? Turn menu? Yeah. I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. Like, he gets to showcase that. I mean, he's on his way to excellence. So I love that point from Hog, and I think this is going to be a great matchup. You know, we've got 24 minutes left and ready for the show.
While celebrating the 2 turns that Morgan did on his ride, Ramsey could be well out in front in this heat had he stuck his first big finishing move. He could have a 7 on the board.
Well, I was going to say, he turned a 6.5 and a 4.33, and then his second wave, he didn't quite get into that classic goofy foot backhand groove. The wave was better, but he didn't quite connect with it.
Yeah, we've seen some brilliant free surfing. Everyone has no doubt been watching it unfold on socials, but Ramsey's been looking strong. He is on his way back from injury. And I asked him over in WA, I was like, how are you feeling? He said, I'm not quite 100% just yet, but this is him not at his very best, and still just the placement's incredible as we look at the Stoningwood slow-mo. Just lost it riding off the roof there.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because he's got those turns on lock, right? That is just, for me, when I think about Ramsey's surfing, I think about those turns where he's bread and butter. And he knows that, right? That's going to feel annoying for him. You guys both spoke to it, the 4.33, there was definitely points left on the board there. So, yeah, that's trademark Ramsey. Yeah, as a goofy, when I watch that here, I mean, it gets me excited. And, yeah, to your point, Bugs, as well, I feel like he just hasn't quite gotten in that groove where it just, as a goofy, you know they've got it on lock, and it's kind of like they're just locking into that instinct. They're not really even thinking. It's just bang, 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 and it just feels like maybe something's just a little bit off.
Yeah, well, I thought that when you saw that move in slow motion there, I could nearly see what he was thinking. He was doing the move, and halfway down he was going, this can't be happening.
Yeah.
I think from what I've seen so far, Bugs, and jump in and make comment on this, please, but from all the surfers that we've seen so far, Morgan looks to be more alert on those smaller ones that are rolling through. His head's on a swivel. Even in that second priority, he's really sizing up what's happening way down the line with each swell that approaches.
Yeah, well, he's got to come in and face the Hog.
Exactly. Scary prospect in itself, but I think he's just so locked in on this location at the moment. He really can almost see into the future and see what these waves are going to do, even though the swell lines are still a little jumbled.
Yeah, well, obviously Nathan Hedge did outline that. That's what they were looking for, the smaller ones that are going to grow down through Little Marley. And that's going to be a difference. But plus, he's in attack mode.
He is, yeah, and he's been waiting to really connect, I think, with his full potential this season. He's had a tough go so far, Morgan Siblig. He's been knocked out in his first heat at both Bells and out over in Margaret River. And as a result, his seeding has dropped and he finds himself now, you know, facing potentially a 33rd result. So, you know, he's trying to turn his year around. You look at this guy's run as a championship tour competitor, and he's been right to the top end. That was in his rookie year. So still just searching for opportunities under priority here, but got himself a title shot in his rookie year, finished 5th, was cut the next year, and has been battling to get himself back to the CT. Ramsey, he was a veteran campaigner on the qualifying series and the Challenger series. Finally made the grade and has cruelly had to deal with some injuries, but he's starting to get back to 100% health. Big float there. And that is a great transition move to reach that final section. Clean combination, 3 moves. Read it well. As Morgan again goes chasing one down the line that's not going to extend and give him any scoring opportunity. So he'll look to seize priority on the outside here, but Ramsey about to extend his lead.
Oh, that was cool. I think, you know, we heard Luke Thompson talking about it in the debrief after the heat with Winter Vincent. He was saying, I think I chose a floater in a section. I should have done a carve, but that was sensational, really. So technical, so hard to do as a transition move to get to that final manoeuvre. For me, that was hypercritical on a really, really challenging section. So, I mean, Ramsey sort of gave a little bit of a fist pump there at the end. Like, he's absolutely loving it as well. And for a good point, you know, I feel like that I personally loved watching that. I thought it was pretty explosive.
Yeah, that's a good test for the knees too. We know that Ramsey had a major knee injury. It kept him dry for 7 months last year. And he's just trying to surf his way back to full strength. But here it is, the clean point break flow, Bugs.
Oh, this is a classic snapper grower. And now we can see the tide starting to work. And this way's bottoming out. That's a classic floater. And these 2 manoeuvres here, vertical. Oh, that last manoeuvre, difficult. The degree of difficulty was right there. But we're seeing a snapshot now with that tide, a couple of hours after high tide, starting to draw off the bank.
And Morgan had this one just behind him, Flick. Really spicy first turn.
Whoa, okay, so he has progression there, and you can really see he's like desperate to connect with this inside track, but it just didn't give him that opportunity. So it's going to be a little bit disappointing for him, especially because he did get that progression at the start of the wave.
Yeah, he got a 4.57 though, and that saw him up into the lead. So Ramsey from his ride needs a 5.91. Let's check in with Kaipo, who's watching on from the water.
Woohoo! What a matchup right now, Ronnie. I love the solid surfing of Morgan, but Ramsey, to me, man, he treated that last wave like a Bali candy bar. Bang, bang, all the way through this section on the inside here. You know, the score didn't come through like as I expected, but I love the back and forth between these 2 guys right now.
Yeah, it is awesome. You know, 2 guys who've done a lot of time on right-hand point breaks. Morgan lives up here these days, but also spends a lot of time down the coast in the Yamba area. Obviously, great point breaks in that region. Ramsey after a 6. And he's going to turn in the number he needs. He gets a 7.33, jumps up in the lead. Morgan now after a score with just over 17.5 minutes to go here. And we had the feeling the numbers were going to grow for these 2 competitors, both with some big individual turns, now starting to link them together.
Oh, totally. They both look on, and it's just been, you know, for a matter of Ramsey, it's kind of been really connecting and finishing strong, and he did that on the last wave. Morgs, I still feel his surfing's there. He just hasn't found the right one that's really allowed multiple manoeuvres down the line yet.
Yeah, the priority kind of continues to sort of work in Ramsey's favour too. Morgan takes a wave, doesn't really drop the big number that he needs. Ramsey's back out there with priority after dropping a 7.33.
I was thinking the same thing too, and also Ramsey's starting to hone in on the right wave to pick.
Yeah, 17 minutes to go here. So fantastic to be back on the Gold Coast and at this classic location. Morgan gets gifted this ride. Grinds through the carve. Ramsey didn't see the scoring opportunity. We'll see if Morgan can punish him for it. Big roundhouse. Does well to get back out in front of the section. Loading up for a finish down the line. Sets the fins free, but just completely disconnects from the lip for a moment there and can't reel it in. That was a real shame. It felt like he might be on his way to the score he needed.
Yeah, there was one of those ridges, those weird little ridges that happened down in the Marley section on that wave, and it just put him off.
Love the roundhouse though. You know, there's only a few surfers on the forehand that will truly commit to a roundhouse, and he had a fantastic rebound too.
Oh, yeah. I think if I'm going to isolate one moment, you've got to isolate this roundhouse, right? And the fact that he has enough speed from this to even drive around this section is pretty incredible. Anytime you can go for a roundhouse on a point break that's so down the line speaks volumes. Like, if he makes that last turn, to your point, Bugs, yeah, there was a funny little ribbon and a little section, the fins disconnected. I feel like he was on his way to the comeback there. So it's going to sting.
For sure. I mean, he had to take that wave, but it just feels like he needs to settle his nerves here at the moment. Morgan Siblick, lean into the form that he's shown in free surfing sessions down at Bells Beach in the lead up to that event getting underway. People were saying, keep an eye on Morgan Siblick. He's on fire. Fell out of the mix in his first heat. WA didn't really put in a great showing. And at the moment, Ramsey's got him right where he wants him.
Yeah, that was a gutsy move by Ramsey to give that wave to Morgan Siblick. I thought that was a big mistake when Morgan was on his way to I thought he was on his way to a 7, but he ended up with a 3.8.
Yep, so 15 minutes to go. Still plenty of time to enjoy watching this heat unfold before we get stuck into the opening round for the women, with great matchups already set there in the opening round. It's going to be fun getting through those clashes, because we've got some multiple world champions, some former event winners hitting the lineup in the opening round in the women's event.
Oh, man. I mean, even if I just look at it now, I think this is heat 4 for me, Carissa, Tia Zabrowski. You know, it's that classic clash as we see here. Morgan.
Yeah, 14.5 minutes to go. Morgan so strong with that fins-free snap, but tries to combo it up. There wasn't a lot left in that wave. There's moments of brilliance, but he's got to find the set wave to thread it all together. And the excellent scores should come. 14 minutes to go. Ramsey out in front with priority. Siblick after a 6.01. Welcome back. We are seeing Morgan Siblick on the back of the ski, charging back to the takeoff zone. And we're going to show you what happened in just a moment. Just over 12 minutes to go here. Ramsey with the lead. Morgan finding space. Flick, take us through this one.
Yeah, so let's see, is this the comeback wave for Morgs? So through the roof there on the first one, big gouge on the second turn. And it looks like he's found a beautiful inside track here. Little float, gets around this. Does he get the finish? And he does. So, I mean, this is going to feel good for Morgs. He needed to have that comeback wave. He needs a positive moment. The Hog loves it.
He only needs a 6.01. Hog was saying he wants to show his manoeuvre menu. Well, there was a starter, a main course, and dessert on that ride, Bugs.
Yeah, there sure was. He put that one together well.
And, you know, that's the danger when someone's showing such incredible form in the lead up to an event. You know, you pass up rides and you don't see the scoring opportunity in it yourself. That form surfer might be able to surf that wave up, and the feeling here in the booth is that Morgan's done that.
Yeah, well, you know, before that, I thought his last 4 or 5 rides, he was a little skitsy, unsettled, but he pulled it together there.
Yeah, we were saying during the break, you know, it felt like Morgan was doing the right thing in looking for opportunity on those waves that were growing down the line, but it sort of felt like he was not getting his turn with priority and not waiting for a quality set wave. And he had a number of average scores that kind of suggested that. But that last one, it's the number he needed, a 6.77. He's up in front now, and Ramsey with priority on the outside is after a 5.77. And there it is. The IC score update shows us the average. A couple of judges throwing 7s at it. But there was some quality surfing done in those first combinations.
Oh, totally. There was a lot of variety there. And I think we all got that feeling, you know, when we watched that wave. We also heard the crowd, you know, they got pretty excited behind us. We could hear that during the break. So it had the feel to it. I feel like he was just waiting for this wave. His wave selection hadn't been the best, right? Like, he just hadn't found those ones that allowed him to really go to that variety of repertoire and click off multiple turns down the line. So this is what we wanted from this heat, you know. It was a classic power v power with Morgs and Ramsey, and we saw, you know, Ramsey get the lead there with that 7.33, and now Morgs' turn and put that pressure on Ramsey. So it's going to be an exciting finish.
10 minutes to go here. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat, Luke Thompson with Vaughan.
Luke, sure, the dream when you first thought about making this tour was to get perfect empty snapper to yourself. You did that, but how hard is it to shake off the nerves in this first round?
Yeah, I mean, geez, the first 2 events we weren't really blessed with waves, and this comp has had a really good forecast for the past like 2 weeks. So it's been a big build up. Everyone's been talking about it, frothing about it. You know, it's been like a lot of build up to this day. So I'm never really nervous when I get into the water for heat. And I paddled out and I felt like my legs felt heavy. I was pretty nervous. And I was kind of trying to tell myself to just relax and calm down and just surf. But I felt like my emotions kind of got the best of me. But yeah, that round's pretty nerve-wracking. That round 1's pretty hectic. Everyone's so good in it. Winter's such a good surfer. He narrowly missed out on qualifying, and I'm sure he's going to get it done very, very soon. I watched him at Worlds last year, go absolutely like out of body, and it was impressive, like some of the best surfing I've ever seen. So yeah, I was nervous going up against him, but happy to get it done and happy to get that out of the way. And yeah, frothing for the next one. I think we're going to have a good week.
It's going to be a great week, mate. And there were moments in that heat where it did look like it was starting to click for you, but we also heard you in your post-heat breakdown saying that you left points out there.
Yeah, I just felt like, I mean, I felt pretty connected with this wave like this whole week. But I felt like when I was out there, I was maybe just a little bit nervous and not really allowing myself to loosen up and surf. And I felt like I kind of could have given like a lot more in the opportunities that I have. But yeah, happy to get it done with that. So yeah, hopefully next round I can open up a bit more and just get going. It's nice in this next round going up against the big dogs. You kind of don't really have a choice. So yeah, that kind of fires me up. I kind of love that shit. It's the best. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Awesome, man. And just walk us through your board, because you got a pretty cool spray on there.
Yeah, got some magics from DH, and been kind of trying to tap into a bit of kindness this year and just kind of like let the good vibes flow. And so I gave it a little design, wrote kindness is free. You know, I just think, I mean, especially around here, this whole atmosphere, everyone's so positive and good, and I just kind of want to exuberate that bit of energy. So yeah, I wrote on the board, ended up being good luck little magic stick. So yeah, I'm just looking forward to, excited for the rest of the week, and yeah, excited to get this thing going.
Mate, whatever you put out there, the universe will give back to you tenfold, and kindness is one of the best, brother. It is free. Yeah, of course.
Thanks to everyone at home. Thanks for all the support. I'm really feeling it. You guys are the best. Waking up and watching, I think it's like 1:32 at home now. So yeah, I really appreciate all you guys' support. You know who you are, and yeah, thanks to everyone. Let's go.
Thank you, Vaughan. Yeah, Luke Thompson brings a good energy to the tour. He's been a big bright smile at the first 2 stops, despite not really turning in his big result just yet. Maybe it'll come here on the Gold Coast. He does have his hands full. He's going to be taking on Italo in that second round. 6.5 minutes remaining here, and Morgan made his move. He's got back on down the line from Ramsey, and Ramsey's going to be forced to make some tough decisions.
Yeah, well, Ramsey, he's got priority. He's been hanging tough. Nothing's really come his way. I think with only a 5.77, this one is still poised. And well, look, Luke said it's only 1:30 a.m. in South Africa, but I know in California there's a guy called Sean Thompson, 1977 world champion. He would have been watching that. He loves it when those young South Africans make their breakthrough.
Oh, definitely. And, man, it's fun to think, you know, Sean Thompson used to come out here and compete with your bugs back in the early days when head-to-head competition was unearthed at the Stubbies. How was that? How's the change up from having, what, 6 opponents in the lineup for a heat to then having head-to-head competition?
Oh, it was a dream. I mean, that was a dream tour because, I mean, coming from 6-man heats, you know, at Sunset Beach, sometimes we had 8-man heats, but 6-man heats was the norm our whole careers. And, you know, you want to talk about dog eat dog. Get in a 6-man. You put some of these top dogs in a 6-man heat, then you'll see something happening.
And Peter Druin bringing that to competition. And, yeah, it has certainly allowed us to breed some incredible rivalries. And you had a few yourself, even in those early years, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, had some great rivalries. And certainly Sean Thompson was one of my fiercest rivals and, you know, one of my best friends. So, you know, I know he'd be super proud right now.
Bugs, you got the victory on the Gold Coast in '78. To win on this coast, what did it mean to you as a Coolangatta native?
Yeah, well, it's good. I mean, Burley Heads was where professional surfing really got going in the 70s, thanks to Peter Druin, the Stubbies, then Bill Bowman running that event for many years. And as we see Ramsey here, though.
Ramsey looking for answers here. This wave's tapering pretty quickly. He's after a 5.77. He needs this one to connect through Little Marley and really stand up, and it does. There's a nice hit, and he's going to stay on his feet for the finish. Judges will be having to think about the size of that ride, but he did surf it well down the line. Richard Dogmarsh, he's watching on. Wasn't really clapping, wasn't looking super convinced.
It's nearly like I could hear him looking up saying, was that big enough?
4 minutes to go here. Morgan on the outside. This one's still not over. Even Ramsey's got time if he doesn't achieve the number he needs here to get himself back out there and potentially have another crack at it. After a 5.77 flick, what are your thoughts?
The size, obviously, of that wave is, you know, it is a little bit smaller, but I think the judges are going to take their time because there was some good surfing that got done, and I think this is obviously such a crucial moment in the heat. You know, there's only 3 minutes 30 on the clock. This surfing here, for the wave that he had, it was great. But, you know, you got to be making comparisons with, you know, his last 5 and, you know, the other waves that were scored in this heat. I think judges are going to be probably taking a long, hard think. You know, they haven't dropped any scores yet, so yeah, they're going to be watching those replays.
They're going to be having a look at some replays for sure. I think they'll go back to the 6.33 of Morgan Siblick and just I don't know if it's going to measure up. You know, it's probably pretty close, but, you know, there's probably going to be an advantage to Morgan on that exchange alone, just thinking about those rides. So we'll see where the numbers fall. But as you said, surfed it extremely well. It was a cupped out face, really sticking to that sandbar, which can be difficult to fit those turns in, especially if you're 6'1", trying to swing all that lumber around. So 2.5 minutes to go. Kaipo watching on. It's been a great heat, Kaipo.
Yeah, been a great heat, and I want to talk particularly about priority, right? Priority on the Apple Watch, priority on the priority board over here. And every decision has a consequence. And if you think about Morgan Siblick, that high score, that 6.77, Ron, that was acquired under priority. Ramsey let that wave go. So we're going to see if Ramsey pays for that. We got 2 minutes to find out, and I think we're still waiting for the score for Ramsey.
Oh, it's starting to trickle in now. First judge is not convinced, but the average, it is close. But in the end, it goes the way of Morgan Siblick. He needed a 5.77. He turned in a 5.6. The Breitling 2-minute warning popping up on screen there. And Morgan's got the lead, and he's got priority. And Leo Fioravanti, he's just sweating on that one.
Yeah, there's a real spread on that one. I mean, two judges gave it to him on a 6.3 and a 6, and others were, you know, there was kind of like a whole point in that difference in the judging there, and I think they did deliberate, and I think that the size of the wave affected that score.
I am a massive Ramsey Bookian fan. I love his backhand approach, but if I was comparing the two rides, Morgan Siblic's 6.33 and Ramsey's 5.6, definitely felt like Morgan risked a bit more on the sections he had, which were a little bit taller. So I can see why there was the edge and the difference between those two numbers.
Oh, yeah, totally. I think, you know, the reason why there is the spread is obviously some judges are saying, yeah, that surfing was epic on the backhand, and some are saying, you know, the wave wasn't big enough with the energy.
Well, let's see if he can make up for the deficit on this ride. Got a lot of speed, a clean runner for Ramsey, but he's going to get sideswiped by that side-winding whitewater that's just reeling across the bank here. 40 seconds to go. Frustration. And he knows that he's going to run out of time here, but he'll probably be reflecting on his opening ride bugs.
That's what I was thinking. He would have had this heat well in hand. That opening ride has been the difference, but here's Morgan anyway, and he's 19 seconds to go.
And this is going to be a bit of a victory lap for Morgan, who bashes through the lip. And I can already hear on the ambient mic Nathan Hedge watching this one unfold, willing Morgan to drop some big turns and really show what he can do. This wave's starting to taper, but Morgan's going to bring it through to the inside, swings that tail. And he's going to survive this round, and it's no doubt a stressful round for him.
Wow.
But not a super convincing performance, and I think some nerves on show there for Morgan.
Oh, totally. There was definitely nerves on show, and I think, you know, the pressure of, you know, he started in that second round, you know, at the beginning of the year, and he's dropped back to this first round. So the pressure was on. I mean, with this heat win, though, he in the next round is taking on Gabriel Medina, so he's got a big heat coming up as well. I think he's going to take a bit of confidence from that win, though. Ramsey put in a good showing, the 7.33 being that highest wave, but still a little bit of work to do for Morgs when he comes up in that second round, taking on Gabriel Medina.
Yeah, that is going to be a huge clash. We got more big heats coming your way as we get set to kick off the opening round for the women. Francisca Paselko and Yolanda Hopkins will do battle in the opening heat. Stay with us.
"50 years deep." For over 50 years, surfing has lived at the edge. A new world champion. Harnessing nature. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
Enjoying 50 years of the World Tour, and Morgan Siblick enjoying a big heat win, a close one over the big goofy foot Ramsey Bookian from Morocco. He'll be signing everybody's hats down there on the beach. Morgs putting in so much hard work in the last couple of seasons, and was just shattered for some early losses from Bells to Margaret River. And now he'll get a chance to take on Gabriel Medina in round 2. Round 2's already set and ready to go. Joe Turpel with Richie Lovett, longtime CT athlete. Rich, now it's time for the women to hit their round 1. Kika Veselko takes on Yolanda Hopkins now.
Yeah, it's a really good matchup to kick off the women's round. And we saw some action in the water through the men's heat. Tight fight battle, that the last one with Ramsey. And good to see Morgan getting the win, but commiserations for Ramsey. He's yet to really dig in and get his year started, so he'll look to bounce back in the next event. But Kika Veselko against Yolanda Hopkins, all Portugal affair.
Brackets, fantasy teams officially closed because round 1 just started for the women. We mentioned that Morgan now set up a matchup with Medina. Callum has Dora, as we already did get a start during the break.
Whoa. Nice high snap for Yo-Yo, and wrapping cutback with a little rebound off the whitewash. And again, just taking her time, waiting for the wave to stand up again. It lays down, so she's out. And this is Kika here, driving off the forehand. Beautiful snap, nice and high. Sends a ton of spray off that first turn. Couple of big, tidy swoops on the inside, and then she kicks out again. So both competitors just finding those waves that are just tapering down. They'll make that adjustment, look for something that walls up a little bit. What a great looking wave here.
So dreamy for Yo-Yo to hit the first section. Hopkins throws down the front side hook. She's waiting for this thing to really grow. Little fading cutback to set up this bowl. She's got some tube vision to enjoy, just briefly, and she'll step off. I always find that interesting, Rich. You know, when you catch a wave here at the Superbank, knowing what to do at the right time. And when it gets hollow, the surfer in you is always like, pull in. But then when it comes to scoring potential, sometimes you're kicking yourself going, maybe I could have hit the lip there.
Totally. And these surfers on the World Tour, they make it look easy, Joe. They look like they just stitch the wave together with all these beautiful maneuvers, their timing spot on. But in actual fact, it's kind of hard to get the pace right. Joel and Mick just do it so well, as does Steph. As we look at the aerial angle here from Yolanda, a couple of nice swoops here. Now you'll see the wave just starts to bowl up again after this little turn. She goes, yep, I'm going to hunt the barrel. Hits on the brakes, drags that back arm. That slows her down. And you can really see how that tide dropping. Starting to see all those plumes of sand and in that turbulent water there. So the sandbar is going to get really quite shallow.
Yolanda Hopkins enjoying what Steph calls the luxury tour. That's part of it. Red Bull skis there to pick you up after you get a vision of inside the pit at Snapper. It's a 4.5. That number comes in on her wrist on the Apple Watch. She's got everything she needs to perform at the highest level. Francisca, 3.83. It's a moment for surfing history, really. We had never had a full-time professional on the championship tour representing Portugal. Yo-Yo, you know, technically the first, because she got the announcement she qualified early in the Challenger Series last year, and then she got some backup with Kika getting the news after the event at Pipeline. So going from never had a Portuguese female surfer on tour, now we have 2, and they're going head-to-head today.
Yeah, it's really cool, isn't it? As we see Yo-Yo just dismounting off the ski there. You can sometimes come in with a little speed. You get a jump off, some momentum, project towards the lineup. Whoa, that wave behind the rocks just unloading, fully spitting, so good signs that the barrel section behind the rock is starting to develop.
Oh, so exciting. The tides dropping, low tides this afternoon, 1-something local time. It'll bottom out, and we had a little delay from that high tide this morning. So we'll continue to see that takeoff spot become more clear behind the rock as the day continues. I got some good time to catch up with both of these surfers in the off season, really at the end of Newcastle, with the Challenger Series finishing up with the Meet the Rookies program that you could check out on worldsurfleague.com. One of the great producers, Miguel Clemente, we're just talking about these 2 surfers and, you know, what really stood out to us. And for Yo-Yo, it's been this journey. You know, she's 27, so she's one of the older rookies on tour, and she had just years of coming close, her pop up with a moment of a wild card call up in Portugal, and then she'd kind of disappear as we see some funneling waves spitting its guts out from behind the rock. Good signs for the day.
Really, really treacherous takeoff there. Looks like Yolanda, this one's stretching down the point a little.
She drops in late takeoff, controls her rail, trying to punch free of the doggy door.
Wow, that was the right idea, and that's exactly what you have to do. Take that late drop, just airdrop into the barrel, connect with the rail and the fins, and then just hold your line. The greats out here do it so well. Obviously, Oki on the backhand, Mick and Parko, Steph, Kersey, the list goes on. But really, it's one of the gnarliest takeoffs in surfing, and takes a lot of courage to do it. It's a great angle here. You can see just completely airborne for a millisecond. She did well to get up high and tuck in. Unfortunately, the wave just crumbled down in front of her a little bit, but they're out there now. That barrel is starting to become an option.
What an opportunity for those that wanted to put their head down, to drop into it. Sometimes you even have backwash in the barrel to deal with, which makes it even more challenging. Mick Fanning often breaks it down too, where you could sometimes get crumbled on if you're not exiting at the right point, and then you just go into autopilot if you're Mick and then just tear the thing to shreds. But I love that Yo had a little moment to check it out. And with all this time, she's definitely going to be thinking about it as we slow things down with Stone and Wood.
Wow, so here we go. The Stone and Wood slow-mo just showing that wave unloading, all that pressure building up inside the barrel, and it's got to exit somewhere. That's what we call the spit. And as a surfer, you're right inside the barrel. You come out of it behind the spit, and that's when you know you're deep.
Kika's turn here at the Superbank. She sets up a nice arc. Just a setup turn to see the wall grow. Paste cut back, touching the white water, and a third. And now finding a little crumble off the top to change gears. Throws down a nice, clean, rapid cut back into the inside track. Holds her rail to try to go back up to chip the lip, and this inside corner is giving her some room to move. Little roundo again, so finding a series of frontside wrapping turns. She was really hoping for a serious bowl, but did well from start to finish. That'll go with her 3.83.
Yeah, it should be a little higher than that, I think. And Kika will just make her way out. These little barrels just starting to grind along the sandbar. Lots of rail work done on that wave, Joe. Multiple maneuvers down the line. Let's have a look at the replay here. So beautiful takeoff, gets nice and low, opening swoop on the face. Sets that rail again for a roundhouse cutback with the rebound off the whitewash, and again. And now she starts to get a little bit more creative. Top turn, connecting with the lip. Little bonus section down the line. Nice tight high wrap on that one. And then she starts to get a little bit more creative on the inside. That layback connect. And another swooping turn to finish off. So a nice tidy wave, Joe, but not that big standout moment that we need for this score to go high.
So Kika Veselko taking that one the distance on her second opportunity here in round one. Kika's done a great job in the first two events of the season to get heat wins. It's all about the Rookie of the Year race. You only have one shot of being Rookie of the Year, and she's got some fierce competition like Yolanda. Also Nadia Aristarbe, Anat Leilior, and also the young phenom, Tia Zabrowski. Let's check in with Kaipo.
Yeah, Joe, things are just getting pretty nice out here. Tide dropping, sand sucking. It's just dredging right here. We got a pot of dolphins come through. Again, you can just mind surf some of these waves. So things are very much looking up. I love what I'm seeing out here. But you know what? Let's transition now to hear from the last heat winner, Morgan Siblet, with Jesse.
Hi, Bo Morgs. First ever CT heat that you've had here at Snapper, and first heat win of the year, which sounds crazy to say, but it's just nice to get one going.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty rough. Yeah, I felt like I haven't really got any rhythm so far, and to be honest, I was like not too stoked with how I surfed that heat. I made a few mistakes with wave selection, especially at the start, and I thought it was going to make me pay Ramsey, but I got fortunate enough to get that little double up under prio and get back into the lead, and then there wasn't really much after that, so I was pretty fortunate.
Morgs, if there's anyone on the championship tour who feeds off his mates and Aussie pride, it's you. George winning over at Margs, you know, Vorno and I were talking, that really would have had to like reignite some sort of flame for you.
That was bloody epic, you know, like just watching one of your best mates go all the way and get a CT win. It's what we all dream of, and seeing GP absolutely towel everyone up in that event was like pretty iconic, and I don't know, hopefully it just like ignites something in us young Aussies, and we get a few more wins this year, and that's the ultimate goal. We want to be up there. So yeah, I think we're all feeling real good and everyone's surfing good, so you never know what's going to happen.
GP took down Gabby Medina in the final, and that's who you have in your next heat. He has just been on this crazy tear. You mentioned you made a couple mistakes, but you got a big win over Ramsey in that one. Cleaning that up, that feels like it could be a really good challenge to try and take on world #1 right now.
Oh, 100%. I'm feeling pretty good with my surfing, and I'm in a good headspace and got a good crew around me. So I don't know, just going to put my best foot forward and hopefully bring it to the world #1 and take him down.
Let's go, Morgs. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Jesse Morgan. Just a real honest breakdown of that heat. Obviously, he wants to clean things up for the next round, and he's really going to have to. Taking on world #1, 3-time world champ Gabriel Medina in heat 13 of the second round. But yeah, he's hoping the Aussies feel that winning feeling. They're so supportive of each other, like Callum Robson, who got a buzzer beater to kick off the morning. He's got Yago Dora. As we look at a wave bottoming out, Yolanda Hopkins straight down to the bottom of the sandbar.
Whoa.
Basically no transition, air dropping straight down.
I love the effort.
And now Kika with a nice just roll in, pacing this first turn, arcs it beautifully. Nice sweep. Classic little style for Veselko. And the rookie from Carcavelos near Lisbon is enjoying this long running bank here. Just really forcing her to stick to some cars, but she's showing off how clean her style is. Watch her switch gears there, putting more into her last 2 turns, and just lost the handle at the tail end of that ride. So a couple of stories unfolding here, Richie. We've got Yolanda just looking at sand dredging, bottoming out barrels that she wants to enjoy. And meanwhile, Kika's just going, you can have it. I'll get some clear water and get some points on the board.
Yeah, so she's building. Kika Veselko starting to really tap in to the open face approach here. Beautiful looking wave off the takeoff. I love this opening carve. Just extends that rail, holds it in the water for a little bit longer than normal, and backs it up with a few wraps here. This wave was kind of tricky through the mid zone. A few bumps on the face, but Kika, she starts to wrap through the inside. The turns with a little bit more power. The rail cutting a little bit deeper, and you can see there she really extended that one, showing just a bit more variety. So this is what happens, Joe, though, on that lower tide. These waves just get so pockety and steep, and this is what happened with Yolanda. Just unfortunately couldn't get down the face of that one to really connect with the rail of the board and set that line. But you know, that risk versus reward approach, if she can get one of these gnarly barrels and lock in and come out of it, she's going to end up with a huge score.
Yolanda looking to settle down a little bit. She's just been going for broke, taking off on some sand dredging pits and going down, and then she just cartwheeled after setting her bottom turn. 5'2", she stands tall as she has so much bravery and courage in chunky sections, always going for it. And the 27-year-old rookie is trying to just manage her emotions of being out here against someone she really respects and has grown up with, representing the European region.
Yeah, for sure. Yolanda's just been so determined, you know, and credit to her for, you know, just sticking with it, trying for so many years, you know, getting close to making it. Not quite. It takes a lot of internal strength and mental strength to be able to keep coming back for more and keep trying. And she eventually kind of realized her dreams to make the tour. Had a bunch of, you know, wildcard attempts and did very well. And now she's really earned her spot on the main stage, as we're just dealing with a little rain squall here coming through Snapper Rocks. Did notice that the wind has picked up from around the corner, so that real southeasterly wind flow has set in, and as a result, we're getting some of these tropical rain squalls. That will pass quickly. Be sunny in another 5 minutes.
Bond University athlete health check for Yolanda Hopkins. She sliced her foot at the last stop of the season at Margaret River. Things that you got to recover from in competition, and knowing you don't have too long of a time in a turnaround to the Gold Coast. But she was always going to recover from that and keep on swinging, even if there's a little pain. She's not feeling it now with the adrenaline pumping, surfing on the biggest stage. Yolanda Hopkins dealing with the rain squall, and meanwhile Francisca will go up and out of this opportunity using priority there. And looks like she might just have repositioned down the bank for another opportunity. How amazing is the super bank? Francisca Veselko laying down the rail. Throws another little arc as you see Yo-Yo paddle over. Wall's growing, good section to wrap it. And now off the top for a nice combination of turns. Kika's heating up, draws it into the pocket again. There's the lip, snaps it. Great combinations and maneuver choices down the line. And just a little check. And she will hop out to get picked up by the Water Patrol. Things are definitely going really well for Francisca with just finding a nice flow and rhythm with her cars, able to switch gears there. And scores will be coming in. She wants to get out of the 4.93 range. She's got a pair of those at the moment. Let's see the takeoff again.
Yeah, so this was that wave that she picked up. Wrapping carve to start off. And another. So right now she's thinking, okay, I need to bring something different. How can I mix this up? So she goes for a bit more of a tighter snap, and then this section looms in front of her. Now she gets a little tail flare, a nice mid-face carve, and another little hit in the tight pocket. So a bit more variety on this wave, Joe, and she just surfs it down the line until it completely tapers out. But the judges are being really clear here with those pocket 4.93s. They're just telling her, we want you to mix it up a little bit more. We want some more risk involved with what you're performing on the wave.
So Francisca Veselko trying to adapt to the numbers she's seeing on her Apple Watch to get more from the panel upstairs. Coming from a great surfing family, basically everybody surfs in her household, and growing up in Portugal, she's really proud of where she came from. Her mom, one of the original pro surfers at Carcavelos. She was basically right at home in the shore break and took to surfing immediately. That last score for Kika, a 5.93, her best so far, so she's heading the right direction. Has the lead. Yolanda now needs a 5.7 to answer back.
I think she's well and truly capable. Still 14 minutes on the clock, so Yolanda, it'll be interesting to see whether she keeps aiming for the barrel ride, or whether she goes, okay, hang on a minute, let's adjust here, let's go back to the face of the wave and try and get some work done down the line.
So some nice activity in this heat. We've seen Yolanda just trying to take off on crazy bombs, dredging and getting smoked, but these are her keepers. She has pocket 5.17. Here's the first.
Nice and vertical on that first hit. And what Yolanda's doing is bringing nice variety, and that's why she's up in that 5 range already. You can see each turn slightly different. Now she gets a little cover-up time. So a little bit of everything on that wave. And this is her backup scores of, again, another 5.17. Real low center of gravity style, but she has quite a wide stance, which is nice and stable. She gets great leverage through that turn. Lots of expression with the upper body. Really leans into the turn. And again, gets a nice little cover time on the inside. It lures you in, surfing snapper rocks. You've really got to almost withhold the temptation to really hunt the barrel and just make sure, if you're going to go for that tube, that it has impact, that it's going to be a long one.
Yolanda Hopkins with priority now, chasing a 5.7, coming from down south in Portugal. Is able to participate in the Olympic Games and really transition from a regional standout to a CT caliber surfer due to her coach John, that just really became a second father for herself. she's gone through a lot of adversity. I mean, came close to qualifying numerous times. COVID hit, which everything stopped. She got herself back together, came close again, and didn't make the tour. And then her father passed away, and then she had to start from scratch again and dealing with that emotion and grief. So basically, when she told us that on Meet the Rookies, she's like, I have to be the one rookie that has more appreciation for this tour than maybe anyone else for what she's been through. You know, and you see the way she just shines through lineups. She's always beaming and smiling, loves her job, loves hard work. And her coach has put her through some rigorous training. I mean, we're talking soft sand runs, 10-mile runs where she's just working out like she's preparing for an Ultimate Fighter show. But she's backing that with unbelievable surfing talent as she is chasing a 5.7 to take the lead of this one. One of the Australian greats running down the beach. Sally Fitzgibbons coming up next against Bella Kenworthy. Let's enjoy the GWM catch-up, giving you the biggest highlights of what we've seen today. How clutch was Callum Robson into the buzzer, chased this little wedge down, and got the score to turn it on Oscar Berry.
Such a clutch performance here. Look at the air rev, high-risk maneuver right at the end of the heat. The heat had already gone. The heat was over, and Cal had to produce magic, and he did it. So that was just a clutch finish over Oscar Berry.
Then we saw some Mateus magic. These are the combinations we knew he was going to bring to the tour.
The busiest surfer of the morning, Mateus Hurdy. He found a number of these waves that stretched down the line. He was the king of bringing variety this morning. He showed us airs, he showed us the rail game, and he had flair all the way through these beautiful little walls riding the quad.
And how's the little brew? Luke Thompson, Leka Vakansi, as you'd hear back at his home in South Africa. He is feeling like he's on a holiday, surfing perfect waves, and he enjoyed this one with Winter Vincent.
Yeah, he sure did. One of the happiest and jovial competitors on the World Tour. Just so stoked to be here. But he's starting to make an impact with great surfing like this. And it was a tough one up against the wildcard, Winter Vincent, who's really carving a name out for himself.
And then Morgan Siblick was able to survive a battle against Morocco's Ramsey Bukiam, a close one. Morgan already identified his mistakes, but he said he's feeling great energy after seeing his good mate George Pittar take a win at the last event.
Yeah, really struggled to get the year underway in the first two events, but Morgan, now he's starting to settle into a rhythm. That was a tough heat, seesawing battle, and Morgs with the victory.
Setting up round two, which is on deck potentially after this round. We'll keep you posted on how that's going. We talked to Kevin Wallace from Surfline earlier today, and we heard from Renato Hickel this morning as well for the call, and we're just going to try to maximize these first 4 days of the waiting period. We'll see where we end up, always conditions permitting, but everything's looking ideal to just run through this contest. We had 2 events in a row that went to the last day of the waiting period, from Bells to Margaret River. And then getting to the Gold Coast, you're back in warm water. You're on the Super Bank. We showed you the Tweed River with just around the corner to the right of your screen, where the majority of the sand flow gets pumped out there to fill in all the holes on the Super Bank. And you start getting nervous, Richie, when you're hearing about a month out, you're going, sand's great, sand's perfect, and you're just so frightened of a cyclone that might run through and take it away. If you get a giant swell here, that sand's long gone. And Bugs is even saying it's just barely recovered from the cyclone that affected the lineup last year.
Yeah, it's a crazy part of the world, and there are not many places around the globe that have so much movement in the sand up and down the coast, and in particular here we get the movement of sand from south moving up to north, and it creates this just amazing sandbar. But you're right, we get a big storm system, we get these cyclones forming up north that come down the coast, and they just decimate the bank and tear it to pieces.
6:30 on the clock. Let's check in with Kaipo.
Whoa, the sun's come out, Joe. It is, we had that squall come through, clear things out. Wind's been swirling, sun's out now, it's beautiful. Tide continues to drop. It is setting up to be a magical afternoon, and the magic's going to continue. I'm looking forward to heat number 4, Tia Zabrowski, Carissa Moore coming up. Are you kidding me?
All right, now this is real life. This is the Dream Tour. Yeah, Kaipo's enjoying some sunshine. He's seeing some dredgers out there, but he is always looking forward to the bracket on what he might be seeing. Heat 4, that's the one he's picking out. Carissa Moore, Tia Zabrowski. It's almost like this passing of the torch moment, but it hasn't quite been passed yet. You know, Riss is coming back this year, and Tia's really looking for a heat win to kick off this rookie year.
Yeah, Tia's going to have to wrestle that torch out of Carissa's hand. She's not going to give it up easily. And then, of course, Erin Brooks and Stephanie Gilmore later in the draw. This is live action.
Seeing a nice carve. There's that sunshine sparkling here on the Gold Coast and here on the open face for Yo-Yo, who's got a real smooth line now. She is slamming on the brakes. She can't help it. She wants to get tubed. Little check quickly, then back into a little funneler out in front, and she'll just hit a little fold right there at the end of the wave, and she goes down. But I think the smoothness was really evident for me from Yo-Yo, especially on that clean canvas compared to her previous 5s.
Yeah, she's really ducking and weaving around the sections and just attacking where she needs to. You can see her just jumping up on the Red Bull ski there. What a beautiful looking wave, straight off the bottom with a big swooping carve off the top. Again, off the bottom, off the top combination, just staying right in the power source of the wave, nice and high on that third snap down the line. She stalls, doesn't quite get the barrel. So she goes, okay, now it's coming. Again, stalls, gets a little head dip, not too deep. And then unfortunately that wave just drops out. She catches that toe side edge, goes down. Amazing, the transformation in 5 minutes. We had rain squall, strong winds, backed off. Now we got the sunshine again, and dreamy conditions right now.
4:10 on the clock, water's warm. So it just feels maybe a little chilly when you first enter the ocean, and then once you start paddling, you're nice and warmed up, and especially if you're catching a lot of waves. Yeah, you can be in a pair of board shorts, no worries this time of year. Kind of later in the season than it used to be on the CT when this was the season opener. Sometimes we were kicking it off in late February. It was still really hot. Right now we're getting a little bit of rain, but this is definitely the better part of the season to actually score this place. Yolanda waiting for the decision from the panel, chasing a 5-7 for the lead change, and this all-Portuguese matchup, 2 rookies on tour going head-to-head here. Here's we watch the GWM recap. Francisca Veselko's managed to show off that smooth finesse style and peaked at a 5.93.
Yeah, Joe, for me, it's really been wave choice, and Kika's been picking these waves with a little bit more open face down the line, but Yolanda's done some amazing surfing as well. Pocket 5.17s, just really showing us great variety, mixing things up, and hunting the barrel a couple of times. But it's Francisco. She's picked up these wider ones and been able to get out on the open face. Bring that forehand attack. Nice snap there. I love that one. Bit more tail release. And just a dreamy looking wave here. It's like somewhere in Indo where you might rock up and just see perfect point waves down the line. Yolanda streaking on the beautiful sand bottom point that is Snapper Rocks.
And this is that last wave that she just rode, the score that we're waiting for to see if it's enough for her to turn the heat, have the fall there, even had a moment where she wanted to get tubed, had to change gears. Judges having to think about that with 2:15 to go. And Yolanda Hopkins gets the score, a 6.10 and the lead. Kika now needs a 5.35 to answer back as we pass the Breitling 2-minute countdown. Big lead change at an important time of the matchup, Rich.
Yeah, came right at the perfect moment for Yolanda Hopkins. She doesn't have priority though, so Francisca Veselko with an opportunity, just under 2 minutes on the clock. She's going to have to be really smart with this next wave choice. Let's hope we see a set come around the corner and she gets a chance.
Hasn't been the smoothest start of the year for rookies on tour this year, but Francisca Veselko is leading the charge at the moment, ranked 14th on the rankings, heading into stop 3, where Yolanda is 18th in the world coming into stop 3. So for Yolanda Hopkins, she knows how important it is to get closer to Kika on the standings. You can check out those live rankings that are updated after every single heat on worldsurfleague.com. As we enter the final minute, Yolanda just catching a few more waves than Kika. She even looked at some dredgers out the back, just a complete kind of free surf type of look at this heat for Yo-Yo, kind of taking some falls, grabbing a lot of different types of waves. There's been a steady kind of reaction to Kika where her rail work has been reliable and wave choice has been key. But will she run out of time, Rich?
Maybe 30 seconds on the clock. Sometimes these little sneaker swells can come round and you get a little wedge on it, a little chip shot as we like to call. But at the moment, 25 seconds on the clock, not looking like there's too much significant on offer. So time might beat her.
15 seconds to go. These two have so much respect for each other. Coming from the same country, the first two ever to represent Portugal on the women's tour. As we have 5 seconds, Francisca Veselko is trying to pull a Cal Robson here. Throwing a couple of arcs in the pocket on the inside corner, but there's just no wall to work with. And this rookie clash will come to a close. And Yolanda Hopkins will try to track down Kika Veselko on the live rankings. A big heat win for Yo-Yo, as she will be running into the second round of competition, where she'll be dealing with the world champion Molly Picklum.
Doesn't get any easier, does it? You know Molly's going to want to bank a huge result here, but that's a good one for Yolanda. That was a great, entertaining heat, actually. Seesawing affair. Yolanda stealing back the lead. The last 2 minutes, she'll be pumped on that victory.
And just a dreamy wave to turn it on. It was just bright green, glassy, throw down a bunch of cars, change gears on the inside. Yolanda moving on. Sally Fitz taking on Bella Kenworthy next. We'll bring in Callum Robson for the call right after this Bonsoy brew break.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, that takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually try to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
Getting paid to surf, that is the reality. When you're one of the best surfers in the world, taking a lot of sacrifices and hard work to get there, and Yolanda's feeling a great feeling, a winning feeling, getting past a member of a rookie class, someone she's grown up with in Portugal.
I'm already bent over.
And Yolanda will move on to round 2 action to take on Molly Picklum. And how about that? A Bonsoy team rider in the booth, kicking us off with some electricity. Callum Robson, thanks so much for joining us. In that little piece, you said when you're challenged, that's when progression happens. And we got to see that in real time at the buzzer against Oscar Berra. Let's relive that moment again, man. Like, what did that feel like for you as an athlete?
Yeah, no, definitely the actual doing and landing that air was obviously, that was the electric feeling, but prior to that was pretty stressful and just like a little bit annoying for me, to be honest, because I felt like I just made some clumsy little errors, just unforced errors that put me in a bad situation. And I didn't feel like I probably needed to do that had I just capitalised on some of my waves a little better and made some better decisions throughout that heat. So I kind of put myself into that box, but I had a really long time to wait for that wave to actually come, because I got the 5 and then just the craziest series of events happened. Oscar's leggy broke or whatever happened. He wasn't back in the lineup, and I was able to get priority back and then get a shot at a 5.7. Took off on that wave and realised, for me, it didn't look like it had much down the line. It felt like, oh my God, but I just took it anyway because it was like 20 seconds to go, whatever it was. And then I get up and I look over the back and I went, oh my God, there's a grower. And this thing just had a lot more wall and a lot more height than the wave I was on. And as I was surfing it, I realised Oscar was on the wrong side of the lump and I was going to be in the right side of the lump. And it's kind of a bit of a maths equation in the moment, but ended up doing it and being able to stomp the air and get the score, and I was pretty stoked.
That was huge, man. That was the first heat of the contest, and a way to break the streak from that round 1, which we'll talk about more in this matchup, because that is a scary round. Round 1, heat number 2 starting now. Sally Fitzgibbons taking on Bella Kenworthy. Sally, one of the best ever, 3-time world runner-up, an Olympian, just a heart of a champion, redefining herself through different CS campaigns lately as she takes on Bella Kenworthy. Bella coming off her rookie season last year, her first start at Snapper Rocks in a CT jersey, Rich.
Yeah, this is a pretty special moment here for Bella as we look at her tagging this one down through the inside. Beautiful carve. So instantly we're seeing Bella connected. You can tell she's up for this, and she's obviously put some time out here because while it looks incredibly easy to surf, this wave, it has some tricky moments to it. It'll try and trip you up, but Bella looks in sync. And talk us through Sally's first wave here, Cal.
Yeah, she looks like she's peaked some sort of a little grower here, started with a pretty good turn. It's potentially maybe not having as much wall as Bella's wave, which is something that you're obviously chasing out here at Snapper. You really want that one with that long stretched out wall. And here it goes. She's kind of got that little inside section. And Sally's just bread and butter, good surfing. You know what she's going to be doing. She's going to be putting solid scores, surfing her waves really well. So good start by both the girls. I think Bella's probably going to get the nod, maybe on the basis of her first couple strong turns. I thought they were pretty impressive.
But like I was saying to you boys, it's absolutely pumping out there, and the waves just seem to be getting better and better, and the tide just really hit that that money part of the tide, and it's really draining out and just lining up so well right now.
Bonsoy replay and a nice water angle of the force of Sally Fitzgibbons there, Rich.
Yeah, throwing some nice carves through here. Lots of body torque. A little bit more than we're used to seeing from Sal. Comes all the way through to the inside. Another big wrap. And just a little tag to finish off. So good signs from both the competitors in this heat.
So they're getting set for the next exchange. Let's hear from Yolanda Hopkins with Jessie Starling.
Thanks, Joe. Yo-yo. Big dream bucket tick just off the list just now. You just surfed a CT heat out Snapper Rocks. You and one other woman out there. Obviously, it was your fellow countryman, Kika Veselko, but just to be out there and pumping Snapper, I mean, these are the moments that you've been dreaming of.
Oh, 100%. I mean, the conditions are insane, and it seemed like as soon as the girls kind of went in the water, the waves just turned up, and it was like set after set after set. It was kind of like when you're surfing in a free surf, you just want to catch everything, and when you're competing, you kind of like, you think so much of what you want to do, and you try not to like actually mess up the wave because it's so perfect. So I feel like I failed a little bit on my first few waves, but that's even better. I got way more to give for the next round, but insane. And like the sun came out, it was like everything lined up. I'm super stoked.
It's perfect. It really is just such a dreamy day one here. I want to talk about, though, that barrel. You came so close to making the drop. It can get so tricky behind the rock there, but take me through that moment and that kind of like, oh no moment right at the end of that wave.
I was like, I pulled into one, a bit smaller one before, and when I got the jet ski, I was like, I can get the barrel and I can come out before she even gets to it. So I was like, I got to go for it. And I saw the doubling up, and I kind of like, I feel like I didn't paddle soon enough, and I needed one more paddle. I was like, I got so excited. I just wanted to pop up and pull into it, but I know what my coach is going to say, and he's going to hate me for it. We're going to go over and over what I did wrong in that heat, because I had a heat before with Erin in the challenges, and I did the exact same thing. I was like, dude, I'm fixing that thing up, and I'm going to bring it back for the next round.
Oh, absolutely, Yo-Yo. And obviously, we just want to kind of give Portugal a big round of applause, because for the first time ever, we're seeing 2 women on the championship tour representing the Portuguese flag. Obviously, there's a massive crowd of fans back at home, so feel free to say hi to them and anyone tuning in right now.
Eu queria dizer obrigada, estão a ver live, porque eu sei que já é bastante tarde aí em casa. Infelizmente fui eu contra a Kika e uma de nós ia perder, mas eu sabia que ia ser um hit bastante difícil. Mas pelo menos temos ainda uma portuguesa no próximo round, e estou super feliz com a minha performance e espero dar o meu melhor para o próximo round.
Thanks, Yo-Yo. Thanks, guys.
Thanks a lot, Jessie. Oh, man, Yolanda's so patriotic. She told me that if you cut her in half, she's half green, half red, you know, for the flag. She loves where she comes from. She's actually said she's surprised that, you know, her region didn't take over sooner. She's like, we've got world-class waves. We've got the talent. So she's kind of known, she was expecting this Euro force to come from the CS. Let's get caught up with the rails of Bella Kenworthy here, Rich.
Yeah, some beautiful surfing here for Bella. I'm really enjoying seeing her open up. I don't think we've seen the best of this young lady on tour, but in this heat in particular, it feels like she's really feeling free and open and just connected. CI looks great under her feet, and she's going to put a couple of good numbers on the board here and put some pressure on the veteran Sally Fitz, who also looks like she's up for the challenge today.
Sally Fitzgibbons, what a legend, celebrating longevity in her career on tour and making 2 finals out here on the Gold Coast. You know, one a while back, we're going 2013 against Tyler Wright, but then one more recently, even last year, against Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Callum, you've been right there watching Sal, you know, like all of us have. You know, what inspires you the most about what she's done in this amazing career that's not showing any signs of ending anytime soon?
Yeah, no, Sal absolutely loves it, right? She's just, what I really admire about Sal is just her consistency with everything she does. She's a very consistent competitor, consistent with her preparation. You know, she's showing up and has done the work, and I think that's something that's very admirable, and I think that's what a lot of fans gravitate towards her, is obviously her bubbly, happy spirit, and obviously it just shows with all the ups and downs, falling off the last few years and having to go through the Challenger Series, that's not easy, and she's came back every single time. So I think just her resilience to come back and forth, especially after contending for world titles and being at that top end, to then having a bit of a different story the last few years, I'm sure she's pretty keen to kind of rewrite the script on this back half. And the waves are starting to pump, and Bella's been looking really good, especially as the wave steepens up. I think as the waves steep, her turns are looking really crisp, and I think Sally's just kind of got the whole package. So let's see how Sal goes on this one.
Rolling right into this one is Sally Fitzgibbons. There's that pace turn, using that pocket well. Always appropriate with the curve of the wave, just throwing those wraps from a high road wrap to a lower road. She can read when it's going to double up. All just pace work, finding that tempo, and just finds a quick whitewater section to attack. She's still hanging in there because she's seeing some clear water out front and not doubling up, so she's got to get out of there. There's that angle that we've been seeing this morning on certain waves, Rich, that just kind of stay a little bit flat.
Yeah, it's almost like that wave broke just slightly off the sandbar, and it didn't really give her that big section that was standing up where she could dig in. Beautiful surfing nonetheless, and she will put her backup score on the board. But again, you know, both these women just look so connected and clicked in at the moment. This is going to be a great fight. We've still got plenty of time on the clock, 21 minutes.
We'll break this one down. Sally on her third wave here. Callum, what'd you see?
Yeah, like Rich said, this kind of one was a little big and tall at the start, and usually those ones don't have that kind of long wall that's kind of grown and grow into Greenmount and Little Marley. So she still did really well. This wave had a bit of a lump through it the whole time, which kind of made it hard for Sal to really set her rail. Even you see there, the end section was quite disjointed, which made it really hard for her to have a really big, impactful finish. But I think she did as well as she could for what was on offer on that wave. I think today, like, the waves are so pumping and perfect, and everyone is probably expecting big scores, but I think really understanding that the wave quality is still going to dictate that scoring potential so much. And you see there as Sal, like, she was probably capped at what she did on that wave just based on the quality. And as much as there's so many pumping waves, there's still that couple % better wave that is coming through, and that's when you see that score really go up there, because everyone surfs as good as each other here. It's sometimes just that kind of scoring opportunity that the wave gives.
Wave selection, a relationship with the ocean. We could talk about that for hours and hours. And some of the greats just feel like they have such a magic connection that they're always in the right place at the right time, Rich.
Yeah, it's wave selection is a huge part of being a successful professional surfer. You need to find that flow and really be in sync with the sets. And you know, we talk about rhythm in a heat so much, and it almost becomes really apparent if you're not in the rhythm and your opponent is, and you have to somehow find a way to switch that rhythm in a heat. Really difficult to do, but it just comes with patience, and it all comes down to wave choice.
19:50 on the clock, enjoying our time in the booth with Callum Robson, achieving an important heat win this season. We're talking about format changes, Callum, and you know, when you're on your rookie season, there was a non-elimination round. Lots changed. Sally's going through that along with the rest of the tour of going to this instant elimination situation, where from Bells to Margie's, you felt that pressure. And how different does it feel? You know, heat number one, everything's on the line.
Yeah, 100%. It feels completely different. Like, for me, it almost feels like you're not in the contest yet in that first round. It feels like it's a round to actually qualify for the main round, which it is. So I feel like coming into it when I first was here, everyone had that opportunity to surf twice, and then you got that opportunity to kind of open up. And I feel like as well, the matchups that you were getting with those three-man heats was quite exciting, because you had a main, like a high seed, and then you had a middle tier seed, and you had to go wild card or a low seed. So it kind of gave you a bit of everything. But I guess it opens up a little bit more time in this schedule, and being able to run, better conditions. So it obviously has its positives and its negatives. And like you said, I'm stoked to get out of that round, because it's no fun being in that round. And it's definitely no fun staying there. So hopefully just trying to make some heats like you've seen Lobby did, able to jump up into that second bracket, and just kind of start to edge yourself up and up that ranking to kind of get yourself a better seed and have better matchups. But that's part of the sport. You're versing the best in the world. You can't avoid it.
Yeah, and for fans, that we want to see pressure right away as we see Bella Kenworthy take this wave with priority off Sal. Throws a wrapping turn. The Californian just checks it again. Her low score at the moment's a 4.17. Her best, a 6.5 that she had before it. And now Bella loads up, and a well-timed snap off the lip into a quick little check, but she'll be incomplete on that last turn. Bella, super talented skateboarder, growing up skating with women like Sierra Kerr. Probably could have gone that way with her career. She loves changing gears with her turns, growing up surfing lower trestles in Salt Creek, and was injured through her rookie season, so she's ready to go all in this year. And just a wave to kind of reset, Rich. Did well, took that off Sal. Didn't really have a huge wall, but did some damage in the pocket.
Yeah, she did. There was a couple little moments on that wave, in particular that snap on the inside was really impressive, but I almost kind of got to give props to Sal for selling her this wave. You can see just from the takeoff, it was already kind of split in half, this wave. It starts to wall up down the line here. Bella definitely looks like she's connected and surfing really good, but lots of downtime. And it wasn't until this little section here, but really good signs on that snap. Almost got a little bit of tail release. Great extension through the turn, but Sally kind of just forcing Bella to take priority, and she didn't really convert on the wave.
Callum, the act of forcing priority when you don't have it. I mean, what a way to execute a priority change. You know, people think, oh, second priority, there's nothing you could do. Well, what can you do to kind of make that magic happen?
Yeah, I guess especially at a lineup like Snapper, there's the beauty of having so many different takeoff zones. So I think without priority, you can really create space from your competitor. If you're chasing a score, as we see Sal taking off.
Sal's running after this one. Nice wall section. Quick slap off the coping into a wrapping cutback. Two quick moves. Ends up short there. But you can tell she's fired up.
She obviously probably seen Bella on the ski as well and thought that's probably a free run to kind of see if I can blow up on this first part of the wave, and maybe I'm going to commit to it. It's kind of a bit of a luxury you have when people are going back out on the ski. But like I said, I was just watching that last heat, it was absolutely pumping. This heat seems a little slower for waves, and it's kind of been a little bit like that this morning. I know there's a bit of a lull in my heat, and I feel like it's just the girls doing a really good job of adapting to that wave selection and trying to make the most of what's going to come through in your 35-minute heat.
15:25 to go. Sal, three-time world runner-up, picked up her recent CT win at Rottnest Island in 2021. And she's looking for another big win this year on a return once again to the tour. She's chasing Bella Kenworthy, needing a 5.95. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break and we'll be right back after this. The World Surf League would like to acknowledge the Gunjambura and Minyangbal people of the Bundjalung Nation, and we pay our respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging, and extend this acknowledgement to all First Nations people. Beautiful opening ceremony to kick off the event. The world's best were there to capture this moment. And that feels special. You can still feel it. Chicken skin type moments, just feeling the energy of the locals here. Thanks for the great welcome as we continue on with competition. Bella Kenworthy taking on Sally Fitzgibbons here in round 1, heat number 2. Sally, second priority, needs a 5.95 to take the lead off Bella. Bella had a 6.5 early. Growing up in Southern California, she's got a lot of fun waves to compete on, but she also has some great mentors. It was pretty common for Carissa Moore to knock on the Kenworthy household door, especially when Riss was in Southern California. Back to business with Bella, throwing some marks on the open wall and leaning into that one on the open face again. Often gets a lot of advice from Carissa's father, Chris, as she'll jam that section, put it through the lip line again, and Bella steps off. Here comes Sal. Nice smooth off the bottom, little tag there. Comes down with the warble, then throws another arc in the pocket. Always showing control, even through some messy sections, and she runs out of water there. Certain part of the bank gets hollow. It's just impossible to catch back up to it, especially when it's 1 foot and cornering. Sal in just this hunting type mode, Rich, chasing a 5.95.
Yeah, you look at Sal's 2 scores, the 4.5 and the 4.73. She wants to build on that and put a significant number on the board, because Bella's got that 6.5, which is almost 2 points ahead of Sally's best wave here. So let's have a look what happens. Sal, she gets down this low road. The wave starts to rattle off down the line. Beautiful opening swoop to slide. Great positioning on that wave, and then a bit of flare on that second turn. So Sal really bringing the variety on this one. The third turn had another little tail drift, and then she just does some pocket work all the way through, and then the wave actually just sort of took off down the line. She couldn't stay with it. What did you like about this one, Cal?
Yeah, this Sal's wave is a really good wave, and then obviously looking at Bella's one here, it just was that little bit more tapered, and like you said, they've kind of got that lump in it that really holds you back from doing any type of work with the lip, which is where the judges are really going to love it and throw that score up there. I feel like Bella's obviously got a 4 she's trying to improve on. She'll probably be going back out there with 10 minutes to go, trying to get priority and really put a bit of a nail in this. Improving on that 4 with a pretty substantial, probably matching her 6, or if not better, I think is probably in her mind right now. Like you said, Joey, about just that inside section, it's runs so quick. It's almost like Kelly's wave pool. It's like the wave. It's like the barrel section at Kelly's wave pool. As you're coming through the greeny section, before you know it, it just races off on you. So I think it's something to be mindful of. For like me with my own heat, it happened to me. I got caught off by it, but because you just know that sandbank's so shallow in there, and everyone's been getting the sickest little pits. But it creeps up on you, and if you don't know, if you're not aware of it, then all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, I'm caught behind.
And just like the pool, it's impossible to come around the corner. Yeah. Once you're late, you're like, step off. And it's so similar, and you get those feelings like you're in the pool here at Snapper. It's that perfect, and just machine-like.
Totally, absolutely. Wave sets up so beautifully on the sandbar here. Look, I think another thing just to highlight in this heat, I've been watching closely with Bella and Sally. Bella's really getting the rail work happening. It just seems like her turns are cutting just a little deeper, which is sending a little bit more spray off the board. Sal's just keeping the board a little bit flatter on the wave. She's going to that more kind of slidey type move off the top. So perhaps that could be a little bit of a difference in just the score lines that we're seeing here, because I don't necessarily think that Bella's been on the better waves, but the scores are coming through a bit higher.
Yeah. Great breakdown. Bella Kenworthy, 6.5 and a 4.23. Sally's aware of that. She'll use priority on this one. The Australian just tags that little whitewater coping to get down the line. I love that twist and wrap. She's got a lot of energy coming off the bottom. Good section. Puts it right off the lip line. Attacking the whitewater. Three-time world runner-up, throws the arc in the pocket. Jams it well with some style and changing gears with variety. Sal's best performance so far. So clean from start to finish, chasing just a 4.91 for the lead, Callum.
Yeah, I think she's got that for me. I just love the style and the technique of that wrap, how she finishes up nice and high. It allows her to drop down and put her in a really good position for that rest of the wave. And I think that wave allowed her to actually do the type of surfing she wanted to do. It was much steeper, then allowed for that snap and to throw that water. Like Richard said, I think she got a bit more of that rail engaged on that wave, and it kind of showed, reflected, the wave allowed it. And Sal did really well, especially after this doubled up. It's hard in the booth here to tell what the wave's going to do, but she obviously identified one with that long wall, and it's going to be her best wave of the matchup, in my opinion.
Yeah, better angles on this one for sure, and had a great pace to it. It just allowed her that time to sort of come from behind the section, do the wraps, and then get the speed up and again, and then hit that oncoming section. So really nice variety. You can see here, bang, connects with that lip. It keeps the nose of the board pointing down for this next section. Love this wrap here. Great upper body, lower body connection. Tight wrap in the pocket, then connects there, gets some flare out of the back of the board. So that's a better wave for Sal.
Sally Fitzgibbons waiting to see what that number will be. Wave previous of 5.83. Such a solid competitor in heat, always building. She's adjusting to what the scale is. She can identify a good wave better than most. And just a student of the game, you know, and I'm sure that inspires you a lot, Callum. I feel like you are a completely different surfer than when you first qualified and even made finals. And now coming in with much more experience, as we'll take a look at Bella here, deep behind the whitewater, so a considerable amount of downtime is forcing her to kick out, and Sal will now have first priority. Still waiting for the numbers of the last exchange, but a tough one for Bella to give away there.
Yeah, that's a mistake for Bella at this point, and that famous saying, not at this level. These veterans, they'll make you pay. And a slight error in judgment there for Bella taking that wave, thinking I guess it was going to stand up down the line, but handing priority to Sal, who's just dropped a good number.
That's right, a 6.5 for Sally Fitzgibbons on her 7th wave ridden is the Fat Boy ride of the heat so far. Callum, you broke it down what you loved about it, but it was just great composure for her to build and then turning this into a lead change as well.
Yeah, for sure. Her patience just to find the moment, especially there, just bang, get the nice snap going. And then that had that wobble and that tricky bump in the wave, and she did really well just to read it. And I love the finish, the finish of her calves there. She just gets so compact and finishes them nice and high and tight. I mean, it looks so good and allows her to put her in a really good position for her next turn. Sal was obviously chuffed with that one. 6.5 puts her in a pretty good position, especially with priority. Now it's time for Sal to kind of get her big nail in the coffin.
When's the moment where you start playing defense in this situation where Sally's in the lead, she has priority, it's a narrow lead though? Does she focus on trying to better her lower score, or does she kind of play defense?
I think, like, obviously she's got to do what Sal's doing. It's been real close to her, right? Making sure that you're at least having a look at every opportunity that Bella's looking at, and you're basically, to improve on Sally's total, she needs to get Bella's score. So even if it is around that 5.8 range, she looks down the line, she goes, oh, that's probably a 5.5. You're probably starting to think about going. So obviously a lot comes into it though, right? It's like, how consistent is there going to be a really good set in the back half of this heat? There's no magic answer to it. That's the hard thing about surfing, but and that's why we don't get it right every single time. But I just do what Sal's doing, is just keeping right on her. And yeah, Bella's going to try and sell her on everything. But I just think the more Sal can stay composed and just making sure that, okay, if I'm going this wave, making sure that it's got that scoring opportunity.
Bella Kenworthy's going to look at this wave under priority. Needs a 5.84, finds a nice section to wet the rail. Lays into a little speed snap to get down the line. Hitting it off the top again, covering some ground. Wall still standing, lays into a beautiful carve, pushes back into the pocket. Bella looking for the lip line, ends up coming off the top, a little sticky, but she's riding away. And what a wave that just built on second priority for the Californian.
Wow, she really took advantage of picking up that little wave under priority. Break this one down again. She did some great surfing. If that final moment where she didn't get hung up, if she had nailed that, I kind of would have gone, yeah, I'm pretty confident that she's going to go close to getting the number. Let's have a look at the Bonsoy replay here. So this one, it was one of those little perfect growers down the line. The face goes nice and clean. Bella picks up speed. You can see she does these little double pumps off the bottom, just driving up into the lip there. I love that turn there where she extended, laid that back arm into the wall, really laid on the power. But that final turn there where she just gets caught up, I think the judges, they're not going to be happy with it.
Interesting lip line that can change your idea of what type of maneuver to lay down, Callum. It's pretty common to end up in that situation out here when it's kind of tempting going hollow on you and you're kind of going carve, snap, pull in, and you got to react.
Especially like when you're Bella and you probably feel like you're on the way to the score and you're trying to, there's a lot of maybe internal thoughts going on there, and you come towards the finish, you're really trying to make sure you finish that wave. But sometimes when you try and just get the finish, it almost works in the opposite way. And I think Bella maybe just put on the brakes a little bit on that turn, where she probably could have maybe been a little bit more aggressive and try to project out in front of it, because like you said, you got all that converging whitewash when those waves are just pulling down the point along the sandbank. You really want to try and make sure you finish with a statement. She did some really good work out the back, so I'm interested to see where this score goes. I've just been loving how Bella's been going when the wave really gets steep. I feel like she's been doing some really nice turns where she's putting it on rail and she's looking like electric through the top of the wave. And when the wave's standing up, she's looking great. So I don't know, this score could go either way.
And some great little gear shifts too. Just dropping the back shoulder, there's some variation in those off the top carves. Be fairly easy to repeat yourself, and she's doing good to switch gears down the stretch. Minute 22 to go. Sal's had some run-ins with Molly Picklum, some heavy heats in the early rounds.
Yeah, Sally's way down the line here. This is that's actually Brisa Hennessy, who's in the next heat, who's paddling out next to Sal. Bella's right up the top there. So Sal just needs to be mindful of this situation here. If a wave comes through for Bella right up top, she gets on it, and then the hooter goes. Sal can't go near that wave.
Bella Kenworthy, 5.10 on that last wave.
Oh, you'd have to think that if she had just connected and really laid into that final turn, that was the number.
Yeah. And she did so well to surf that wave. Sal obviously didn't go that wave, and now it's a really good decision. That was one of those decisions that was right there on the cusp. It could have gone either way, and she decided not to go. It was actually a really hard wave to surf. Bella did so well. But like you're saying, just that finish, it's so tricky when all the waves converge and you know you're on the way to a score. We'll see if she gets one more shot here.
What a battle. They're tied on their best numbers. 19 seconds. Sally just underneath Bella. Will use priority on this one. Sometimes these little wedges double up. Just ask Cal. This one's staying a little bit flat. Sally's also just interested, seeing what Bella Kenworthy might be doing, and manage the clock well. And is able to pick up a nice victory here in the opening round. Bella Kenworthy, great surfing there and under pressure without priority. Made that one extremely close. And will clean things up and start preparing to go backside as she heads to Raglan. There are the numbers. Sal Fitz, 6'5", 5.83. Two-time runner-up here on the Gold Coast, is looking for a major win here at Snapper Rocks. Callum Robson, we always enjoy your time. Great job again this morning. You got us all fired up for the rest of the day. What are your plans now? Watch more surfing?
I've been on the beach all day, so I'm going to head home, cruise, and maybe, just do a bit of recovery this afternoon and try and wind down. It's been a pretty intense day, especially with just the way I did make my heat. So, just go chill, and I know tomorrow, the next day, it's going to be a pretty back-to-back action down here. The waves are going to be pumping, so go rest and try and recover before hopefully a big few days.
That's it. Thanks for the entertainment. Thanks for your company. Callum Robson, enjoy him in round 2 action. He deserved the rest of the day off as we look at Sally Fitzgibbon's highlights. She's moving on, getting past Bella Kenworthy. Up next, Vahine Fierro takes on Brisa Hennessy. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey and Flick Palmatier for the call. And the Bugwan. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Coastal Real Estate, official real estate partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. By Hydrolite, official oral rehydration partner of WSL Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Mophie, empowering you to live your life untethered. Power on.
Well, welcome back. Sally Fitzgibbons survives a close heat there in the opening round. Gets the jump on Bella Kenworthy to earn her place in round 2. And the bracket's taken shape. There's going to be some big matchups there, but Sal resilient through that heat, got pushed right to the final stages and has hung on to keep her place in the draw as we get set for yet another big clash. Ronnie Blakey, Felicity Parmentier, the great Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, this is intense. Of course, this year, some big changes to the format of these championship tour events, the way we crown our world champs, but it all starts with no second chances on the opening day of the competition.
Yeah, which is a pretty kind of revolutionary, but I'd have to say, you know, I mentioned Sean Thompson before, our whole generation never served one heat with a losers round. We didn't ever experience it.
Yeah, so we've had that non-elimination round to sort of give the competitors the opportunity to get familiar with the location, give them that little backup chance, but we've scrapped that, Flick. We're diving straight into the elimination heats now, and as a result, we're seeing some elevated performances here on the opening day competition, and we're going to see a big clash between Vahine Fierro of Tahiti, representing France, is going to be up against Brisa Hennessy, who represents Costa Rica, but really is a child of the world, spends a lot of time in Fiji, has spent a lot of time in Hawaii over the years, and loves flexing that powerful forehander approach on the walls here at Snapper. Good matchup this one though, Vahine, really solid backhand.
Yeah, this matchup for me is Brisa's power versus Vahine's precision, right, on the backhand. I think back, I mean, both women have such a strong chance here, but I think back, we'll get back to that. Looks like Brisa.
Yeah, Brisa's going to draw off the bottom into this first section. Nice turn there. Brisa spent a lot of her off-season, extended off-season, travelling the world, but got some great practice in at backyards at Sunset there. So her forehand's in, good touch, but she is chasing a big result to get her campaign back on track after some early round losses through the opening stages of the GWM Aussie treble. Vahine, she's much in the same boat. And she connects with a nice inside runner here. Good backhand flare. Just carving through her second turn there. And it's a nice combination with a solid finish. Travelling with her sister. They've been enjoying their time here in Australia. And really loving their time on the Gold Coast in particular because they've had a whole lot of surf.
Oh, yeah, I think it was the sister's first time here at Snapper, so that's a pretty cool experience for both of them. As you see, yeah, Vahine last year got third when we had the venue change up to the Gold Coast. So she's put time in there, but she's actually had time in the Jersey here at Snapper as well. She's surfed here as a Challenger Series event a couple of times. And, you know, I was actually going to reflect on that moment. It was a round of 32 heat a couple of years ago in 2024. She had Bronte McCauley and she was dropping nines in that heat. And so she's well versed on the backhand out here. She's absolute precision, and I feel like just she really illustrated that on the inside section of this little runner here, just really teed off nicely, you know, identified where she wanted to place her turns and really finishes strong on not a little easy inside section there.
Yeah, she's an absolute force, Vahine. This is the replay of Brisa's opening ride here, Bugs. Has that punch, that power that she can lean into.
Yeah, Brisa's got amazing power in her surfing. I was going to say, Sally in the last heat showed that the waves are easier to pick. The good ones are easier to pick. I'll say that with one caveat, is that there's these waves that stand up behind the rock, that the section right there looks absolutely amazing. Brisa took that one, but they often don't connect.
Yeah, it's something to keep an eye on. And it's, as we mentioned earlier, when you've had a lot of waves and you've been enjoying the lineup that's packed with your championship tour colleagues, you really can't afford to be too selective. You kind of take what you can get. You know, sometimes you might connect with that really high quality wave, but you just want to get reps in. You want to surf as many different faces to the wave here at Snapper as possible, because that's what you might be served up in your heat. So Brisa just kind of having a look at a set that didn't really eventuate down the line. She turns in a 3. Vahine with that room on the grower, the runner down the sandbar, turns in a 6.17 and gets a keeper score in the opening exchange.
Yeah, the judges are obviously appreciating what she got done on the inside there. I think it's a sign of good things to come. I mentioned that heat she had a couple of years ago here, you know, when it was a Challenger Series event, and it was incredible, right? I think Bronte actually ended up winning, and Bronte posted a 9 as well and had a good backup. Vahine also got a 9 as well, and I think her surfing on her backhand really, when she gets in the flow and the rhythm of what the Goofies do out here on their backhand, she's so capable of those big scores, and we saw it on the inside track. I think she'll be on her way to an excellent number if she can get one that, you know, she can get the work done on the outside as well as the inside.
Well, both these competitors have had a championship tour win. Brisa getting a big W at Sunset Beach. And Vahine winning at home in Tahiti. And she has also had a number of solid performances there, but you know, just to wrestle victories away from the title contenders, those dominant forces at the top end of the ranks in the era that these two have been born into, is pretty remarkable.
Totally. I mean, you're talking about the likes of, you know, I mean, Steph Gilmore, Carissa Moore, your Tyler Wrights, and then now recently your Molly Picklums, your Katie Simmers, and your Caroline Marks. It's no easy feat. So, yeah, and I think, you know, you think about those championship tour victories, Brisa at Sunset plays to her strength. And then obviously Vahine, you know, as a wildcard at Choves plays to her strength massively as well.
Yeah, it does play to her strengths. The cool thing about Vahine is that backhand approach has really come on in recent times. It's what she had to go and really rely on to earn her place on the CT. She couldn't forehand tube ride her way onto the championship tour. She had to go face that grueling Challenger Series schedule, and to her credit, got it done. So she's really sharpened up that performance aspect of her surfing, and as you said, Flick, is capable of dropping 9s on the backhand here. So 25 minutes to go. Let's see it. Of movement there from Vahine, just having a look under priority at some of these smaller waves, which sometimes bugs grow in size as they make their way into the bay here.
Yeah, that's one of the specialities about snapper. The little growers, they're often the best waves.
Well, Bugs has been talking about the continued distribution of sand with the direction of the swell that we got, Bugs, and you can still see it pouring around the rocks here.
Yeah, it's so clear to see. There it is, that little pile there. We know that one.
And the outlet is obviously just around the corner in the Froggies Cove.
Yeah, it's just in that hooked around the corner in the Froggies Cove, just this side of the Queensland border, New South Wales border. And, you know, the sand gets pumped from under the river and comes out here, and really it's been amazing for snapper. I mean, snapper was always a pretty fun wave, but you'd have to wait for sometimes well over a year to get a bank like this.
The sand has been a really big change to the point here at Snapper Rocks over the years, Bugs, but even the beach itself and on the rocks has changed significantly. There's been some pretty interesting features out there on the rocks over the years, and some remnants still there, some concrete pillars.
Yeah, well, there used to be a swimming pool here, which was famous, Jack Evans swimming pool. It was a pet porpoise pool first, and then there was an Olympic-sized pool, there was a baby pool, there was another pool that we used to sit in with like rubber, inner tubes, and wait for the big swells to just come over the back of the rock.
Well, waiting for the big swells out here at the moment. Vahine and Brisa, and Vahine taking a chance on an insider. This one doesn't really eventuate. On the outside, Brisa sizing up an opportunity here. She's going to swing. Let's see what she can do with this first section. Well, she opts out, seeing that one wasn't sticking to the sandbar. Maybe she'll have more luck with the second wave in the set. And Brisa is going to have a crack at this one. Just really in transition at the moment, waiting to drop that first major turn, and there it is. Pushes hard on the tail, chasing the open face once again, climbs up over the foam, and now she'll see if she can connect with these inside sections, and does. Big hit there, grinds through another top turn, And Brisa in attack mode. Can she hang on for the finish? Well, she gets eaten alive as that wave just grinds across the sandbar, but there were some quality turns in there.
Oh, yeah, there was some, moments of brilliance, but then there was some couple of moments, and she's going to know that where it felt a little bit sticky. Obviously, she didn't get the finish that she was after, but you can't help but think if she properly connected with every section there, that she was potentially on her way to a really good score, for today's conditions. Let's have a look what went down. So, to your point, Ron, the start, pretty sleepy, right? I mean, she's just waiting for this inside track. She picked a good wave here, no doubt. For me, there's a couple of moments that I think were really good. I think as she comes around this section here, she really is able to tee off. Bit of a foam climb there. She gets a little bit stuck, but these moments, that turn there, followed by this carving manoeuvre where she's like really able to lay the board on rail. This one, she just gets a little bit stuck. I just feel like there were obviously points left on the board with that score, and she's going to know that, especially when you've got Bahine sitting out there with a 617. She converts on that. She's kind of keeping it pace,
Yeah, just got that final section a little wrong with the manoeuvre choice, the timing. Needed to get there a bit earlier, but there was some quality sparky hits, Bugs. A lot of just speed through transition in those front side hits.
Yeah, I think she banked some good points on the way through, and to Flick's point, there was different parts of that wave. I think she might have been able to put it together well, but there was that one section where she got 2 or 3 major manoeuvres that should serve her well. They have been pretty stingy on that last turn. When you get caught up in that last turn, they tend to penalise you.
Well, let's see where the number falls, but Brisa didn't need a whole lot to get herself into the lead here, just a 5.18. So waiting on the numbers to drop. And that tide just continues to fall here. That bank fully exposed, expecting on a Friday afternoon we'll see the crowd fill that space.
I think so, Friday Arvo.
Here we go, Brisa locking in, tucks into the barrel, locked inside though, and can't find the keys to get out. Well, numbers starting to roll through for a previous ride, and it looks like Brisa's going to get the score that she needs here. She's been travelling through the first stage of the GWM Aussie treble with her mum Katie, her dad Mike, who is an absolute classic. And they'll be watching on, no doubt. Brisa's just turned the heat with a 6-point ride. And Bahine now after a small score. Let's have a look at the Stone and Wood slow-mo of the entry here. This wave just clamping and stretching out pretty early.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's kind of the only opportunity that was there, right? So she just rolls the dice, but yeah, I mean, look, takes the opportunity, but doesn't convert.
I like it though, just keeping an eye on it. The setup was good. There is every chance that we see some more tube rides as we roll through this round of competition, the opening round for the women. And surviving a really tough heat there. It was a close one with young Bella Kenworthy pushing the veteran Sally Fitzgibbons to the final stages, but Sally ultimately getting the W.
I tell you what, Ronnie, she's a hard lady to get down this beach. She has so many fans down here at Snapper. There was a swarm of kids around you as soon as you hit the sand. Just to be back here at Snapper and to get a win in this round and do it for everyone who loves you down the beach. This is why we see you smiling everywhere you go.
Oh, it's so special. You know, you're out the back and it's so hard to pick that one that's supposed to be the score at the right time of the heat. And whether we pick it or not, you come into the beach and there's just all this beautiful energy and people waiting for you, and no matter what, they're cheering for you. And these Groms, you know, like I've watched them grow up, so that's super cool. They're still coming down and they're telling me about their day at school or just still wanting a signature. So yeah, as I said, it's pretty heartwarming.
Let's talk about Behind the Rock, because in the booth we can break it down, but we don't know what it's like until you're fully out there. You're saying it can be a little bit tricky to know exactly which ones to go because of how perfect it is.
Oh yeah, for everyone back at home, I think, you know, these perfect waves that are actually the hardest for heat strategy and staying in the game, because as you can see from the drone shots and all the sick empty waves, you want to be on all of them and you just can't, and you got to click back to the scenario, and right then we didn't have the biggest scores. The ones I was on just didn't quite pan out down the line or weren't big enough. But yeah, so coming back to that, you just have to like really compartmentalise, and yeah, there's some dreamy ones, but whether you had enough time to wait for them, that's always the scenario you're playing in your head. And I'm just so stoked, Jess, I got enough points, and every time you just come in and you're like, today I got enough points, and that's so hard because you come up against great mates like BK. Bella was ripping too, and it was such close heat. So it's one person winning and one person losing, always a hard day.
And to have a second here last year, obviously we're at Burleigh, we're back here at Snapper. You've had 5 semi-finals here before, a second place here before as well. Now you're back, you've got a chance to hopefully lift that trophy one more time. I mean, just to feel all the energy to be back here at Snapper where you had so much success in the early start of your career, this is just, you know, moments that you tried so hard to get back from the Challenger Series.
Oh, so true, Jess. Like I always said throughout my career, it's just like I'm so committed to this game and I've committed my life to it, and I just always say, like, good day or bad day, I'm like, whatever it takes. And, you know, I've had some tough heats, you know, the first 2 rounds that were pretty big knockouts, so I'm like, whatever it takes to create another opportunity. So you go back to work and it gives me something to think on and gets the creative juices flowing, and yeah, I just want to create one more opportunity and see if like the surfing I've dreamed up, see if it can come out on this canvas.
We love it, Sal. Role model to us all. Thanks so much. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jessie. Sally Fitzgibbons. Very popular at every venue that she visits and always gives the fans a whole lot of time. Felicity Parmentier, you were talking about. Vahine dropping big numbers as we see the IC score update here. She just dropped the bomb.
Oh, not surprised, Ron. I am not surprised. I mean, I just know what she's capable of. I've seen her drop 9s here at the Challenger Series level of surfing. And, I mean, she's done it here. I mean, Brisa had to give way with priority. Vahine says, I am going to take this absolute gem, and starts reeling off down the line. A series of backhand manoeuvres here just through the roof, and tees off so beautifully on the inside. It was so critical. I mean, she knew it. There was good feelings associated with that wave, and yeah, the highest wave of the morning so far. So beautiful precision surfing on the backhand. It's kind of just, it's reminiscent of a couple of days that I saw her here on the Challenger Series too. So just feeling comfortable in the jersey out here, and really identifying what waves to pick, being a goofy footer on the backhand out here today.
It was the big finish, Bugs, that helped push it up into the excellent range.
Well, I think every single goofy footer in the tournament, female and male, can take major heart in this ride, because she just showed the way you surf snapper. That wave didn't reel down to Little Marley. That was 4 compact moves in a short space, perfectly executed.
Yeah, and she has tightened up the wig. She's put the hair in a bun, and she's ready to add to that score. But we knew on the opening exchange, you know, dropping a 6.17 based on the numbers we've seen coming through today, you know, that was a real solid score to build on, and she's certainly done that. Finding the space, finding one of the cleaner walls that, you know, maintain great pace down the line, and teeing off deluxe on every single one of those sections.
And to your point, she went early on that last manoeuvre. She went up early. We saw Ramsey going up a bit late. You know, the goofy footers so far haven't hit that section well. Going up early was the key.
I know you can both talk to it, but Flick, on the backhand, how challenging is it once you get down to that end of this sandbar to execute that turn when you've got to ride out that on that cupped out section toward a low tide?
I feel like it's so hard to maintain speed, right, on the backhand. I think on the forehand, you're on your toe side rail, you can really sort of project a bit easier and sort of go up into the lip. On your backhand, you're obviously on that heel side rail, like trying to do the bottom turn and project up into the lip. As it approaches this lower tide, I think it's like 12:30 now, right? Yeah, we're 12:30. The low tide's at essentially almost 1:30, so we're only an hour away from that. It's just getting so tricky to place those turns. I think she had the right idea going up nice and early, but this morning, like, we saw Morgs, he was surfing good, but he couldn't string together a whole wave, right? And we were saying, look, his surfing's there if he can find a wave from start to finish. You know, he scored 6 points or something for a couple of manoeuvres, more on the last section. Right there is the first wave we've seen today where someone's, you know, linked those series of manoeuvres from start to finish, and she's been rewarded for it.
She sure has, and she is a likely contender for the Mophie power move of the day so far. As we see Brisa Hennessy looking to respond here, throwing that board up into the lip. And she's after an 8.84 now, but she'd be happy to chip away at the requirement with 13 minutes to go. Grinds through the cutback, brings it back to the power source. and now hopes that her wave will stretch out and give her more chances to hit the lip like that. Solid turning here from Breeser on the inside. A tricky section. She ducks into the pit, but this one stretches out. And behind her, an awkward fall there for Vahine. But a great exchange. 12.5 minutes to go here. Let's dive into some replays. Breeser again showing some really solid turns, but just not able to really get the finish that she's looking for.
Yeah, so let's see what Vahine first got done on the outside here. So bit of a slopier face to start, but looks like she's lining up on the inside. I mean, we saw her really absolutely go for it on this inside section. So just lines up for this float and just has this awkward landing. It kind of scares me when you see the fins sort of flip up, but then Breeser, I'm interested in this wave. I mean, it had moments. I feel like all her waves have had moments, right? It's just she hasn't linked everything together. I mean, she got a 6 for, you know, probably the strength of just a few turns on the wave before. This wave is sort of similar, right? It's like she's still, there's beautiful moments here where her surfing is looking awesome and that she's capable of an excellent number. It just, the whole wave together isn't conducive of that.
Yeah, well, I think she extracted all the points she could out of that wave.
Yeah.
There was nothing in that little tube right at the end, but she started, you know, with a very authoritative clout on the outside section, and you can get rewarded for that. We're going to take a break. We're definitely seeing some strong turns laid down, and this one is certainly a Mophie power move contender from Vahine Fierro.
It is.
Welcome back to the show. Quite a heat unfolding here with 9.5 minutes to go. Vahine has the lead over Breeser. Breeser after an 8.74. She just turned in a 6.1, just marginally chipping away at the requirement, but she's on fire. And we are going to, well, check in with Vaughan Blakey and see what he's up to.
Thanks, fellas. I see. Mate, it is the official eyewear of the WSL, and with me is co-founder, CEO, Joey, Big Joey Joe Dog. Mate, tell us a little bit about the company, because we see it, you know, all the branding around the comp site, we see the activations, we get to see the amazing product. How long have you been going, and what are you doing here at Snapper?
Well, we're here at Snapper because we love surfing's been part of my life, my culture, my love, and so we're here to support the surfers, the whole culture and everything. But the company started in 2019, the brand, and we're just crushing it, going around the world, trying to introduce love power to the world and, you know, keep people together.
Doing such a great job, man. Obviously, a couple of the big names on your team are Cole Houshman, who took out Bells Beach, and Jack Robbo, another Bells Beach champion, but that's two massive names who are helping spread the word. Have they both got their own sunnies?
Yeah, so I'm wearing the Coles right here. Here's the Cole Houshman signature model, but we're launching the Jack model at Tahiti because we're the presenting sponsor at Tahiti. So when you guys roll into the Tahiti event, we're going to be launching his signature model, and then probably one for Julia, his wife, too. So it's on. Here we go.
That is sick, mate. And like, at all the events, you guys have the IC tent going where people can come and get familiar with the product.
Yep.
What's the reaction been like from Australians as they've got to know the product?
Well, we went from 0 to now we're in about 100 stores, and it's just been phenomenal. Beyond my wildest dreams, super stoked. The vibe's super strong. The people seem to be loving it, and we're loving the people. And yeah, it's resonating. Something's going on. People like you wearing it. What
I
else
love
is gonna
these
happen?
things, bro. I love these things. I feel like I'm absolutely killing it in these bad boys. But you've got so many different styles as well, man. What about the designs? Where are they inspired from?
So we travel the world looking for things to inspire us, and then my wife, Rachel, Kate, and I kind of are the team. We look at things, we try to figure out what people want, and based on the inspiration we got, and then we try to deliver something, you know? And so far, so good. Loving it.
Get down here. Joey's down here. He can talk you through it. You got all the amazing team with you as well, mate. So many great styles and great supporters of pro surfing, and of course, the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro as well. Come on down, check it out. Get some ICs on you.
Couldn't do it without people like you. We love that WSL. And by the way, we were in like 2 countries when we started, and we're in 44 now because of doing this. So it's on. Cheers, bro. Thank you.
Thank you, Vaughn. Yeah, Joey's a bit of gold and has a number of team riders and a lot of signature styles that all kind of speak to their individual sort of styles, which is really worth checking out. 6.5 minutes to go here, and Brisa Hennessy is working hard to try and stay alive in this event because Vahine has brought some real backhand class to the lineup here at Snapper as we dive into the GWM recap. And let's have a look at some of the excellence laid out here.
Oh, it's absolutely been backhand prowess from Vahine Fierro. You know, she starts off with the 617. This is this one right now, tidy finish. And then, you know, Brisa has to give way for Vahine here on this one. This is absolute excellence, right? I mean, it's backhand surfing absolutely on display at its finest. I think really most of these points are coming from the inside track here, and just the way she tees off and how critical that last turn was. And she's put a bit of distance between herself and Brisa in this heat. You know, Brisa's out there now essentially chasing an excellent wave. It'd have to be the best wave of the heat if she's to do it in one wave with, you know, only just over 5 minutes on the clock. It's a pretty hard task as we see Vahine here on the inside.
Yeah, looking to build on this lead, trying to improve on a 6.17. Draws off the bottom. Whips a nice turn out of the pocket there. And she is on fire out here at the moment. Really critical surfing right on top of the section as that wave is just pushing the whitewater out of the tube. She surfs over it. And that is going to score well with the panel. And the 6.17 bugs could be ditched in a moment.
I would think so. I think that was her second best ride of the whole of the heat. And gosh, that's going to make it so hard for Brisa. She's going to need something beyond the 9-point mark if we are correct.
Yeah, it's always difficult to sort of execute critical turns on those waves, Bugs, when that whitewater starts sidewinding here. Take us through this one.
Yeah, well, she gets in this beautiful backhand mode here. Deep bottom turn, snaps off the top. And I love the bottom turn. It's just so deep and it's just such a good rhythm. This wave is just built for backhand surfing. And just finishes it early. Again, going up early for that last move is such an important move on your backhand.
Yeah, huge. You know, that just looked like, you know, an athlete who's just hit that confident mindset after dropping an excellent score. Such a tricky wave flick, and she just didn't let up on it.
Yeah, that one, I think you kind of nailed it, Bugs. She tapped into, she was so connected that her deep bottom turn was really allowing her surfing to fit in the pocket of just such a really difficult wave to surf, essentially. She kind of faded it and really squared up nice and tightly. On that kind of wave, it can be easy to sort of go out and be doing those more drawn-out cars. But, yeah, she just sized that one up perfectly. So, look, I wouldn't be surprised if it does better her situation because it was some really nice surfing and maybe, you know, put more pressure on Brisa right now and, yeah, make this task a bit more difficult.
Yeah, well, I mean, Brisa surfed well, but I feel she's kind of left a few points on the board on her waves. With, you know, that 6-point ride, I think she could have easily got a 7 on that if she'd been able to get a few sections more connected. Surfing well, but not quite putting it together the same as Vahine.
3 minutes to go. Kaipo, how's it looking from your angle?
Looks great, Ron. It's my time to froth right now. And you know what I'm frothing over? I got a new froth partner, Connor O'Leary. Welcome to the Bonsoy crew. Connor's going to be enjoying all the health-based products with myself and the rest of the crew. And speaking of healthy, I'm also frothing over a healthy matchup coming up next. Tia Zabrowski, Carissa Moore. It is Tia, I've said it before, she reminds me of a young Carissa Moore. We're going to have them in that challenge on the water coming up next in heat number 4. Hawaii and Tahiti in the water at the same time. Mai Tairoa, Mai Kailoa, however you say it, that's some good stuff.
Yep, that's right. In Oz, we just say this is going to be a ripper show. Carissa Moore, Tia Zabrowski, that's coming up next, but we've still got just over 2 minutes. And things just got a little more difficult for Brisa Hennessy here because Vahine did improve on her heat total, 6.7. It was always going to be interesting to see whether the judges went with that last ride. You know, occasionally you see a ride that's so technical and so brilliant, and even on a wave that was quite tapered and small, it was so difficult to surf, she still managed to surf it up into the 6.7.
Oh, I just think she's connected. I think her surfing on and her style of surfing on her backhand really is fitting in today's conditions, and how cupped out it is. And I think the women have really essentially scored this today, right? I mean, we're coming down to the low tide at 1:30, and the bank is looking amazing right now as that tide gets lower. And Vahine's surfing on her backhand is just really suiting.
And the only way for a forehand surfer right now to match her is to find a barrel.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, the backhand is really dominated.
Look out, Bugs.
The barrel is the only way forward. There hasn't been a lot, but with this low tide only an hour away, the barrels will start appearing.
Yeah, things can change with just a single set, that is for sure. And we see Brisa taking off, loading up. She thinks about the pit and opts out as that wave closes. And Vahine, she's going to pick up this one down the line. And again, just straight into the first section. Nice turns off the top here. Just a clean, confident, flowing approach here at the moment. Bit of foam on the face, but no problem for the Tahitian as this wave starts to hollow out. She ducks in. She'll find her way back out into the sunshine, and she'll finish with a nice hit on the end section. What a heat for Vahine, the 26-year-old from Huahine, French Polynesia, is on fire out here.
Such an amazing performance. This heat's been incredible to watch. You know, any goofies out there, I mean, this is the way you do it. I mean, she has absolutely identified, you know, the great way. Let's just even rewind. Brisa was on that wave. I mean, she, you know, essentially kind of couldn't get to that section. Vahine was just down the line. She's done such a good job at identifying what waves, you know, are the absolute gems out there today. And yeah, put on an absolute clinic.
Yeah, well, to Bugs' point, Brisa went looking for the barrel. She went deep on the point here. And unfortunately for her, her wave kind of clamped. It didn't really give her that big throaty section that she needed to chase down that near perfect ride. Vahine absolutely beaming after a really convincing win, and improved on her heat score total with that last ride. 7.83. Here's the start of it again.
Wow, yeah. Breeze had the right idea, kind of going for a tube, but then just down the line, just an absolute clinic on the backhand. Just her timing, the way she's delaying her bottom turns, just to really, her placement of the turns, she's just picking all the kind of right maneuvers here. I'm looking forward to seeing this from this front on angle, just this little kick stall into the little tube, and gets the finish. That's a hard section to land on the backhand. But yeah, she's not putting a foot wrong this morning.
It's been the biggest off-season that we've had for the Championship Tour competitors for some time. These two had an even more extended break, so they've been really amping to get themselves into the jersey this season. And Vahine starting to tap into the form that's seen her take a CT win in the past. Brisa Hennessy, she'll have to reboot. We've got more big heats coming your way with a special guest joining us for the call. We are taking a look back at the magic run of Betty Lou Sakura Johnson on her way to her first championship tour win here on the Gold Coast last year at Burleigh Heads. Beautiful conditions, and from the very first heat, she was on one. Just that typical, incredible timing, a lot of power in her approach. She went on to get a second win that season, but what a special scene. The presentation unfolding in the dark, sharing the stage with Felipe Toledo. And she joins us now for the call. Betty Lou, congratulations on a magic year 2025. And I know you're ready to kick off this year the same way.
Thank you so much. Yeah, super happy to be in the booth with you guys and talk about this heat in the water. It's a stacker on the pages. So really excited to talk about this heat with you guys. And yeah.
It's going to be a whole lot of fun. I have to look forward to heat number 7 today. I know you're going to be tuned in watching that one. Erin Brooks, Stephanie Gilmore, you'll take on the winner of that heat. We're going to talk more about that in a moment, but here they are. Carissa Moore and Tia Zabrowski in heat 4 of round 1. And Carissa getting things started nice and early here. Good looking set wave. And the 5-time world champ making her championship tour return. She showed some real class in the first 2 events, but hasn't wrestled a huge result away from the opening stages of the tour by her standards just yet. Maybe it'll come here on the Gold Coast, where she really came on as a 14-year-old phenom, a wild card in the event back in 2007, cracked the final. Lost to Chelsea Hedges, but she's been blowing our minds ever since, Flick.
Oh, this is such an epic matchup. I've been excited for this as soon as I saw it on paper. I think it's the storyline we've been talking about, since the beginning of the season is, the absolute queens of the sport coming back and then how they're going to match up against this super young generation. Tia Zabrowski being the youngest, qualifying at 14. She's now 15 years old on tour. And these are the matches that we were talking about. These are the matches that we were hoping for. And, Betty Lou, you actually had this really cool soundbite, right? And we saw it, play during bells, and it played during Margie's, and you're like, I think we're going to smoke them. And I love hearing that sort of stuff because it's fun. It makes it exciting. It almost feels like a reality TV show as we look to Tia's, opening wave here. So she's locked in a 4 for this one. But yeah, I just love the fieriness from you, and it makes, creates so much fun and so many different storylines. And yeah, what's your take on this heat?
On this heat, I think it's honestly pretty 50-50. I think Tia's been ripping this past week, and so has Carissa. Their boards look great, and their body looks informed.
Wow.
Yeah, so honestly, yeah, with that comment.
It's so cool. It's fiery. It's good.
It's great. It's fiery. I was so serious in that short little clip, and then I started laughing afterwards. So it looks like I was being dead serious. But yeah, I think this younger generation has that new wave and that spice that, and I think we're just pushing the level, honestly. I think if you guys watched that Red Bull movie with all the girls, they're ripping. They're sending it.
Which premiered today, nowadays, and you can watch it on Red Bull TV and also on YouTube, I believe, as we see Tia up again here. This is such an interesting heat, isn't it? Because, there's been comparisons made to Carissa in Tia's approach. Do you see stylistically some similarities there?
Definitely. I want to say Tia's really powerful for such a young teenager. She's got that finesse in her surfing, and I think Carissa has that as well. So it's actually a really, really good matchup.
Yeah, let's have a look at this replay. Just the incredible timing. She surfs beyond her years and really does have a mature read and pick some classic lines, Flick.
Oh, totally. I think you can just see there's a real maturity to her surfing, right? I mean, we say, she's so young, she qualified at 14, she's now 15. But as soon as she stands up, there's almost like a relaxedness there and a confidence that most rookies don't have when they come on tour. And it's like she already has so much self-belief. I'm not sure if that's really the case, but from the outside and as a spectator, that's what it looks like.
Carissa had a 4.83 on her opening ride. She's up again, throws everything into that first section. But ultimately comes undone. Traveling with her family, her baby girl. And, I think this year more than any other year, we've seen Carissa kind of take those losses, early round losses, a little better. I think great perspective that she's been given. Her legacy is just so locked down. A 5-time world champion, Olympic gold medalist, and obviously a number of finishes at the very top end of the championship tour ranks. So stepping away from the tour last year has just given her ultimate perspective, and now surfing heats is just something that she is able to do and do with the family, and it's not going to define her where she finishes, but she's still a title threat, Betty Lou.
Yes, yeah, she definitely is a title threat. She's she came back strong. She's looking great, and yeah, it's really cool to see her travel with her family, her baby Olena, and yeah, I think that whole new perspective of becoming a mother is so special, and I think she looks like she's taking that in such a big positive way. Oh, here we go, Tia.
Bit of movement on the outside. Carissa enforces her priority and keeps Tia Zabrowski off this one, and it looks like a pretty decent wall too. A bit of a rain squall moving through here at Snapper Rocks at the moment, but Carissa reading this wave pretty well at the moment. A couple of bumps to deal with, but negotiating it really well and getting a couple of nice pocket turns in. A busy ride right through to the inside, multiple maneuvers. And just chipping away at this one, and throws the 360 in to finish. I got a really fun fact before we see a replay of that wave sent through by my good mate Chris Binns, who did the lineup podcast with Dave Prodan in the lead up to this event. On March 8th, 2011, Carissa Moore won the Roxy Pro here on the Gold Coast. On March 9th, 2011, Tia Zabrowski was born.
Oh my.
So, you know.
Wow.
Carissa was already on her way, winning championship tour events and pushing for world titles when Tia arrived to this world. But let's have a look at the Bonsoy replay here.
Oh, it's a great wave. I think you got to take your hat off to her, because as this rain squall moves through, this is not an easy wave to read. You know, you'd have spray coming up the face of the wave. You've got, you know, rain kind of in your face, and it had kind of some weird warps and wobbles through it. So for what she had on offer, I think, you know, you've really got to give it to her, because it was really tricky to surf. I think, you know, probably a good one to utilise priority on, because it was, you know, in the context of this heat, kind of a pretty good wave.
Yeah, it sure was. Carissa making her way back out, and the feeling is she's going to add to her heat score total and drop the best number of the heat so far. 5.83 is the average, and Tia Zabrowski, she's after a 6.09. It's always difficult coming on as a rookie, just trying to get your confidence up. Betty Lou, you experienced that. What sort of feels would Tia have from the first two events of the schedule? And at this point, is she so young that it doesn't really matter ultimately?
Yeah, totally. I think coming in as a rookie, you kind of just have to have no expectations for yourself. Just because the tour is so gnarly and all the girls are ripping right now. And I remember coming up on tour, that's when Carissa and Steph were still battling for world titles. I mean, they still are, of course, but like that was happening at that time, and I kind of just was so felt so idolized by them. I was like, oh my God, like I can't believe I'm surfing with them. But it wasn't scary. It was more of just like lost. It didn't have my groove. I didn't know what exactly to bring on like these big trips and these long stints that we had. So it's kind of just, as a rookie, you're really trying to find your groove and find what works for you, and just experience and take it all in and be happy and enjoy that process, because it is easy to get caught up in that that rush almost of going to another event like back to back. So yeah, if you can try to stay present as a rookie, that's going to help you a lot.
What clicked? What changed that feeling of sort of being overwhelmed by your rivals? Is it just getting so beaten up that you eventually just come out throwing everything at it?
Definitely. I think once I fell off tour and had to requalify, that was just a big awakening for myself. I was like, I'm not falling off again. I got to make these heats. And I think that definitely took a switch in myself. And yeah, I think it's just all fire, all gas, no brakes.
Yeah, I think probably the most recent example of that kind of turnaround has been George Pittar, who was cut from the tour last year, and his surfing looked so different when he got back to the CT. He looked way more aggressive and looked like he was truly performing to the best of his ability. Now he's a CT winner.
Totally. Yeah, I think he looks like he came back refreshed and came back in with a new mindset, more of like a hungry mindset and more of like calm and present this year. That's kind of what I've noticed with him. And yeah, he looks so in tune with himself, his boards, everything's coming together for him.
Okay, well, we've got Carissa Moore up. She just dropped a 5.83 on a previous ride. Starting to gather some momentum, stalling for the tube, gets a little bit of cover there. But back out in front, concentrating on turns and looking for a big finish down the line. This wave pushing off the bank for a moment, but starting to steepen again. And Carissa goes to her rail, goes to her power, and does really well to finish with almost both feet on the tail pad there. And Tia Zabrowski just behind her. She's trying to just find her groove out here at the moment. Had a couple of mid-range fours. This is a surfer that dominated the Challenger Series coming into this season. As Flick mentioned, qualified at 14. And in the new year, had a 15th birthday and then stitched up the Challenger Series victory at the final stop at Surfest. But much like Erin Brooks, it's her free surfing that's got everyone, you know, heaping expectation on her, and she's just got to quieten down the noise a little bit, Flick.
Yeah, especially in these heats with someone like Carissa, I would be really interested to know like where her mind is at before going into these big heats. But let's have a look what she got done on this last wave out the back. So she gets a little bit of cover through this section too, and obviously we saw the work that got done on the inside here. So this is a really good answer back, I think, to Carissa's wave, you know, especially when Carissa's just stood up and, you know, kind of fresh in the judge's mind to sort of take off on that next wave and really sort of take that focus from the judges and be like, hey, I'm going 1-2 with Carissa right now, I think is pretty important as we look to Carissa's wave. So she sort of stalls there, she doesn't really get the cover, but I think so much of the work was done on this inside here. Kind of looks like it went off the bank, but as she moves through to the inside, there was, I mean, this beautiful rail work that was got done here, Betty Lou.
Definitely.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh. She made it work at the end. Yeah, she put that wave really nicely together. It just seems like she's picking better waves than Tia. I think Tia just looks like she's trying to get herself into a rhythm. And I think once she gets that wave, she'll be super happy with her surfing.
A veteran read there from Carissa Moore. Yeah, she opted out of the tube, but some big rail turns, Kaipo, and probably a huge number coming her way.
It's an interesting study, right? We have Carissa Moore just so established, and then we have Tia Zabrowski, Ron, whose talent is undeniable, right? But rookie year on the championship tour, up against the elite, you know. Tia Zabrowski, I feel, hasn't had really a feeling of not winning, right? Because in the Challenger Series, she made quarterfinals minimum all year long. Now, on the championship tour, a couple early round losses for Tia. That's tough, and that's just like learning heat IQ. I'm sure that Sakura can speak to that too. Just getting your footing when you're amongst the best in the world. And yeah, so let's see if Tia can respond.
Yeah, well, she's still got that opportunity, Kipes, because the score came through for Carissa, a 5.67. Kind of, I felt like there was going to be some reward for the power there of Carissa's rail surfing, but you can see the judges are kind of pushing these competitors and maybe the entire cast to throw that more vertical approach. That's what got Vahine the big numbers in that last heat.
Definitely. I think they want to see top to bottom surfing. As you've seen in a few past heats, like Vahine going up and down, up to the top, hitting it, smashing it, putting more risk in the lip, for sure. I think when you're doing those outside carves, it just looks like you're putting the wave together. But yeah, I think they want to see you destroy a wave and rip it to bits.
That sounds fantastic.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, Carissa, what she does really well is just link those turns together so beautifully. There was a lot of speed in that last ride. It's a benchmark within this heat for power rail turns, but there is the opportunity for Tia with her flair and just how compact she can be in the lip and how explosive she can be with the, you know, those pocket turns, that she could really still turn this heat with a single ride. 6.93 the requirement, and it's kind of been, as far as the set waves have gone, it's really been playing into Carissa's favour.
Yeah, I'd agree with that too. I think, you know, it's going to be interesting. I think this next exchange is going to be pretty pivotal. Also, we're still waiting for the score of Tia's last wave, right? So judges really analysing that. She obviously had a little tube section and, okay, so maybe they didn't reward Carissa's last wave because it was more, you know, out on the face surfing, but there were moments where Tia went pretty up into the lip a couple of times. So I'm really interested to see where that number goes, and then I think that next exchange is going to be pretty pivotal in this heat.
Well, it's definitely going to be Tia's best ride.
Yeah.
Even if it doesn't get her the lead here, she's going to have nothing to chase the lead if she doesn't go to that number 1 position. So this is an interesting one. 17.5 minutes to go. We are still waiting on a score. We'll get you an update on that in just a moment. But let's check in with the winner of the last heat, Vahine, getting the job done over Brisa Hennessy.
Vahine, you had such a long off season, 12 months, and it's all worth it for a heat like that. That was such a clutch performance for your first time ever competing at Snapper in a championship tour event.
Yes, Snapper is my favorite event on tour, like tied with the Hupo. Like, I feel so good. I feel at home. I love the atmosphere here, and I've been doing the challengers the last couple years to try to qualify here at Snapper. And now that we're here in the CT, it's just like insane to get like really good scores. And with Brisa, she definitely brings the best out of me. Like, she's such a strong competitor, and I was like, she only need an 8.7. It's like she can do a 10 any day on any wave. So I tried my best to like get a good backup score, and yeah, it was nice to be in the rhythm with the ocean.
And Vahine, you went excellent in that heat just then. Talk me through the wave because the entire beach was lining up when you were surfing.
That's so cool. I couldn't hear anything. I was just like so like on the wave and just trying to get the best wave. It's hard to see which one is the best one. Like sometimes the big ones, they go flat or then they get like so hollow, like we never know. But I want to dedicate the little tiny barrel shampoo that I got to my dad because he wanted me to get a barrel and I did. So that was cool in the heat.
Oh, we love that little shout out to Dad back home. And also, you know, speaking of home, you've got France, you've got Tahiti supporting you right now. Feel free to say anything to anyone back home.
Yes, my crew here is amazing. I have my 2 sisters. It's both their first time here, and then I have my boyfriend and I have Jeremy in my corner for this event. So yeah, it feels good to be well surrounded, and then to all the French and Tahitian crew watching back home and sending me like lots of amazing positive messages. That's what I keep in my heart, and that's what keeps me fueled up and ready to go.
Allez, Vahine, merci.
Yeah. Merci.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jesse. Meanwhile, out the back, we've got Tia Zabrowski on one. Couple of big turns to kick this ride off, and some sharp angles in her approach. Does well to hang on to that turn, and she's going to pull through the back of this one. But she is still waiting on a number, and the panel, they're wanting to see, I think, the barrel ride from a different angle, different camera angle. So we're going to queue up a replay for them now. But
So,
let's have a look at this one.
I mean, look, to your point, Betty Lou, she goes so vertical on that first turn, and that tube, pretty long. What did you make of the rest of it?
Yeah, she's just going down the line out of the barrel, jams it really great right there. I'm not too sure. She gets a little cutty as a finish, maybe. But yeah, that was a quick, great first turn into a great maneuver, into the barrel, little tuck in. And then this is the wave she just caught, and she surfed it beautiful. Big
So
jam.
aggressive.
Love that. That carve, she just emphasizes a little more, and you can see a little more push as she tucks into a little shoulder tube. And then she squares up big again. Oh. But yeah, she's looking really sharp, really fast. And I can see like she looks like she's pushing a little more than maybe wrist, like in the tighter sections. But yeah, I think that score is definitely going to be her best wave so far.
It's interesting because Carissa's had some taller walls, but Tia's waves have actually allowed her to square up a little bit more. They've just been a little steeper as they hug the bank. So it's going to be interesting to see where the judges go with it. Her previous ride, the number has dropped now, 4.9. So, you know, it only just narrowed the requirement marginally. And she's after a 6.6 to take the lead from Carissa here.
The heats, you know, we're still waiting for one more score, but it's still pretty wide open, really. We're still, I feel like the caliber of surfing is so high. It feels like, to your point earlier, Betaloo, you talked about Tia catching lots of waves and trying to get into rhythm. I feel like we're seeing that throughout this heat, like her, you know, just in the live arena kind of just get that momentum with each wave that she's catching. I'm interested to see if Carissa's taking note of the scores, which she probably will be, obviously, 5-time world champ, gold medalist. Like, she's going to know, okay, well, as we see Tia pretty deep.
Under priority, more of just a repositioning manoeuvre there. But yeah, it is going to be interesting if she's taken notes, because you can't help but watch your rivals sometimes, and when you're seeing them attack the pocket like that and fins are getting set free and there's spray going everywhere, you know if they're getting kind of close to your scores and you're on bigger set waves that you might need to change things up.
Definitely, yes. Oh, here goes Tia again, just a little lip line, and then she's out of there. Yeah, to your point, said you're definitely taking notes of your competitor, what scores they're getting and what waves they're kind of taking off on. And yeah, I think with Carissa having priority right now, she's going to definitely hope to get the next best wave and get rid of one of her fives. And with Tia being under priority, it's actually pretty dangerous. Because this bank is so big, you can actually separate yourself pretty far away. And I want to say this like mid to inside peak has been a lot better, or just like easier to get a good score, I would say. And it's been lining up so well, that little inside bit. And yeah, being under priority out there is dangerous.
It's really interesting, this heat, Flick, because the conditions are kind of lending themselves to both the strengths of the competitors. Carissa's found those bigger set waves that have allowed her to show her power and just the finesse on her rail work. But then there is those inside waves that are steeper, they're kind of sidewinders, they're tricky, like the one we saw Vahine surf, and that kind of plays into Tia's strengths with how tight she can surf the pocket here.
Yeah, I agree, for sure. I think moving forward in this heat, I believe that Carissa's going to know, okay, the last couple of numbers that I've got, I'm not getting the scores maybe that I thought I would, as we see that last score lock in for Tia.
Yeah, it came through at a 6.67, so she does get enough to turn the heat. And you can see why. Really strong opening combination, high impact surfing. And Carissa now is after a 5.75. Interesting to note, even though those scores kind of determine the order of these two competitors, I think there's a chance that both of them replace the numbers that they're hanging on to at the moment with 10.5 minutes to go. They're both showing great form, and we haven't seen Carissa on one of those steep ones yet. So this could be a really fun finish to this heat, and it feels like Tia might have gotten to that point already where she's sick of losing and she's ready to throw everything she's got at a multiple world champ. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Back with more right after this.
I definitely know what I'm getting into, and it's a little bit intimidating, but at the same point, I think I really like being in this space right now where I kind of feel like the underdog in a way, you know, like coming back and being a mom, and I don't know, at least for myself, I feel like, hey, like it all feels like a bonus. So I really do want to stay in this this space. But of course, I'm going to like try my best. I wouldn't be here if I didn't think I could or want to do it. So I definitely want to show up and give my all at all these events. But at the same time, I also want to just do it differently and have a different perspective. It's not about the results. I really do think that like if I am focused on like the joy and the experience, those things will come. It's been really fun to be a fan the last 2 years and watch the women progress. And I know that like if I want these lofty goals to happen, I'm really going to have to step up, but I'm excited about that challenge. And it's been so cool just to, watch where the level is at and how competitive all the girls are. And so it's going to be great. It's super cool to have the younger generation really push us. It's really awesome.
Definitely catch Carissa Moore's chat with Dave Prodan on the Lineup podcast. So many good conversations with the world's best surfers and some other colourful characters. And here is Carissa's little girl. Carissa wasn't much older when she first surfed here at Snapper Rocks and cracked the final. Well, 14 years older, but it's been an amazing career to track. And Betty Lou, how cool is it having those multiple champs making their CT return this year?
I think it's really awesome that they're back and giving it another crack. But it's interesting because they have the wild card seeding, so they are starting in the round 1, and it's kind of gnarly because they're gnarly and they're like in the round 1. You're kind of like, oh my God, how is this possible? But yeah, just the way how seedings end up this year and the new format. I think the new format's actually good and bad.
Go on, give us your thoughts. Yeah. This is interesting.
As a surfer, you're all in on those 30 to 35 minutes, right, in your heat. Like, it's hit or miss on making it. And winning that heat, it's difficult. You travel all over to this, you get 30 minutes, and you could be out right away. First day of competition, done. You're packing your bags, going to the next stop. So that way it is intense, but when you're winning, it's great.
It is great. I've given that a lot of thought. I've got a little bit of a thought on that. For a surfer like yourself, who's been in title contention now, does it matter if you're losing in the first round or the second round if you suffer a loss? Because it's not a keeper result anyway. So inevitably, if you were to lose in the second round or it's sudden death, an early round loss is not going to contribute to a title run.
Yeah, that's very true. Those early losses, we've got 2 throwaways, I believe, and they won't count. So it's kind of nice, actually, with that.
I can imagine how difficult it is and how hard it's been for some of the competitors that have bowed out in the opening round of competition. But
I would say it's really hard for a rookie because you can't really find your groove. Like, if you're getting knocked out in the first round, you're losing your confidence. You're getting lost in yourself. You kind of could get in a spiral in your mind. But yeah, as a rookie, the 3-man heats, opening round, no elimination, you're kind of able to find your groove and get a second chance.
Yeah.
So I would say it's more brutal on the rookies than anything else.
Yeah, it's definitely brutal for surf fans, highly entertaining, but it is going to be the way moving forward, and everyone's going to have to adapt. It's certainly going to be really difficult for those who are challenged in the opening stages to improve your seed when you've got to come up against multiple world champions. You need to throw everything you've got at it. And Tia Zabrowski just unloaded big time on that first section. Carissa Moore is going after the lead. She needs a 5.75, a lot of speed. Goes to those rail turns. She needs a steep wave to unload some vertical hits and get the number required. A clean flowing cut back. This wave just not giving her the canvas that she needs to turn in the score, and she puts her head down and motors back to the takeoff. And you can see Tia Zabrowski there also fighting to get out there and get that priority.
Yeah, I wonder what had happened. It looked like Tia had priority on that first wave. So maybe Carissa missed a wave and Tia got that opportunity. That wave looked way better than that second one that came through. But yeah, right now for Tia, there's 3 minutes left. She's about to get priority again. It's time to close the heat out and, make sure that the next best wave comes in. Tia's on it. But yeah, it'd be sick to see another exchange for sure.
Yeah, moving into that position of dominating the takeoff zone here as we take in the view from the coastal water cam. And it's always such a cool angle to look back on the crowd at any event that runs here on the Gold Coast. You had it last year at Burleigh Heads. What's it like as a competitor being that close to the screaming fans as they cheer you on down the line?
Oh, it's amazing, but we'll talk about that after this wave.
Wow, big first turn here from Tia, who's looking to close this heat out, wants to improve on a 4.9 to increase the requirement for Carissa. Bit of foam on the face, but does well to keep unloading these nice hits on the pocket, loading up for the finish down the line, and does really well on a tricky section to complete that one. 2.5 minutes to go, sorry. There's Tia's dad, an athlete, as is her mum. Her dad, sorry, was a trailblazer. First Polynesian athlete to compete at the X Games snowboarding, and obviously has passed on those good genes to his daughter Tia, who, you know, has looked really strong here in this heat. Put together a couple of great rides, and at the moment has the jump on a 5-time world champion.
Oh, that last wave, I feel she's going to put even more distance between herself and Carissa. I mean, just the strength of that first turn alone, the way she like sized up and really just is going up into the lip, I think she's really putting a point of difference, you know, on her surfing at the moment.
Definitely. Like, you see as she bottomed her, she holds it. She connects well with that lip. There's lots of spray. And then on just the rest of this wave, she's just connecting the dots, trying to just utilize this wave and get rid of her 4.9. And I think she will. Great completion as well. She just lands it, gets low. It's definitely going to be harder for wrist to come back.
Yeah, really appreciate your honesty, Betty Lou, in talking about format changes. I can see exactly what you're saying as someone who's won multiple CT events now. You know, you're not really thinking about yourself in that equation and arriving at events early because you've got the experience at these venues. But for a newcomer to the tour to come up against someone so experienced and find your place in this lineup, so difficult. Carissa not done yet though, and isn't chasing a whole lot to get herself into the lead. Needs a 6.28. She is going to find some steeper sections down the line. Clean surfing. A number of different turns, locking in for a pit on the inside. She finds her way through and now goes to the rail. And that was clutch. Under pressure, Carissa puts together a solid ride, a number of different turns, locks in for a pit, maybe the best tube of the heat in the final sections there. And she looks gassed for good reason. Put a lot into this one. And now on the outside, Tia just surfing like she might need a score. She would have heard the crowd start cheering. She's going to try and stick with this one. Is it going to wind up down the line for her? It will. Hammers that section, sets the fins free, and again finds some release as she carves into the pocket. This is a tapering wall, but again, the 15-year-old just shows us how much spark is in her surfing, how much variation she possesses. And she is going to be a force for years to come. But the results in the balance here, Betty Lou, what did you make of that last exchange?
Wow, well, I think...
Wow is the word.
I think Tia's score came in at a 5.43, and I think Riss is only chasing a 6.28. That last wave of Tia, I don't think that's going to change anything. So it's really about all this wave right here. Yeah, she takes off. That's a little more spice and flair from Riss. Squares up good there. And then she finds another great section, rips into it. Nice snap into this little tube here. Gets pitted. And then just finishes off right there. I don't know. I could see it going there.
It was really well surfed. I mean, she put everything into it, extremely gassed. Wow, what a performance from the 5-time world champ. What a performance from the 15-year-old rookie. And we are waiting on scores. I think they're going back to reflect on some of the magic that was unleashed on the walls here at Snapper at the moment. Well, Riz are understandably emotional and just out of breath. She's been surfing so well in the first 2 events, Betty Lou, but hasn't really found the results, losing out in some really close heats. And this is another one. It's in the balance. It could go either way here.
I agree. Definitely could go either way. I think it was one of Chris's best wave, honestly, out of that whole heat. So excited to see where the judges go with this score. But yeah, like I said, this format's brutal. You know, you got to win these heats to get points, to get seeded.
Thank you.
But yeah, it's gnarly.
It definitely brought some fight out of these 2 competitors, because Carissa, we mentioned it, you know, by her standards, it's a pretty poor start to the season, despite the fact she's been surfing really well. Tia Zabrowski, you know, has done really well to put up the fight she has in this heat. She's got so much expectation on her. The spotlight's been burning so bright on her, qualifying at 14, which just, even to say it, sounds ridiculous. But here's the Bonsoy replay of Carissa's wave again.
I mean, I watched this and I agree with you. I feel like it's her best wave. I feel like she did bring a bit more energy to this one. There's a lot of variety here as well. Judges are taking their fair time to analyse this, right? She doesn't need the best wave of the heat, but you've got to draw comparisons to Tia's 6, 6, 7, right? And they're definitely doing that right now. It's so critical. I feel like, I mean, this is, and here we go. We're watching, you know, Tia just sort of, her last wave here, stands up, pats the kitty.
This first turn is so sick.
It is. It's sick. I mean, it hits the inside track and really releases the fins. There's so much pizzazz coming out of the lip on all 3 maneuvers there.
Yeah, I have a question. I mean, does that really count because she went back on her tummy and stood back up after the horn?
That's actually a great question.
So I actually don't know if that wave's going to count for her.
So, I think it will.
After going back down on her tummy and then popping
Yeah.
back up? Oh, awesome.
Still in the ride. It was...
Good to know.
She was just, you know, using that maneuver to find that inside section. But it was incredibly well surfed, that final section. It's a really good question. I actually don't have the answer to that question, but those 2 turns, that first move, the layback with the fin set above the lip, so difficult, unbelievable. And we are seeing now the IC score update, that number dropping, 6.5, the emotion from Carissa Moore on show. She was 14 when she cracked her first CT final at this event, 2007. She finds herself surfing against a phenom teenager herself, and she's going to survive, much to the disappointment of Tia Zabrowski, who's got such a bright future, and with surfing like that, is going to get through heats. But this is an emotional one for both competitors.
Oh, man. I feel for both. I feel for both of them right now. Carissa, you know, we could visibly see the emotion on her face as she completed that last drive. We looked at each other, Betty Lou, and we were thinking, wow, she's like crying right now. As she was walking up the beach, you could see her holding tears back, and then it's just one extreme to the other, you know, extreme, and then, you know, extreme high for Carissa here to obviously make this moment. Now they're happy tears. But then before that, you know, then we crossed a tier, and she's obviously devastated with that loss because it was just so close, and both of these women bringing the best out of each other. But yeah, wow. I mean, for me, I just feel like that was a major moment for Carissa right there. She knows where the level of her surfing's been, and oh, wow, that heat and just competitive sport and women's surfing just like really bringing out all the emotions this afternoon.
Definitely. You can feel the emotions through the screen. Yeah. But yeah, it just shows that how much all these heats mean so much to everybody. But yeah, you know, as a rookie for Tia, that hurts. You know, it feels like you finally found a rhythm and you're winning the whole heat. And yeah, you know, the older gun got you.
Yeah, well, what about the performance, though, from Tia Zabrowski? I mean, there's silver linings all over that performance. So many big, sparky, just progressive maneuvers laid down.
Definitely, yeah, she's ripping. She should definitely not be bummed about her surfing. You know, it's just these heats are hard, and it's really hard to lose that confidence. So my advice to her is hopefully that she can find that confidence just through her surfing and free surfing and keep trying and don't give up.
All right, Betty Lou, well, stick around to watch the rest of this round unfold. It's going to be super interesting. You'll be taking on the winner of heat number 7. I know you're going to be watching that one closely. Carissa Moore elated with a victory down there on the beach with the family. We got a new call team coming in next with Joe, Rich, and Isabella Nichols stepping in.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League, by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League Championship Tour, and by Yeti, built for the wild. What a heat, 2 generations colliding, an emotional decision on the sand, wrist there to give a big hug to Tia.
Such a dream come true. I love watching you surf. You are going to win many world titles and you're going to win many heats, and I'll be cheering for you, okay? Thank you. I'm so proud of you. Yeah, good luck for the rest. Thank you. I'll be cheering. Thank you. Good job.
What a magic moment there from Riss, 5-time world champ, someone that Tia's looked up to. They've had moments before where Tia's been able to tell her that she's her favorite surfer, going blow for blow, decided on the sand, and just so much emotion of that hard work and dedication. It comes from a new rookie upstart and also one of the legends of the sport. Speaking of legendary humans and surfers, Isabella Nichols joins us for the call along with Richie Lovett and myself, Joe Turpel. We were right next to you for that decision, Isabella, and just your reaction to that type of emotion being released. You know what these two go through to constantly be the best surfers in the world.
Yeah, that was emotional. We were all pretty emotional watching that, the end of that heat. I think because we all know exactly what it feels like to be in that position. And firstly, to get a score with like on the buzzer and to also get knocked out on the buzzer, they're both like very heightened emotions. So I don't know, we all had a little bit of a tear here in the booth too.
Good thing we had a break to kind of like just catch our breath. But it just, I mean, that's how much we love this sport, you know? When they go all out on every decision they make, they wear it. And just the intensity of the start of the season for Riss, posting about being disappointed of not going further at different stages. And for Tia, well, she was that close to her first heat win of the year, Rich. That was a big one to move on from.
It was huge, absolutely huge, and just so close. You know, the actual end total scores were 0.2 of a point difference, and you know, you could just see how much it meant to both of them. It was almost like that was the moment Tia could have kick-started her year of 26 and started to really settle into the tour. And it sort of felt like Riss, you know, she's been surfing so well, needed that win to go, okay, I'm validated, I'm back, you know, and things are going to get better. So crazy one. But this next heat, we're not going to let it up. There's going to be some amazing surfing here as well.
Already getting a wave here in the Bonsoy replay, watching what Nadia Aristarbe did during the break, representing the Basque part of Spain. Last year, replacement surfer. This year, a full-blown rookie, as she really connected well with that vertical and got her pace down the stretch. Wow, well-timed snap, and kind of lose the transition as the sandbar gets shallow, and she did well to keep her board above water. That backside rhythm is is something that Nadia is really famous for. When she gets going, she gets better and better and better down the line. Isabella, you've seen a lot of Nadia. Got to share the tour with her last year as she was a replacement. What do you like about her surfing, and what do you think she can do with her opportunities out here today?
Yeah, Nadia's a really good friend. As we see Alyssa up on another good one.
Alyssa Spencer getting things started. Another great goofy foot who had a great start to the season.
Yeah, this is a really cool matchup. I feel like these two surfers definitely have a very similar style. They know how to go vertical at a right-hand point. So I saw this one on paper and I'm like, this is going to be a great matchup. But yeah, Nadia's looking good. Alyssa's been ripping too. She's come off a really good result at Bells as well. So I mean, I'm just excited. Nadia's boards are looking amazing. She's a DHD team rider too. So I've seen her out at Snapper a lot lately, and the boards are looking like really pizzazzy.
It's always interested for yourself when you go in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. You're just looking to other lockers and check out equipment of your opponents, or mainly other DH team riders?
The funny thing is the first time I did this was yesterday, but mostly just to look at what fins everyone was riding, because I've been kind of experimenting with different fin setups. And it's funny, most of the girls on tour are actually riding AM fins and glass AM fins, FCS as well. So it was really cool to see, because I love the AMs. I've been experimenting with the which one?
JS?
The JS fins, yes. Lucky I have someone next to me that knows FCS fins very well. So I actually just went to have a look because I was curious as to what fins people were riding here, and yeah, I'm on the right track with those. But board-wise, everyone's different. Everyone's body shape's different. Yeah, it's cool to see what people are riding.
I love that. I was interested, and I'm glad that you checked out the locker room. Well, we just came off a banger of a round one heat. Carissa Moore is with Vaughn.
Thanks, Joey. Carissa, on March 8, 2011, you won your very first Gold Coast Pro right here. The next day, on March 9, Tia Zabrowski was born. It's crazy to think that, you know, here you are right now surfing against a child prodigy, someone who has basically followed your footsteps right the way through and put on an incredible heat, a heat that was super emotional. Take us through just sort of like that last wave and what you're feeling when you reach the shore.
Well, I first off want to say I'm a huge fan of Tia Zabrowski and her surfing. I think she's beyond mature for her age, and she's just so beautiful to watch. So I knew that she was going to be a really hard draw, and I respect her so much. So I didn't take it lightly at all. And I was against the ropes for a good portion of that heat, and I've been pretty run down since WA, and just learning how to do all this as a mom and, you know, keep showing up. And so I was super emotional because, yeah, I just didn't know if it was going to go my way. Of course, I want to still be in the comp. This is a dream come true. Every surfer's dream come true is to surf these waves. But at the same time, I'm just like, oh, you know, whatever happens is okay. So I'm just really grateful it went my way. We were waiting for a long time for the scores to come in as well.
We were talking about that last wave, poise under pressure. The way you surfed it was so beautiful. Like, it was unrushed. It was linked together perfectly. You even get the little bonus visual on the end section. You know, when you say that you weren't sure whether it was or it wasn't going to be, like, where did that emotion spring from, do you think?
I think the emotion is just coming from, like, I think, you know, all of us work so hard to be here. And I'm like, just to think about, like, just the stuff that we're all going through. But it's been a hard couple of days, and I just really wanted to make it and still show up. And I want to be here. Like, I want to win heats, and I'd love to win an event if it works out, you know. But so I really care deeply, and it yeah, I knew that, like, I needed to do something special to make the heat, because, you know, even sixes are hard to get these days.
It was just so great to see such a fantastic generational battle as well. I mean, obviously the conversations going around about this next wave have been, you know, very loud. How satisfying is it for you to get that win?
Oh, it's so satisfying. I mean, I've taken such big inspiration from this next generation coming up and who are really ruling right now. I got to be a fan for 2 years and just watch their surfing and be in awe, and I'm just so stoked that I'm somewhat keeping up, and I'm still in the mix. So it's really cool, and I'm just really enjoying it all.
Congratulations. We'll let you settle back in with the family and let the energy sort of dissipate a bit, but that was an amazing heat, fantastic performance. Congratulations on making the next round.
Thank you so much. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Vaughn, and just a big thanks to Carissa Moore. What a legendary human. What a competitor. Barton Lynch has a famous quote. He said, some people fight for a world title like they won an ice cream, and some people fight for a world title like it's their last breath. I think that's a great example of how much Carissa cares. It's not like, oh, I'm going to have fun with my friends. Every heat matters, and if she's not in the final, it's not enough. If she's not winning, it's not enough. And for her to just share her heart with us, we shed a tear. I got a message from Janice Aragon, Executive Director of NSSA. She saw Carissa grow up to be the undisputed best amateur ever. Everyone's crying around the world, and just feeling that energy of a round 1 win, by the way, on the importance of that, Rich. That was big.
Yeah, that was huge. Just shows the investment, and just shows why she has so many world titles, you know, because she just is that dedicated to the sport. She's all in, emotionally, mentally, physically, and you know, when things are that tight, the emotion bubbles over.
As we have a little wave picking up, the backhanded surfer of Nadia Arostarbe, she's up and out. Her opener was a 6.83 that she started off with. Alyssa Spencer a 3.5. Alyssa's in red, Nadia wearing the blue jersey. She has 2 flags on her shoulders, one representing the Basque, one for Spain, as we see her step off again. But we heard Betty Lou in the previous heat talk about the format changes, which are intense. And maybe you don't like it if you lose, and you love it if you win. And for fans going, wow, the waves are pumping. You know, they've got 4 to 6 foot snapper rocks. This is as good as it gets. You get this chance to get barrel, do every turn you could imagine, get a jet ski assist, but you get an instant result, you know, and then the comp moves forward into a good looking forecast this weekend. Isabel, how are you transitioning into this new year with new rules?
Yeah, it's been different for sure. I mean, at places like this, when you have such amazing waves, having that non-elim round gives you the chance to, you know, at least surf 2 heats and pumping waves at snapper, but that's never the goal. You know, you go out and you try and surf as hard as you can. And I think for the fans, it's been really good because we've seen a lot of drama from day one, whereas maybe in the past it hasn't been so consequential. And I feel like we've definitely seen a lift in performances too. Personally, like even from the girls, the round 1 has been insane, like insane to watch. And as someone sitting in round 2 watching them surf, it's kind of daunting because you're like, one of those crew are going to come up against me in the next round. So I think there's actually a bit to be said about being in round 1 and having that little run up. And especially here, like you get to surf another heat at snapper, so like you can't be upset about that.
Oh, it's great. I think pressure causes 2 things. Kika Veselka told me this. She's like, it either freezes you or you catch fire, and it's something electric as a competitor that you can tap into, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. And it sounds easy to catch fire, but it's actually really difficult to do, right? You know, in that moment, there's nerves, there's all this stuff, there's head noise. You got to just try and quiet that and down and settle it down and really tap into it. And that's when you're in that flow state, and just things just happen automatically. It's almost like you don't even need to think. You're just on the wave, placing the board exactly where it needs to be. The maneuvers are just automatic, and that's when you're really in the zone.
Coming from the sunny coast, Isabel, this wave is really important to you and your entire career, and even had wild card call-ups in the early stages as we enjoy the backhand attack of Nadia Arostarbe, clicking a couple beautiful turns, driving into the next one. Wow, she's on an absolute roll, crushing sections. So smooth off the bottom, attacking the lip line as well. Wow. She's going to lay low to right away. She'll get credit for the finish.
How goes that wave selection? My
Beautiful.
Goodness. Incredible.
That was special. That was unbelievable surfing, and sort of reminiscent of Vahine on the backhand. And this is an all goofy foot matchup. Here we go, the fight back from Alyssa.
Alyssa Spencer got a few 8s with his backhand over at the season opener. She draws that one well in the pocket, blasting it right off the lip line. Another tight jam. The battle, the backhanders is firing already. That little wedge off the rock is shoving her through this inside stretch. She sneaks in a carve. Super control, dropping back to the bottom. And takes that sharp eye through the paces. Wow. And it's really nice. We're kind of just getting a clean, nice, honest comparison of these 2 goofs going back and forth.
I honestly think this wave is easiest to surf on your backhand too. So it's been really cool to watch a lot of goofies in this first round. Like it looks perfect, but like on your forehand, it's really hard to get vertical in the pocket.
Yeah.
But on your backhand, it seems to be a little bit easier, and these girls are making it look like easy. Piece of cake.
For sure. I love when we get those back and forth battles, but great call, getting right through the lip line. Here's the Bonsoy replay, starting with Nadia Rich.
Really beautiful wave here for Nadia. Big swoop on the backhand to start things off. Oh, the second turn, more spray, sits on that bottom turn, and that just fires her up into the lip, just carving multiple turns down the line, and she gets that finishing turn. She had to keep the board a little bit more pointed down the line, and she gets to that finish. And then this is Alyssa. It almost looks like a wave pool, this wave. Just sets up so beautifully. And I've been saying it through the last couple of events. I mean, she has improved her surfing so much. A lot more aggression. I mean, she's always so poised and in control, and everything's just placed so perfectly. But there's definitely more power and intent in the turns that she's performing now.
And then this last bit just cleaned it up with a few snaps there. Alyssa Spencer steps off of her best wave so far here in heat number 5.
I did feel like there was a noticeable difference in Nadia's wave and the wave height. It held its height down the line, and Nadia just really impactful turns, each and every one. So I dare say it's Nadia's wave's going to come in a point or two higher than Alyssa's.
Nadia at the start of the season kind of said she didn't really feel like she belonged last year, being a replacement, you know, almost qualifying, got the call up. It was almost like a headspace of like, do I deserve to be here? And she said it took a while to actually get comfortable, but actually earning her spot, like officially, said that made the big difference. And I remember when you got on tour, Isabella, and you had a couple heats with your heroes and you had some success. It was that quick, fast, shortened season, and there's so many moments where you're going, hang on, I've got those people's posters on the wall, but I just beat them. And you know, kind of you found some glory in your first lap that probably helped that belong feeling kind of be really obvious to you.
Yeah, like year one on tour, you always feel like a little bit of an imposter. You know, you're surfing against your idols. Like, I have a photo of me when I was like 10 years old in a fedora and knee-length board shorts while Steph was surfing her heat here. And so then to qualify and be on tour with Steph and to surf against Steph in my first year on tour was like something that I'd always dreamed of and didn't think was going to happen. But yeah, it's crazy how like a couple results go your way and you suddenly start to get a little bit of confidence, and hoping that Nadia's performance now, like she belongs here. Her surfing's amazing. Same with Alyssa. All it takes is, you know, coming up against one of your heroes and taking them down. You're like, wow, I can do this. I just have to be on the right waves and be surfing at my best.
Love that. And with a big goofy foot battle going down, our favorite goofy is loving life, seeing 833s drop in on our screen. Kaipo, what an exchange.
Thanks for being the favorite goofy, first of all, Joe. That's a compliment. But yeah. Hey, look at this exchange happening right now. I think this is our first all goofy foot battle out here. And both Nadia and Alyssa taking it to it. I mean, I was so impressed with Alyssa's surfing, and then there was Nadia's, and this is a very, very, very entertaining heat. Got more waves on the way. Let's see if not Alyssa, not quite in that one, Joe, but play continues. Still got 14 on the clock.
Thanks so much, Kipes. Yeah, 767 for Alyssa, Nadia 833. I mean, just saying those numbers back to back is just a testament to our tour these days. Just how good round one is. We know we've been breaking to the energy of round one, how much it means now for a competitor. Yeah, it adds more pressure, but for viewing and for sport, I mean, this is what you dream of, watching, putting it all on the line. Nadia going through the paces here on the Coastal Property Agents water cam, Rich.
Oh, great technique. And one thing to really concentrate on this wave is just how much speed she had between each and every turn, linked them so perfectly. And Alyssa, that opening maneuver, so strong. And like you were saying, Bella, it's on that backhand, they can square up off the bottom, get that nice pivoting tight action off the top, whereas on your forehand, it's almost trying to force you to extend and take a longer line and stay a little bit more horizontal. So it's, I'm interested to know, like on this tour, it feels like you can never just sit on your performance. You always have to be evolving. Is there anything in particular that you've been working on?
I think just variety for me, you know, trying to get a a really nice down carve into a tight snap. I feel like that kind of works well in a lot of tour stops, especially because we have so many nice, beautiful right-hand points on tour. But just working on, I've been getting in the gym heaps, trying to get stronger. I've got stiffer fins now, so it's helping me with, you know, drawing out my turns a little bit more and maybe throwing a bit more spray. But it's all about those 1%ers really, because everyone here is ripping. And I think the main key thing with the tour is just picking the right waves too. So really working on like wave selection for me. I used to get so excited, like talking about my first year on tour, I came up against Carissa Moore 5 times and she beat me 5 times. So she taught me a lot about starting a heat strong, what waves to catch. I feel like she has been the biggest mentor for me, not in the sense of like a proper mentor where she's taken me under her wing, but in the sense of like she's dusted me so many times and I've learned so much from her in those 5 heats that I had my first year on tour, that I think that you kind of need to go through those hardships to kind of learn your lesson.
And those lessons are hard to learn sometimes. Just focusing on better wave selection. What's the process like to actually improve on that skill set?
Yeah, it's tough. As we see, oh, Alyssa didn't get that one. As I think trying to nail wave selection is really tough because Mother Nature is just so ever-changing. But I think just learning to have patience. Patience for me, like especially somewhere out here at Snapper, that's the hardest thing, because if you're in a free surf, you'd be taken off on every single one of these waves. No doubt. As we see Nadia up.
Nadia Starbate deciding to choose this wave for her selection, using priority and already going to town. Just an easy read for her backhand. It looks like she's an autopilot in a good way, where she can just react to sections. That one's going to be a throwaway, so she might look back at that and go, hang on, bad wave selection. If I'm not improving, now I've given my opponent first priority.
Yeah, exactly. And it's making those smart decisions, looking at that wave and going, okay, hang on. Has this got more than 6.83 points on it? I definitely want to convert it into a 7 or above. And, you know, perhaps at the start of that wave, she was like, okay, this kind of looks like a 7 to me. But once she was up and riding, she was like, oh, no, that's not the decision, the right one. So this is handed priority back to Alyssa Spencer with 11 minutes on the clock. So still lots of time, but now Alyssa's in the box seat to start working on that 7.5.
We talked also with you earlier about improving power in your down carve swoop. Just insight for people watching on what those specifics are on getting that better maneuver. What have you been doing specifically?
I think just focusing on bringing my arm through and like holding a turn for a little bit longer. Sometimes I pull my turns a little bit short, and so just I feel like even holding a turn for like a millisecond longer, it just adds this emphasis to it being a bigger turn, and I feel like the judges really like eat that up. And so if you just have a point of difference on tour now, if you hold your carve a little bit longer or you throw your tail a little bit harder, if you have like 1 or 2 of those moments on a wave, I feel like it's definitely a point of difference. So just like, we call it a boom turn, like just trying to have like a few big moments on a wave rather than a bunch of small moments on a wave has definitely become something that I feel like the judges are really loving.
I love that. Always looking for ways to improve, and those boom turns took you to wins at Bells Beach in one of your best seasons last season, and Isabel only looking on doing better here in 2026. 9:50 on the clock. Nadia Aristarbay leading this all goofy foot battle. Alyssa does have priority as she chases a 7.5. We'll be right back. Big thanks to Queensland. Great thanks to the Gold Coast of Australia, all the beautiful people, the fans, and all the support. And we're stoked that we're able to be connected with all of you around the world. So big shout out to Eero, delivering fast, reliable Wi-Fi inside and outside of your home or business. It's simple to set up and manage from anywhere in the app. Eero, the way Wi-Fi should be. 7:10 on the clock here. In heat number 5 of round 1, we basically feel like we're watching finals with this new format, and big numbers from both of these goofy footers. Nadia Arostarbay and Alyssa Spencer going head-to-head. During the break, Nadia caught this wave, Rich.
Yeah, so it must be a grow-up because she's seen something down the line here. Kind of a little foamy wall as she starts to get to work. Those wrapping turns on the backhand. Comes through the inside, just pushes a little bit too hard. But I'm going to call that somewhat of a repositioning strategy. I don't think she was really looking to replace that 6-8-3 on that wave, but she'll take her position back in the lineup. And as we're coming down in 6.5 minutes, she'll want to put a little bit more pressure on Alyssa, try and force her into a wave.
So that score for Nadia, yeah, might just been a position move. It'll be a quick throwaway score, easy score for the judges to throw in, especially when it's not consequential. Gets in the system right away. So heat number 5 still with some time, and waves are absolutely pumping. We passed the low tide already, so it'll start slowly filling back up for the rest of the day. Hopefully we see some drainers behind the rock, anticipating a growing swell through the weekend. But it's been one incredible Friday here at Snapper Rocks. Holding position is Alyssa with 5:40 on the clock. Isabella, for you, as a competitor, but the real surfer in you, how hard can it be to watch perfect waves all day? It can kind of do your head in sometimes, huh?
Oh, it's so difficult, but it's so cool that we have these waves in a contest. I wish I was in round 1 right now. But even yesterday, like when we had the athlete warm-up session, it was so hard not to want to stay out there all day and cook yourself, because you never get a clothesline up at Snapper unless you're in a heat. And yeah, I really had to send myself home at one point.
I was curious about that because we got reports of some surfers putting in 7 hours, and people are going, oh no, they forgot the contest is on. So what was your game plan? Just little strike missions here and there throughout the day yesterday?
I actually did a big chunk of time in the morning. I probably put in like 3 hours just testing boards, and then I came back for the rising tides in the afternoon, which was cool. But I had to go home and have a little nap in between because I was like properly cooked.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And I suppose you could kind of lean in a little more knowing that you're already put into the second round of competition, which is nice.
Yeah, I mean, we got told the day before the rough guide for today, and it looked like we weren't going to be on. So if I was on today, I probably wouldn't have even surfed for that amount of time because, now that I'm reaching almost 30, sometimes it gets a little bit hard to surf for more than 2 hours a day.
Oh, stop it. You're just firing up. I was thinking about having such a stellar year last year, Congratulations on so many great events that you surfed in. As we watch this, Nadia is just going to swing up and out. But how do you, change goals, for another great year on tour to try to do better than last season?
We'll just watch Alyssa.
Yeah, let's watch surfing.
This is an amazing wave.
Priority wave, needs a 7.5 for the lead. Attacking the lip line, and now she is starting to track down the line. Good patience and an absolute belt off the lip. Section's going to be on her heels and slow her down. And she'll have to step off.
If only she had one more section on the end of that wave, yeah. That looked like a tough wave to surf once you got past that middle part. But there were some big turns there, so yeah, we'll see where that goes.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that that wave kind of had that foamy section on the inside. It's normally the wave cleans up through that inside section. But geez, man, some great surfing nonetheless from Alyssa. Let's watch the technique here. Beautiful slice off the top to start off. A little deeper on the bottom, turn on the second. Now the wave kind of runs off on her. She gets this final turn where that was probably the best turn of the whole wave, where she kind of kicked the tail a little, got a bit of drift, and then unfortunately gets caught behind. There was maybe some more points down the line.
Yeah, I dare say if they had one more turn on it, it would have been real close,
So Alyssa Spencer is ready to go. Her backhand hot from that start. at the season opener where she had multiple 8s, and even her best 8, an 8.5 to be exact, in her semifinal loss. But being able to start the season early with a lot of personal bests. She had a rookie season in 2024, surfed as a wild card last year. We've basically seen at least one CT event for Alyssa going back to 2021. But her rookie year just went by so fast. The cut was at Margaret River, put together a great end cap to the Challenger Series with a big win in Newcastle. And so she was thankful that the Challenger Series was so close to Winky Pop, because she was so ready to take down some big names. But we're starting to run out of time here. Nadia will have priority, and Alyssa's last score, missing that end section as it ran down the bank, ends up being a 5.5. Now chasing a 7.5, and she's going to have to try to do it without priority, Rich.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult assignment here, because Nadia's sitting in the lineup, basically waiting for Alyssa Spencer, and she's going to just stick to her like glue, not try and allow her to get another wave. So it's Nadia's to lose here.
Yeah, Isabella Nichols, with your mindset, if you're Alyssa Spencer, what are you thinking your options are, if any?
You got to try and sell Nadia on a wave here, on a subpar wave, so she doesn't better her 6.83, and then hope that another set wave comes through. But yeah, with a minute left on the clock, and Nadia on her like a hawk, it's going to be difficult, but it's not undoable. You know, there's still a bit of time, and there's a lot of lines coming through the day. So I think it's quite a small period as well. So it's not like there is long gaps between waves, as we maybe see something coming out the back.
Trying to sell it. So sometimes Isabella just like, go this one.
This is a sick one, go.
Let's see if they bite on it. We'll see what happens here. 42 seconds.
Yeah, but the wave Alyssa got definitely looked like a good one from the start. It's really hard to tell what one's going to really line up down the line. So it wasn't a wrong move by her. It just, yeah, didn't give her the end turn that she needed.
So down to 25 seconds. It's looking like it's getting crowded out there. That's Tyler and Anat getting ready for the next heat. Nadia will use priority on this wave. So she starts with a carve right into another little turn off the top. She's already interested to see what Alyssa might be looking at. So Alyssa got herself a little bit of time with priority, but nothing really looking like it's gonna come her way up until now. She did get into this one in time. Running down the line is Alyssa Spencer, needing a 7.5. She belts it right there. Finds the pocket again for a backside snap. And it's starting to split up and fold, and didn't have the running wall that she was hoping for. And an unreal battle of the backhanders comes to a close. That was absolutely magic. I mean, for Alyssa turning in a near 8, 7.67, Nadia 8.33 on that same exchange. I mean, the tour is so deadly these days. And this is all happening in round 1.
Yeah, this is really cool. The level of surfing on the World Championship Tour at the moment, it's next level. As we have a look at the Fat Boy ride of the heat. And of course, it has to go to Nadia Aristabe and the beautiful backhand surfing here at Snapper Rocks. Just one after the other, and each turn it got better. So much spray just flying off the rails of the board there. And the last turn, quite critical. And she hangs on. Some drama and gets the make.
Nadia Aristabe, heat number 5, round 1 will go her way. Incredible backhand surfing from the surfer from the Basque part of Spain. She was electric when she got a heat win back at Bells, and she's happy to be moving on into the second round. Working so hard to get here, and definitely deserves her spot on the championship tour. Isabella Nichols, always a treat to hang out with you. Love your insight and the way you're feeling about your season.
Likewise, it was fun, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, awesome. Have a blast out there tomorrow.
I'm so excited.
Lucky. Priority, snapper, and it's firing. Watch Bonsoy team rider Isabella Nichols in action. But coming up next, it'll be Tyler Wright, a 2-time world champ, taking on rookie Anat Lelior. We'll be right back.
Queensland's Gold Coast is a world-renowned surfing mecca. It is home to one of only 14 world surfing reserves on the planet. It's the only city in the world with its own surf management plan, and that's all about maintaining our surf quality at our famous breaks.
16 Ks of epic right point breaks from Burleigh to Snapper is the Gold Coast World Surfing Reserve.
In 2026, the Gold Coast World Surfing Reserve marks its 10th anniversary, a decade spent protecting and celebrating its world-class breaks.
I cannot believe that it's been 10 years that the Gold Coast has been a World Surfing Reserve. They've really set the gold standard for what a World Surfing Reserve can be. Everything from the surf management plan they've worked on and pioneered to the way that they protect their break and look at the economics within the city council. It's an amazing example to the rest of the world of how you can manage your surf ecosystems.
While water quality remains a top priority, the mission is simple: preserve and protect, and eliminate the threat of destroying the surf breaks. Education plays a vital role, promoting surf etiquette and the surfer code. The Gold Coast World Surfing Reserve stands as a global leader, committed to safeguarding these natural assets for generations to come.
So great to be in your company watching opening day of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. We've got Anat Leilior from Tel Aviv, Israel, going into her opening ride at Snapper Rocks. Wow, she's got a great rhythm already, and I just jinxed her there. Going into her final turn, ends up going down. Anat Leilior will always have a great stat to her name. Kicked off with her opening heat ever on the championship tour and got an 8.33 for the effort. It's hard to get an excellent score, but to do it in your first heat, incredibly rare. Here's Tyler Wright, one of the greats. Two-time world champ, locks in some speed as the bottom drops out. Just a little off pace, so she steps out. Tyler withdrew from Margaret River due to injury. She hung out a little bit there to kind of back up the dog pound, as we call it, working with Richard Dog Marsh. And ended up, you know, just regrouping and preparing for stop number 3. So she got to compete at Bells, one of her favorite events on the calendar. Missed out on stop 2. She's back for 3 here, and this event's given her some great memories over the years. But looking at the rankings, you can see Tyler's just getting warmed up, looking for a huge win at this event.
Yeah, it would signal somewhat of a comeback for Tyler Wright, but let's have a look at the replay of Anat Leilior's opening ride here. Beautiful snap to start things off, comes around this section from behind. Great placement of that turn. And right up until this point, Joe, it looked like she'd done everything right, and then that wave just bottoms out under her. And she goes down. Bigger, taller wall outside for Tyler. But then a couple of little tricky ridges through this section, and Tyler just digs a little rail on the bottom turn, so she opts to kick out. She wants something better.
Tyler Wright winning this event 2 times in her career. Even had a wild card option back in 2010 and had some big heats, big scores. She even lost with the best score of the heat, a 9+ ride, and that was against Stephanie Gilmore. You know, that's 2010. Steph's already had a few world titles by then. Steph won in 07, 08, 09, and 2010 all in a row, 4 consecutive. And that's when Tyler kind of got a taste of the tour, came back as a rookie in 2011 and just blitzed the field. Had such a strong run. Everyone thought she was going to win the event. Finished runner-up to Carissa Moore that season. 2011, just for history, that was Carissa's first world title. That was done at 18 years of age for Riss. She held the record as the youngest world champ till Katie Simmers came along. So Tyler's been around for a bit. She's seen a lot of changes. Her world titles came in 2016, 2017 back-to-back. So she's overdue for a true world title campaign this year.
Yeah, I think so. And I think she's up for the challenge. Like you said, mate, she's had a couple of kind of physical things to overcome, and she's looking good, looking like the form's starting to come back, and she's ready to compete.
Tyler's still the youngest ever to win a championship tour event. 14 years of age. Tia Zabrowski was 14 when she qualified. That's the youngest to qualify for the tour. So a little example of how young Tyler was. And she said her profile changed overnight. She just was a young Grom surfing her local break and paddled out after that big win. And she said everyone knew who she was. She was almost like, hang on, whoa, this is a bit different. Everyone's talking about my win. They know about me. And she said that took some adjusting.
Well, it does. You know, all of a sudden the spotlight's on you, and that's going to happen if you start beating the world's best when you're a 14-year-old. You're going to start turning some heads, and it's really been an upward trajectory for Tyler since then. Multiple world titles, and well, she's one of the real forces on the women's side of the tour, and looking to surf her way back up the ratings. Slow start to this one, but she'll bounce back. Just sitting in second priority, still lots of time on the clock, 26 minutes.
Winner of the last heat, Nadia Aristarbes with Vaughn.
Nadia, congratulations, an 8.33, your best ever score in a CT, and I think it's fair to say that you just look like a completely different surfer this year.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, by far my best score. I felt really comfortable here. I already had 2 contests here, and in both of them I had great results. And yeah, 100% totally different competitor. I feel like even as soon as I finished the Challenger, I clicked my mind and I came here with a different mentality than last year, and I don't know, it looks like it's going well. Let's hope it keeps going like this.
Tell us a little bit about surfing this wave on your backhander, particularly when you're able to get a set. It's hard out there in the free surfs to find the real gems. When you do get one like that wave, like, is it just open the wings and let rip, or are you sort of still trying to find the right moment?
I mean, one of the things I did really wrong at the beginning here, like the first years I came in, was like I tried to turn really hard at the beginning, and then all the time the wave ran fast. So it's really about timing, like going down the line, doing a nice high line at the beginning, and then going turn by turn. Of course, you have to put hard turns on the waves if you want to go excellent. But I don't know, it's pretty much that, and try to finish the wave.
And mate, I was just telling you before we started rolling there that when you got that score, the entire competitors area went mad. I've never actually seen so much support from all your competitors and everyone else who was in there. They were really loving seeing you do your best surfing.
Oh, that's so sweet. Like, yeah, I don't know. I felt really grateful to have that opportunity on that wave, and I feel like almost all the competitors are amazing, and I try to cheer all of them up, and I'm glad to hear that they are cheering me up too. And I don't know. I'm happy I got this hit done. I got that good wave. I got an excellent wave, a 15-point total hit. So I don't know. I'm having a great day, but I still need to calm down and come to the ground. There is more hits. I want to make it through all the way to the final as far as I can, but go hit by hit and now into the next round.
Yeah, you're on a roll. You're perfectly in sync with this wave, the timing of it, as you say. You've got so much support here. Is there anyone you want to give a shout out to at home?
Ya, bueno, eskerrik asko a todos los que me estáis viendo, a todos los que os habéis levantado para verme. La verdad es que muy contenta de haber pasado la manga y de haber hecho puntuaciones tan buenas. Y nada, una manga más, a por la siguiente y a tope. Eskerrik asko.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Representing the Basque part of Spain so well, using a little Basque, using a lot of Spanish in that answer to Vaughn. Proud of where she comes from at Zarautz, which has been around pro surfing for a very long time, and even where it's positioned geographically, it often was a location where a lot of the best surfers in the world would kind of find little like second homes. You know, Sunny Garcia spent a lot of time out there with the whole Pukas family and found a lot of great waves to kind of hide away in between events on the road. A lot of QSs around there as well. So Nadia representing a really cool part of Europe and being the first female surfer to qualify for the tour to represent that region. We've got a lot of firsts in our rookie class this year.
Yeah, it's a beautiful place in the world. I competed there many, many years ago. And let's have a look at the replay now of Tyler Wright. This is her best score so far. Clean snap, keeps all the energy running down the line. Big swooping cutback. Now the wave starts to go again. Tyler starts to wind up. There's that trademark backhand carve, forehand carve with the back arm that she anchors into the wave face. She really worked on that over the years, Joe, and she's got so many different variations of it, and just allows her to get that real low center of gravity, dig into that power and extend that carve.
I think that's such a part of longevity of the tour, Rich, like you had when you were competing. It's like you have kind of a signature move. The judges see it a lot, you know, at a lot of venues where you can showcase it. So you need to change it up. You need to add different variations of what would be your signature move on tour.
Yeah, definitely. I remember Sonny Garcia had that forehand layback hack that he went to just so many times, took him all the way to the world title. So strong. And then Kelly had that sort of front side, you know, carved to slide, that kind of he rode to multiple world titles as well. So everyone's kind of got their thing that they're known for.
Yeah, pretty cool when you have that move that the judges eat up, but then you have to add more to it. You know, it's a great panel. There's you can't fool them upstairs. They've got video replays, everything. So Tyler checking out her equipment there, jumping on the Paizel team a few years back. And she'll make a move for the beach if she needs a change, but so far she's hanging tight. Last score for Tyler, 5.17 and a 1.5. Tyler's got a lot of resources, especially with the Apple Watch, as we flash back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro from last season. To give you some of the numbers, Tyler Wright in the opening round had a 5.9. She was going over 48 kilometers per hour with that one, being one of the fastest rides we saw at Burley Heads. Lulu, quarterfinal, got just under at 47.8 kilometers per hour. Absolutely flying on that dreamy right-hand point break.
Speed run. It's pretty cool to actually see those stats. And just, you know, when you're watching surfing on the screen, you know, you can sometimes take for granted just how fast these surfers are going. You see it in real life, especially when you paddle out in the lineup. There might be a couple of pro surfers in there. It trips you out just how fast they are going. You know, 48K, that's converts about 30 miles per hour, which is, you know, it's pretty quick when you're traveling across a wave face.
Oh, absolutely flying. I mean, that's all you want to do, right? Just go fast. Matt Archbold has built for speed tattooed on his neck. That's how much he loves going fast. As we look at just an up and out from Anat Leilior, speed, that is in the criteria. It always has been, always will be. And when you can balance speed with major maneuvers, with flow, and you're going as fast as you possibly can, you got a lot of time to think about things if you're just going at a slower pace. But everything looks better when you have speed.
Oh yeah, maneuvers are easier to perform. You can lay that rail, you can dig into the power aspect of your repertoire when you've got speed. Everything works better when you've got speed, and it all really is set up with the takeoff and then into that bottom turn, driving through the bottom turn. That's where you create all that speed going into a turn.
Aaron Brooks coming up next against Stephanie Gilmore, the Hydrolite heat to watch. Aaron Brooks won a close decision over the GOAT back at Margaret River. She got past Steph Gilmore when Steph accepted the wild card over at Burley Heads. And it's a big one for Steph's comeback story to see how she'll take on the 18-year-old. That one's coming up next, Heat 7. Thinking about equipment as well, Rich, what sorts of elements in the design of the board really help you get speed?
Bottom contours play a huge factor, and when I say that, it's kind of the concave situation married up with the rocker. So the flatter the rocker, the faster you go. The more rocker you have, the faster the board's going to turn in a tighter radius. But if you have a board with a lot of rocker, putting a deep concave through it actually flattens the rocker along the stringer line. So it's a incredible marriage of rocker and concaves that's what our shapers are continually working on. There's so many different variations, even tweaking by just a couple of millimeters here and there affects the way the board goes, but that concave kind of channels the water along the bottom of the board in an efficient manner. And then of course fin placement, positioning, how they're towed and angled in, and there are so many different variables to making a surfboard go fast.
Surfboard shapers watch their surfers compete and warm up for events, and if they make a board and it's not going as fast as they want, they just chuck it out and keep moving on. Here comes Tyler Wright, smaller, little cupped out 1-footer. She'll sink. Those transitions are tough. They just are so hollow with not much water underneath you. So the nose pokes and she's down.
Interesting, Joe. The last couple of minutes, Anat took off on a wave, relinquished priority. The wave wasn't very good at all. She actually splashed the water. She was like, oh, gosh, I can't believe I just made that mistake. And then I was actually really surprised that Tyler took off on that wave. Like, compared to some of the swells that we've seen come through in the last couple of hours, like, that wave was just a little inside her. Perhaps she didn't really need to take it off on it. Here she goes again, pulling in.
Lunging into the barrel, Tyler right behind the spit. Maybe has identified a little hollow part of the bank that she wants to sample there, but yeah, 2 incomplete scores, but a fun vision she had on the inside. Still has the lead. Anat just needs a 2.35, so Tyler dancing a bit under priority here.
Yeah, just trying to capture something on the inside. She does have the highest number, but not by much, that 5.17. We know that Tyler is more than capable of excellent scores out here. She's won this event and really is one of the favourites. I'm sure she's littered through fantasy surf teams around the globe.
So Anat Lealior wants to make a final in her first start at this event. A rookie performance for Tyler Wright. She had a crazy run, runner-up to Carissa, had heats with Laura Enever, who's been running around the event site. Threw a big party last night, always having a good time. She got past Silvana Lima, known to be one of the fastest surfers ever on tour, representing Brazil. Silvana was just constantly in the world title race with Steph Gilmore, Carissa, Tyler, Sally. There's Laura now. We knew we'd find her. Always having a good time. Good to see you, Laz. We're great.
Go, Steph. Go, Demi. Go, the girls. Everyone's shredding.
She's always backing her best friends. She made a final out here as well, Laura. Had a lot of fun on the CT for several years. Got into the big wave realm. Loves to throw a fun party. Just, you know, Captain Good Vibes, really, when it comes to Laura Enever.
Absolutely. Such a surprise package in the big wave arena there. You know, she's a tiny little thing, really. She doesn't weigh that much, but, you know, put her on a 20-foot wave and she'll swing and go and just charge it. But yeah, incredible career for Laura, and always a lot of good energy around her and her whole crew.
Well, she's down on the beach as well, because she did shout her best friends that are coming up at the end of the round. Steph Gilmore taking on Aaron Brooks. Laura spends a ton of time with Steph, and she spends a ton of time with DJ Shimmy Disco, also known as Dimity Stoyle, who won the trials and got her spot in the main event. So she'll be coming up at heat number 8 today. A DJ that actually helped fund her run on the Challenger Series for a bit there. And now that's turned into a really awesome job where she can host big parties like DJ Shimmy Disco did last night. But probably her favorite thing ever. One other person out, Snapper Rocks, firing. She can't wait.
Totally. Yeah, this is, again, just such a gift of being on the world tour, is having the ability to go out here at Snapper Rocks. You know, on any given day, there would be hundreds and hundreds of surfers just battling it out, trying to get any scrap of a wave. And these competitors, they get it all to themselves for 35 minutes. It's almost kind of rattling in a way, because you know, you have to learn as you go. You have to, because when you're free surfing, you kind of go, okay, maybe that's the wave that I would take if I had free reign of the lineup. And so when it actually happens, you have to put that into practice.
It's nice and easy to read where these surfers go with heat wins as you follow along with the bracket. So Tyler and Anat Lealior here in heat number 6. Whoever wins moves on to take on Luana Silva in heat number 8. Sawyer Lindblad is the competitor for Dimity Stoyle, coming up in the last heat of the round. Steph Gilmore walking down the steps. She's checked in and fired up for a rematch with Aaron Brooks. She is in the Hydrolite heat to watch. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break and be back to the Gold Coast after this. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League, by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia, by Breitling, official watch and timing partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM, and by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League Championship Tour. It's a beautiful afternoon on the Gold Coast of Australia. Round 1, heat number 6, still with some time. Great heat with Tyler Wright and Anat Leilior still unfolding. So many great partners we have at this event, including Mophie, which is keeping our electronics powered here on our desk, which actually helps me know the calls. We actually got an update. Good thing I checked that.
And?
Renato Hickel said men's round 2, heat number 1 and 2 are on. We've got time. We've got time in the day. We had a delayed start because of that high tide, but that's good news, Rick.
That's great news. We're going to see a couple of the men's heats after the women's round, and this is live action of Tyler Wright.
Tyler getting down the line. Wow, fun section there. Connects with the lip. Nice patience off the bottom. Puts more into it on the next section. The 2-time world champ throws down the wrap. Hugs the pocket again. And now just feeling her way through this end section that's kind of disappearing under her feet. But that's what the kind of moment she was waiting for, to dig in a little bit with that power that she's known for. Anat Leilior just stepping off the tail end of what will be wave number 8 in this matchup. And she'll hop on the Red Bull ski there. I guess before Gabriella Bryan kind of jumped in, it was really the story of Tyler's power of being that super strength on tour.
Yeah, for sure, and sharing, I guess, that label with Carissa Moore for a lot of those world title campaigns. But you know, Tyler, she's really looking good in this heat. You can see that ankle is all strapped up, but it doesn't seem to be kind of hampening or dampening her approach to the waves at the moment. Great timing. Pizel is looking really nice under her feet. And this is a replay of Anat Leilior's wave. I think we missed, this was the one that she rode, I believe, behind Tyler. So you can see this wave starts to bowl up now. Now she gets to work on the backhand. And a couple of little ribs and ridges through the face of that one towards the end, but she did well. And a smooth cutback for Tyler to start out. Now we know that this wave just grows down the line, and Tyler starts to dig in. A great re-entry off the top, digs into a deep bottom turn. Another clean snap. Now she gets down the line, lays it onto rail. Big open face carve. And again, a nice smooth wrap. So Tyler just looking in perfect sync with the pace of this wave. And she's going to drop the highest number of the heat so far.
Tyler Wright gets a 6.0 to go with her 5.17. And now leads the matchup over the rookie Anat Leilior, not needing a 6.84 now to take the lead under priority. A talented surfer that pushed hard to get where she is today. Anat takes off on this wave to try to find the answer under priority, draws a big backhand turn through the open wall and has to get out of the way of Tyler. Just a blocking move. Wright had priority, so stop that run for Anat. But when you use a block, then priority will go to Leilior now with 7:22 to go.
Interesting. And you wonder whether Tyler perhaps should have just left Anat on that wave. You know, she's sitting on that 6 and the 5.17. Both her rides better than anything that Anat has on the board. So you can see here, really deep, almost behind the rock. Anat gets 1, 2, 2, and then the wave closes out. So at best, she was going to get just maybe one more turn in there. At best, maybe, I'm thinking, you know, a 4, possibly a 5. But here we go. We'll see if that has any bearing on the results.
Tyler down the point a bit further. Just will take an extra look. Sometimes just a small crumbly wave has a wedge to it, and the wall can grow down the line. That's why you see Tyler kind of stepping on a bunch of little waves here. This one looks like she might commit to a turn. There's a snap right there in the pocket. Gets out in front, throws some water off the rails of that Pizel. And a nice little slingshot wrap getting some speed through these turns. Throws another one in the open face, and nice lively little float to shut it down. So piecing that one together under prio, but this is what Anat was waiting for, catching up to the rookie's ride as she steps off. We'll give you that whole view in just a moment. But Tyler kind of manages her speed well, you know, and through turns, she has a good pace, never trying to outrush sections. And, you know, she was the fastest surfer on the Gold Coast last year as we checked out the analytics from Apple. But it's all purposeful speed used in the pocket. I'd imagine a ton of that speed is really carried actually right in the middle of that drive through those power arcs into the pocket, Rich.
Definitely with that acceleration through the turn. And talk about extension. This is Anat off the top on the backhand. She's just finding these waves a little bit of bump on the wave face, finding it really hard to get a nice flow and rhythm, so she just kicks out. But Tyler, on the other hand, a very composed performance, very smooth, and the positioning of her maneuvers just pinpoint, perfectly placed every time. You can see just silky smooth, nice rhythm as she just connects all the way through to the inside. Not sure whether this is going to eclipse the 517. Gets a nice little finish here. She's looking good.
Nice, clean, easy pace to watch from Tyler Wright, trying to get a big result here before she leaves her home country of Australia. Missing out on stop 2 due to injury and getting knocked out early at Bells. Last for Tyler comes in at a 5.37, and that's world champ type moves right there. Under priority, knowing how to manage herself in this lineup, competing out here going back to 2010, and there's the Queen jumping off. That is not easy to do, by the way, but Steph's done that her entire life.
I hate doing that jump off. It's so intimidating. Obviously, Steph's grown up doing it here, and it's a really good way to enter the lineup, and you're just straight into the takeoff zone, so it's really effective. And Steph, so many times. I used to actually go right round to Froggies and paddle down and try and get the inside that way. But,
just for viewers at home, you don't have to do that, and it's actually smart not to.
Yeah.
It can be pretty challenging.
Oh, I've seen so many surfers just come undone. Those rocks up there, honestly, they are so sharp, like a cheese grater. And if you get hit by, you mistime it, and you get hit by a swell, it takes you down. You're going to lose some skin for sure.
Australians love a rock jump.
We do.
It's just the nature of a lot of setups that we have around here and even down the coast. But you could always just paddle out from the beach. Might take a little bit longer. As we look at Anat Leilior.
Oh, a little slump of the shoulders. You can start to read the body language here with 3 minutes to go. Now she might opt to head up the point, but it looks like Tyler's going to come down and join her because she now has priority and can put a bit of a block on Anat, but I'll be hoping that one of these sets kind of track wide down the point and she gets a little chip shot in.
Anat Leilior in the Rookie of the Year race with Tia Zabrowski, Yolanda Hopkins, Nadia Starbe, and Kika Veselko. Kika lost to Yolanda earlier today. Tia went down in a close decision to Carissa Moore. That one was wild. So Yo-Yo moved on. Nadia moved on. It's up to Anat Leilior with 2:20 to go. Got an 8.33 on her backhand attack in challenging, bumpy onshore Bells conditions. And now super clean snapper rocks here, dealing with one of the best surfers in the world and who's been living that reputation for a very long time. In fact, when Tyler came on tour, it almost came too easy. Wasn't even sure how competitive she was because she just kept breezing through big heats. Winning at 14, kind of just doing her thing. Got on tour, was runner-up in the world to Carissa Moore, and she didn't even feel a sting of losing a world title yet. She just didn't really know any better. And then there was one heat Tyler lost at lowers to Carissa, and everything changed. She realized she never wanted to get that feeling again. The next 2 years, she won 2 world titles. Going to turn right there under the whitewash is Tyler Wright. She'll step off. One of the best sibling duos ever. Owen winning this event, her big brother. couple of years back, as we see a not just chasing clear water, ends up kicking out, but like you mentioned, Rich, her last couple of waves, she's showing the frustration with her body language there, and still has a minute to go.
Yeah, don't ever give up. Anything can happen. We saw that with Callum Robson this morning. Took off in the final seconds, got the big air rev on that last section and got the win. So you've really got to stay involved in these heats all the way until the hooter sounds.
Just having that short-term memory. If you make a mistake, just move on like you've got opportunity. It's a hard thing to build when you're a rookie on tour. And now down to 30 seconds. Tyler looking calm and comfortable. Trying to pick up what would be an 18th championship tour win if she can go all the way in this contest. Anat's going to look here and hold back. And Tyler's going to look pretty comfortable. Frustration coming out of Leilior there, knowing she wanted more chances at uncrowded Snapper Rocks and more chances to build some points on the championship tour. The rookie is eliminated by Tyler, and she'll start preparing for the lefts of Raglan in New Zealand. And Tyler showing off for the veterans of the tour, reminding the younger guard that they're still around and they're tough to beat. Looked like a nice casual performance from Tyler, and that is going to hurt your hands. That's going to hurt your magic board, but sometimes you just got to let it out.
Yeah, it's disappointing, and she obviously had way bigger expectations for this event, and unfortunately she's going to have to go back to the drawing board here. Tyler kind of cruising through that one with somewhat ease. A very polished performance from the world champ.
Tyler Wright will move on to the next round. Coming up next, it will be the Hydrolite heat to watch. Aaron Brooks gets another chance at the GOAT. Stephanie Gilmore coming up next in round one. We'll be right back.
It's all yours if you want it. The beautiful things in life is on the other side of your comfort zone.
Having a crew to do it with, that's what makes you love it.
It's kind of weird that you can be friends with your biggest rival.
You want to look back on your career and be like, we really paved a new path for the next generation.
I'm very determined. I don't like to lose.
We want to beat each other, but it's not like we're going to stop being friends after it.
We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for each other. We need each other to push.
Kind of like press play from here and watch what unfolded.
Are you kidding me, dude? Woo! Thanks.
Red Bull Nowadays is the film of our generation. It was time. We got to see the pre-launch of it just the other night, the Australian first glimpse, and it is an incredible film filled with big barrels, huge turns, a couple of never been done befores, and I am joined by a couple of stars of the film. Caroline, Mark, Sierra Kerr, welcome to the booth, guys.
Thanks for having us.
Now, Snapper is pumping. We've released the film of the generation, like I just called it. This is ultimately the best start to the event that you can have, Caroline.
Yeah, for sure. That was a really cool preview. I haven't seen that one yet, so it kind of got me fired up. But yeah, it was really fun to premiere it the other night. You did the panel, the Q&A, so that was cool. And one of the girls in the film, Erin Brooks, obviously in this heat. And it's cool, Steph's in this heat too. It's like Steph was part of the reason why we made this film. You know, she paved the way for us. So I really like this heat for that reason. And yeah, I'm super proud of the film. So it's been fun.
Like I mentioned, a couple of never been dones happening in that film. I'm not going to give too many spoilers away, but Sierra, you're one of the women who did a first for the women's side of the sport. Actually, I'll give it away. You did a backflip in the film. To have that and to be the woman that did that and release that in footage, this is, you know, such a big step forward for women's surfing, especially in the progressive world.
For sure. The film's amazing. Like, everyone was just pushing each other so hard, and watching it, that trailer was insane. I love that. That got me fired up right now. But yeah, so frothing to just be a part of this film with everyone, and we were all just always pushing the limit, and it turned into some never been dones, which is the coolest thing ever, I reckon.
Yeah, well, you can check it out on Red Bull TV and YouTube. Now, ladies, shall we talk about this heat? It's a pretty good one. It's the Hydrolite heat to watch. Round 1, heat number 7, Stephanie Gilmore and Erin Brooks out in the water. This is a rematch for what we saw, obviously, at Burleigh last year, where Erin got the win on Steph. And just last week over in Margie's, Erin again getting the win on Steph Gilmore. Sierra, you've surfed against Steph out here in a woman-on-woman heat before. Thinking about Erin Brooks right now, it's pumping snapper. You're in Steph's backyard. What is going through her head right now?
I think, well, I surfed out here, and oh, here goes Erin.
Kick off with some action here. Erin, the lone goofy foot out in the lineup right now, just absolutely teeing off on this wave. She's got such a fast, zippy backhand, a lot of water drawing off the bottom of the sandbank. She's going to hold on. Goes down as that wave really does start to drag off on the sandbank here. But Sierra, like you're saying, you need to be prepared for heats like this.
Yeah, for sure. You kind of expect Steph to end up on the good waves, and you know, she's looking so spicy, so if she gets some waves, and she'll just put her surfing on it, and I think we'll see some big scores in this heat. Steph could get a couple barrels. Yeah, I'm excited to watch.
And we're going to take a look at this replay here. Obviously, Caroline got to know Erin really well with the Nowadays film, but she is just such a good surfer.
Yeah, she's, as Sarah said, she's just super fast and electric. I think she surfs really well when the waves are really cuppy. She did well to make this turn here. Like, even though she kind of got caught behind it, like, she did well to finish that wave because it does run off really fast right there. Yeah, it was really fun to get to know Erin. When I first met her, she was a bit shy, and now she's coming out of her shell, and she's just like, she's such a legend. She's definitely one of my good friends on tour, so that's super cool. And as we see Steph, you can just tell, like, their styles are so different, and Steph's got more of, like, the carvy, like, very smooth approach, and Erin's, like, super tight in the pocket. So hopefully this wave turns out for Steph, but it looks like it's kind of, she might be looking to get the jet ski.
Steph got a couple of beautiful carves to start that one off. You can see everyone's been talking about it today, and Caroline, you did know from competing out here in this event before, everyone talks about the growers. You know, they start to really grow on that second part of the sandbank. Steph, she's won here 6 times in the past. Do you think she can get the win over Erin Brooks today?
For sure. I mean, I think it's Stephanie Gilmore we're talking about. Like, for sure she can beat anyone, and we're also, you know, obviously at Snapper Rocks, a place that she grew up surfing her whole life, so she'll be really clued in on what waves to get. But as you said, sometimes a wave can look like it's 1 foot taken off, and it just grows and gives you like 6 perfect sections. So I think whoever just ends up on the good waves will probably win this heat. But even though this wave wasn't that good, Steph, she looks really smooth. So I hope they both get a lot of opportunities, and I feel like we'll see fireworks.
When you look at the comparisons of the styles, Sierra, Steph, obviously one of your biggest role models. You've got to watch her out here time and time again in pumping snapper. To come up against someone like Erin, who do you think has the advantage on a wave like snapper with the opposing styles?
Honestly, I think they can definitely catch different waves to each other, because Erin can put those turns really tight in the pocket, just one after another, where Steph, she can draw those like really cool down the line carves and then also just like stall up into a barrel or even just like get a longer wave and doing really big roundhouses. So I think it'll be cool to see what kind of waves they look for. But yeah, I think it's a really different style, but I think they can surf as good as each other on any day.
I just love these two already building a rivalry so early on in Erin's career as well. Like I mentioned, just over at Margie's last week, Erin got the jump on Steph in what was a really close decision. And now she has to go out there and back it up and do it at her home break, you know. So Erin, she's got this really feisty competitiveness about her. I feel like she's the type of surfer, and tell me if I'm wrong, that would look forward to matchups like this with Steph Gilmore.
For sure, and I think, you know, when you're young too, like you want to be against the best people because it just makes you so much better. So I'm sure Erin's obviously a bit probably like, well, I got Stephanie Gilmore in my heat, but also probably like really excited about it. So, and you know, I think Erin's really good at rising to the occasion. So, yeah, surely we'll see fireworks if they get some good waves. The waves look so fun too, so that's cool.
It's absolutely cooking out there. It has been all day. We've just called on 2 heats and the men's are going to run this afternoon. We just can't help ourselves down here today at Snapper. Put the shoe on the other foot though. Now you've got Steph. She's been taken down by Erin at Burleigh, at Margs. Now she's in her home court. She's lost to her twice pretty recently too. Do you think someone like Steph is going to feel pretty nervous coming up against Erin Brooks?
For sure. I mean, I think, yeah, obviously it's her hometown. She wants to do good in front of everyone, and she definitely is not wanting to lose, I can tell you that. And even in the free surf, she's got a bit of extra pep in her step. She's pretty fired up. So, yeah, neither of these girls want to lose. That's why this heat's so cool and so exciting. So we see Erin taking off under priority.
A little bit far behind the point here. She's going to swoop to start us off. We're waiting for it to really pick up on the inside so we can see that traditional Erin Brooks wind up. Bit of wobble to deal with here. This is that section where we talk about the wave growing. We want to see it building down the line, and this just feels like it's going to be a moment where Erin's going to hop on the ski, hopefully get back out. The tide, it's really starting to drop out now. We've seen really great waves all day, Sierra, but what we really want to see is those deep barrels behind the rock, and the sand is amazing for it at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. The sand is incredible. I think they've been pumping like the past 2 weeks, and it's almost like the point where there's almost too much sand at times on some of the waves. If you get too big of a wave, they'll be off the bank. So Erin's one, it just had a lot of water moving up the face, which can happen with this kind of bank, but also if you get the right one, it's the most perfect bank for a barrel all the way down the line. So hopefully we see one of those.
And Sierra, talk us through the trials, because obviously you're a really big name coming into that trials, and yet it looked like for a moment it could have been you and your dad going all the way for the win. Dimity obviously getting the win on that one, and it's so cool to see Dim back in the jersey, but we would have loved to have had you out there too, Sierra.
Yeah, for sure. My dad got really close to getting the win, which would have been pretty crazy to watch him. He was on like his ASIM 20, just tearing it up. But yeah, I also had a heat that had a lot of water moving up the point. It was such an east swell, so I haven't actually even surfed snapper like that as I had in the trial, so it was really unique to have it like that. Here goes Steph on one.
Wow, starts off with a really nice turn in the pocket here. That trademark swoop from Steph Gilmore as well. Just the way she surfs it, watch how she stays so nice and tight in the pocket, swoops back again. Let's hope that she can get some room to work on the inside. She tucks in, she's super deep, but she's gonna come out here. You can hear the beach. This is the lady they've all come down to watch. Floats the end section, but can't hold on for the finish there. But there's nothing quite like watching Steph Gilmore at Snapper Rocks. It's a privilege to watch it. I called it that in the Dawn Patrol this morning. And that's exactly it. Watching Steph out snapper, it's a combo that has been perfectly made in the surf world.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Gilmore, she's just such a smooth operator. That was so sick she made that barrel. This wave looked really nice from the start. Really cool, she went straight up into the lip to start, and then her just trademark swooping carve, and then goes back in the lip right here. And then you can just tell she was just like waiting for this thing to double back up. Then yeah, parks it for the barrel. She looked almost like she was gonna be too deep, and then she came out, which was, yeah, fully disappeared. That was super sick.
I was shocked that she made that barrel, to be honest, and then came through today. It's really hard when you get to that inside section, having a bit of wobble moving through that, but Sierra, just seeing Steph in complete flow state. She still looks like she's just cruising. We'll get back to that. Erin, her turn to answer back here. Goes nice and tight in the pocket for a second time. We're waiting for some fireworks on this wave. There it is. Big looking turn here for Erin Brooks. She'll swoop back again. You can see, looks out the back, maybe not overly sold on this inside section here. And she's not, she's going to kick out of there. So these are moments where you always look back in a heat and be like, okay, that's where Steph got that score. Okay, this is where Erin, you know, needed to have another big moment. Still with 21 minutes on the clock here, Sierra, when you're in a heat against someone like Steph Gilmore and she's coming out of crazy barrels like that and you're hearing the beach erupt, does it send nerves down your spine?
I mean, I think it just gets you excited to try and get one. I think Erin's, that one turn she did, that little tail drift was really sick. If she can get a good wave and do a couple of those, that's gonna put up against Steph's barrel any day. So hopefully she puts herself on one of those steeper waves for sure.
Yeah, we'll wait for some scores to lock in for Steph. Erin, like you mentioned, had a really nice number. We're gonna take a look at the CT by the numbers though. Steph is one of the most winning surfers that we've had here. Actually the most winning female. She's had 6 event wins, 40 excellent wave scores, 30 excellent heat scores, and 1 10-point ride. Just looking at those numbers, you know, Rich said this morning, Caroline, some people don't win 6 events in their entire career, but Steph's won 6 events here at Snapper.
Yeah, that's why she's the GOAT. I mean, that's a crazy track record here. Definitely the queen of Snapper, and yeah, 40 excellent wave scores, that's incredible. So, yeah, and she's here again, got a 6.33 in her last wave. I totally agree with what Sierra said on her last wave. She looks like she's really ready to put up a big score if she just gets the right wave. So if she can throw a few of those big backside turns up, it'll definitely match Steph's barrel and carves and all that. So, yeah.
Yeah, we see the IC scoreline. Some judges even going as high as a 7-point ride on that one there, Sierra. So you can see she's surfing perfectly to criteria right now.
Yeah, that was really nice. There was just no bobble on that wave until obviously the floater at the end, but it would just look so seamless, which is always enjoyable to watch. And then you knew that little double up was going to come through rainbow. So hopefully she finds some more of those because that was, yeah, really fun.
So 6.33 for Steph Gilmore has her out in the lead right now. She's itching to get a win over the young Erin Brooks here. She's got 5.33, that last wave coming in for a 3.6. So, Sierra, you nailed it on the head. That one single turn, it actually had a lot of velocity in it. And if you apply that 3.6 and think about 2 turns, you're so right, it could easily go up to a 6-point range.
Yeah, for sure. That one turn was probably worth 3 points of that. So if you get 1 or 2 more, then you're looking at some big numbers.
Let's go back to, actually, I'll get back to this. Steph, she's going to swing again here, swoops to start off. You can see she's looking a lot more electric on this wave as well. A bit of a weird bump happening through this section here. Let's see what she can do through the inside. Comes in, big section, clicks with it for Steph Gilmore. Looking to drop a 4.17. She might get a little bit more down the line here. She's going to hop over it, but it looks like she's just going to keep it jumping on that jet ski right now. Thinking about that 4.17, Caroline, you've seen enough heats now to see where scores can come into play. Did you like the surfing that you saw?
Yeah, I do think it'll better the 4.17 just because she got that nice finish, but I think she'll still be looking for more. There's still 18 minutes left, and you'd have to think Erin's going to put up more of a fight. So, yeah, nice little backup score, but I do think she'll be looking for more out there. But it was nice she was able to get the finish. So you see her taking off, she took the way from Erin, and nice swoop. I really like that opening carve and just smooth Steph. And then, yeah, like you said, it was kind of a weird little bobble in the middle of the wave. She did well just to kind of keep it smooth through the transition and then was able to slam the finish. So I liked it.
Steph, she's just so good at surfing. It's just so easy to watch her. It's really similar to, you know, guys, I know it's kind of given to say, but Parko and Mick, especially out here at Snapper, you just want to see them on their feet more and more. Erin Brooks, she's one of those surfers as well who I just am encapsulated by when I watch her surf in Red Bull nowadays. Her section in that film is incredible. You guys obviously traveled a lot around the world, and I got a little inside scoop that Erin didn't get to go to a lot of those trips, you know, so she had to really bank that on one big moment, and she did that incredibly, Sierra. Her part is one of the best in the film.
Her part is insane. I think it's like a generational part, to be honest. They went and scored in macaronis, and her part is just incredible. So, yeah, she wasn't able to do a lot of the trips like the Kandui trip because she was doing the challengers, but she made up for it in macaronis, that's for sure.
Oh, absolutely. I was so impressed by what I saw, by all of you. It honestly is, it's the next Leave a Message. We said it all through that night. Tyler Wright, she was a generation that we all got to look up to. She had a really incredible heat against Anat Leilior, a part of that GOAT collective like Steph Gilmore. Just goes down on what was a really good-looking wave and a good-looking first section here for Steph. Like I mentioned, Tyler, she was a part of that generation we knew and loved. She just got a big win over Nat Leilior, and she's on the glass with Borno.
Thanks, Jess. Tyler, thanks for coming back. We missed your last event. How are you going?
Yeah, going good. It's a quick turnaround, a lot of effort went in to get me back here. So, no, that was, it's nice to win a heat.
It was nice. It was a strange heat in some ways, like you never really got to open up and do your best surfing. A little bit to clean up there.
Yeah, look, I probably didn't sit in the best spot. Yeah, just things to clean up. Look, I'm a little rusty. And it's tricky out there. It's changing a little bit. We're on dead low. But yeah, things to clean up, heaps of positives to take away. Like, again, still learning. Dog had a whole list of things that I've got to do. Apparently I took the smallest wave that was caught today, got sold a lemon. So, you know, there's just things like that. You're always going to have a list when you come out. But really happy to get through. Body is going okay.
Well, that's good. But I know that you will take confidence out of that. You know, these early round heats, they do bring a lot of pressure to the table, but when you get that little bit of momentum, you can really make a charge on the back of that.
Yeah, I hope so. You know, for me, it's just, yeah, really getting back into the swing of things, really sort of, again, testing my body. I've been in and out of the water for the last 7-8 months now, so, and mostly out of the water. So it's just nice to surf. I probably get a little bit excited, to be honest, and I always catch one too many waves and push it a little bit too hard. And so I'm just trying to learn to balance when to come in from my surfs and when, like, obviously I caught a bunch of waves in that heat, but some of them weren't ideal. I think it's just, I get so excited to surf at the moment just because I've been out for so long. So it's just really trying to temper that and manage that and yeah, and then also apply all heat strategies. And, you know, it's just snapper with no one out is like my 8-year-old dream. So you just sort of live in your dream and you just sitting there going, I know I'm probably not meant to go this wave, but no one's on it, I'm going to go it.
Nah, that surf froth will never go anywhere, and you are an absolute frother. Great to see you back, and yeah, let's chuck Dog's pens in the bin or something. Give him a heat off.
No, I love it. I love it. It's what I'm here for.
Back to you guys, yes.
Thanks Borno. Thanks, Tyler. I love that. She's living her 8-year-old dreams right now. We've got empty snapper, and I'd say it's both of these ladies' dreams. I don't think it'll ever get old. During that interview, though, Erin Brooks absolutely belted one. Sierra, you spoke about, okay, seeing Erin, you know, get that 3-6 and teed up with a couple more moments. She did exactly that here, Sierra.
Yeah, for sure. There was actually a lot of bump on this wave, but she was so patient of where she was going to put her turns, and she timed them perfectly. So I wouldn't be surprised if this goes into her scoreline, that's for sure.
Just loving the aggression she's surfing with here. As a fellow goofy footer, the way she surfed this wave, Caroline, how'd you feel about it?
Yeah, she did super well. I think it was a little bummer in the outside. I think she was looking for a little bit more lip. The wave kind of made her go out in the face a little more, and then you saw the last turn she got lip and timed it really well, and I feel like that's where most of that score came from. But she did surf it really well for what it had to offer, and oh, Steph goes down on that one. But it's so funny, Tyler said it's her 8-year-old dream. It's so true. Like out there, it's so hard not to take every single wave, because in a normal free surf at Snapper, it's just the most crowded wave in the world. So yeah, you're just out there alone and you just froth out like a grom. So you really got to balance that in the heat and be like, wait, they only score me in my top 2, so I better pull it together.
A dream you get to live out pretty soon, and one that Steph has lived so many times in the past. She's currently holding down the lead. Erin Brooks looking to fight back here. Stay tuned. We'll be right back to take you through the back half of this heat. Let's take a look back on what was an incredible moment that we had right here at Snapper Rocks. Erin Brooks getting a 10-point ride in the 2024 Challenger Series we had here. Sierra Kerr, this was crazy.
That was honestly probably one of the best waves I've seen a girl surf out here. And it was such a wide barrel too. It would have felt like that thing had so much wall when you were taking off, and she did it perfectly. It was great.
And to come through and have that massive smile on her face, that is a moment that everyone is chasing on the championship tour. And if you get a 10, you get a Yeti 110 Tundra. So everyone is currently chasing that feeling and chasing down this incredible Yeti gear that we have. Stephanie Gilmore, one of 2 women in the draw who scored a 10 as a championship tour event here. Lakey Peterson also having a 10-point ride at Snapper Rocks. Caroline Marks, I'd love to see you get a 10 at Snapper Rocks.
Me too. We're on the same page there. It's funny, since I've been on tour, that I've actually only competed at Snapper once because, oh, here we go, Erin.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at a replay. So this happened while we were in the break. This is better timed here, Caroline.
Yeah, for sure. The first 2 turns, she timed it nice, and then she's kind of just waiting for this thing to redouble up. And you can tell in the body language, she kind of just realized that wave wasn't going to give her much. So smart idea to kick out. At this point, with her scoreline, she knows she needs something probably in at least the 6 range in order to win this heat. So yeah, still almost 9 minutes to go. So plenty of time, and hopefully they get a bit of a flurry by the end of this heat. But just looking on the inside. But yeah, I was saying, my first year on tour, I competed at Snapper, and they ended it at Kira, and then every other year, 1 year they ran at D-Bah, and then it was off for a few years, and then last year was at Burley. So I feel like I haven't surfed that many heats out at Snapper, so I'm just really excited to be back here, and it'd be insane to get my first 10 at Snapper. I mean, this event's so electric, crowd on the beach, and
so good.
It's just the best, so yeah.
I love how humbly you threw in D-Bar in there. Don't act like you didn't win that event. To take home your first ever CT just around the corner. So this place actually holds some really special moments for you.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, my first event win, that was so special. Yeah, D-Bar definitely holds a special place in my heart for sure. That was super fun. So yeah, never forget, I had my whole family there too, which, that's really what makes our journey so special, is sharing with people you love. So definitely a core memory for me, and would love to repeat that at some point. It'd be awesome.
Yeah, who knows, could be this week.
It could be.
It's looking like the forecast is going to wrap pretty quickly. We're so lucky to have just an incredible run of waves over the next 4 days. Sierra, you get to surf this and call this wave your backyard as well. You get to kind of just run over the hill and don't have to worry about parks, don't have to worry about crowds. You're one of those locals out here who can sit really deep and not worry about well, you do have to worry about people dropping in on you, but I was going to say not worry about kind of Joe Blows trying to take your wave. To see the world's best here, this would really fire you up to get and crack the CT one day.
Yeah, for sure. Here goes one of the best out here.
Steph, she's going to give us a roundhouse to start off. Looks like she was stepping on a leggy.
Here we go.
Let's see this one grow down the line. Steph just pacing her time.
Oh, yeah.
Now it starts to open up here. Floats on this first section, comes around nice and tight in the pocket for the greatest of all time. Wow, lays into what is a good-looking carve. Second double-up ledge down the inside. You could see, looked like she was pointing at a barrel down the end, but just her wave selection, Sierra, it's impeccable out here.
Yeah, for sure. You knew she was looking for that double up that whole time. And right now there is a lot of foam ball pushing down the point, so there's been a lot of fat waves this heat, but you could tell this one had some grower on it, and she picked it.
And Sierra, obviously last year you spent a bit of time getting over an injury, and this year you're feeling like you're back in full form. Are we going to see you back in the jersey?
Yeah, hoping to make back on challengers and just, trying to get healthy still, but yeah, I'm feeling a lot better than I was, that's for sure. So definitely excited to compete again and hopefully be on the CT soon.
Yeah, and watching waves like this from Steph would get you fired up.
Oh, for sure. I mean, if I found this wave at Snapper, I'd be very happy, even though I surf here way too much, so.
Clicked that first section beautifully, but just the end part here through Sierra where she got those big 3 turns, that's the money in the score.
Yeah, for sure. It was a bit slow at the start, but you knew it had that wall down the line, and she could tell, so it was always going to hit that little molly drop out, and she timed it really well.
Trying to drop a 4.6 here as well, so she's really surfing this heat in a pretty smart way, just keeping on building and chipping away at it. You can see it would mean a lot to her just to get over the Grom right now. It's funny when you get a competitor who's just basically acting as a hurdle right now.
Yeah, for sure. She surfed that wave really well, and I like the way she's approaching this heat. Like Sierra said, there's been not maybe the best waves in this heat, but I like how she's giving herself a ton of opportunity, and I think that'll be the best score of the heat, but who knows. I just like how she did like 3 majors at the end, and I like how she like pointed to the end, because I think like in front of it might have had a little tube, so you just tell she was like frothing on the wave in front. But yeah, could definitely be the best wave of the heat, and it is the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, score's going to come in. It's a 6.93, so just shy of a 7-point ride. It's the best of the heat so far. She extends her lead over Erin Brooks. Now we look to Erin, needs a 7.93 here. There's 4.5 minutes to go. You talk about needing to contain your excitement. She needs a 7.93. This really does come down to the right wave selection out there as well. Sierra, knowing this wave as well as you do, what is she looking for a 7.93?
Yeah, it's tough because you could try and get 2 more at this point, but it's like in a second here, you're looking at 1 more wave. And I think if she gets one of those that Steph has gotten that has that little molly grower, she could tee off. So I just really want to see her get one of those.
Steph clicks and falls on that first section again. You can see that low tide wreaking a lot of havoc right now. That's got the better of Steph 3 times in this heat. She'll regroup. She wants to keep building. You can see Steph is just absolutely in Grom mode right now. She just wants to keep surfing what is pumping Snapper Rocks here. I'm going to take a look at what has been a really fun heat. This is the GWM recap, and it's pretty much been just Steph giving us all of her flow and grace right now in this heat, Caroline.
Yeah, for sure. She's approached this heat really nicely, and yeah, just picking the great waves, and you can tell she's just not rushing the wave, like really flowing with it. Obviously knows this wave better than anyone, and this was a super sick tube. It's my favorite part of the heat so far, and bummer she fell on the finish, but still one of her top scorers.
Just getting unstuck on that N1 there, and then she got this really great. There's basically 7 points for these 3 turns here, Sierra. It just never gets old watching her.
Yeah, for sure. When it goes down there and it steepens up, you know that she's gonna make it look good. So that lip line was pretty crazy. I'm surprised she even made it, but it set her up really nicely for the rest of the wave.
Erin, she's had a couple of nice moments on wave. She's had a couple of really good connections. As a goofy footer at Snapper, you know, it seems easy. You know, it seems like it's pretty easy. You just square up on the lip, but picking that right wave, it's crucial for the goofies out here.
For sure. I mean, I do think when you are on your backhand, the right wave, and when it's certain, like waves like this, it could be an advantage, but like you said, you really got to just pick the right waves. And I feel like just this heat in general, like whoever got the better waves, the steeper walls, was probably going to win. But I mean, Erin needs almost an 8, so I think she just needs to find a wave that gives her like probably at least 3 major turns, and a nice finish would feel pretty good. But yeah, she just hasn't really had that wave yet. A lot of them gone out to sea, which has been a bummer, because it looks like she's ready to drop a big score. She just hasn't really gotten the opportunity. And when you're against the GOAT, you know, she knows exactly how to be savvy out there. So yeah, 2 minutes to go, and she's got priority, so she'll definitely get another chance.
Yeah, we're at the Breitling 2-minute countdown. Looking like Steph is gonna have a little look at this one. She just wants to keep swinging. That one's gonna taper off here. You know, without giving too much away, Caroline, as a goofy footer, is there characteristics you need in a wave out here to get a score as big as a 7.93?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's pretty simple. Like, you just want one that's really steep. Like, if you just get a wave that's super steep, you can just get really tight in the pocket. And yeah, I feel like you can throw some pretty big scores up out here. I think some of the highest scores of the day from the women have been goofy foot. So yeah, it just shows you right there. It's definitely possible out there. You just need that right wave. So yeah.
Yeah, Vahine, Nadia Aristaba, even Alyssa Spencer were putting up some incredible scores. And it just feels like when you can find that click feeling on your backhand, that there's going to be good scores coming your way. Right now, Erin is chasing a 7.93. Thinking back to her nowadays part, I mean, she had maybe 4 or 5 10s in that part. She's trying to channel a little bit of that energy here. We know how much she wants to make this heat. Thinking of how well you know Erin, Sierra, what do you think is going to be just her biggest driver to probably come back swinging at Raglan?
I mean, no matter what, I think she's going to be frothing to have a good left on tour right now and a good rippable left. And when you'll see her nowadays part, you'll be really excited to watch her at Raglan. I think she has a lot of confidence from macaronis, and here she goes.
Yeah, looking for a 7.93. Erin Brooks looking to do a best Cal Robbo here. Rio to start it off now starts to get into some bigger looking turns. This one's growing down the line, hooks into a third turn. She's swooping. Let's see another big section. She's going to click it for a finish here. Big turns on that wave there for Erin Brooks. Maybe some of her best in the heat so far. Caroline, thoughts on that wave straight away?
Yeah, wow. She got the opportunity and she surfed that wave so well. And that's exactly the kind of wave you're looking for on your backhand. Just like a wave that gives you a steep wall and you can just not even think. You're just an autopilot, just going from turn to turn to turn. And it gave her a nice finish. So I'd love to see this replay. She definitely is going to give the judges something to think about, that's for sure.
Yeah, this is a bit of a nightmare for Steph right now. Erin got her right at the end as well. Sierra, what do you take me through this wave and what you think?
Next two turns were pretty insane. I wish it just, oh my, that was a crazy turn. I wish this wave just kept going for her, because I think she would have put up biggest score if it just kept running. Did kind of bend at her at the end, but she surfed about as good as she could have, so let's see.
So you feel like maybe needed one more moment on that wave?
I think it would have been better if there was one more moment, that's for sure, but you know, it's definitely her best score, and it's going to be close, I reckon.
Erin already in, smiling for photos. The score, it's locked in. It was so close, but it's going to fall short. It's a 7.3. So Stephanie Gilmore, for the first time in her career, is going to get a win over Erin Brooks, coming so close on a wave that probably didn't even have 7 points on it. I mean, just shows the talent that Erin Brooks has.
Yeah, for sure. She surfed that wave so well and definitely can hold her head high after how good she surfed that wave. And like Sierra said, one more moment on that wave, she definitely would have got the score. So fireworks to end that heat.
And we're going to see the GOAT move on through. We're going to see her compete again out here. And I feel like there's a lot of fans on the beach, and I feel like Sierra Kerr is one of those fans as well that wants to see Steph just continually competing in this event.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the waves she catches here and the lines she draws, you never don't want to watch her surf. So tough for Erin, but I'm excited to see Steph keep going and hopefully see her get some really good waves.
I just want to congratulate you guys again on Nowadays. It's such an incredible movie. I cannot wait for the rest of the world to see it. You can check it out on Red Bull TV, Red Bull YouTube, and it's just going to blow your mind. Thank you so much for joining me in the booth, guys, and I'm looking forward to seeing you compete all throughout the week, Caroline.
Awesome. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
And Sierra, I hope that I get to see you just ripping out there as well.
Yeah, for sure. Hopefully soon, eh?
We've got a big looking heat coming up with a wild card, Dimity Stoyal. We'll be right back after this short break. Dimity Stoyal, previous championship tour surfer. She's going to get another run at it because she won the trials in what I hear was tricky snapper, and it goes to show that the amount of laps that Dimity Stoyal does out here is paying off because she looks so sharp, absolutely ripping over what was a really stacked field of surfers. Isla Huppets, you know, a big name that we saw. We're hoping to take the win, but not enough for Dimity Stoyle. She just went all the way. And we're looking forward to seeing her compete against Sawyer Lindblad coming up in heat number 8. The trials footage was powered by Flow State. Download the app and get clips of your own. If I was Stephanie Gilmore, I would download that app right now. She was absolutely ripping in that last heat. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Flick Palmatier. And Stephanie Gilmore, for the first time in her career, got a win over Erin Brooks. She finally did it, Flick.
Oh, I feel like we've seen that rematch now. You know, we saw it only a week ago in Margs, and we saw that Erin just pipped Steph right at the post, came right down to the wire. And similar story here this afternoon at Snapper. And yeah, the Queen, she's back. And it's kind of interesting today. We've seen those couple of generational sort of matchups play out. We had Carissa Moore, Tia Zabrowska. We had Stephanie Gilmore, Erin Brooks. And, you know, the old gals, they still got it, Jessie. They still got it. No, it's cool. It's cool to see, and I'm sure we'll see that seesaw battle continue throughout the rest of the year and the season. And yeah, I'm just stoked that both women had opportunities out there, and the Waves are pretty much on the cook today.
We kind of have a similar story going on in this heat right now. Sawyer Lindblad, Dimity Stoyle. Dim, she's in that same era of Carissa Moore and Steph Gilmore, taking on Sawyer, who's super young, only 21 years old. So this is, again, we're hitting that same storyline. Dimity, obviously the wild card, but with a wealth of knowledge and years of experience to back her up in this heat against Sawyer.
Dimity is the ultimate frother, right? I mean, she's still more stoked, I reckon, to go surfing than anyone on that beach. She's to your point, Jessie, put in so much time at Snapper over the years as we see her opening wave here. And so let's just get caught up on what happened. So nice couple of series of wrapping manoeuvres. You can see the aggression in her surfing, right? I think that's one thing when I think about Dimity Stoyle. I think about just how assertive she is in the lineup and how much she's just willing to attack it when she gets the opportunity. So, yeah, it's been a long time between drinks for Dim. She said it's been 11 years since her, you know, last year when she was full-time on the tour. And let's have a look at what Sawyer got done on the backhand. So this is her first wave of substance as well. So nice contrasting approach here between, you know, the goofy and the regular as Sawyer absolutely tees off down the line on her backhand. So nice 1-2 from the ladies.
Oh my gosh, Erin just went to town. Sawyer just went to town on that last one. I'm still thinking about Erin Brooks's 7-3 at the end of that wave. But Sawyer, her best result here on the Gold Coast in the past, was a 9th place just last year over at Burleigh Head. So actually the first time in Sawyer's career that she's going to be competing here at Snapper, where as Dimity, even though she's the wild card, this is her 4th time competing here at Snapper. So when you think about wild cards, you think, oh, it maybe might not come up or match up against the CT surfer, and they usually get the edge. But Dim's one of those ones where she's not your average wild card.
Oh, definitely not. She's put in a lot of time here over the years. She grew up on the Sunshine Coast, but she's made the move down to the Goldie, and she's been living here now for a number of years, you know, and she's best mates with Steph, who just, you know, got the heat win in the previous heat up against Erin Brooks. They put a lot of time in together in the water, and I mean, she's surfing out here. She just loves it. She absolutely loves it. She froths, and she's just no stranger to a right-hand point break. I mean, she cut her teeth up on the sunny coast. There's plenty of right-hand point breaks up there. You think to Noosa, you think of all those beautiful point breaks there, and now on the Gold Coast, you know, there is definitely an advantage to have been putting a lot of time in out here. We were speaking to it earlier this morning, but you can just tell a point break surfer. They've just got certain flow elements to their surfing, and yeah, I'm looking forward to this matchup because, to your point, Jessie, yeah, she's just not your average wild card.
No, not at all. She's had 22 Championship Tour events that she's competed in, 2 full years on the CT, so she's a wealth of knowledge. And even better, the conditions just completely groomed. The wind just lightened, the rain, sometimes, although it can be a little bit annoying for our spectators on the beach, it does really start to just drop that wind back, and we get these perfect conditions here at Snapper Rocks. Obviously, it's pumping already, and it's pretty funny that this is probably the least best day over the next 4, and it's still absolutely pumping. There's swell filling in. It's coming from the right direction. The wind is really playing in our favor right now. Look at the scores that have just locked in, though. 6-5 for Sawyer Lindblad. Dim locking in a 5-6-7. So Sawyer, she's going to get the jump on that one. It was really interesting to pick Caroline Mark's mind about being a goofy footer out there. Sawyer, she's going to give us her best rendition of her goofy foot surfing at Snapper Rocks. Goes into the lip, into 2 calves here, hoping for a bit more of a steeper wall. gets it. Free falls out of that finishing turn, stays super low, makes sure she gets the ride out here. So Sawyer Lindblad, she's going to back up that 6.5 straight away.
Yeah, that was such a hard section as we see Dim behind her.
Shimmy Disco trying to come from behind, thought she was going to have a little tuck-in moment here. That first section catches her off guard, but she regroups really nice with a swoop. A lot of speed, a lot of sass in those calves here from Shimmy Disco. Just a small score is going to lock in for Dim, but I'm really intrigued about this last one from Sawyer.
Yeah, I think the one from Sawyer, it was a really tricky wave to surf. I think she read it pretty well for what, basically what opportunity was on offer. The only thing I'll say is the way the wave was kind of reeling off down the line, it kind of forced her out onto the open face for the first couple of manoeuvres. Last one was super critical. Let's have another look now. So she goes up here, pretty tight in the pocket. But from now on, it just forces, it's just so, I guess I use the word sidewinding. It's just got that funny angle and bend to it. It's super hard to surf. The last turn, really critical, right? I mean, there'll probably be, quite a few numbers coming from that moment, but I think it's going to back up the 6.5. Will it revel it? I don't think it's going to, I think it's going to come in under, but just applying more pressure to Dim at the moment.
Sawyer just coming off a third place over at Margaret River. She's had a second place over there before. She's also had a final finish over in Brazil. So really showcasing that she can get good results no matter where she goes across the world. She's that type of surfer who can just adjust and adapt to any conditions. Snapper, it's one of those really perfect waves, and for some people it can highlight some flaws in their surfing, but for Sawyer it does the exact opposite. It just showcases what an incredible surfer she is.
Yeah, she's put in a lot of effort over the years, over the last couple of years. I think last year for me it was really cool seeing, her growth and evolution, especially in bigger waves of consequence. It was really cool to see just how much she started to back herself as the year went on.
6.77 locking in for Sawyer. So actually goes higher than her previous wave. It's the best of the heat so far. Locking in over 13 points. We're only just 10 minutes into this heat. So Dimity Sawyer has a 5.67. Now he's going to chase a 7.6. Look how perfect and offshore these conditions are right now. We're just past the low tide. We're about an hour and a half past it now. So it's slowly going to start to get better. And Snapper on the mid-tide, that's usually where we see the conditions at their finest.
Yeah, I mean, it looks so perfect, so groomed. I think the challenge for someone, like Dim, who surfs out here all the time, she only lives just up the road, is kind of, I mean, she's got her spot in the pecking order for sure, and she puts a lot of time in, but to try and, let's just see what she has to offer here. We'll get back to that.
Shim, she's going to start with a swoop here. I just love how much speed she surfs with. Looking so comfortable here at home. Let's see if she can take the low road, and this one starts to wall up through the inside. Another swoop again here. Remembering she needs a big 7.6 air drops out of what is a nasty little section down at Little Marley. If you don't hit that with speed, it's all system over.
Yeah, that was really tricky. But back to my point where I feel like it's going to be hard. If I was Dim and I put myself in her position, I would be surfing out there all the time. It'd be hard for me to maintain my froth levels because you finally got a chance. It's what we heard, it's what everyone dreams of. But who was it that said, oh, Tyler, she's like, it's what I dreamt of when I was 8 years old, to surf out there with only one other person. So to try and maintain your froth levels and really pick the best waves on a day where it is quite good, and I feel like it's going to be hard as essentially like a local these days. It's hard to just be like, okay, sit and wait. And even I think even Carissa and Sal spoke to it earlier today, but of course it's so easy when we're sitting here and being like, okay, you've got to pick the best waves, and there's clearly those best waves, but I think it's harder than what it actually looks. There is clearly better waves, but especially for someone like Dim who just surfs out there all the time, it's sort of like, okay, take a deep breath, we can be a bit more selective here, and try and chill the froth a bit.
Dim's just a frother anyway.
Yeah, I know.
She is just always up and about. She's not surfing, she's DJing. She goes by the name Shimmy Disco as her DJ name, or she's creating an amazing tequila company called Sinker Tequila alongside some of her best friends, Stephanie Gilmore, Laura Enever, Nikki Van Dyke, and Macy Callahan. Incredible tequila too.
Oh yeah, it's great. Sampled a couple last at the welcoming party. It was pretty good. The cocoa is my favourite. If you get a chance, try the coconut tequila. You won't regret it.
I wonder what Steph's favourite Sinker tequila is. She's currently down there on the glass of Vaughan. I'd love to know which one is her favourite flavour.
Oh, sorry. We were just talking about the party last night. There was a big sinker party on. I think maybe a big tequila party before every heat, Steph.
I know, I was going to say, I definitely shook things up a bit, and so it seemed to work.
Mate, obviously the comeback hasn't gone to plan for the first 2 heats. Sort of, how have you been processing that coming into your happy place?
Yeah, you know, I'm rusty. I'm not going to lie. Like, I've had 2 seasons off, so just to get through those first 2 heats and get back in the motion of things. And I feel like my advice here from Snake was just catch waves, you know, get in a rhythm. And I was falling off a bunch, but it didn't matter. I was just sort of like, just catch waves, get in a rhythm, and you get to surf snapper with nobody out. So that was kind of the most important thing. Erin is such a tough competitor. Like right at the end, I thought she got the score at the end there. I haven't seen it yet, but it's just one of those things. She's so smart and strategic, and we both have the same coach, so it was actually hilarious. I was asking Snake, like, what is she going to do? But yeah, it was a tough one. But I feel like I got my best work done down here at Little Marley, and it was just enough. But I know that I have to keep going to the next level if I want to keep winning these heats, you know.
Just on Erin, you've had a few heats now, and you know you've seen a lot of teen prodigies come and go. But like, what is her mood in a heat? Like, she just looks so staunch out there.
She's very staunch. All of the young girls are incredibly confident. Like I mean, when I think back to when I was a 17-year-old in this event as a wildcard, and I had that confidence too. Like, there's just something about, I don't know, you don't have that fear of the expectation or you're just out there having fun. And Erin definitely has a fierceness to her where you can see she'll be a world champion 100%, and she's just putting the pieces together, and she'll get there. But yeah, the whole generation right now of young girls is just blowing my mind. So I'm so happy to be here and be a part of it and get 1 heat win.
So it was like winning the comp when you walked up.
Yeah, literally, I won my heat, and I feel like I won the contest.
Mate, this is so cool. I mean, we were looking at the stats of your sort of runs here at the Gold Coast Pro, and it's ridiculous. It's like 40 excellent rides, 30 excellent heat scores, more wins than, you know, most people get in their career. Is this the moment? Is this where you kickstart, you know, a campaign towards yet another world title?
I'd love to, for sure. This is a place where hopefully I can find that rhythm and just kind of, like I said, shake off those first 2 heats that I had in the first 2 events and just find my feet again. And, you know, it's going to be incredibly hard to win a world title, but at the same time, as long as I'm in it with a shot, I'll take it. Dimity in the barrel. Here she goes. Yeah!
Oh, again. Are we throwing another sinker party tonight? It looks like we are. Hey, congratulations. Honestly, you can hear the crowd going nuts for Dimity. She is a hometown hero as well. But when you came down, the support was off the charts. You know, people had driven from all over the place to watch you in action. That must feel really special.
This place is the most special place, I'd say, in my whole career. You know, I got my first win here as a wild card. And like you said, I've had many wins here, and it's kicked off a lot of my world title campaigns over the years. And I just love it. Like, who doesn't love Snapper Rocks? It's such a fun place, the energy, the whole environment, everything's warm and fun, and it's a real celebration of surf culture. So it's really wonderful to be here and competing again, and yeah, love it. Thanks for all the support. Thanks for coming down, fans. You guys really are what make it feel so cool.
I think it's going to get even crazier when this thing keeps going tomorrow.
Yeah, the weekend. Let's go. It should be awesome. More swell on the way.
Are you going to jump up with the skegs?
Oh, no, I'm not.
Come on. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I will. Okay. We'll see.
Stop it.
Good on you.
I want to see them both up there with the skates. Oh my goodness. There's not a lot of things that get me to stop talking, but listening to Steph Gilmore talk about surfing, I will easily never talk again if it meant I could listen to Steph talk about surfing. Just watching her surf at Snapper Rocks in a place that she felt like she didn't even really hit her stride. It's a little bit terrifying for everyone else, but Dimmy getting 2 barrels 1 wave here, Flick.
Oh, just really cool stuff. This is an absolute little drainer, a little gem. And I just love the feet placement there. You can really see just how much, I mean, she's moving up and down that whole board. Coming out of that first barrel, she really shifted her weight forward just to propel through that. You know, that wave was kind of caught a little bit further down the line because she had just rode a wave previous to that. So I'm going to be really interested to see where the score goes. Judges are still thinking about it. So. But one thing is for sure, Dim's going to get fired up just from the, you know, the atmosphere that she would have heard from the beach, you know, the cheers, you know, the crowd getting fired up behind that. So, and yeah, Dim loves a barrel. I mean,
Loves
you know,
a barrel.
he loves a barrel, especially on the forehand.
Oh my, especially on the Gold Coast, thinking back to maybe 4 or 5 years ago, we had a crazy cyclone swell, and she's easily had one of the best tubes I've ever seen, male or female, out Kira. It broke the internet, and she's going to post a pretty healthy number going on 2 tubes, 1 wave, especially down through Little Marley. Comes in, it's a 6-1-7. She's going to swing again here, looking for a 7-1. She's in the barrel. Oh my gosh, came so close to Sawyer. Had to come out of the exit there. She couldn't just help herself. Sawyer taking it off her, using priority. She goes to her swoops, looking for some vertical section down the end here. I wonder what that must have felt like for Sawyer. She would have been thinking, I'm going, and Dim loses her leggy. It's all happening right now in heat number 8.
And no short of entertainment in this heat, that is for sure. And I think, like, as soon as you... Dibbity as a person to be around is really fun. She just brings the vibes, obviously really, really into her music. She's a DJ these days. You brought it up, shimmy disco. But every time you're with her, you feel like she lightens the mood, she lifts the mood, everyone elevates, and she's always bringing a good time. And I feel like that's one thing that we were guaranteed in this heat. And yeah, I mean, she's bringing the fireworks. So let's have a look at this moment here. Dim tucks into the tube and just has to give way to Sawyer. I mean, cutting it incredibly close. And then Sawyer just gets to work on the backhand here, series of belts. And yeah, I mean, wow. Just such a show. Doesn't get the finish there, but really, really cool moment. Kind of just reminded me that, I mean, similar vibes to that iconic moment of Parko in the tube.
Yes.
And then Kelly burning Parko, you know. It's funny. And yeah, Snapper producing these really, really cool moments.
When you watch that replay back, they do get pretty close. You can see how hard Dim had to go over her hillside rail to make sure she's not interfering in Sawyer's line at all. It got so close in those moments. Thinking about how critical the judges have been of interferences this year, do you see that potentially being one?
Oh, look, yeah, I don't know. Let's just have a look here. It's the funny thing to me is, like, Dim's a wild card here, right? And she's just like, it's kind of like their boards actually connected there for a second. You can see Dim meant no harm, obviously, in her intention. But, like, the funny thing to me is Dim's committing to the exit of the tube. Because it's like, hang on a second here. I'm at Snapper and I'm just going to commit. To me, it looked like there was a bit of a connection there potentially on the boards. I mean, Sawyer just keeps going about her job and her business down the line. But yeah, it's funny, you know, just there's 2 totally different mindsets here. Obviously, Dimity is the wild card out here, absolutely relishing in this moment. You know, it's been a long time between drinks since she surfed out here at a CT and just frothing to surf this, you know, wave and taking any opportunity, any tube she can get. And then Sawyer, obviously full-time on the CT and absolute competitor prowess, you know, using that priority.
Even Sawyer, that wave, particularly for a goofy footer as well, it had a tapered wall, so it's not what the goofs are looking for out here. That was potentially more just a blocking maneuver. Because imagine if Dim comes out of that, Sawyer doesn't go that wave. She was in the spot where she could have teed off really nicely 2 or 3 more times, and that 5.27, which is the score she got for that barrel, could have gone a lot higher. So Sawyer just in full competitor mode, shutting that wave down. It was super smart decision-making and quick decision-making. Sawyer would have had to pull the trigger on that decision in a split second. Small inside runner here for Shimmy Disco. Just to get her down the point, it feels like she's having a bit of a reset. The leggy's back on the board. But it's scary when you're out Snapper and you see someone in the tube and you're thinking about going. We have seen so many collisions in situations like that. So Sawyer just making that decision and executing so well just shows the high caliber surfer she is.
Well, it's the smart move because, I mean, Dim posted a 5.27 to your point, Jessie, just off the strength of really the barrel alone. She banks off a few more turns like what Sawyer did, and she's potentially on her way to the score she needs. So great blocking move by Sawyer, and yeah, I think Dim's just going to do a little reset now. She's just obviously moved herself down the line, taking the Red Bull jet ski back out. I think, yeah, Dimity, if she can find a proper... She looks on to me. She looks fired up. She looks on. She's obviously in sync with the tube. She loves it. She's a little tube pig. She absolutely loves it. And if she can find a wave with a tube and a series of manoeuvres down the line, I have no doubt that she can lock in that 7-point ride.
Well, it's play on from the judges. No interference being called on that last one, so it was a close call, but we love the fireworks coming from these two ladies right now. 12 minutes to go. We'll be right back after a Bonsoy brew break to find out who the winner is going to be.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Experience Gold Coast and the Queensland Government through Tourism and Events Queensland, by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of WSL Australia, by BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia, and by Bond University, Ambition Loves Company.
There has been no shortage of entertainment down here at day number 1 of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Flick Palmatier, and we are loving the matchup between Sawyer Lindblad and Dimity Stoyle right now. Had a couple of really fun barrels, some nice backside attack from Sawyer Lindblad, and it looks like Sawyer, she's got a score to add, she got a wave during the break. Flick, take it away.
Yeah, let's see what Sawyer's got for us on the backhand. Looks like she is squaring up with this section. Does she find the inside track here? Is it going to start squaring up and becoming nice and cupped out? And she says she can go nice and vertical. That was aggressive. Let's see if she gets the finish here. Another aggressive move on the backhand. Really just, I mean, going pretty, you know, pretty vert on those last couple of turns. Brings it through to the inside here. See if she gets the little finish. So, look, potentially improving on her situation right there with those couple of backhand turns. They were pretty aggressive, so I'm looking forward to seeing where that goes.
Yeah, pretty turbo on those backhand turns there. That was exactly the wave a goofy footer looks for. It starts to bend back towards you and really just shape up so that you can really start to square up. It's definitely her best wave, and it's the best wave of the heat. Scores lock in. It's a 7-0-7 for Sawyer Lindblad. So adding to her total, making life a little bit harder for our girl Shimmy Disco, Dimity Stoyle, now chasing a 7-6-7. Think back to that 5-2-7, the barrel where she had to then pull square. Sawyer using priority. So if Dimity could have got the end of that wave, there's no shortage in saying that that could have been a 7-6-7.
Oh, totally. I think right now it comes down to wave selection for Dim. I think she's just, okay, 8 minutes on the clock. You've got to be thinking at least one more good set is going to come through. And in that one good set, she's just got to have, you know, the ability to sort of identify what one is going to give her the most scoring potential. I mean, as we see that IC score drop in, I mean, the 7-0-7, and you see the spread there from the judges. But yeah, look, highest wave of the heat so far, and rightfully so. She was so aggressive on those couple of backhand belts through that inside track, and putting a bit more pressure on Dim. But yeah, for Dim, it's about a little reset here, and she has priority. She's just got to use it wisely right now and kind of find a wave that she can connect the whole way through. Maybe a tube with a series of manoeuvres afterwards. We know she loves the tube, But yeah, I feel like if she can find one with a bit more stretched out wall, she's on her way to the number.
We've already seen a couple clutch moments today, and it's day number 1. Thinking back to Callum Robson getting the score in the last 10 seconds of the heat. Carissa Moore did the same over Tia Sobrowski. Dimity Stoyle easily could channel that fire and get the job done here with just over 7 minutes to go. However, we've made the call. We're going to go into the men's after this. We've got more surfing to roll through. Heats 1 and 2 of the men's, just checking out heat number 1. Baron Mamiya and Marco Mignot, 2 surfers who, it's pretty easy to say with Snapper Rocks that everyone surfing suits this wave, but when you think to their repertoires, that's going to be a really exciting matchup.
Oh, totally. I just think to progression, you know, and I think to what I saw from, you know, obviously Baron, we think to waves of consequence immediately, but what we saw at Bells from Baron was some serious progression, and then I think to Marco and, you know, what we saw from him on the Gold Coast last year and sort of some of those moments that he brought us on tour last year, I just think that's going to be such a high performance heat, and you know, with the waves as good as what they are right now, that's going to be a pretty good showdown.
A couple of things I love, surfing at Snapper, and Richie Lovett talking about surfboards. Richie.
Yeah, thanks guys. Down here at the Surfboard Empire Pro Shop, and it's called Pro Shop for a reason, because there are pro surfer surfboards littered in this store. All the favourite models from all the favourite pros, and the one I have here is the Biolis Mayhem Formula One model that Iago Dora rode to victory and to win the world title. And not only that, Iago's got a new signature line out with FCS, new pad, new fin, and new grip. So you can come down, you can purchase this very board. This is the one that Iago rides in the tournament. And you can get it all gripped up, finned up, and ready to rock and roll. So you too can surf like Iago Dora if you just come down to the Surfboard Empire Pro Shop and get amongst it. Lots of merch, heaps of stuff from Florence. Come on down and check it out. There's good atmosphere down there, good vibes, and they may even give you a discount.
Oh,
come on down.
My gosh, get me down there. I want to surf like Iago Dora. I just need to switch my stance and then I'd be one step closer. But scan the QR code on your screen and ride what the pros ride, just like Iago's board that Rich was talking about. If you could choose one pro surfer board to steal, whose would it be?
Oh, I mean, it's hard to go past the world champ, isn't it, Iago? I mean, that thing, the Formula One, I mean, that looks pretty deadly. I mean, there's some incredible boards out there at the moment, for sure. I mean, you know, even if we just think back to Margs and, you know, Lakey and we think to Lakey and George Pittar getting the wins. My brain this afternoon is like semi-scrambled. Anyway, yeah, we think to George Pittar and Lakey getting the wins and how good their boards were looking underneath their feet. But yeah, I mean, Iago was looking amazing. What he was riding in Fiji during the finals was incredible. Obviously, we know him as such a progressive surfer, but he went on the rail and the board just looked so crisp. That's the board I'd like to ride.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind dabbling in Italo's quiver. Those boards look so fast as well. Everything you can get amongst down there at the Surfboard Empire Pro Shop. Right now, though, Dimity Stoyle looking for a 767 here. Love how fast she can turn through the calves. Trying to get over this low road. She's going to need speed on her side here. Goes high, check turn, bottom turns up into the lip and comes unstuck. You could see with those waves where they split in two and you need to get over a section, speed is your friend at Snapper, and Dim maybe just sitting at the bottom for a little too long there.
Yeah, it was a tricky section to read. I think, you know, she obviously had the foresight down the line that she could see it had a big wall on it, and like the right idea, but so incredibly tricky as we see this little bonus section through the inside.
She's going to chip away at that first one. Here's that speed we were talking about. Goes up into the lip, just another check turn. I just love Dimity Stoyle's calves. They've never slowed down, even past her competitive surfing retirement. I swear she got faster at surfing. She's going to jump on that Red Bull ski, head back out the back, 3 minutes 20. That's still plenty of time to get a 767. She's going to have second priority. But the theme of Snapper Rocks is it's hard to contain your cool out there and not want to go every wave. So Sawyer's really going to have to be smart with the decision making in the next 3 minutes.
Sawyer has been smart this heat, right? I think it's been, when I look at this, I see such a free surfer compared to, and rightfully so, you know, Dim is free surfing these days. She's, you know, hunting tubes and just wants to surf the best rides in the world, you know. And then I see Sawyer, like the ultimate competitor on the CT, making really smart decisions here. And, you know, the wave choice has been on point. I think for things to turn around for Dim, she's going to have to obviously force Sawyer into a wave to kind of get a moment with priority. And, I mean, it's going to be hard. She's going to have to put that saleswoman's hat on and kind of sell a wave to Sawyer. and she's then going to have to hope that a set comes through in 2.5 minutes.
Dim's going to have to start putting that competitive cap back on. Right now, she looks like she's just having the best time out there surfing snapper rocks. One other woman out getting barreled, you know, dodging her competitors on waves where she can. But now if she wants to win this heat and get this opportunity to surf out here again with one other woman out, it really is going to have to be kind of tapping back into the old shimmy disco where she was a full-time championship tour competitor for 2 full seasons. We're at the Breitling 2-minute countdown here. She's hopped off the ski right at that 2-minute mark. It's a short period swell. We're seeing plenty of waves roll through. And if anyone knows this lineup and knows what wave she has to choose, it's Dimity Stoyle.
Oh, yeah, she's just going to maintain the froth, right? I mean, but also she has to sell Sawyer. It's going to be touch and go. I find it hard to believe that Sawyer is going to make a mistake. I mean, stranger things have happened, but it is going to be tricky right now for Dim to sort of force an issue here. And then you've got to hope another wave comes too, you know. And then if you look to around the corner at what's coming, I mean, yeah, it's going to be nervous times for Dimity and for Sawyer, really.
Yeah, Sawyer knows that Dim can also surf a wave up. So 7.67, if she can get a couple more tubes and some big turns, it can easily go there. It could be one of those mid-sized ones that really drains along the rock. Thinking back to some highlight clips, we saw Katie Simmers get an incredible long barrel. That's exactly what Dim's going to be chasing right now. She's under 1 minute to go. Sawyer, like the incredible competitor she is, she's going to stick to Dimity like glue here. Even paddled up the point in what is a pretty hefty current out there today just to be right next to her. So Sawyer, with every event, I just feel like she's growing into such an incredible competitor.
Oh, totally. Like from strength to strength, you know, even a 3rd place finish over at Margaret River. And I spoke to it earlier before, but last year I just saw so much growth in so many different areas of her surfing and really happening in that live arena, which was epic to see. As we see one more last push here.
This looks like a bit of a sell here from Dimity. This wave, it's only going to offer one section really for Sawyer Lindblad. So 10 seconds to go. Dim, she's left out the back. She's got prio and she's got an opportunity here. She's going to check this one. It's a fast-looking wave, but it looks like it's growing down the line. Checks into a snap, holds it for a second one, now lays it on rail, pushes hard off that back foot. Needs it to have a bit more wall down the line. From our angle, it's not looking super promising for a big wall further down, and I think you can see with the drop of the shoulders from Shim that she knows it's probably not going to be a 7.67, but I love the last-minute heroics here from Dimity Stoyle.
Yeah, I like it too. You know, my immediate thoughts is probably not, but it was just cool because she had to sell Sawyer a wave and it came down to the last few seconds and there was an opportunity and she gave it her all. So let's see Sawyer obviously looking back, seeing what was happening and unfolding here. Dim, this wave grew, and look, what I will say, it was some nice precision surfing. Almost got caught there, but really, I mean, that carve into this snap here was really beautifully done and some nice rail work. But yeah, I think Dim knows within herself that potentially this isn't the score. You can just see, I mean, she surfed, you know, a lot of waves in this heat, and I mean, look, she gave us some absolutely entertaining moments, from, you know, the tubes to the near close call with Sawyer. But yeah, for me, it was just the free surfer versus the, you know, the CT competitor, obviously. And Dim was just out there having a hell time and enjoying snapper with only one other woman out.
And still smiling. Shimmy Disco, she's just a light that we just love in the surf industry. But Sawyer Lindblad, she's going to get the win. She's going to be moving on through to round 2. Try and listen in to Micro and Sawyer.
Hold on.
So fun out there.
So sick. What about your big closeout thing on your first one? Was sick.
Oh, thank you. Thanks.
Well, we'll go do your thing and I'll see you there. Good job.
Thank you.
Those two making quite the great team. Coming off a 3rd place over at Margie's. Sawyer already making heats at snapper. The action is not stopping now. We're going to go into the men's round 2. Ronnie Blakey, Richie Lover and Rabbit Bartholomew coming in for the call.
2003, 22-year-old Dean Dingo Morrison got it done. In the semi-finals, Dingo came up against fellow Cooley kid Nick Fanning. As the hometown crowd cheered for the fight, Dingo was able to take the heat win to reach his first CT final. Even the previous year's Goldie winner Joel Parkinson was loving it. Dingo would face off against 1999 world champion Mark Occhilupo in the final. It seemed like the entire Gold Coast made their way to Snapper Rocks, and Morrison was looking unbeatable, even against his hero Ockie. The two traded blow for blow as the well-hydrated support crews watched on. After opening with a 9, Dingo would go on to better it with 2 more 9+ rides, tallying up a heat total of 18.96. Try as he might, Ockie wasn't able to catch up with the momentum of Morrison. In 2003, Coolangatta celebrated as Dean Morrison got it done and became the second Cooley kid to win the Gold Coast Pro.
We always love dipping into the vault. Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. The three of us were there on that day. Dean Morrison was victorious over his surfing hero. Bugs, you had a tear in your eye, mate. A very proud moment for you.
Yeah, it was a great day. And you saw, you know, Joel and Mick and the whole of Coolangatta there. It was a rowdy crew bringing him home.
Most definitely. We're going to dive back into the men's event now, getting the second round underway on the host set here. We're powered up by Mophie, so we can follow all the action on worldsurfleague.com and see those brackets come together on the app. It's taken shape beautifully, the women's event. Some great matchups established. We'll be looking at those in the Stone and Wood post show. But right now, let's get set for this first heat of the second round. Baron Mamiya taking on Marco Mignot, last year's Rookie of the Year. And this should be a fun one. Both these guys kind of similar in stature, really. Barron's been doing some great surfing, working with Luke Egan again this year. And he is looking to get things started with some clean rail work here on the outside. Stands on the tail, waiting for this wave to stand up through the inside. And he is going to find some clean wall down the line, loading up, a lot of speed here, rips in, sets the fins free on that layback jam, and now goes to work as this wave tapers off down the line. And he's going to get out of there. But Bugs, really nice conditions this afternoon, and these two heats should see some great surf.
Well, we are 2 hours past that low tide. This is the magic time for Snapper. Magic time for the tide.
Bring it on. Marco Mignot, a couple of early scores for him. 2 rides. No solid scores to speak of just yet, Rich.
No, nothing on the board for Marco, but beware. This kid's got some real incredible manoeuvres above the lip, and he's been working on that rail game as well. So let's just have a look at Barron's opening ride. And as fun as you like Snapper Rocks, this thing just kept giving down the line. Barron, some beautiful carving turns to open up, big swooping cutbacks. Nice rebound off the foam, hits the brakes here. And then the wave hits this inside section, starts to clean up. Rifles down the line here, and then Barron just attacks that section, carves the top of the lip basically in half, and some rapid fire snaps all the way to the end. So he must have done 7 or 8 turns on that wave.
Yeah, been really working on his surfing and just getting a bit more well-rounded at different locations across the schedule, Rich.
Yeah, definitely. He's started so strong the last couple of seasons in the event opener at Pipeline, where he is undoubtedly one of the, the real specialists at that location. And then from there, he kind of got his good result. And as we got into the locations where you really did need to lean into that rail game and those manoeuvres, he tended to just sort of slide down the ratings a little bit more. But he's cleaned it up. He's done the work. And more recently said he hasn't been going to his air game as much, and he wants to tap back into that as well.
Most definitely. Bugs, going back-to-back at Pipe and also winning at Sunset, where does that put you in the pantheon of greats?
Yeah, no, right up there. I mean, that's amazing for Barron to have done that in such a short period of time, Obviously, Pipe was a combination of pipe and backdoor, and he had them both wide.
Yeah, only 7 people have done it. And Barham has added his name to that list, but he's also started to collect some pretty solid finishes at different locations. I think the partnership with Luke Egan has really worked in his favour, because Luke was a solid performer right across the tour schedule.
Yeah, most definitely. And on the CI program, I know he works incredibly close with Britt Merrick and Brent Power as well. So it's almost like a 3-tiered approach with Shaper, Surfer, and Coach here. There's all the boys standing together.
Yeah, Chris Malloy.
Chris Malloy as well.
And as well. And obviously he's had a lot to do with Channel Islands over the years. But yeah, Britt Merrick, I think, has mentioned before that his proudest moment as a shaper was having Barham Mamiya win on his boards at the Pipe Masters. Huge.
Wow. Yeah, but he won in such spectacular, you know, I mean, it was amazing the waves he got. Just when he needed them, they came for him. But he had to surf them so well.
Yeah, I think anytime you're overcoming John Florence, you're pretty happy with yourself. But Barham Mamiya takes the early lead here, but it's just a narrow one. 4.67 for that first ride. Marco Migno, Bugs, kind of just exploded onto the scene and started relishing the opportunity to take down more fancied opponents, bigger names. He won some huge heats last year with clutch performances.
Well, yeah, I mean, you don't become Rookie of the Year at the WSL level without putting on a stellar year. And he was amazing. The bigger the name, the harder he served.
Yeah, beat Geordie Smith at J-Bay. That's huge. You know, that's something that you would take as a huge achievement in your rookie year. He also quarterfinal in Portugal, and that's the only place where he has met Barham Mamiya in CT competition before. Barham got the jump on him there in their quarterfinal clash. Well, we're still waiting for Marco to come to life, really, in this heat. And while we do, we're going to hear from the winner of the last heat of the women's, and getting the jump on a barrel riding Dimity Stoyle out there, Vorno.
Yeah, so congratulations. There's been some great goofy-footed performances today. Vahine and Nadia really found some beautiful rhythm out there, and you have joined that list as well with a very commanding performance in that one.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it was really fun. I feel like snapper is such a good wave for your backhand, and I was just so excited to get out there. I watched Nadia and I watched Vahine's heat and saw that they were absolutely ripping. So yeah, I was just so excited to get out there.
Dimity is a really tough draw out here. She surfs this place almost as good as anyone. And in that heat, it was really interesting. There was so much action. You had plenty of opportunities, and in one point, she came flying out of a barrel and nearly knocked you off your board.
Yeah, it was crazy. I saw her like looking at the wave, and then I just like put my head down and I'm like, this wave looks good, so I'm gonna go. And I didn't even know she went on the wave, and then all of a sudden I hear like, whoop, and I'm like, oh my gosh, is she right here? I was like so confused by it, but I just kept surfing the wave, and yeah, I'm glad neither of us got hurt.
Yeah, well, yeah, it was a near miss, but in the end, no harm, no foul. But I think one thing you hear a lot with athletes is like surfing snapper is a dream, but during your heat, there was this rain squall and you just got the perfect glass off, and one of your scoring waves was just the most honestly oily looking things you've ever seen. You must have just been giddy.
Yeah, it started like pouring rain in the heat, and then right after it was just completely like buttery and all glassy, and I was just like, if a wave comes, I'm going. Yeah. And then I got that one wave, and yeah, I mean, it's such a dream to compete out here. I've never like had a CT out here, so it's a very fun experience.
Such a great feeling, and it just looks like you're really on a roll. You know, your surfing is just so confident. It's got so much flow. How are you feeling at the moment?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. Obviously, Bells wasn't the start I was looking for, but it's happy I was able to bounce back in Margs and then hopefully do even better this event.
All right, we'll let you get warm and start to rain down here.
Thank you.
Yeah, Soya Lindblad, Bugs. You saw her up here on the Gold Coast in January. She spent a lot of time. There was actually a number of good swells, and that trip, that little R&D trip to get familiar with this location has paid off big time.
It served her well because the sand really just started to arrive when she got here, and she cleaned up. It was a well-timed trip, and certainly, you know, again, the backhand surfing, you know, you've got to tune into this place.
Yeah, and she was strong against Dimity Stoyle there, and looking pretty strong on his last ride. Barham Mamiya Rich really flexing his variety, but looking more engaged in heats this year than maybe we've seen him in previous seasons. Looks like he really wants it.
Totally agree. You can see each manoeuvre's done with a lot of force and aggression, intent, really giving us the variety, going to the high-risk manoeuvre there, the little blow-tail reverse. But just seems like there's more power in the approach with Barron. And as you said, Ronnie, kind of looks like he just wants it bad. And board looking super spicy under his feet.
Even that, just calling for the ski, just like, hey, get me back out there. Started the year pretty well. Got a quarterfinal finish down there. A disappointing result for him at a location where you expect him to kind of step up that open water at Mainbreak Margaret River, but a 17th for him there, so fell out of the mix in his first heat. Wants to rebound here, clearly. It's a positive start for him. Marco just, I think, took a chance on a couple of waves at the start, but has kind of been stuck with priority, waiting for a quality wave here for some time, but he might be making his move. Here he goes. Very dependable air game. Has a very high strike rate when he goes to that full rotation, but on this occasion, forced to go to rail, this wave flattening out a little bit. Will he get that opportunity on the inside? Now it starts to run through the Little Marley section. You can see he's already standing back on the tail, waiting for an opportunity to unleash. A couple of good whipping turns there. And now goes looking for the rotation, swings it, but on this occasion just doesn't quite click and get the release he was after.
He was really hunting that the whole way, wasn't he? A lot of carving, swooping rail turns, just rebounding off the whitewash, but nothing really spectacular where he got up high in the lip and really started to jam on the power. But some good surfing nonetheless.
What's the danger, Rich, of kind of telegraphing an air at the end of a ride on a long point break?
Yeah, well, there's fatigue for one. You know, surfing all that way, doing all that work, the legs are starting to burn, and it's a high-risk manoeuvre, and you can basically undo all the work that you did up top and through the entirety of the heat, through the wave, excuse me. You can see here just Marco just weaving, ducking, weaving, waiting for this one moment here for the wave to stand up.
Yeah, he got into it at this section, but often when you see a surfer telegraphing an air, they're kind of not quite engaged in the sections that, you know, they're actually performing in. They're almost thinking the air before they've completed some of the turns in the lead up. Here goes Barron Mamiya again. He's trying to improve on a 4.67. Swings that reverse, so he's just adding some of those airs himself. They're not lofty, they're not super high, there's not a lot of amplitude there, and as a result, you know, they're not the kind of moves that are going to fetch you an excellent score, but he's just showing that willingness to go to the air himself.
Well, no one's worked harder for a 3.5 than Marco.
Yeah, that's true. So with the incompletion on that air for Marco, just a 3.5, so he's got work to do. But Barron on the Bonsoy replay here.
Oh, he actually got some really good turns done out the back. This wave stood up nicely. So 3 different versions of top turn, bottom turn combo, and Barron through the inside. We know what happens here. Little blowtail snap, and then a couple more down the line before he starts to kick the tail out. Almost a bit of a forced air rev there, and he does another one to completion, but still he's building points. But I actually really like the opening sequence of that ride.
Yeah, we didn't see the opening sequence, but those 2 turns were slick.
Barron Mamiya, that win that he had at Sunset, he was laying down the deepest, the most acute power turns on the bowl there, and he just looks so deadly. And I don't think we've seen him kind of bring that kind of rail work to some of the other venues on the schedule. That's what he's really been working on. His equipment's looking super sharp here at the moment, Rich. That was a solid combination and great variation at the start of that ride.
Really good flow as well. Each one of those turns connected with speed. It wasn't like he was pumping and driving. It was just a natural flow, leaning on one rail to the other, heel side, toe sole, that transition as we call it. He was totally connected. The judge is really picking up on that, and he's dropped in a good number, 7 points.
Yeah, he's starting to pull away, isn't he? And Marco Mignot is yet to really kind of find his place in this lineup, in this particular heat. I think it's fair to say that every single surfer on the CT collected some free surfing moments in the lead up to this event getting underway. Some stood out more than others, though. And yeah, I think we're yet to see those real standout performers hit this lineup just yet. So, you know, the form that we're seeing from Barron here is just an indication of the level that we're going to enjoy watching as we get stuck into the second round of this contest. There has been some seriously high performance surfing going on as we see Marco there just paddling for a ride and surrendering priority, but he's going to pick up a little rebate here. And just drives around the section just to foam climb. So this is a gift, getting the opportunity to potentially save that error, but this one doesn't stand up and reel through the inside. That's the reason Barron Mamiya wasn't on it.
Well, you could argue the fact that the previous exchange that Barron sort of sold that 3.5 to Marco.
Yeah, well, just over 16 minutes to go, and Marco's going to be right up against it as we hit the halfway mark here. We've got so much surfing to enjoy. Barron Mamiya on a tear out here at the moment. We're going to take a quick break, back in just a second.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Coastal Real Estate, official real estate partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. By Hydrolite, official oral rehydration partner of WSL Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Mophie, empowering you to live your life untethered. Power on.
Just under 14 minutes remaining here. Barron Mamiya holds the lead over Marco Mignot. A bit of a break in the sets. Let's check in with Kaipo.
Yeah, it's raining outside. Passing showers, no problem. If you got a fat boy, big fat boy tires, can get it done in all terrain. Check this out. After the last heat of the day, DJ is going to be spinning the music over here at Fat Boy, and while you're here, scan the QR code for a chance to win your own Fat Boy. Remember, it doesn't matter what the terrain is, even if it's wet, or if it's snowing, or in the sand, grass, mud, asphalt, whatever. Fat Boy eats it all up. Yum.
You know, Cops will be first man down there. Watching that music unfold, he just brings so much energy everywhere he goes, and so does this guy, Marco, trying to fight his way back into this heat. Barron Mamiya has had the momentum in the early stages, but Marco's spinning back into life, and he is calling for the ski down the line. Hasn't had that big rampy section to truly take flight just yet.
Well, that wave was, it was just an indicator of what Marco's capable of. He needs to settle down and put himself on a better wave if he wants to have a chance to it. All that last wave then almost kind of reeked a little bit of desperation and just forcing himself back into the heat, but the platform wasn't there.
He had a 9th place finish down at Bells and wasn't really relying on his airs as much.
I mean, some beautiful surfing, great tail release through these snaps. Awesome variety, and I think Marco would have been, you know, eyeing off the snapper event as a pet event for him, where he could really go deep in the draw. Style just perfectly suited to the nice, clean running walls at Snapper Rocks. But Barron Mamiya, he's really building.
We've been talking about the improvement in Barron's all-round performance, Bugs, but it's also been there for Marco, so it's sort of felt, the surfing's felt a little forced in this heat. He's definitely capable of matching it with Barron on the rail turns as well, but he's sort of looking for air sections, it feels like.
You know, I've been watching these guys. They've been here for 10 days, and it's been absolutely pumping. So many sessions and getting ready for this moment, and then going out there and kind of picking dud waves. It's quite possible to do that here.
We've spoken about it. Rich, you've experienced up here on the Gold Coast in the lead up to an event when all the world's best are out there. You take anything you can get, and sometimes you don't really get a clear picture of what those quality waves look like because you're not hanging around the lineup long enough to see one approaching.
100%, and you more often than not don't get one of those good waves until you have the jersey on. I know for me, I had 100 surfs out here and I was never on the best waves. It wasn't only until you got in a heat, but on those free surfs, you were like, okay, I'm going to put myself there. You were watching, you know, Mick and Parko and Oki and all the boys where they were sitting, the waves they were taking, and you was almost sort of mind surfing them, trying to just think about what you were going to do when you got the opportunity.
Well, Marco moving at the moment, eyeing this one off. We had Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson in here earlier, Bugs, talking about the brutality now of these opening days of competition and the fact that you don't get those second chances. So if you're a newcomer surfing your first event here, there's no opportunity with just a limited crew in the lineup to get a feel for the place. You've got to find those waves and you've got to bank those scores.
And the tension builds about halfway through the heat. If you haven't made a mark at that halfway mark, Richie, you know this well, and it's like it doubles down on you.
Yeah, it's true. But this guy, I tell you what, though, he backs himself. And he's pulled him out of some pretty sticky situations. So he's definitely capable of doing it.
Still within reach. But like Bug said, we're past that point where, you know, there's no real mark left on the scoreboard for Marco. His last ride was his best, 5.07. It's chipped away at the requirement. The danger is Barron Mamiya holding priority, and look at Deadly is a good chance at improving that 6.17 and extending this lead.
Yeah, I mean, Marco needs like a three-wave set where, you know, his opponent gets to pick the eyes out of it and then have a bomb waiting for him. I mean, it's a big ask. All right, here we go on this.
Yeah, Barron makes his move, uses that priority. He doesn't love the fact that he's on this ride. In fact, he hates it. He kicks out of this one.
Okay, mistake. A slight error for Barron Mamiya. Coach Louis Egan standing with Jack Robinson. Louis doesn't look entirely impressed with that decision. See if that costs him towards the end of the heat. This is exactly what Marco was after. Just a little opening in the door, so he's got the opportunity now. He has to convert on the last wave as a competitor. When you're hearing you need an excellent wave, you kind of almost want to break it down in two because you're always going to assume that Barron's going to improve.
Like, even though that last wave wasn't a brilliant looking wave, I thought if he could eke a 5-point ride out of that, he's in the game.
Yeah.
And he managed to do that. So let's see what he can do with priority now. He waited a long time with priority earlier on and only turned into 3.5. So he's going to have to clean that up. He's got to find a quality wave here against an opponent who's looked very sharp in the opening stages. Just under 8 minutes to go.
I guess the big question is there all the chips on the table for this one? Is it one ride, Richie, or is it still time to get in the rotation and make it happen over 2 rides?
I think if he can sort of get himself on a set the next couple of minutes, if one comes through, then he can do it in 2. Always difficult to do it in 1, especially when it's up in the excellent range. We've only seen certain amount of excellent rides today. Most of them have been on the back end.
You know, we don't often credit the world's best for how well they paddle, but there's some very strong paddlers. So, you know, Barron's just motoring up the point here at the moment, but the sweep hasn't looked too intense today, Bugs.
No, there hasn't really been a sweep until now. It's there's a bit of a movement on. Let's watch this wave here. But I mean, there's going to be a build of swell overnight. There's a slight change in the direction. I think it is going to go a little bit more southeast. But today there's been hardly any current whatsoever. There's certainly a bit of movement right now.
Yeah, the surfers seem to be holding position pretty nicely out there at the moment. As we dive into the GWM heat recap, Barron Mamiya starting things off nicely. Clean rail turns, explosive, critical hits on the pocket, and a nice big fin ditch to reverse.
Yeah, really aggressive approach here from Barron Mamiya. There's a noticeable uptake in speed in this new look Barron that we're seeing at Snapper Rocks. And it may well be courtesy of just incredible equipment under his feet and all the preparation and work he's been doing out here at Snapper over the last couple of weeks. And we see him just carving and arcing all the way through. Really good choice of manoeuvres on the wave so far. And just putting that power display. Comes in with some of this little innovation that he has. We know he's got a lot bigger airs than this, but just trying to juice this wave for everything it's worth.
Yeah, if you're only adding little extras to the points tally on a ride, you know, throwing some risk is a good way to do it. But Barron Mamiya, it's, you know, worth noting too that, you know, Luke Egan, even though he's living down in Cronulla now, or in the Shire there, Luke spent a lot of time here at Snapper Rocks, Bug, so he has a great read on the location as well.
Oh, he spent years here. I mean, Luke spent so much time here surfing Snapper, Burley, Kira.
He was up here in January too, enjoying the early season run of swell and the nice build-up of sand here on the point. Here goes Marco, 5 minutes to go. Time to make his move, chasing an 8.1. There's some of that strong rail work that we mentioned earlier. And this has been a solid start. This is a good-looking ride. Hammers the pocket. He's on his way to the number he needs. Can he get the finish down the line? Well, he's not there yet. And he is adding the extras all the way. And worthy of acclaim, because the pressure was on. The momentum was with Barron Mamiya, but a priority error gave Marco a chance, and he has picked a gem and tore it to pieces. And you could tell then he was just thinking, attack. Don't take flight, keep the rail in the water. And it was a nice mix-up of turns.
Wave of the heat so far, and Rich coming to the point, he has got time to get the double, but that is going to give him major momentum.
Yeah, the Marco Mamiya camp was just telling him, get going, don't, you know, cut it out, let's go, focus on what you got to do, get back into the lineup, let's watch the water angle here. This wave stood up so beautifully, and he set it up with this opening carve and then teed off down the line. These carves down here on the open face, beautiful. Each one of them had a little bit of spice and pizzazz to it as he kicks the tail out, throws a ton of spray off that one. That last little carve to finish off was super difficult. There was a number of rivets through the wave, and he did that little layback hack and just brought it down at the right moment.
Yeah, I mean, those rivets have brought a lot of people unstuck today, Rich.
Totally, absolutely, especially on the lower tide. Just bottoms out, but Marco is surely going to drop the biggest number. Well, he has. Have a look at this, 8.33. He's gone excellent. And I said it earlier, this is what this guy does, man. He performs under pressure.
If we go back to that point before when he got that 5-point ride, he needed an excellent score, but it was a low end of the excellent score. He needed 8.1.
Do you know what else happened? The priority error from Barron Mamiya. So
that was a huge one.
That wave was essentially Barron's to close this thing out, and he opened the door and let him through.
Well, it's a story of two halves, because the first two dud waves that Marco got, Barron kind of sold him on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw the celebration for Marco's camp, his dad Christoph, his coach Jason Aparicio, and they were pumped. They knew he had done enough on that wave. It was excellent surfing every day of the week. It really felt like, for me, Marco Mignot was surfing the start of this heat like he was on the QS.
Yeah.
He was picking off small waves. He was looking for air sections, and he didn't look like a championship tour competitor. Once he settled in, got himself on a good wave, and basically read each section for what it was worth, and ripped into some big power turns. He did match it with Barron. In fact, he went higher on the scale.
It was beautiful surfing from start to finish, and he could have undersurfed it, but he didn't. He actually surfed the wave for all the points that it had in it, and at a critical moment in the heat, he's turned this thing around. Now the pressure's back on Barron. He does have priority to go, a minute and a half.
Marco had a great speech when he accepted his Rookie of the Year trophy down at the WSL Awards night at Bells. And he just talked about his fighting spirit, never give up. And he does it all with a huge smile on his face. He's up for the challenge. He never gets flustered in these clutch moments. In fact, typically that's when he stands up and does his best surfing. And that's one of the best waves we've seen him put together on the CT.
Absolutely. You know, he just surfed it with so much confidence and intent. He's gonna just shadow Barron here, and he's actually going to work on his lowest score now.
He's in a good position.
Oh.
He throws everything at that first section, trying to improve on a 5.07. Just a 6.41 needed for Barron Mamiya, and he's looked super sharp in this heat as well. Explosive first turn. The fins go above the lip. Has to transition through flatter water now, hoping this wave extends and reels off through Little Marley, starting to build some speed. Rips a nice turn off the top here. And what kind of finish can he put on it? Throws the reverse. He won't get the completion. Frustration for Luke Egan, watching on. Barron Mamiya had the heat. And at this level, often if you make a mistake, you will be punished. And Marco turned things around beautifully in this clash.
Wow, what a turnaround. And the youngster, he's just come through with the goods here up against a really formidable opponent in Barron Mamiya, who had control of this thing right up until the last 6 minutes of the heat. And he knows right there.
Let's not celebrate too much. Yeah, let's wait.
Yeah, they're not celebrating too much, but I think they feel pretty comfortable with that. Marco Mignot, very strong. It was a close heat in the end because Marco was still hanging on to that 5-point ride, that mid-range score. So less than half a point, celebrating the competitors. Barron Mamiya just looks so sharp. He'll be disappointed. He really started that heat off well, but you've got to give props to this guy who, again, has a fantastic clutch moment to save his place in a CT event.
Yes, he did. And it takes a lot of skill and a lot of nerve, doesn't it, Bugs, to get the wave to win the heat, but actually perform. You know, these are the moments that when you're sleeping at night and you're an aspiring young pro surfer and you're going, just give me the chance and I'll do it. And he's actually lived a dream here.
It's like an Olympic moment.
Yeah.
That is pumped, and for good reason. Huge moment for Marco Mignot, turning the heat with an excellent ride.
Well,
on a heater.
They've unfurled the flag now. I reckon for a while there it was scrunched up and under the scaffolding.
Most definitely. Well, here's some highlights of that ride. We're going to take a quick break. One more big heat to come. Geordie Smith taking on Carly Vast.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League, by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia, by Breitling, official watch and timing partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM, and by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League Championship Tour.
Welcome back to the show. Marco Mignot is still signing autographs down there on the beach. Sometimes it just takes one good wave. And an excellent wave is even better. And that's what Marco did. Ronnie Blakey with Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, Richie Lovett. That was a fun heat. One that went right down to the wire. Obviously a difficult result for Barron Mamiya to digest because he was surfing so well.
Yeah, it's always tough when you are on point. You've done, you've surfed a perfect heat up to a certain moment. You make just one little slight error in judgment and it costs you. But I mean, we keep saying this, not at this level. Our competitors are so good, they'll make you pay.
I think that was a feature of the whole heat, though. They both kept selling each other on waves that were duds.
Well, we've got a fantastic heat to watch unfold here. Geordie Smith up against Callie Vass. 2024 gold medalist, getting things started during the break, Rich.
Oh, gosh, this guy is so strong on the backhand. One of the strongest lower body surfers that we have on the tour, and just detonating some of these backhand turns. The third one there, just incredible. Gets the slide. Does he make the finish? Yes, he does. And Callie Vass, obviously the Olympic gold medalist, and has been on an absolute tear. Won the Challenger Series coming into this tour season. In his rookie year, he's going to upset a lot of the big names.
Yeah, it's surprising to see both Geordie Smith and Callie Vass bowing out earlier in the first two events. Geordie was on a heater last year, got 2 victories in a season. He hadn't achieved that before. He just looks so deadly and back to, title contention form. Ended up finishing 3rd. It was a great year for him, but he has come out this season and just hasn't looked like that same surfer. Callie Vass, on the other hand, carried so much momentum off the Challenger Series. I just thought he was going to go on a giant killing run in these first 2 comps, but he has been humbled. We'll see how he goes against Geordie. He started well, 7.33 on that opening ride.
I think today is favouring the goofy footers, because we're minus the barrel. We have not seen a single barrel, Rich. I think tomorrow there's more energy in it, even though it is going to be still east. I think because this event is basically a low tide event, except for that high tide early in the morning. It's low tide all day. Yeah. That extra energy, we might see and should see some behind the rock action.
I think you're spot on, Bugs, and we saw shades of it. I think once the women hit the water, there are a few that we saw behind the rock. The girls were sitting a little far down the point. Understandably, because that's when that little chip shot was setting up nicely, but there were shades of that behind the rock barrel, and I think we're going to see it tomorrow for sure. This is setting up nicely. Geordie's going to have to really punch back with a nice hook to counterpunch Callie Vass. 7.33, big opening blow.
He's had some great results here at Snapper Rocks over the years, Geordie Smith. Number of semi-final finishes, did crack the final in 2010. But I mean, anytime you put him on a right-hand point break, Bugs, he looks pretty unstoppable.
Yeah, Geordie is just an amazing point break surfer. And I think now, though, he really would have been taking on board what happened in that last heat, and the fact that it came down to an excellent wave that changed the heat.
Yeah, I think Geordie will be thinking, I can win this heat. I've just got to make sure I'm on the 2 best waves, and I can put my brand of surfing, which is just laying the biggest, hardest power hacks, and he'll be able to get it done against Callie Vass, who really is going to square up on his backhand. It looks like Callie just having a look at that one, and he'll be hunting now, trying to back up that 7.33 that he opened with.
When you think about this event, when it's staged at Snapper Rocks, and who the most successful competitors have been, with the regular footers, more often than not, it's been those surfers with the ability to really square up on the forehand that have kind of taken the lion's share of victories here. Taj Burrow was, I think, one of the best at this location. The way Taj exploded through the lip, Bugs, he did it with a lot of power and set those fins free.
Taj owned this place, you know, for several years. Even when, you know, Mick and Joel and Dino and them were coming through, Taj owned this. You know, the snapper break was just his for the taking.
Yeah, had a QS win here, including along with a couple of CT wins. You know, Fanning and Joel, they really had the best read when it came to wave selection and picking off the gems behind the rock. Those big barreling years, no one else could match him behind the rock. Slater, again, he surfed on top of the pocket of the wave. He was so critical, and you know, in this modern era, in the last decade or so, Felipe Toledo's been that surfer with that same ability to really square up on the forehand. But the Goofies have come into it with their approach, and just, you know, the comparison here between Jordy Smith and Cowley. Jordy's got to make sure he gets those critical hits in, because if he's forced out into those rounded turns, I think the judges are going to favour the backhand blast.
Agree, 100% agree. And we've seen a number of goofy footers do it. I remember back when Mick Lowe won the event, and then Matty Wilco, Owen Wright. I'm sure I'm missing another goofy footer. Help me out. But they've really, the point being is they've really learned how to surf this wave and really square up on it. And it's hard to compete with. And back to your point, Ronnie, on the forehand, really hard to get that vertical tight pocket turn in just by the body mechanics and how you are on your forehand.
Oh, Jordy features in the CT by the numbers, the most excellent waves here on the Gold Coast. Look at Parko well out in front. He's still banking excellent scores now, just doesn't have a jersey on. But Jordy Smith, 31, excellent scores. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, look at Taj Burrow, and that came on. What happened was that when the Superbank first formed and Quicksilver bought the event down here in 2000, it was actually I think a QS 10,000 to start with. He started his run right there.
Yeah, there is a lot more excellent scores for those surfers at the top end of that list, because those stats were just from 2008. But Rich, I know what surfer you were thinking of, the other goofy, Mick Lowe.
Yeah, no, Mick Lowe started the whole thing, and then in more recent times, we've seen kind of Italo and obviously Gabriel just show us how, you know, the modern surfing is equipped or can be applied to this wave.
Yeah, well, Italo's backhand brilliance here was Ayers, but he won the event around the corner at D-Bar.
Hey, there's another factor in play out here right now. This is actually not a squall passing through. This is actual rain. We've also got, it's like a false, not dawn, but sunset, and the visibility out there, it's hard to pick the waves, Rich.
Yeah, sometimes the swell lines can get a little lost. Everything's sort of, it's a grey out, isn't it? And really hard to kind of identify the swell lines as they're coming closer to you.
Well, we've got a set lining up here, and priority is with Jordy Smith, who hasn't dropped the number just yet. Kelly's been busy. We got that rain squall out there at the moment. And Kelly Vass is making a move on an insider here, and let's see what he can do with it. Trying to drop that 1.93. That's not going to do it. There's rain outside. Let's bring the sunshine back in. Jesse Starling with Marco Migno.
That's nice, Ronnie. We actually had to move inside because it was absolutely teeming down outside. But Marco, so clutch in that last heat. You were just telling me you were tempted to go the first wave of the set, but you're so glad that you went the second one.
No, honestly, it was a blessing on the sky, just because at that point I was like, I know I can do it. I just need the wave. And I looked at the first one and I was like, no way, I can't go in this thing. And just I look in the next one, I just smiled at it and I was like, thank you. And I just knew that if I surfed it well, I was going to get a good score. And I'm just grateful. I want to thank the creator of the universe who sent me this wave, and I'm extremely blessed. So thank you.
It was such a long wave. You teed off on it so many times. Coming towards that end section, there was a little bit of ripple in the wave as well. Was it a slight factor of, I need to make this last turn to get the excellent score playing into your mind?
Honestly, at that point, I was just, okay, just one turn at a time. Just surf it well, because you need a big score. Just give it your all. And actually, before going in this heat, I said to myself, I want to surf free. I want to surf at my best, because there's nothing worse than actually, no matter what happens at the end, is like, if I gave my best and I surfed free, okay, I'm okay with it. So I was just happy to be able to perform, just give my best in every turn. So just, yeah, happy I just went pretty big at the end.
Not many people can say they can come into a personalised flag. Tell me about the Marco Mignot flag on the beach.
Yeah, actually, that's my family. I'm super happy to have family everywhere in the world. My family from Australia who actually drew until midnight and just came here, and I was like, damn, it would suck to not do a show for them. And I was so happy at the end. I was able to give him a gift back, and I was making the heat. So yeah, I want to just thank you so much to my family for being here for me.
And you can give love to your family back home in France too.
Bon, bah déjà, je suis extrêmement content parce que dans ma tête, j'avais en tête que si j'avais la vague, j'allais exécuter, et je l'ai fait. Et je suis extrêmement content d'avoir passé cette série parce que c'était un moment qu'il fallait le faire, et je l'ai fait, alors super heureux.
Thanks, Marco. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Marco. I mean, he represents France, but also has a Mexican flag on his shoulder, as we see. Carly Vast on the attack, big time. Jordy Smith dropped a 6, but Carly is really flexing right now. And this has been a mean series of backhand whipping turns up into the lip. Super impressive stuff.
How good does that JS surfboard look under Carly Vast's feet? And Marco Mignot also riding JS Industries. Both those boards just looking spicy. JS obviously living here and sculpting boards specifically for this wave. Carly Vast tore that thing to pieces.
Yeah, that was impressive, Bugs. I mean, the 7.33, there was plenty of sting in each of his turns. Power unloaded, but he just moved across the face of this one with remarkable speed.
Oh, this is a scintillating ride. Straight up, vertical surfing, whipping it out of the lip, and another big score coming his way. Crisp surfing. And Carly has got 6 great manoeuvres on that wave.
And then the Bonsoy replay. Let's have a look at Jordy Smith's opening ride here. Wrap to rebound. Clean little layback snap. Keeps the energy going down the line. Little tail blow. Comes through to the inside section. Another little foam climb to wrap. Now the wave starts to shut down. Jordy, big projection floater. So great variety on that wave. Not a bad opener and a good response to Carly Vast, 7.33.
Yeah, he looks on. I mean, Cowley's going to push him here. He's going to drop another good score in a moment, and Jordy's going to, you know, be playing catch-up in a pretty big way because there was more than a point in that opening exchange, and now another big score for Cowley, 7.83. And Jordy after a huge number, a 9.16. The veteran under pressure now. Surfing in his 19th year on the CT, Jordy, so accomplished. And here is the IC score update, and you can see the panel. Pretty consistent across the board, all of them deeming that wave to be right up there, knocking on the door of an excellent score.
Yeah, well, 3 judges gave it an 8-point ride, so it was right up there. And we see Jordy now, he's made a bit of a move up, just kind of edging towards just behind the rock. He's looking for something special, Rich, because he needs at least a 7-point ride here to get back in this heat.
Yeah, I think Jordy's just thinking with the incoming tide, let's sit right up top. If I see a wide set, I can dart down, but let's give myself the opportunity to get one of these sets that maybe go behind the rock, really funnel out and give himself a chance at a tube ride here.
Which opens up the wider bank for his opponent. You know, one of those ones that go in underneath the point, but have got that grower factor to it.
Absolutely.
Just over 17.5 minutes to go here. 9.16 the requirement for Jordy Smith, who's out the back with priority. A little earlier on, Vaughan caught up with last year's world champ, Molly Picklum, and the Mophie crew.
Well, we are powering on with Mophie down here at the Gold Coast Pro, and I've got Brickers and Molly Picklum, the world champ, and Mophie's very own former CT wildcard at some stops. I know you've been there, man. I know that much. Tell us a little bit about the Mophie activation, man, because, yeah, we've got a lot of stuff going on in here.
Yeah, there's a bit going on. We're super proud to be a partner of the World Surf League, going into our 4th year now. Obviously been working with Pickles and her team for the same amount of time, and yeah, stoked to be down here supporting pro surfing and also our athletes. You can come down to the recharge station. We've got a recharge locker behind you, so if you're taking clips all day, taking photos, taking selfies with the pros, come plug your phone in. We'll look after it for you. Come learn about magnetic charging, come buy some product, and just enjoy the atmosphere that is the Gold Coast Pro.
Mate, it is such a handy thing to have in your life, the Mophie, because if you're like me and you just doom scroll your life away, your phone runs out pretty damn quick. Mol, tell us about your relationship with this company and how good it is when you're on the road to just always have the power.
Mate, yeah, no, it's so interesting. It's like one of those essentials I never realised I needed. And then after travelling so much, it's like my lifeline. Like I literally, my phone would go flat and I'm like, oh my God, I need Esters, visas, this, that. It's all good. I got Mophie and then just pulls out of the bag and you always got power. So I've actually found it pretty funny that I didn't need it before and then once I had it, I'd never look back.
And have you been able to tap into the power of Mophie and power up and power on your front side hacks, or is it just so powerful you don't need it?
You're always powering on, but no, having Bricky's behind us in the team Mophie, it's so sick. And it's just such a good crew. Like everyone's good people and, you know, a bunch of passion behind the project and all the products and things. So just a part of a good company, good people. And yeah, obviously we all need power. We're all little phone nerds these days.
Well, there you go. That's the Mophie activation. We got plenty of product. You can charge your phone down here and you can rub shoulders with a couple of the absolute greats. Power up, you guys. Power on.
Power on, Vorno. Power on.
Thank you, Vorno. And yeah, like Vaughan said, Brickers did compete in the event at J-Bay back in the day. So go and pick his brain about that. Still surfing fantastic and great to have Mophie on board.
Yeah, I think when it was I ran it when it was a QS event all the way through to CT, and I'm pretty sure Brad Brickmore won the event one year. I'm pretty certain he did. If not, he was in a perennially, in the final many times.
Yeah, strong surfer, that is for sure. There is 15 minutes remaining here. Gallivas still hanging on to that lead. Geordie Smith, he's had just the one ride, Rich. He looked pretty good on it.
Yeah, he certainly did. And, you know, as we suspected, you know, Geordie's going to just wait this one out, be very selective his wave choice. He wants a special wave now if he wants to get back in this heat.
He needs one. And we're going to give him a bit of time to try and find it. 14.5 minutes remaining here. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break, have a look at the backhand form of this rookie. Unbelievable. It's time for the GWM catch-up, getting the event underway on the opening day of competition. Men's round one, and Callum Robson coming through in the dying stages.
Oh, this was such an exciting heat. Cal Robson up against Oscar Berry, and it all came down to this moment here. After the hooter went, Cal was still riding the wave, does the air reverse, gets the win, gets the score, and he moves through.
Most definitely, and then we saw Morgan Siblick in a really tough matchup with Ramsey. Ramsey looking good, but Morgan edging ahead in the final stages.
Oh, the big goofy footer from Morocco. He was in fine form. But Morgan Siblick really trying to ignite his campaign in 2026, looking for the win, and he found some gems down the line. Surfing so good, he's been such a standout up coming into the event, and one that everyone's been talking about.
Most definitely. Straight into the opening round for the women, and we saw excellence from Vahine, looking so sharp, dropping a huge score against Brisa Hennessy.
So Vahine just went, this is how you do it on the backhand, dropped a couple of huge numbers and just had some of the best scores of the entire day up to this point.
The Goofs were on an absolute heater. Nadia Aristabe up against Alyssa Spencer. Two backhand surfers going blow for blow, and Nadia Aristabe from the Basque Country in Spain, just too strong on this occasion.
Well, she said that she didn't really, consider herself worthy of being on the CT, but with surfing like this, she needs to start realising that she belongs exactly here on the championship tour.
The big heats kept coming in the opening round for the women. We saw Carissa Moore take on the phenom Tia Sabrowski in a heat that we'll be talking about for a long time.
This one was just so full of emotions. It was a seesawing battle, and Carissa in the dying moments, she needed this wave. She finds a little barrel and gets the finish, and it wasn't until both our ladies got to the beach. They had to wait a long time for the score, and just have a look at the outpouring of emotion here. A crucial event for a crucial heat for Carissa Moore to move through.
For both surfers, really, and we know Tia Zabrowski is going to bounce back. A lot of love between these two competitors once they got to the beach, and then we were in for a real treat. Stephanie Gilmore and Erin Brooks meeting again in CT competition, and this time the legend Steph getting one back on the Grom.
Well, the GOAT, the 8 times world champion. She'd been defeated by Erin a number of times before that, and this time the experience won through.
Into the second round for the man, we saw Marco Migno go up against a very informed Barra Mamiya, and Marco, he needed a big score, and he delivered.
He sure did. One of the best waves of the afternoon came through, and Marco delivering just a perfect performance on that wave, going excellent, takes the win. Disappointment for Barra Mamiya.
And we're back into live action for the last heat of the day. Heat 2, round 2. Carly Barr still holding that lead over Geordie Smith, who's just begging for an opportunity on a quality set wave here. He's got the priority he does need. An excellent score, a 9.16, and the bar has been set pretty high, Bugs. This has been solid backhand surfing from the rookie.
Brilliant backhand surfing, and he's really laid down the gauntlet there for his opponent. Now we see Geordie Rich has moved down. Now this is probably, as far as the averages are concerned, you've got a better chance of getting one. It's a high risk around the rock right now, the tide moving in, less opportunity.
Well, you can always paddle up to a swell line. You can find yourself too deep, and then you'll miss that section. So I like his strategy here.
Well, something standing up on the outside. Kelly having a look at it. Geordie is going to have a crack at it, so he uses his priority for this one. Wants to really bank something better than a 6. It starts beautifully. A committed full rail turn, drawing it right back into the bowl a couple of times. And this wave is looking like it might go again down the line. Geordie needs to attack the lip, and does. And swings that board into reverse. Well, doesn't complete the rotation, but rides fakie for a moment. And he is going to take this one right down the line, call for the ski. Is it going to chip away at the requirement here, Rich?
Well, he needs to better that 6. I liked the opening swoops, but just in comparison to the 7s that Cowley's been dropping, he's always been coming from behind the section and really accelerating down the line, doing big, strong manoeuvres. There was a couple there where Geordie had to kind of rope back and forth and come back to the foam. Let's check out the replay. I love the opening swoop, though. Lots of power. And again, gets up high. Tighter arc, higher up in the wave on the second. So here's where the wave gets a little bit sleepy, but now it goes again. Geordie clicks, beautiful snap, and then gets the blowtail reverse. So back to the question, Ron, I think he is.
Yeah, that first turn, I mean, at this level, Bugs, you know, judges want to see a bit of everything. That is a full rail, totally committed. driving turn to pushing the board to the point of release, but losing no speed.
Yeah, good call. I mean, because he needed to start strong. He had to attack this wave, and that was full-blooded Geordie Smith. The wave in the middle part, that's what his opponent, Carly, hasn't had those, weak sections in the middle part of the ride. That's the difference, I think.
And that's, I think, is what's going to be tricky for Geordie. How close can you go to the 7.33 from Cowley, which, had a series of big backhand belts. I think the judges are looking at some replays here at the moment, and he does chip away at the requirement. He drops it under that 9 to an 8.76 requirement, but only took a 0.4 off it.
Which means he's going to have to get pretty much the wave of the day.
6.5 minutes to go. Yeah, it was always going to be hard for Geordie. He really needs a wave like Marco Migno had in that last heat that has enough space for him to really wind up that big forehand. It looks like he's up for it. He's in good touch.
Not much more he could have done on that wave, to be honest with you. Here he goes. He's going to have a paddle here.
Yeah, well, he's just asking questions of the rookie, but the rookie, even though he is having his first full run at the championship tour, has plenty of experience at this level. Also at the Olympic level. But Geordie Smith, he has kind of flown under the radar as far as, the talk of his world title campaign, being that the opening stages of this tour have unfolded here in Australia. The big talk's been about Jack Robinson and Ethan Ewing, who've been contenders in recent years. But Geordie finished third last year, and Bells and Margaret's are both events that he's won. So he's kind of avoided that negative talk. But this is a crucial event for him if he's going to have a run at the title this year.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no more throwaways. If he wants to be a genuine contender, you need to have those really low single digits, first, second, third, equal fifth. Once you start getting into higher placings, you really need to offset them with a number of wins through the year.
So many great partners here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. We want to say a big thanks to Eero. Fast, reliable Wi-Fi inside and outside your home or business. A simple way to set up and manage from anywhere in the app. Eero, the way Wi-Fi should be. Check it out. So this is getting to a pretty crucial time in the heat for Geordie Smith. He needs one of those sets that came through for Marco where there was a first wave that he can sell Carly Vast on and get that priority and have his shot.
Yeah, tide's moving in quickly. 4.5 minutes or just under 4.5 minutes on the clock. It's coming down to crunch time. Carly Vast in the box seat, in the lead with priority. The two best scores of the heat so far.
On these overcast days, Bugs, when the rain sets in like this, how hard is it to identify those swell lines and what they look like as they approach? They almost disappear.
Well, there's no horizon. That's the problem. And that's what I was alluding to earlier. I mean, Carly went off and got that great start. Geordie was sitting out there and it was a heavy rain. You can hardly differentiate between good waves and bad waves.
Yeah, this is going to be a hard one for Geordie to turn around. He's got the moves, though. Still hasn't really gone to his own aerial game as he lines an insider up here. And he's kind of getting to the point where he doesn't have a whole lot of time to turn it around with two rides. So he's in attack mode, going after the 8.76. Vicious layback there. And gets a little bit of release in the tail. It's been a clean combo to start. Working his way back to the foam and just begging for this wave to stand up through the inside now to give him a big final turn or maybe a final series of moves. Working so hard for it. He's going to kick out 8.76, the requirement. Again, the comparison has to be made to the benchmark ride of the heat so far.
And also the comparison to Marco. Marco got a wave that, there was no weak parts in that wave. He got an 8.33. Geordie, the first half of the heat of that wave, Rich, was right there.
Yeah, it was. It was incredible surfing from the veteran. I don't know what much more he could have done on that wave, really. And you could see he actually turned up the volume a bit on the start of that one. There was a noticeable increase in speed and just how much aggression Geordie was putting into these turns. Watch this one here, just ropes that little layback hack. And beautiful surfing, staying nice and tight in the pocket. And here the wave starts to sit down. And unfortunately, the wave just letting him down. Geordie surfing so well. And now he's really going to have to find a special wave in these closing minutes.
Showing good fight, really locked in, engaged in the battle here for sure. As we get to the Breitling 2-minute warning, waiting on the numbers to roll through. The sentiment here is that Geordie was really surfing that wave up. And it feels like it'll be his best wave. Just the aggression in some of those turns. So he might chip away at the requirement and have a bit of time to potentially turn it in the final stages, but he'll still be wanting. There it is a 7-point ride. So Geordie Smith still after an excellent score, an 8.16. The surfing's there, but Cowley's killed him with wave selection.
Yeah, and time. I mean, you know, Geordie needed that wave 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, he's done everything he could to get that requirement down from a 9-1, I think it was, 10 minutes ago. He's brought it down to an 8, or just above an 8. But unfortunately, under a minute to go, you'd have to think that Cowley Vast is just going to lock this one down.
Still begging for that 2-wave set, isn't he?
He sure is. Well, if you can get a freak set, get inside the barrel, the hooter goes, and Cowley can't take off on that wave. That would be really the only chance.
20 seconds to go. And in these first two heats of the second round for the man, we've seen some real class, some great surfing. But I think we can look forward to even more as we get this second round back underway, potentially as early as 7 a.m. tomorrow. As we see Geordie, and he is going to take off. He's going to stick with it. Cowley Vast doesn't go near it, fully aware that priority is completely neutralised once that hooter sounds, but that wave's got no points in it, and Geordie knows it. But that was a bit more like it for Geordie, even though he's bowing out it again early. Just looked at really locked in. And he'll look to rebound over there in New Zealand. The next stop at Raglan. Cowley Vast, though, that was a huge win after a tough opponent on a right-hand point break.
Oh, yeah. You've got to take your hat off to Cowley Vast, an incredible performance on the backhand. And they've really stood up today across the men's and the women's field. The backhand surfers, they have been in attack mode, squaring up. And let's see how deep Cowley Vast can go in the draw.
Jeremy Flores likes it. He's buzzing. He knows how big that heat was. He had plenty of big clashes with Geordie Smith in his many years on the championship tour. Huge result. Hey, Bugs, thanks for having us again, mate.
Rich, looking forward to tomorrow. Ronnie, Rich and the crew. It's going to be on. The surf's going to build overnight, I feel.
Well, let's the three of us go down to the Stone and Wood Bar and get set for the Stone and Wood post show. It's going to be a beauty. So many highlights on day one of the event window here. Stick around. Jesse Starling, Felicity Parmentier and Vaughan Blakey will break down the big stories.
It's the Stonerwood post-show of what was a brilliant day one of action down here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Snapper Rocks was the star of the show today. It was absolutely cooking. I love when we get a good forecast and the surfers really show up, maximise the conditions. We've been off for about 2 minutes and there's already 50 people in the lineup. That is how good the surf was today. My name is Jessie Starling. I am joined in the booth by two of my favourites, Vaughn Deadly and Flick Parmentier. Day number one, it lived up to the hype, guys.
It was so fun. It was like the ultimate sort of feedback I was getting from the surfers was like, this is what I dreamed of when I was a kid. Like 8-year-old me is still excited to be out there. And I mean, it was a day of just, you know, opportunity. Everyone really got a chance. There was sort of slight shifting in conditions where some surfers had to sort of like deal with a little tiny warp or wedge or maybe the bottom of the tide. But all in all, it was so fun to watch and every surfer kind of came in stoked. I mean, not the ones who lost. They're not stoked, but they still got to surf snapper, you know, for 40 odd minutes fulfill those childhood dreams.
I beg to differ. Dimity still had a very big smile on her face, even though she lost out there. That was a fun heat to call, Flick.
Oh, it was super fun. I think it was a barrel fest for Dim. I mean, she was just hunting the tube. But yeah, we saw heaps of opportunity today. I think it was a really good sign of things to come. Obviously, today we saw a lot of great waves. We saw some excellent scores go down. But just, you know, from the murmurs on the street and the word going around that things are only going to, you know, improve over the next couple of days. And if I'm just rubbing my hands together, looking forward to it, because obviously a little bit wave starved in the last couple of events and maybe, you know, the excuse of not enough opportunity, but there's no excuses here. This is, you know, this is the Superbank and it's providing.
I love, you know, obviously it was a bit of a rough start to the year for swells. We had that one really great day at Margie's where it was absolutely cooking, but we've rocked up to Snapper and rumour is it's going to be pumping all the way through. We've come to day number one. It's absolutely cooking. And we had a couple upsets today though, Vaughn. I mean, Tia Zabrowski, that was a really big hit to my fantasy league with her going out today.
Oh, it's just the same old story. The fantasies are just getting demolished at every turn, but there was also some not so surprising results. You know, I think is Tia beating Carissa Moore out here an upset? It's a hard one for me to really answer because Carissa's got so many runs on the board. That's that you know factoid they threw out about Carissa winning her first event here ever the day before Tia was actually even born is crazy to me, and she had so much respect for Tia, the way she surfs, and both women incredibly emotional at the end of that one.
Should we start recapping some heats? There was a couple of really good ones today, including that very last one that we just watched, Geordie Smith taking on Callie Vast. Callie, his backhand is unreal out here, Fleet.
Oh, he looked incredible, right? And I think we had a bit of rain and a bit of weather to deal with in this heat, but Callie got underway pretty quickly and locked this wave in. I think it ended up being in the 7 range, just for this beautiful precision surfing on the backhand right before the rain squall came in, right? And I think that can be pretty crucial. I mean, look at the difference here. You can see the rain, you know, but he still managed to find the absolute gems out there, and he didn't have this is not an easy draw. He came up against Geordie Smith. You know, we saw the numbers, you know, the excellent waves that he's had here at Snapper over the years. So this is a hard heat draw, but Callie just looks connected on the backhand and he just looks so powerful. Geordie did fight back though in, you know, sort of the dying stages of this heat, kind of the last few minutes left. Absolutely rolled the dice on this one, and you could see he turned things up a notch and really kind of brought the fire to this wave. It just really didn't probably provide him with the finish that he needed to sort of keep that momentum going the whole way. But yeah, tough draw for Callie, and he advances through.
He absolutely belted that wave to complete smithereens. I just love what Callie Vast is bringing to the championship tour. Such a long time to get him here, but getting a really big win over Geordie Smith. I cannot believe the Big Brew is out of the draw. You can see the scores there, a 7.83 and a 7.33 to Callie Vast. Smith with a 7 and a 6.4, so still putting up a great fight, but Callie, he's looking so good, and he's down there on the glass with Kaipo.
That's right, Jess. He is looking good. He's looking good right here with the shades, brand new Red Bull hat, everything, the whole kit. But he's got some trustworthy equipment. We're going to get to that a little bit later. First of all, Callie, you come up to me, you said, finally. You put together a great heat out there. How's it feel?
Yeah, it feels good to have some perfect waves, just Geordie and me in the heat. It was not the easy one, easy heat for me to make, but yeah, no, CT, every heat is a final pretty much, especially with the new format. And and then I love Geordie, I love his surfing, I'm a big fan, and to be in the water with him, it was such a such a crazy moment, and yeah, I just wanted to surf. The waves were really perfect, and yeah, we had a great timing. It was funny because it was kind of scary because brown water at one point, getting dark, a lot of fish around, and no, it was a good heat. I'm super stoked.
It was a good heat, and you overcame probably one of the most informed surfers if you look at the history of this break. Anytime you have a right point, Jordy Smith's going to be on the top of the list. Opened up with a 7.33. How important was it to open up with a big score?
Yeah, it was. It's always nice to start with a good score. 7.33 was my first one. I was really happy about it. I waited, and yeah, because I got the first exchange, so he had to wait a good one too. He went on the 6 point, I think, and then I just back up with my 7.8 or something. And yeah, after it was pretty flat, and then I knew he needed a big score, so I was pretty much making sure and then visualized like when the wave he got. I was trying to see if it was the score or not, or he could. I knew he was going to get closer to the score he need, but it wasn't like a excellent score. So I was just trying to keep the priority and just to control at the end until the end.
You smashed it. You got some Old Faithful equipment here, though. The board looks really good.
Yes, this one is a special one. It's the one I won with in Ericeira, my first Challenger Series win, and it's a magic one. I just keep it on the fridge because I know it works, and I have some good backup exactly the same. So I'm all set. Thank you, JS, because he always does the best board and always took care of the athletes. And I know he's taking a lot of time, lot of work for the boys, and yeah, he's the best.
Great surfing, Kaoli. Manuya.
Yeah, Manuya, Maruru.
Thanks, guys. Thank you, Kaipo. Thank you, Kaoli. A couple of magic boards going around. One that stands out in particular, the Cash Cow flick, that is just been Steph's magic board at places like Snapper as well.
Oh, totally. I mean, she's got that beautiful relationship with DH, and, those boards obviously have gone so well at Snapper over the years. You think Mick Fanning, those beautiful lines of Ethan Ewing as well. And that board's gone on to make some serious coin for Steph Gilmore.
And has Callie Vast ever looked more ready to take on the CT?
I think really impressive in that last heat is it's really hard to look big on the wave face when you're surfing against Jordy Smith. So Jordy will take off on a wave and he'll make whoever he's up against look tiny. And Carly looks really huge. Like, he matched him for power. The spray cone off the rail was huge. And yeah, I'd like to see what else is in Carly's fridge. Like, open it up, there's some milk, there's some cheese, there's some bread, and there's your classic JS as well.
We had a couple Stone and Woods in there as well, I would say. Plenty of protein. Yeah, my goodness. I just think today was filled with so many storylines where we saw a lot of old dogs versus the new dogs. And one of those heats that we really fell in love with was Steph v. Erin. And Stephanie Gilmore finally getting a win over Erin Brooks here, Flick.
Yeah, this was cool. I mean, this is the storyline we've been talking about since the start of the season. It's the generational battle, We saw Erin Brooks taking on Steph Gilmore. And, Erin locked in a great score. She started, she had a 7.33. She backed it up with the 5.6. But really, Steph, look, in a post-heat interview, she just spoke, she was just saying, Jake just told me to catch heaps of waves. You just need to start surfing again. To me, it looked like maybe she was a little bit nervous a couple of moments, but I just was so excited to see her on her home break. Obviously, she hasn't had the start to the season that she's wanted, Not a result at Bells, not a result in Margie's, and, this is a rematch. We only saw this a week ago. It, happened at main break in Margaret River, and Erin got the jump on her in the dying seconds of this heat. So similar sort of scenario played out here today, and yeah, the Queen's got one on Erin, and she said, yeah, finally I've got one on the young Grom. So look, I mean, Erin can hold her head up high. I know she's probably not going to be satisfied with this result because she's just so hungry, but she put together some nice waves.
Yeah, she did. There was so much sting on the backhand, and that's what's really the big weapon here for Erin Brooks. But, she has such high standards, she has high expectations, and she's sort of struggling to get there at the moment. I'm sure, Coach Snake is talking that through with her as well. But this was, Steph's happy place. This is her house. And it's going to take a pretty special performance, even from a wonderkind like Erin Brooks, to get over the top of the Queen at home.
Yes, Steph Gilmore, 6.93, 6.33, had her out in front. I always think for Snake, if you're coaching the Queen at her home break, there's not too much to say, really. Just go surf.
Well, actually, the advice that he gave her is the best advice, because I'd say that certainly in Bells, Steph was just waiting for waves that weren't coming, and Even in Margaret's, it was quite a slow heat. And so, yeah, catch waves, go surfing. Like, your surfing will see you through. And for Erin, you know, I'd be interested to see what that conversation is moving into the next event as well.
Stephanie Gilmore in the bracket now comes up against Betty Lou. That's going to be an incredible heat there, Flip.
Well, I was in the booth with Betty Lou. She came and called heat today, and she's like, "Oh yeah, I was watching that heat watching this heat pretty closely, you know, because I knew I was going to get the eventual winner." And it's just cool because Betty Lou's been pretty fiery about, you know, wanting to take on this older generation, and she's been pretty out there, and it's cool to see how fired up she is. And she's drawn Steph, right? So it's going to be an absolute battle, and she's the defending champion really of this event. You know, she won last year at Burleigh when we had the move up there, so she's going to be super fired up to take it to the Queen.
There was another heat that I fell in love with today. It was another generational battle. It was Tia Zabrowski taking on Carissa Moore, and that was our Boost Mobile heat of the day. A really special moment at the end of that heat that they got to share, but it was a great battle between these two ladies.
It was just so emotional. It was such a heavy heat. You know, again, Carissa Moore probably hasn't had the start that she wanted. I think she would have been looking at the Aussie leg. And even though she may feel a little rusty at times, you know, she was looking at these events going, I can get wins here. I can, you know, really say goodbye on my turns to these waves. Goodbye, hello, sorry. Hello again, yeah, because it's been a little while, but it didn't go all her own way. And Tia Zabrowski, you know, we know she is phenomenal. We know that she attacks vertical, and that was the big difference in this one. Tia's approach was directly off the bottom and vertical into the lip, swooping it really tight in the arc, tight arcs in the pocket, whereas Carissa was just leaning on the power, the flow. And really, the difference came down to the way that Carissa was able to stitch together this ride. Like, it was a juicy wave, plenty of power, it sat up on the bank, and she just got to work with some beautiful surfing. So a nice shift there, cracks it off the top, and finds a cute little barrel. But from start to finish, that was one of the strongest rides we saw. But this was an incredible moment. She honestly thought she'd come in and maybe had said goodbye to the Gold Coast Pro.
I mean, it's emotional on both ends. You know, Tia thought that she potentially had the win, and then for Carissa, I mean, this moment was super special. You know, Carissa's...
I love watching you surf. You are going to win many world titles, and you're going to win many heats, and I'll be cheering for you, okay? Thank you. I'm so proud of you.
I mean, how can you not get emotional about that, you know? And I think Carissa in her post-heat interview as well mentioned, you know, it's been a really tough couple of days. I mean, you could hear it in her voice. She was like, I've been run down. It's been really hard. And we all put so much into this sport, and I've been trying so hard. And she's like, even she mentioned it's really hard to even get a 6 these days. So she just is appreciating what it means to everyone, how hard it is. And, you know, obviously she's in a new era of her life, like, you know, bringing her daughter on tour, and there's complexities with that as well. And you can just see how much it means to her. And yeah, it was a great battle, and I feel for Tia, but she needs to hold her head up high, because that was an absolute epic, you know, back and forth between the two women, and she was surfing great. So yeah, head up, Tia. You move on to New Zealand, and yeah, it's not a reflection of, you know, you as a surfer, because you could put on a great performance.
Every time I watch that moment between those two women, I get emotional. I do. I get really teary. Carissa doesn't have to do that, and you can see how kind of hurt Tia was about not making this round. But to have, you know, your idol just stop and give you that moment, it really speaks volumes to the person that Carissa Moore is.
Totally, yeah. I mean, she's a champion for not just, you know, in results, but as a human being as well. And it was really wild just to watch how much it did affect both women. Like, yeah, Carissa in particular, though, like when she hit the beach, she didn't know whether she'd done enough, whether the score was coming in. I don't think she felt like it was completely gone, but it was just pure, overwhelmed emotion. And that says everything you need to know about, you know, the commitment that these women are chucking into this event and the rest of the year, because all through that off-season, there was a lot of highlights of Carissa in the gym and really putting in the effort to come back. And she wants to make a statement. She's not just here to sort of like have fun around the world with her family. She wants to win.
Today was an emotional roller coaster because I went from almost crying on the beach between those two ladies to screaming out in the water. We have a Mophie power move contender, and it goes to Vahine Fierro, who went absolutely ballistic at Snapper Rocks today, Flick.
Oh, she did. I was calling this heat, and for me, she's competed out here a couple of times on the Challenger Series, and she's locked in big numbers those times. So for me, it's something I'd seen before, but I was just really interested to see what the weight of the jersey on the CT level and how she was going to carry that. But it was absolute precision surfing on the backhand. She absolutely attacked, that last section with total commitment. And I feel like she's still got a little bit more left in the tank too, I feel like she's got a bit more to give, so that's going to be interesting seeing her next round matchup and if she can continue that momentum.
It also made a real statement for the goofy footers out there. I mean, obviously we got Caroline Marks, she's coming up in that round 2, and just to put that stamp of authority there for Vahine, she's really sending a message to the rest of the field.
Totally. Her timing was everything in that heat. She said herself, she's been out here before and sort of pushed it a little hard, but man, when you click and you are just flowing out of turns with speed and you're actually hitting it with power, that is the best feeling you can ever have. And once that locks in, that wave just becomes a canvas for complete demo jobs. As we saw with a lot of the goofies today, it really sat up beautifully on the bank and just allowed the goofs to really lean into some power surfing.
Today was absolutely pumping. We've seen that in so many clips that we've watched today. I am so excited about the talk on the town of what the rest of the forecast has to look. Let's look to Surfline here and see what the next couple of days have to hold here, Flick.
Oh, look, I mean, obviously you can see this massive high over the top of New Zealand, and we've got plenty of swell. You got coupled with that low as well. But look, one thing we come to the Gold Coast, we can absolutely look at this forecast and start rubbing our hands together. Well, obviously waves starved a little bit with opportunity in the last couple of events, but I mean, everyone started looking at that Surfline forecast pretty early and was like, okay, here we go. And knowing that, all the sand had been pumping prior, and filling in those holes. I mean, you just have to look for the next 4 days here. Saturday, Sunday, Monday. When you see that bluey purple colour, that's when you know it's absolutely on. It's going to be on the cook. We've got no shortage of opportunity, and I dare say we're going to be on for those next few days in a row. So buckle up, because there is going to be plenty of action.
We're in it together. It's going to be a huge couple of days. Obviously, that big seeded round coming up next. Something that these guys all had to fight for, and there were so many incredible moments that we had throughout the day today. It's going to be pretty tricky to narrow it down to just 5, but we've had to do it. We're going to get into the BioGlen Daily Dose, which I don't know how we get to pick these 5 moments, but starting off, it was Marco Mignot, who just got this incredible moment in this heat against Barramamia.
Yeah, he was up against it. He really had work to do. He was taken off on a lot of little insiders, and then he just unloaded when the opportunity finally came. It was one of the best shaped waves we saw all day long. It just kept giving and giving, and he comes out and he throws the big claim. And that one really did slip through Barron's fingers because he controlled that heat beautifully.
Oh, totally. I mean, look, it was a clinic of excellence. And then number 4, we had Nadia continuing that backhand prowess. Just precision, right? That's the word that comes from the goofy footers today. We saw Vahine do it, and then, just an absolute clinic from Nadia, just absolutely punishing this wave. Basically a demolition. So she's going to feel good, take a lot of confidence from this number, and moving through to that next round. Matched up against another fellow goof, Alyssa. So that was a battle of the goofs there, and Nadia coming out on top.
Coming in at number 3 here, we just got to watch it, but we need to watch it again. Vahine Fierro going excellent out here at Snapper today, Borno.
Beautiful surfing, so speedy, everything in the perfect place. And when you're surfing like that, it is almost impossible not to feel incredible. The hands just go up. I mean, you've got no choice. You're claiming waves without even knowing it. And, this is a woman who has put in excellent performances here in the past, and this event looks really prime for her to go deep.
Her backhand is just so good. To get a big 867, back it up with that 783, airdrop out of this, and still tuck in for a great looking barrel. She can get tubed frontside and backside.
Yeah, she said that she had a goal, she wanted to do it, and then she was like, I wanted to do it for my dad. So cool little moment for her to get tubed on the backhand. Obviously, we know she can do it on the forehand.
Cal Robbo, this was clutch. I mean, he had his back up against the ropes. Then Oz lost his leash. This was the most high pressure end to a heat that we've seen all day here, Flick.
Well,
Yeah, this was hard. I mean, really, it was the first heat of the day, right? So there was like that guinea pig element to it. No one really knew. No, we're just judges are setting the scale. But Callum's so clutch on this last wave. He really put it all on line. They can't get more critical than that for such a progressive manoeuvre. He really knew kind of that he had to throw everything at it. And yeah, turn the heat with that last wave.
Carissa Moore had a similar story. She needed a wave at the dying stage and got it done here, Borno.
Beautifully served, and the Queen just put the rail to work. You know, she was up against some really punchy surfing from Tia Zabrowski, but when the opportunity was there, she went flying down the line. And this beautiful foundation surfing backed up with a little bit of vision on the end section. That always feels fantastic. She needed a pretty decent score, and look at the reaction when it came through. She was beyond stoked. She went to water, and there's the flip side of the coin. Poor Tia is feeling the real pain of defeat just there.
Oh my gosh, just emotions running high down here at Snapper Rocks. It just means the world just to be moving on through to these rounds, Flip.
Oh, totally. There's just so much weight. I mean, now that it's just elimination, right, from the get-go, there is no second chances. And I think, what we've really seen that the last, couple of events, and those people, wearing their hearts on their sleeve, and you just let the emotion fly. And yeah, that was a really beautiful and sad and happy demonstration of that in that heat.
Guys, we get to do that all again tomorrow. We probably get to do that all again for the next 3 days. We have a 6:45 a.m. call for a 7 a.m. start tomorrow, so bright and early down here at Snapper Rocks. We're assuming that it's going to be absolutely cooking. I don't want to miss it, so thank God that we're not. Guys, I love you, and we'll see you here bright and early tomorrow morning.
Even my waves weren't good.
Empty. That was an honor. Oh my God, thank you.
What a beautiful day.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.